Gia, everyone. Welcome back to Sao Paulo. It's been another gorgeous day here in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we have an incredible tournament coming up because we have already had an incredible tournament to begin with yesterday. I've got Mike Ellis, I've got Kirk Dubé, I've got Nick Livesey, and I've got myself, Evan Latt, here, because we are all in for the Latin America International Championships. Mike, what was your favorite moment from day one?
Well, I mean, we started off the stream round one with our LAIC Masters champion from last year versus our LAIC Seniors champion. So right from the off, our games have been incredible.
Immediately?
Immediately.
That's incredible. Kirk, what's going on over in Unite?
Yeah, we had a lot of that same energy. Our world champions, Peru Unite, kicked off our day losing to the Brazilian home team, 2Z Esports, to really set things off right here at LAIC for us.
Wow, that's incredible. And Nick, what's going on in GO?
So here at LAIC, we've had our first limited meta ever for the Pokemon Championship Series, and it has been a blast. Oranguru, Pokemon that does no damage in the video game, has been doing so much damage on the GO stage.
Wow, that's incredible to hear from all of our games here. And of course, the video game championships, we have seen an incredible tournament so far with a lot of firepower, a lot of weather wars going on. And, you know, potentially we have a lot of Latin American players at the top of the standings who could potentially bring that trophy home to Latin America for the very first time. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our players to watch, though. In the VGC, we have two remaining players who are undefeated, starting with Kylan Van Severen from Canada. This is a big one, guys. There is an alert out. Dondozo Tatsugiri is undefeated here in Latin America. We have had, this player has been bringing this core the entire time he's been playing Regulation H, and he's finally gotten an undefeated run here in Sao Paulo.
Feels like a bit of a throwback to the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet meta, where Dondozo and Tatsugiri were running riot everywhere, and now they're back at sort of towards the end of it, which is amazing to see.
Absolutely, we're in that weird cycle where people left their Dondozo counters at home, and now Kylan Van Severen is undefeated. Joining him in the undefeated spot is Justin Tang. This young man is a phenom in VGC, only started playing in the Scarlet and Violet era, won his very first regional championship that he attended, and this year in Regulation H, he has attended 3 events and gotten top 8, and top 4, and now he is undefeated heading into phase 2 of our tournament. Definitely a player you're going to want to keep an eye out for, and this is an international championship, and the best example of that is the team that Yuma Kinugawa is running. Yuma Kinugawa was the 2025 Japan national champion, but also he has been competing in our international circuit over the last season, and he has been doing incredibly well. And right now he's running this really cool manual Sun Typhlosion Eruption team that he brought to Las Vegas last week. Additionally, that team is also being run by former world champion Luca Cerabelli and hometown underdog Ali Dakiki, who we saw on stream yesterday. So players from Italy, Brazil, and Japan all running the same team archetype. Really just the 3 of them, and all of them at 7-1 heading into phase 2.
Do you think those 3 trainers called each other this morning and dressed the same at the venue as well?
I hope so. We have to get a fit check on all of them. Well, let's go ahead and toss it over. Mike, who are the TCG players we should be looking out for?
Well, I mean, the story of the season is our recently aged up previous world champion in the seniors division, Gabriel Fernandez, who last season almost completed the perfect season by winning all 3 international championships and then just coming second at Worlds after maxing out his CP. He's also a 2-time LAIC champion in the seniors division and a previous world champion, and this season, in his first season of Masters, has come second at a regional and top 8 at a regional, and is currently 9-0 here at LAIC in his first international championship in the Masters division.
I mean, when you look at Gabriel Fernandez, the story of his season last year was incredible, right? No, we had never, at that point, seen somebody win every single IC in a season until Luminosity Gaming did it in Pokemon Unite, and we were like, well, the kings hold the crown. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, we held that crown for about 2 hours until Gabriel Fernandez went ahead and won NAIC and outkicked Luminosity's coverage by making it runner-up last year at the World Champions as well.
Well, hoping to run upset in the Masters division and potentially come the 3-time LAIC champion, with the third being in Masters. And I think the story of the event is really about Gardevoir EX, and what better pilot to talk about than Henry Chow, who's currently 7-0-2, played an amazing game on stream, taking down a Charizard, which is typically a bad matchup. So an amazing pilot of the deck, and has been synonymous with the archetype since the beginning of Gardevoir EX's reign, and is currently looking to try and continue that here. But it's also the story of the dark type attackers, because Gardevoir EX is so popular here, it's considered the best deck in format. So decks like Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which Takashi has been piloting, is another dark type deck that has been trying to take down the Gardevoir, as well as Enzorok, as well as Mega Absol EX. So it still feels like the format of Gardevoir EX and the dark type attackers.
I gotta ask you, Mike, when aren't Gardevoir or Charizard on the top decks of TCG?
Well, we've just coming close to Charizard EX being rotated, and a Mega Charizard EX will be coming out soon to try and replace that variant. But I mean, Gardevoir has always been such a powerful card in the TCG.
All right, well, Nick, you have whetted my appetite for Go information with that Oranguru call out. What else can we expect? Who should I be looking at in the Go tournament this weekend?
Well, at the top, there's got to be our first LAIC champion, JW Naldo, who's going to be looking to make a repeat performance here. In the Go scene, we've only had one other trainer win the same IC twice, and that is our previous world champion, it's Axon. There has been no repeat winners for LAIC, so JW Naldo is going to be making to look his stand here. Additionally, for the Go scene, we have never had a player win an IC outside of their own region.
No way, that's crazy. I feel like that's got to be a crazy stat across all the Pokemon games. I feel like, yeah,
100%.
That's not common.
And we have two trainers from out of region who are going to be trying their best to be the first person to do so, and to make the Latin American region the first region to have that stain on their mark of losing their first IC within their region. First one, none other than Dudebunk. He's won 6 regional championships. His last one, not that long ago, in Las Vegas, and he's going to be looking to repeat a good performance here. He's been really good at the ICs all around, had really good performances, but he has yet to claim victory, so I know he's going to be looking to do that. And across the ocean, we have Stone Collection, who, in order to make it into the top cut, had to repeat a grand finals matchup against PvP David, another really young, bright, shining star in the Go community. And both of these trainers are going to be looking to make their mark here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and that's going to be really exciting to watch. Actually, on the opposite side of it, in the VGC, like I mentioned before, a Latin American player has never won the LAIC, so we're going to be really excited to see if any of our top Latin American trainers can bring it home. Actually came very close 2 years ago, made it into the finals. Thiago Latanzi from Brazil almost brought it home for Latin America, but we have a number of really strong trainers here that are going to be looking to do that for us on the VGC side. Now, Kirk, take us home. What can we expect? What fireworks are coming out of Unite this weekend?
Well, a lot of powerful teams representing their region well here in Brazil. I'm going to kick off the conversation with 2Z Esports, runner-up from last year, but this 2Z Esports team is in name only, right? This org is now anchored by Baby Mazo, kind of the face of Brazilian Unite over the last four or five years, qualifying for Worlds every single year. Didn't qualify last year, but then got picked up as a sub by another Brazilian team. They're like, oh, we'll take Mazo with us. So that 2Z team, we saw them beat Peru Unite, our world champions, to open up our day yesterday. Mazo, Mats, Leozine, just anchored by a great core. However, formerly known as 2Z, that were the runner-ups last year, are now on Force Team. And this team beat their group down 3-0, walked out head and shoulders above the rest. Lel, Soto, Falb, they anchored the 2Z team last year that came runner-up, and they're anchoring this team that is doing so well.
Kirk, would you say that they're a force to be reckoned with?
Let's talk about Dignitas, formerly known as TTV. Just absolute superstars from NA, have really held down our scene since what we call as year 0, where it was just grassroots events before we were introduced into the World Championship Series that you all were already a part of. And you take a look at this team, you have Otter from Luminosity last year that won all the ICs. Of course, everybody knows the story of Luminosity. But then you have Ender, you have Toon, you have Zugrug, a phenomenal defender player that was on Orange Juicers, representing NA incredibly well. And as the resident paleontologist, those fossils absolutely needed some young blood in there. And they went and got themselves a kid that's cracked on the sticks and Zealot. That's really helping push that team over the finish line, because this team is something, or a group of guys that we've always expected to really win the big one, and they've fallen short kind of on repeat for the last 5 years, and they definitely hope that Zealot is going to be the difference maker for them and really kind of live up to their own expectations.
Well, all of our competitors are going to be competing for incredible prizing here in the Latin American International Championships, but for those of you who are unable to make it to the event, you can still participate in the prizing by our wonderful distributions. And Mike, what can our TCG players expect to see this weekend?
Well, we got loads on offer, but let's start off with some packs that you can get a hold of. Everyone loves TCG packs, and you can use the code LAIC26, Phantasmal Flames. It's quite a long one there, so make sure you type it out in game to get some access to those Phantasmal Flames packs. It will be legal in tournament play next weekend in Stuttgart, so very much the format to look forward to. And you can also get some drops while you're watching, so why not just watch the stream, put it on in the background, watch as many of the games as you can, and you can get access to the Mega Venusaur accessories, and they look incredible. The sleeves, the deck box, the coin, but it's all about that jacket, really spicing up your characters in the game.
Yeah, and on the VG side, you can receive Federico Camporisi's winning Whimsicott, say that 5 times fast, the winning Whimsicott of North American International Championships. Use that code LAIC26 Tailwind, swap out those eyes for ones, and you can download that Pokemon to your Scarlet and Violet now. Nick, what have you got for Go players out there?
Similar to the VG, we have our NAIC champion, It's Axon's Araquanid. You can get that through a special timed research. In addition, you can get an elite charge TM, which will allow you to change a charge attack on any Pokemon you'd like to any of its learnable movesets, in addition to the normal ones, as well as any signature moves that might not normally be TMable. You can get some XL candies for Jupiter as well as normal charge TMs and fast TMs. A lot available through doing that timed research.
All right, and Kirk, what can the Unite players at home receive?
Well, all the stuff that you guys have is super cool, but what do you know about a sticker? Go ahead. So do children. LAIC 2026 gets you a sticker for your trainer card representing, obviously, that International Championship logo. And also, if you are stitched deep into the game, like those of us are named Dupe Snacks, you know that there is nothing stronger than a platinum emblem for just tuning in. So tune in and get yourself that incredibly invaluable platinum emblem.
If you want it, you gotta watch, and you gotta stay right here on our broadcast, so stay right here. Day 2 is about to begin.
Man, I hope that
And good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, joined here by Spraggles, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships, coming to you live from one of the biggest cities across the entire world, Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, baby. You know, Adam, yesterday we saw some incredible competition in Day 1. But if I know one thing is true in this crazy mixed up world, I know this. Day 2 is going to be even more exciting. Before we get started, let's talk about a few of our competitors that we are going to be following as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
To kick things off, we've got Pokemon GO. Former LAIC champion J.W. Naldo is aiming to take back the title, while Dunebug97 is coming off of a fresh win in Las Vegas, looking to claim his first international championship.
Now in Pokemon UNITE, your 2025 LAIC finalists and hometown heroes here out of Brazil, Tuzi went undefeated in their group stage, even delivering a loss to our current reigning world champs, Peru Unite.
That's impressive, but what's even more impressive is in Pokemon TCG, we've got Gabriel Fernandez, last year's LAIC champion, here undefeated in Phase 1 with Charizard EX, is on track to defend that title.
Wow. In lesser-known video game, Pokemon VGC, 2 players remain undefeated going into Phase 2. Kylan Van Severen and Justin Tang. Fun fact about Justin Tang, he has top cut every single event he's attended this season. And that's good.
And that's going to be hard to top because all of the players that are here still in the competition, still in the running, have a chance to earn championship points towards an invite to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California this August, alongside the debut of Pokemon XP. And furthermore, a chance for their share of a massive $500,000 prize pool.
Oh, dang. Well, with that, Sao Paulo, are you ready? Let's kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers, and let's get Day 2 of LAIC started!
Woo!
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC champion. Last year, 2-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil! Your former world champs are your LAIC champions!
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time!
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokemon VGC history.
As the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Bom dia, Sao Paulo.
Or good morning, Sao Paulo.
And welcome to the Pokemon GO International Championships here for Latin America. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am joined by my co-caster, Nick Livesey.
We are just coming off a intense day number 1 here in Sao Paulo, and the things are not stopping. This train is continuing through the station into day number 2. We had 266 competitors in day number 1 with teams registered, and we are only down to 32.
I know you talked about the train leaving the station. Let's talk about that international roadmap a little bit. We are right at the beginning. We are just leaving the station here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We've got Europe, North America internationals coming up soon, and then all roads lead to Worlds in August.
And in order to qualify for Worlds, players have a couple of options. Either they can win an event or come in top 4 at an international like today, or you can earn these championship points in order to become an invited player to the World Championships. Different numbers of players from different regions can qualify. For example, in the US and Canada, 75 trainers are able to qualify through the leaderboards.
And we saw lots of fantastic trainers yesterday who are looking to earn these prizes. First place takes home $5,000 US for the International Championships. That is a lot of prize money on the line. And I'm really excited to look back and see some of the trainers we saw yesterday. Yesterday was jam-packed with exciting matches, lots of technical knowledge, lots of catches. Let's take a look back at some of the really exciting moments from yesterday.
We had a lot of people with a lot of experience, but we had a handful of newcomers as well. Here we have LNDS Bernardo versus Victor Hugo, and it was a very intense back and forth. We see the knockout with the Icewind, but in the back, the Gyarados has a lot of energy, able to take out the knockout into Turtonator as well.
And I am so excited to see how much farther LNDS Bernardo can take this tournament. Such an impressive start for his very first Championship Series event. However, no stranger to battles. He's 3500s in Go Battle League pretty consistently.
Yeah, getting a top cut at an IC as your first event is very impressive. In addition to the newcomers, we also have clutch players such as Patoman, a former EUIC champion, catching this Psyshock onto his Gyarados and able to get the win in Winners Semis Group C.
Sometimes the players come in clutch, sometimes the Pokemon come in clutch, but that was such a close match there for Patoman. You can see that wiping the sweat off. He was so relieved. Next we have return of an OG. I know we talked a lot about Metacham being the Pokemon that's the return of the OG. What about the players?
Dunebug coming in, going down to the loser side of the bracket against Alche, Hungry Wolfpack, and Ice Chris, Nighttime Clash, and Dilap. A lot of really solid players from all across the world. That's my favorite thing about international competitions, is seeing players who might not face each other typically because they're from NA or from Europe or from Latin America, and they come to these events, these destinations, and play trainers that they might have only ever played on GBL before, but they get to face each other in real life up on the stage with all the bright lights on them.
Let's focus a little bit on each of our regions for just a moment. We've got in North America, taking a look at our leaderboards here. Rise to occasion. I know he is waiting anxiously in the wings. Can't compete today. He is too busy casting. Which of these trainers is going to end up first place in the leaderboard?
And Dunebug has a really great shot, right? He's on the loser side of the bracket, so it's not going to be an easy day for him. But there are a number of trainers from Europe as well. Let's take a look at those leaderboards to see which trainers might be able to make their mark here.
And Stone Collection is the trainer to watch today. Definitely out there looking for an international win.
And of course, you cannot forget about LATAM. That is where we are right now in Sao Paulo, the 2026 LAIC Championships. Let's take a look at that leaderboard to see which trainers might have the most to gain. Of course, none other than Martel Galde. He's still in the running for this tournament and going to try to see if he can make a repeat performance of last year.
Yeah, we also have Zardy, Ashton Ash. Lots of trainers showed up here today. Desynced, I see over at number 12. Bruce Santos at 14. So many of these trainers are not just doing well on the leaderboards from previous tournaments, they're doing well right here, right now, this weekend.
And the last region that we're going to be taking a look at is the Oceania region. We've had a number of solid trainers. I don't actually see him on the standings here, but Steve made his way into Sao Paulo this weekend with a couple of friends from Canada. I think he wanted to maybe avoid the LA airport. Wasn't a big fan of it last time, but flew into Toronto to make his way all the way down to Sao Paulo this weekend.
And we are looking forward to kicking off the action really shortly. What did we think was going to happen yesterday? So we can, hindsight's 2020. We can see kind of what we were thinking yesterday with our predictions.
And I think that you and I were spot on with the Oranguru pick. It might not have been 100% usage in day one, but a little bit of a teaser. It might have been 100% usage into day number 2. I was way off on the Drampa call. That did not make any marks, but I think you had a great read on Runerigas.
I was thrilled. People were saying hating on Runerigas, and I said, no way. It is showing why it deserves to be an international champion. Vespiquen was great too. Glalie didn't really show up. It just wasn't impactful enough. I think if you're throwing rocks and you're losing to something like a Gyarados, it's not a great situation to be in as a Glalie.
No, Avalanche just takes a little bit too long to get to in these very fast-paced matchups. You don't necessarily have the bulk of some Pokemon like Oranguru. Gyarados is not very bulky, but a lot of our other Pokemon like Dugong in the meta are very, very bulky. And even if they don't have super hard-hitting fast attacks or charge attacks, they have the bulk to survive.
If you are watching at home, you can still participate in LAIC by participating in Twitch drops. For Pokemon Go, we have its axe, and you can get an Araquanid inspired by his winning team from NAIC. But I think even more exciting are those elite TMs.
Yeah, you get an elite charge TM, you get 15 fast, 15 charge, 15 XL candies for Jupiter. So many rewards from that timed research. We have drops for other games as well. In the Pokemon trading card game live, you have access to cosmetics for your player, as well as card sleeves and card decks featuring Mega Venusaur.
Last but not least, if you are playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet at home, you can put in the code that is on your screen, LAIC26 Tailwind, in order to get Federico Camporisi's 2025 NAIC winning Whimsicott. Whimsicott can play a little bit in Pokemon Go, but is definitely much more impactful in the video game.
Yeah, the video game, it has access to Prankster, which allows its moves to come out, its non-damaging moves, to come out with priority. So Prankster Tailwind, or as we heard during the pre-show today, Prankster Sunny Day, able to set the sun for a partner Pokemon such as Hisuian Typhlosion, allows it for very hard-hitting damage, very, very fast as well.
We want you at home to be active in the chat and also active on social media. Let us know how you are experiencing LAIC this year. Be sure, go follow all of the channels and participate in social media. You might just see one of your posts up here on the stream.
If this is one of your first times tuning into a podcast, well, welcome. We love having you here. But we also have a format video for you in order for you to see what kind of tournament structure we have going on here in Sao Paulo.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon Go at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon Go LAIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League limited format. Only 3 trainers will remain to compete on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Well, thank you, Stephanie Christine, for that wonderful recap of our format here. Things are getting started here. We are so close to having our first match, but I do want to give you at home a little bit of a teaser. I'm not going to give too much information away yet. Maybe I'll sprinkle in some details here and there, but on Sunday, we do have a bit of a release of information that you'll want to make sure that you are paying attention to.
But right now, let's go ahead and pay attention to our two trainers on the stage. We have Basti versus Stud Muffins to start us off today. And we have noticed that the winning recipe for this, for LAIC, for this limited meta format, the very first time that we've ever done this in Pokemon Go, Oranguru, we've seen Matang, we've seen Turtonator, we've seen Dugong. Kind of like a solid 4. Gyarados is also really, really solid and is frequently in those teams. And then we might see a little bit of variance in what trainers bring extra. Medicham, we saw the return of the OG Pokemon. It's Axon, famous for using Medicham. And now Medicham is back with Psycho Cut.
And I think this is a core that you called out a number of times yesterday. Medicham plus Gyarados both are just very safe unless your opponent is running a Pokemon like Alolan Raichu. But we have not seen that Pokemon whatsoever. No fast attack damage with electric typing means that Gyarados is just one of the safest Pokemons in this limited meta here at LAIC 2026.
The Turtonator on the side of Stud Muffins that he is running right here, right now to start us off here on Saturday, day 2 of competition, running Incinerate, which is the more popular choice in day 2.
We actually see that Basti is running a Incinerate Turtonator as well. In comes the first charge attack. This is likely just going to be a Dragon Claw trying to do super effective damage to the opposing Turtonator before swapping in his Dugong.
Dugong being a staple pick for this LAIC meta due to its bulk and its ability to consistently debuff opponents with Icy Wind and then threaten a knockout with Drill Run.
Drill Run coming in now, super effective damage into the Dragon and Fire typing of Turtonator. I think it's going to be just shy of a knockout, but maybe only a few more Ice Shards in order to pick up a knockout, but depends on if Stud Muffins wants to use a shield here.
Dragon Claw coming through. It is much more powerful now than it used to be, so the Dragon Claw comes through, nearly knocks out Dugong. It's only able to get one more Icy Shard in before the knockout.
Yeah, with a 3-turn fast attack into a 5-turn, only the first fast attack will apply its damage. In comes a Brutal Swing from the Turtonator into the Mirror Turtonator, actually pulling a shield. I don't think the Dragon Claw was available.
Runerigus coming in. This is the Pokemon that I predicted to make a splash here at LAIC. Runerigus has a lot of utility. You give it a little bit of an energy advantage and it can sweep. I love this interaction here with the Oranguru. Shadow Claws are resisted, but it can get to Brutal Swing really quickly and its attack stat is so much higher than Oranguru's.
The one downside for Runerigus, and you see it here, is that 2 Brutal Swings are not enough to pick up a knockout into the Oranguru, and you lose the fast attack damage war. Brutal Swing coming back from the Oranguru, going to pick up the knockout, and there is a mirror match once again, Oranguru versus Oranguru.
And we see that Basti's Oranguru has 2 advantages here, but not only does it have more health than Stud Muffin's Oranguru, it also has more energy.
This is going to be really close. The Brutal Swing does not pick up the knockout, which means that Stud Muffins is able to launch his own and then likely pivot out into that Turtonator. I don't think he wants to get fast attack down here.
No, and you called it out. Turtonator comes in. It has a lot of health and attacks available, but Oranguru is able to go first, pulling the final shield from the side of Stud Muffins.
Shield comes out, means this Brutal Swing does no damage. There are not 2 charge attacks loaded for Stud Muffins, which means this next Brutal Swing from Basti is coming through. If it picks up the knockout, this is going to be a game over.
It does not knock out. Turtonator has the opportunity to throw another attack and pull that Protect Shield.
There is a secondary Brutal Swing loaded for Stud Muffins. It comes out immediately, and this is going to pick up the knockout for Basti. I believe I'm not sure if he has a Turtonator in the back, and it looks like no, that's going to be game number 1.
Yeah, the Turtonator in the back. They knock each other out with the Incinerate, but in a simultaneous KO situation like that, Stud Muffins takes it. He had an extra Pokemon. He had one more Pokemon hiding in the back.
Yeah, his Oranguru was sitting there sneakily hiding behind its fan, and that's going to be game number 1 of day number 2 going to Stud Muffins. He needs one more victory in this winners round 1 in order to move forward through the bracket.
Dugong, Turtonator, and Oranguru, a core of 3, a line of 3 that we see so frequently in this tournament. Just because Turtonator, it's bulky but can also output a lot of damage. Dugong, lots of bulk. Oranguru, lots of bulk. You saw in that last match, it was about outlasting your opponent. Just being able to tank 1 extra fast attack, 1 extra charged attack was the call, was the necessary component.
And we actually saw Basti reaching for a switch there at the end. I'm not sure if his switch clock had just come up, so it wasn't quite possible to switch. And I think that would have been potentially impactful. I don't think he would have won the game had that happened. I think he might have just tied. If he catches that move, he gets the confusion in before the Incinerate, and then there's a confusion that happens at the same time from the Oranguru and Oranguru. I think both were probably within 1 confusion range, and then it therefore becomes a tie as both Oranguru knock each other out.
And a tie is an automatic rematch in Pokemon Go.
Yes, it is, which means slate swipe clean. Unfortunately for Basti, he was unable to get that catch to happen in that last second attempt. Stud Muffins up 1-0, only needs to win 1 more game in order to take the match. And winner's side victories here, especially in day 2, are incredibly impactful. They provide you with so much more wiggle room, and you go so much farther through the bracket.
We have Turtonator Incinerate into Dugong. It looks like both trainers willing to stay out in this matchup. Tell me a little bit about the interaction between a 5-turn Incinerate and 3-turn Ice Shard.
It's really awkward being the 5-turn fast attack user here. If you throw 3 of them, that's 15 turns, which matches up exactly with 15 turns of a 5 fast attacks of a 3-turn user. You have the option to throw 1 more, but then you can typically get interrupted by the Dugong. So it just becomes very awkward. You have to often throw immediately after 3, give the Dugong a free fast attack, and it's not super optimal, but in terms of energy, but it is super optimal in terms of throwing your move first.
Runerigas coming in. This Icy Wind is going to do heavy damage if Basti doesn't protect it up, and that's exactly what he does. Now Runerigas has a little bit of an energy advantage, which is great, but it's also 1-stage attack debuffed, which is a big drawback into swapping into a Dugong.
And we see Basti's made a slight change to his team of 3 here. In the back, he's got that Togetic, which does have access to Rock-type Ancient Power damage, which would be very nice landing into the Turtonator.
But instead, right now, we have the Brutal Swing. What's nice about Runerigas is that Shadow Claw is only a 2-turn fast attack that allowed Basti to be able to throw 1 Shadow Claw and the attack before the confusion damage finished up.
In comes the Togetic, and it's going to go for a potential fast attack down, but not before a Trailblaze coming in from the Oranguru. You might be saying, why is he throwing the resisted move? Well, actually, both moves are resisted, but you get the attack raise from Trailblaze, which means that these confusions are doing even more damage.
And when your fast attack is the only thing that can even do neutral damage here, you want to be increasing that power. Ancient Power KOs the Oranguru. Then we have Turtonator coming in. Turtonator does not want to see these Ancient Powers, especially if the first one boosts.
7 Fairy Winds going through from the Togetic, getting good timing into Incinerate. Ancient Power, super effective damage into the Fire typing, does about half of the remaining health. Another Ancient Power is going to be launched now before the Brutal Swing can be reached because Stud Muffin opted to go for another Incinerate.
Stud Muffin puts up a Protect Shield. Can Turtonator knock out the Togetic with a Brutal Swing? Togetic just can't barely get to that Ancient Power.
Yeah, it was 3 more Fairy Winds to reach it. However, a shield is available for Basti, and there are no more shields left from Stud Muffin. We see actually a simultaneous swap from these trainers. In comes the Dugong. It takes 1 Incinerate for its trouble.
So the Dugong kind of out, or the Turtonator out there, and the Dugong now able to throw the Icy Wind, KO the Runerigas. Can the Togetic survive long enough?
I don't think so. It has very little health left, and 2 Ice Shards pick up the knockout, and you might be saying, why didn't Basti throw his move? It's because there was a Turtonator in the back that Ancient Power needed to land on, and that's going to be 2 games to 0 going to Stud Muffins. A really solid play there. Just a little bit too much health remaining on his Pokemon in order to have Basti win that game. I like the Togetic pivot. I think it provided a lot of great opportunities for Basti in that game number 2, but he just didn't have enough damage from his other Pokemon in order to have the Togetic really shine through.
Yeah, it seems like in these games, we are seeing a lot of kind of dancing around. We're seeing Pokemon with low health, kind of all 3 of them being utilized throughout the battle, shuffling the pieces around.
And Runerigus, I think, is great in general, but it really struggles against Dugong. We saw it here. It had a good amount of health left, but it didn't have the ability to make another move before this Icy Wind came through, picked up the knockout, and that was really necessary. The Shadow Claws just didn't do enough damage. If the Dugong had maybe been in 1 or 2 Fairy Wind range after those Shadow Claws, I think Basti would have had a really solid win opportunity, but there was just too much health. Dugong was too bulky.
Yeah, and that is the case with so many Pokemon at the LAIC meta. They are bulk monsters and really just tough to chew through. Pokemon like Medicham, like Dugong, Turtonator even is pretty bulky unless you hit it with some super effective damage.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen all that many Altarias. Altaria is another one of those dragons that is very, very bulky. I don't actually know whether Turtonator or Altaria is more bulky. I have to give it probably to Altaria. I think Altaria is just probably one of the most bulky dragon types in the Open Great League.
We'll have to see what Stud Muffin thinks of his incredibly bulky team after that win. Rise, go ahead and take it away with the interview.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm here with Stud Muffins, fresh off a win, starting day 2 strong, and now onto the top 16. First of all, Stud Muffins, just tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good, kind of sleepy, to be honest. I'm just looking forward to the next game.
It is early mornings here in Sao Paulo. Now, one matchup we saw throughout that was Turtonator versus Oranguru versus Turtonator. That can be awkward timing. Tell me, is that something that took some practice getting used to when preparing for this meta, like when to throw? Because it's not usual to have that 5 versus 4 turn scenario.
Yeah, I definitely have to study like the how to throw like the correct timing with 5 turns. It's a little tricky, and when I'm waiting for my next match, I'm actually like looking at my notes and trying to like get the counts on point.
Something I was curious about, in the night before a day 2, oftentimes people are preparing for a specific matchup. In this condensed meta, was that something you were looking into, the specific matchup, or was preparation any different for you as someone that's made multiple day 2s in your career?
For this one, I think because it's limited, they're like the same Pokemon over and over again, so it's just kind of like getting used to seeing the certain Pokemon and just playing it out.
And lastly, anybody you'd like to shout out or thank before I let you go here?
I want to shout out to Alan and Mike. They're really cool people, and I always love traveling with them. And also a shout out to my Elite TM teammates.
All right. Thank you so much, Stud Muffins. Casters, let's continue with the day 2 action.
Thank you, Chris, for taking a few moments with Stud Muffins there. And I like how he pointed out that even though he's got multiple top cuts to his name, he's a fantastic battler, he still is studying. He is still a student of the game, going back and learning in between battles and reviewing notes. I would say one of the most important things, other than learning type effectiveness, other than kind of knowing a little bit of your matchups, if you can learn that move timing in Pokemon Go, that is something that's going to take you from a pretty good battler to a pretty great battler.
And I really liked Chris's question about prepping for day 2. Because of the limited meta, you don't have to prepare as much for particular teams unless maybe your opponent has a spicy pick of their own that you don't see on anything else. But that's just not all that common. As we see here, very similar teams for our 2 trainers up on the stage. Nighttime Clasher versus Ashton Ash.
Nighttime Clasher utilizing the return of the OG, the Psycho Cut Medicham, where Ashton Ash more of in favor of the Runerigus, the call out that I made. If you just put up Medicham and Runerigus, that's a really interesting Pokemon interaction if you just look at what's different between the 2. Because Medicham has access to Ice Punch, which does a ton of damage to Runerigus. Runerigus but is able to hit back with Shadow Claws.
Yeah, I think the ground subtyping is actually a benefit to Runerigus in the Open Great League meta, but it's a little bit of a pain for it for the limited meta that we have here. And one thing to point out, as you all saw on the screen not that long ago, these two trainers are incredibly decorated. They have so many accomplishments here. They're looking to add to that list here, and winners round 1.
We have two Pokemon that are not dealing hardly any fast attack pressure. Their attacks are about gaining energy. We have Dragon Breath coming from Gyarados. We have Fury Cutter coming from Metang.
Metang throws out the Psyshock, pulls a first shield from Gyarados. Crunch coming through in return. Ash has a little more wiggle room to no shield here. One Crunch will not pick up a knockout, and the Dragon Breaths, as they are resisted, don't do all that much damage, but we see the defense drop.
Defense drop can be critical. Those Dragon Breaths doing just a little bit more damage. Aqua Tail is going to threaten a knockout, so Ash choosing to protect the Metang here. That can be risky. It is hard to be the first person to give up a Protect Shield in a match like this.
In comes the Psyshock, going to do good neutral damage into the Gyarados. An immediate swap out because Ash knows he's going to lose that fast attack down. Met by a Dugong on the other side, and Crunch just doesn't do a ton of damage.
And I'm looking into that backline matchup. I'm seeing that Medicham, and we know Dynamic Punch can put a ton of hurt on that Oranguru that Ash has in the back.
I think it's really going to come down to energy management, as is very common in this meta. Does Ash try to lose this matchup? Do either trainer use the shield? Does the attack drop really impact how much damage this next Crunch does?
We are about to find out. Crunch is locked. Crunch is loaded. It lands on Dugong. Not nearly enough. Dugong, I don't think, can pull off an Icy Wind down, or an Ice Shard down.
It looks like Nighttime Clasher is opting for energy advantage here. Ash really wants this knockout because had a Icy Wind gone into his Oranguru, that would have made this following magic just that much harder. However, Nighttime Clasher, because he had his Pokemon knocked out, does come in a little bit earlier and is able to garner energy faster.
I called it out at the beginning. These Dynamic Punches are only neutral to Oranguru. However, they do a ton of damage. So this Oranguru has to watch out, using Trailblaze to kind of ramp up its attack, but there are no shields left to hide behind. It can withstand just one.
I do like the Trailblaze coming in first. It ramps up the amount of damage these Confusions are doing. Dynamic Punch comes through. I think depending on how much damage these Psycho Cut's doing, a Dynamic Punch might be able to pick up the knockout, but in comes the Trailblaze first. This would be more than enough to pick up the knockout, so Medicham puts up a shield.
Yeah, but Medicham has energy now. We saw Ash try to wait a turn, but I think Nighttime Clasher was just a little more patient.
2 full charge attacks are loaded. Gyarados does not have that much HP remaining. Will the Medicham be able to Psycho Cut down if Ash comes in with the Gyarados?
We're waiting out the clock. There's Oranguru, there's Gyarados. I don't know if Gyarados can Dragon Breath down. There's also that Gyarados in the back for Ash. Psycho Cut down. And then finally the Oranguru, we are going to see get knocked out with Dynamic Punch. I really like that play, though, from Ash, trying to wait a moment for Nighttime Clasher, seeing if he can catch a Dynamic Punch on the Metang. But Nighttime Clasher proved to be just a little bit more patient in this scenario.
Very true. There was a ton of patience from Nighttime Clasher there, waiting out, making sure he's not throwing the move into the wrong Pokemon. I do think Ash had an opportunity, though, to play that endgame a little bit more differently. He had enough HP on Metang, he had enough HP on the Gyarados to get a good amount of fast attack pressure in. Had he instead let the Dynamic Punch go into the Oranguru immediately, he could have done a bit of a peekaboo play with the Metang and the Gyarados. Because Gyarados was a little bit less healthy, he goes into the Metang, waits a little bit, tries to catch the second Dynamic Punch onto the Gyarados. I think that opens a little bit of a cleaner opportunity for Ash to win that game.
And that's so easy for us to decide and talk about from back here on the desk. We can go back, we can watch the replay, we can sit and think about it. It's a lot harder under the bright lights of the stage.
Yeah. Realistically, the play that Ash made was not a bad one, right? It was an opportunity for him to win. There was just a little bit too much health remaining on that Medicham. Medicham doing just a little bit too much damage with those Psycho Cuts and was able to farm down that Gyarados before the Dragon Breaths added up into a knockout.
Nighttime Clasher up 1-0 in winners round 1. As you mentioned earlier, Nick, on day 2, these winners round wins are incredibly impactful. It puts you closer to prizing. It inches you closer to that winners finals. They're so impactful.
Yeah, Rise called it out during the interview, right? It's top 16 if you get a singular win on the winner's side today. Here we are, game number 2, Nighttime Clashers Medicham into Metang. Ash, I have to imagine, is fairly happy with this matchup, given that the Psycho Cuts are resisted, the Ice Punches are resisted, and the Dynamic Punches are just neutral.
I would say that Ash played fairly strong into Medicham. Taking a look at his entire backline, the Runerigus has good playing to it, and so does the Gyarados. We do know that Gyarados can struggle up against Dynamic Punch, though.
The one difficult thing, though, is that he's now made his team a little bit weak to Dugong. Does he stay in with the Metang? Because it might be just one of his best answers. There's no way he's switching into Runerigus.
Yeah, I think this is the right choice from Ash, staying in with the Metang because it is his best Dugong answer. Metang does have to watch out for those drill runs, but trainers haven't used Protect Shields yet. The main threat, this Dugong, has pretty neutralized at this point.
Yeah, the tough thing for Ash here is that this drill run is going to pick up a knockout, and neither of his Pokemon have an easy time farming down this Dugong afterward. Looks like Aqua Tail is going to come out just at the same time as an Icy Wind, but Ash instead opting for a Dragon Breath down and hoping that his Runerigus, now that the Dugong is out of the way, is a little bit more safe, but no, Nighttime Clasher pivoting out.
And resetting the Icy Wind debuff, Runerigus comes in. This is tough for Runerigus just because these Aqua Tails are super effective coming in from Gyarados, and Gyarados paces so quickly to them. It's 9 Dragon Breaths per Aqua Tail.
Yeah, Aqua Tail is loaded. A second is not too much farther away. Aqua Tail, I don't think, quite picks up the knockout now, but it does so much damage because it is same type attack bonus and super effective.
And the next Aqua Tail already. I think if you get to 4 Aqua Tails, it's only 8 Dragon Breaths to get to it. It's too fast. Gyarados is just too fast.
All right, Brutal Swing is ready, thrown well before the Aqua Tail is loaded. Nighttime Clasher putting up his second shield, wants to preserve this Gyarados to make a fourth Aqua Tail? Third Aqua Tail?
Ooh, recognizing and staying in with the Runerigus, recognizing he can get a lot of damage done with Shadow Claw alone, and throwing the Brutal Swing in to get some nice neutral damage done on the Medicham. But how is he going to dispose? Nighttime Clasher looks like he's got still all 3 of his Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, this Ice Punch is going to do a lot of super effective damage. It does not quite pick up the knockout, and because this Medicham is not on counter, we do see that the fast attacks do a little bit of damage. Nighttime Clasher holding onto his shield, wanting to save it for the last moment.
Brutal Swing does not pick up the knockout. Medicham is going to be able to do that with Ice Punch, but now the Medicham's pretty dry on energy. Can Gyarados get enough of an advantage to clear out Nighttime Clasher's Gyarados?
Oh, there is so much energy loaded for Ash, and really good for him. I think throwing before Nighttime Clasher is able to throw his. The question is, how much energy does Nighttime Clasher have in the back? Does that Dugong have a move loaded?
Ooh, here comes the Aqua Tail. It's not very effective. Can Ash's Gyarados withstand this and also take out 2 more Pokemon?
Aqua Tail not able to be thrown. Dragon Breath coming through at the same time as it was clicked. And that is a match win for Nighttime Clasher, making his way into top 16 here in LAIC 2026.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher really seemed to be in the driver's seat in that matchup a little bit. Seemed to kind of be the one dominating, the one making the switches, kind of being the more aggressive player.
Yeah, I think it just shows that he has a really good mastery of this meta, knows how to play it, knows how to utilize his 6 Pokemon in order to push advantages, really showing a great mastery with Gyarados as well as Dugong in that match.
I really liked the Runerigus call from Ash and Ash. It has good play into the Medicham, but just wasn't aligned as well into the Gyarados and the Dugong.
I'm gonna have to go against you there. I think the Runerigus was a bit of a downfall, especially in game number 1 when it lined up against the Dugong. It gave that Dugong just a little bit too much energy, and I really wish that it had a better matchup into Medicham than it does. You know, no Shadow Ball being ran right now. You only have neutral damage, or you have super effective damage with the fast attacks, but you only have neutral damage with the charge attacks, and you're never really good. I'll take it back, I'll take it back. We have seen Rock Tombs being thrown purposefully into Medichams to get debuffs, but realistically, that's not a great play to make when you'd rather use a cheaper charge attack that has better efficiency.
Yeah, Runerigus needs to be. I like the idea of Runerigus into Medicham, but you've got to give it an advantage. You've got to give it a couple Shadow Claws. You got to make sure it has Protect Shields in order for it to do a lot of the great work for you. So setting it up with a bulky Pokemon that can take a lot of damage, it needs a good Runerigus needs a good partner.
And the really difficult thing about garnering advantages like this in this meta is that so many Pokemon are safe. So I find it really tough to find ways to get advantages for Pokemon that need advantages in order to win matchups, right? You're putting yourself a little bit behind by having a Pokemon that needs advantages.
And the trainer with the advantage today is Nighttime Clasher. Rise, why don't you let us know a little bit of insights from the man himself?
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm here with Nighttime Clasher, a regular appearance for him in day number 2. Nighttime, tell me your thoughts on this meta in general. It's been really exciting, dynamic gameplay. How are you feeling about this meta?
I really enjoy, actually, like when I play mirror teams. I'm not so sold on like playing like some stuff like Togetic or like Togekiss or just some of the crazier things like Rapidash as well. Not a huge fan of that, but just playing mirrors, it feels like skill expression like comes through 100%. Every game, I feel like if I lost, it was most likely my fault, and I can live with that, right? Because I could have just played better. So in a way, it's like a lot better for my mindset. I'm going into every game thinking, as long as I do what I need to do, write down what I need to write down, count everything correctly, we'll be good to go. And that can help you build a lot of confidence.
I like that mindset. And one topic we had been talking about the first 2 days is Ember versus Incinerate. We got the stats for day 2, 13 Incinerate, 8 Ember. What are your thoughts on that? I know you had some opinions on the movesets yesterday.
Okay, honestly, like yesterday, I was like not completely sold. We'll see if I'm sold by the end of today. Let's just say that. I feel like it's still a really tough call because when there are so many Turtonator actually in the tournament, like it definitely makes you feel like you want Ember, right? Because you absolutely demolished them in that matchup just by pacing so much quicker. But at the same time, like literally everywhere across the field, like Incinerate will be better. So it's hard. Like, do you want to give up like a general trade-off, or do you want to just be better against one Pokemon? Which 80% of teams have that Pokemon, so it's not too crazy.
And the other Pokemon we've been talking about a lot is the return of the OG, the return of Medicham. It seemed like it was a pivotal Pokemon for you in that win. How have you been enjoying Medicham on your team?
It's honestly fantastic, right? It has the ability to land damage into anything, so it's just neutral. Love it.
And any quick shout-outs before we toss back to the casters?
Shout out to my brother, of course. He gave me the team. He's like standing over there. Wish he could have made day 2, but he'll have his moment. And like shout out to all the people running the same team as me. Shout out to Maxwell and SS Thorn especially for helping with some lines. Lyle Jeffs as well. Teresa and my family. Thanks for watching as always. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much for your insights, Nighttime. Casters, back to you. Nice job, dude.
Moments with Nighttime Clasher. I love the shout out to his brother, but what I really want to focus in on is the mindset question. How this meta is truly about skill expression. So Nighttime Clasher saying, if I lost, it wasn't bad luck. I just didn't play well enough. And that's something he can live with.
Just play better. And like, I think that's something that's good to keep in mind, right? Sometimes you get RPS'd and you could also just still play better in that matchup, right? Just don't choose an RPS line. But in this meta, we don't really see that ever. We only see games being decided by small advantages garnered by better optimization of charged attacks, catching moves, etc., keeping a Pokemon in the back with 1 HP, all of these things that we see from high-level trainers, and they come to the forefront here in a meta that is defined by skill expression.
Two trainers that have shown us a lot of skill expression this weekend are Marto Galde and Stone Collection. Tell us a little bit about why should we be paying attention to these two trainers, Nick?
And Marto Galde, you have to know him. You have to know the name. He's a household name across all regions. He's our last year LAIC champion, and Stone Collection has made a great name for himself in the European region as well. He's done quite well in a number of tournaments, and in order to make Day 2, he had to take down a very talented young battler in PvP, David.
Stone Collection trying to take the trophy back to the EU region, back to Germany. Marto Galde trying to keep it in Argentina, keep it in the LATAM region at least. I know he is back. He is hungry for a win. I love that he's running Vespiquen. Vespiquen is going to have a good matchup into a Pokemon like that Oranguru. I think it does okay into Metacham as well.
Yeah, because it's quite bulky, it doesn't faint to 2 Ice Punches. I think 3 are necessary. It doesn't have access to any super effective damage on its typical move sets, but it does have very neutral damage frequently. And we can see these trainers are extremely decorated. The Stuttgart finalist, that's one of his most recent top accolades for Stone Collection, as well as a good number of top 8s and top 4s.
And Marto, I love shouting out that World's Top 4 in Honolulu 2024. That is a massive accomplishment when you are playing against the best of the best. I love, though, that Stone Collection as well is on the rise with so many top cuts. It looks like I saw a good luck, have fun coming out of those trainers. Let's go ahead and start us off getting over to the field of battle.
On the left, we have Marto Galde with Metacham. On the right, we have Stone Collection with Oranguru. And this is an incredibly neutral matchup between these two Pokemon. Their typings don't really speak too much, right? You have a fighting type into a psychic type. You have a fighting type into a normal type. Kind of cancels out.
And these dynamic punches, as mentioned, Oranguru can only handle one dynamic punch, even though it's only neutral damage. Stone Collection is going to be firing back with that Trailblaze. Guaranteed attack stat boost to get those neutral confusions to chunk away even further.
And it's very curious to see how these different trainers play out this matchup. I think last match we saw the Trailblaze immediately into a singular shield. We'll see if Stone Collection throws another Trailblaze or if he goes for a Brutal Swing here. It looks like he's opting for the Brutal Swing, which would be more than enough to pick up the knockout into Marto Galde's Metacham.
Metacham heading out. Looks like Marto's maybe looking to get, he has the shield advantage and now looking to maybe get an energy advantage as well, being able to Fury Cutter down this Oranguru.
This is going to be a lot of energy for the Vespiquen if Stone Collection does not switch out, and he does. 2 flying types in the back for Marto Galde means that it's going to be a bit tough for him to take out this Dugong, but super effective damage with this Ancient Power is a first step.
Power Gem connects with the Protect Shield, and then we see a swap out into the Gyarados. Marto has 2 shields and a Gyarados. I don't know if there's any stronger position to be in.
The one difficult thing, though, is that he's behind in pacing a little bit because Stone Collection switched out from the initial matchup, did not allow for his Oranguru to get farmed down. Now the Crunch is coming out after the first debuff, and Crunch, maybe I would have liked to see Marto throw this Crunch a little bit earlier, just in the off chance that he does get the debuff. No debuff coming through, so it's really not that impactful, but had it happened, the extra damage from the Dragon Breaths might have been impactful.
Icy Wind knocking down Gyarados into the red and also knocking down its attack stat. So these Crunches are just not going to do as much damage. Crunch comes through into Dugong. It'll take it into the red, but just barely. Swapping into the Vespiquen, even though this is a losing matchup, it does reset the debuff on Gyarados.
Ooh, this is really tough. Icy Wind is able to be reached before the charge attack from the Vespiquen. Icy Wind going to lower the attack and no farm down available because Stone Collection is on top of his game. He is going to be switching out, and Marto Galde, I think, going for a little bit of a funny play here, throwing the resisted Power Gem and completely undercharging, given that I think he thinks he's in a completely losing scenario here.
Yeah, a little bit of a smirk. I think he's already thinking about looking at his notes, trying to decide, all right, this play did not work out well for me in game number 1, but I'm not out of it yet. What can I do in game number 2?
It's really tough. the exact alignment that Stone Collection got in this game was very good. The Dugong in the back, really no hard answers on Martel Galde's team because there are no hard answers in the general meta, right? I mean, you could have a counter Medicham, you could have a counter Annihilate, but those Pokemon struggle so much against the rest of the meta, it's very unsafe to bring them on your team of 6.
Marto needs to reset here if he wants to continue this. Remember, this is the winner side of the bracket. We are early in Saturday of the LAIC tournament. So a win here would be fantastic. It catapults him forward, but a loss isn't the end of the road.
No, the loser side of the bracket, it's a slog, but it's still a part of the bracket. You still have an opportunity to work your way through it. We've seen it time and time again. We've had so many champions of tournaments have really long losers brackets run, so it's definitely possible. It's definitely not the end of the road.
Taking a look at that first matchup again, we saw, and I called it out, 2 shields and a Gyarados is an incredibly safe place to be in, but I think you called out, Nick, that Marto was down a little bit in energy, down a little bit in pacing.
Yeah, because the Icy One landed, those crunches just didn't add up fast enough. We saw 2 crunches, not quite enough with the Dragon Breaths to pick up the knockout, and to be fair, it isn't enough in the lead matchup either. You need 2 crunches and an Aqua Tail, but I think it put him in a position where he just didn't have enough momentum in the end game. You saw that the Fury Cutter down wasn't possible before the next Icy One landed, and that just really was the curtains closing for Martel Galde in that game number 1.
Could you imagine if it was, though, if it were to have happened, the Fury Cutter had gone down? That would have been awesome, and I think that would have made it real close.
It would have definitely made it close. I think it's still maybe a little bit Stone Collection leaning because there's no super effective damage into the Medicham, and Medicham is just so safe into this meta, right? The Vespiquen, it has Power Gem and X-Scissor, and X-Scissor, it's a bug type move. It does super effective damage against the Psychic type, but it's resisted by the fighting typing, and that's why I think Medicham is just so safe. There's no Aerial Ace on that Vespiquen in order to do super effective damage.
Going into game number 2, Stone Collection is up by 1, only needs 1 more win. Like you said, 1 win in winner's side, you're top 16. You're sitting in a really nice position.
Into game number 2, this could be decisive. It's a mirror match between Medichams, and we've seen that Medichams have been typically opting for Ice Punch in this mirror match. It is going to be the more effective move, and a charge attack tie is won by Stone Collection. You see Marto grimacing a little bit. He would have preferred to have won this interaction instead.
And this could be massive in terms of interactions and how the rest of the game plays out. Marto benched the Vespiquen. It didn't do enough for him and is hoping the Runerigus is going to turn the tides. Stone Collection running also made a swap. Benched the Oranguru in favor of Turtonator.
Marto's gonna really have to hope that his Runerigus does not land onto that Dugong. That is the worst matchup for that Pokemon, so he's either going to need to win switch advantage with this Medicham, or he's going to need to be able to safe swap his own Gyarados and potentially try to pull out the Dugong with that.
Yeah, the Runerigus, as much as I love it, and I am going to be Runerigus' champion here at LAIC, I don't know if it has a strong target in this matchup. It's going to be looking to maybe land a Rock Tomb into the Turtonator to make the biggest impact possible, but I don't know if it's going to be able to do it.
I think one thing that is nice for Marto is that this Ice Punch comes through. He can bring in the Dugong quite safely, right? He doesn't need to bring in the more risky Runerigus. No, he does come in with Runerigus. I think this is so detrimental to the rest of his game. However, maybe Stone Collection opts to stay in with the Dugong into the Gyarados because the matchup against Turtonator is not that bad.
Well, waiting out the clock, waiting to make the decision. There it is, Runerigus into Dugong, and then we see that Gyarados Turtonator matchup in the wings.
Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Marto Galde is able to pull a shield with the Rock Tomb, and that's going to lower the amount of damage that's coming in from Dugong. And I actually like this. You know, Marto's staying in this negative matchup, and I like it because there's energy on the Dugong. He doesn't want to switch out immediately into the Gyarados because the Gyarados would become debuffed. He has the opportunity to switch now or throw an additional Rock Tomb and maybe try to play out the 2-shield matchup. Maybe he could have opted for a bait here, and it looks like it would have been very impactful because Stone Collection's putting up 2 shields into a Dugong.
But what Brutal Swing does not do is lower the attack even more, able to get to a 3rd Rock Tomb. Now this is going to be debuffed a lot from those icy winds, but it's still super effective damage.
I actually don't like this play from Stone Collection. He's now built up a lot of energy. Marto Galde is not going to shield this, come in with the Gyarados in the end game, and the Gyarados is unfortunately going to be debuffed for the rest of the game because there is so much energy on this Dugong, but he still maintains a shield and is going to get a little bit of energy going into that Turtonator matchup.
Mario's got to decide, where is this Protect Shield going to be most valuable? Decides it's not against this Dugong that's been debuffed so many times by Rock Tomb. I'm going to use this shield up against a fresh Turtonator.
I think this is the matchup that is best for Marto Galde. He's resisting the Incinerate. Aqua Tail coming through. No shields remaining from Stone Collection. Do 2 debuffed Aqua Tails knock out?
There's one. I think another can do it. There's the second. This is going to be razor close.
Marto Galde breathing a sigh of relief. He knows this Aqua Tail picks up the knockout, and there's just not enough health remaining on this Dugong. Aqua Tail reached. It's resisted damage, but it's more than enough to pick up the knockout and tie this match 1-1.
With bated breath, these trainers are seeing, does it pick up the knockout? It does. Marto swings the momentum back in his favor to take game number 2. Now, Nick, I think the critical point was that Runerigus and Dugong interaction in that matchup. That's what really swung it for Marto. Runerigus, a Dugong counter. I'm looking at you, Nick.
You got me. My hands are up. You got me. You got me. Runerigus proving its worth there. Rock Tomb, such a good move into an ice type like Dugong, able to win what is very much a negative matchup. Runerigus only has neutral damage with its fast attack into the Dugong, where Dugong has super effective damage. So you'd be like, no, that's not a good matchup for Runerigus. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
And those Rock Tombs were so impactful because the next Icy Wind that Stone Collection threw into that Gyarados was so debuffed by all those Rock Tombs.
Absolutely. That's a great point, Stephanie. Gyarados, not the most bulky Pokemon, doesn't typically like taking neutral damage from charge attacks, but because it was so debuffed, maybe Stone Collection could have saved that for later, but then Marto has the opportunity to build up energy into the Turtonator. It's no longer debuffed, right? And because Gyarados has such a high attack stat, it's going to win that charge attack tie against the Dugong, and maybe you don't ever get to throw that Icy Wind anyways.
I thought it was over for Marto, but we just proved we're talking about checkers. He's playing chess.
A little bit of 3D chess with 6 pieces on the board for these 2 trainers. Which pieces are staying? Which pieces are being sacrificed in order to grant a better positioning for potentially a Queen Bee?
And the Vespiquen is the queen of the bug-type Pokemon today in LAIC. I am so excited to see Vespiquen do well. Shout out, if you want to build and catch a Vespiquen, you're going to want to be looking for those Combees, but only the female Combee, the ones it'll have a bright, shiny jewel tone in the center.
See a thumbs up across the table. Our players are ready for a decisive game number 3, and the Queen makes its move into the lead against Metachamp. This is a good lead for this Vespiquen. It's not the best lead for it. You'd much rather see an Oranguru. However, 2 Ice Punches not going to really threaten this Vespiquen. It's super effective damage, but it's Ice Punch from a Metachamp.
Marto really relying on this Metachamp, bringing it to every single matchup and using it as a catch to absorb this Ice Punch rather than taking it on his Vespiquen.
I really like this play from Marto. He knows there's likely to be an Oranguru in the back, so he's pulling it out with this Metachamp. And in the back, it's going to very, very neutral matchup of Dugong into Dugong. However, one potentially precarious thing about this play from Marto is that if his Dugong gets lined up against the Metachamp, it's a really bad matchup.
Oranguru throwing throws Trailblaze in order to boost its attack. This is how Oranguru is able to get a lot of neutral damage into Medicham. We know Oranguru cannot tank a second dynamic punch. It can only deal with one. The second one, it's already under half health. And we can see the Vespiquen coming in for the snipe, getting a little bit of energy.
And even though Vespiquen's a flying type, we actually don't see the Dugong coming in. So this is actually really good for Marto, right? He's going to be able to get a lot of neutral damage off with these X-Scissors. He's got a little extra energy, and he has a good amount of health remaining on that Medicham in the back, which looks really good into the Medicham of Stone Collection, as well as the Dugong.
Why did Stone Collection not bring in the Dugong? Is he thinking there's something different in the back for Marto Galde? This is the first time Marto's brought that Dugong.
I think it's because he's guessing that there's a Gyarados in the back, and Dugong is just so good into Gyarados. Ice Punch coming through. I don't think it's enough to pick up the knockout. Immediate switch into the Dugong. Power Gem is barely able to be knocked off. One Ice Shard not picking off the knockout. 1 HP in a dream from that Vespiquen.
And maybe Stone Collection didn't realize it was coming, but that takes Dugong super low. 2 Protect Shields remaining, and the health on Stone Collection's Dugong. Stone Collection recognizes there is no win conditions remaining. With that Power Gem landing, there was just no way to overcome that.
The mirror match between Dugong and Dugong is very, very close, unless your Dugong is at half health from taking a Power Gem. It's just so much super effective damage, and there were no more winning plays in that game for Stone Collection. Even with a catch, even with Marto just like going straight Icy Wind for some reason, I don't think there were any options. The amount of HP differential was just way too much to overcome.
Yeah, and seeing a trainer quit out of the game like that, I think that's just saying, like, you know what? You beat me. Good game. Well done. I've exhausted my win conditions. It's not always done out of rage.
No, that was not one of rage. It was one saying, hey, that was a really great play with the Vespiquen. You got the snipe onto the Oranguru. There's just no more play for me here. I don't even want to play out this it's a mirror match between 2 really bulky Pokemon that do absolutely no damage with their fast attacks and don't do all that much damage with their neutral drill runs. He saved us about 2 minutes, I think.
And so thank you, Marto, for that. Marto and Stone Collection for that fantastic matchup. Marto Galde, again, really thinking through a lot of these matches. I'm still really locked into that second game, that Runerigus and Dugong interaction.
Yeah, and I hope that if we have an interview with Marto, we get to hear a little bit about his mindset from that interaction, right? It was not the best matchup for the Runerigus in general because of the amount of damage it was taking from those ice shards and the protected Icy Winds lowering its attack stat. But because it was able to get so much momentum with a little bit of energy advantage from those few Shadow Claws that it got, we have an interview, not just me. We both have an interview up on stage. Leo, let's get some information from Marto Galde about his thoughts on this matchup.
Getting that interview for us. I'm joined by Marto Galde, who just defeated Stone Collection. It's going well for you again here at LAIC. How are you feeling?
I mean, I won't complain. No, when he won the first game against me, he was so dominant that I started questioning a lot of things. And I have to admit I was scared, but I got lucky in game 2 that he had a Turtonator. And then game 3 was a good one.
So you brought the Vespiquen a lot. Did you bring it a lot in the entire tournament, or was this like an exception?
Yes, every single game. Yeah, for my opponents. Yeah, every single game.
Oh, so would you say Vespiquen is the best Pokemon in the meta, huh?
Yeah, insane. Beats everything. Nothing counters it.
All right. So how did you like the meta so far? I mean, you just beat Stone Collection, one of the best grassroots players in the world who likes those limited metas. How do you like it so far?
I really like it. It doesn't feel RPS, which is always the problem with this game, right? You can just have a good team and then somebody brings a core breaker and there's not much you can do. Well, here I think you can do a lot of stuff, and that's the thing I like the most about this meta. Yeah, it is a bit limited. Maybe the Pokemon are too repetitive, but it's not RPS, and I prefer not RPS.
So we have 100% usage rate on Oranguru in day 2. How did you feel Oranguru was in the tournament? Because you have a hard answer in the Vespiquen. Do you think Oranguru was too dominant, or can you also build teams without it?
I mean, it was clearly good because he still bring it against me, even though I had the Vespiquen and he won. So it's the best Pokemon in the meta. It is for a reason 100% usage.
All right, Marta, do you think you can just go back-to-back and get LAIC back on your belt?
Yeah, for sure. I just need to lock in a bit. I felt a bit lost in the first game, but if I lock in, I feel like I can do it.
I mean, in game 2 and 3, you looked locked in. Do you have any more shoutouts?
No, yeah. So my teammates always 7-Eleven. They help me a lot. When I get anxious before a tournament, I ask them like, what do you think about this team? I always make bad teams, so I appreciate them a lot. My Twitch community, they always support me. My friends at Killmates, they know who we are. My family, lo quiero mucho. Everyone, Argentinians as well, that did very well in this tournament. I'm very proud of them. So let's keep going.
So I think if you say that you're always building bad teams, I think this meta really helps you a lot with this one. Thank you so much for your time, Marto. We're going for a short break and then we'll be right back behind the disc.
Pokemon Go is my first Pokemon game I played. Ooh, my favorite Pokemon is Registeel because it was the Pokemon I won my first ever Play Pokemon Regional with. It was Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. That is the furthest I've ever traveled. Absolutely worth it. Once in a lifetime trip. I would definitely say I look up to Itzaxon, the world champion from Yokohama. He's definitely really helped me with a lot of the teams I build and a lot of the play styles I've really gotten comfortable with. So everywhere I like to go, my favorite food is nachos. I always have to criticize the nachos that different places have that I travel to. So I would definitely say nachos are the best thing ever. Ugh, I want to say fruit because that's what you should be having for a snack, but I always love my bag of chips. My favorite city to compete in, it actually has to be London. I just love the city in general. It's always a breeze to travel around London. Favorite type of music's definitely EDM. Always a lot of jamming music when it comes to that genre. That's what I always do to hype myself up before tournaments.
Water, fire, or grass?
Water. Water is essential to life.
The one banished. The one that watches. A legendary Pokemon that exists in the shadows. Feared for its presence, yet coveted by trainers worldwide. Giratina has left a lasting mark on the world of Pokemon GO. In its altered form, Giratina thrives as a supportive force, anchoring teams and wearing down opponents with patient strength. But in its origin form, Giratina's true nature awakens. Freed from the chains of exile, it becomes a serpentine dragon unbound by gravity. Its attacks grow fierce, transforming it from a sturdy defender into a devastating closer capable of ending battles with overwhelming power.
Hey, Giratina! It does it! Inadequate force of an impossible endgame there against Beelzebub.
It's no wonder that such a wickedly versatile Pokemon has claimed its place on championship-winning teams. Yet, having a legendary Pokemon is not the same as mastering it. It takes knowledge to unlock the full potential of these giants. Allow me to show you. Legendary Pokemon are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their power makes the effort worthwhile. They shine the most in the Master League, where their CP can reach staggering heights. But some can also be kept below 1500 CP, making them viable for the Great League. Trainers often trade with friends to secure legendary Pokemon that ideally sit as close to 1500 CP as possible, without exceeding that Great League threshold. Examples of legendary Pokemon that are very good in the Great League are Cresselia, Giratina, Registeel, Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres was a key member of world champion Beelzebub's team. It has some of the best fast and charge stacks in the game. Once Mandibuzz ruled the skies, but now Galarian Moltres has taken the throne. With its dark and flying type, it is one of the best counters to popular ground and ghost type Pokemon. Giratina comes in two forms. Origin, offering more offensive pressure, and Altered, providing greater bulk. Recently, trainers were able to rescue Shadow Giratina Altered from Giovanni, and it has proven to be successful in the competition immediately. Its typing gives it 8 defensive resistances, making it one of the top choices as your ghost type Pokemon to bring to the battlefield. Next to strength and versatility, some legendary Pokemon focus on coverage and bulk. Cresselia has been a staple in competitive battles for years, thanks to its flexible choice of attacks. With Grass Knot, it threatens water and ground type Pokémon. With Moonblast, it handles dragon and dark type Pokémon. And with Future Sight, it delivers strong neutral damage. It has won multiple championships for a reason. Legendary Pokémon demonstrate that many favorites can find a place in competitive battles. With their strength, versatility and coverage, they can be tailored to fill the role your team needs the most.
Whether it is in friendly matches or the Pokémon GO Battle League, mastering these Pokémon can give trainers a decisive edge. Try for yourself by catching or trading one of these legendary Pokémon and adding them to your roster. Best of luck, trainers!
Welcome back, trainers. We hope you're recharged because the battles are not slowing down here in Sao Paulo. Alongside my co-caster, Leonard Koenig, Chris Reisner joining you on the action. It's been a great start to the day, and we got some much more to come.
Yep, we've been absolutely loving it yesterday. The battle starting out hot today. Of course, we are in Brazil, so the weather is kind of nice here. It's kind of hot, but the battles are just going to get better. We've got so many big names coming, and those prodigies, those young trainers that have already big championship titles under their belt, they are coming up next.
Like you said, already coming in hot, but we are just getting warmed up here at day 2 of LAIC. Coming up next, we have a matchup between Sceptile Ice and Patoman. One of the world's best in Patoman, has such a long list of accolades. Sceptile Ice, a consistent top cutter from North America. Ever since he got that runner-up finish in Toronto, he's been very consistent, very well respected in North America, and he's looking to take down the man, Patoman.
And we've got one trainer who still really wants to show that he can also win those titles, and one trainer who also has nothing to lose in those tournaments but still shoots for the stars every single time. Ironically enough, the younger one is the very accomplished trainer that everyone who sits across from him is afraid of.
Absolutely. And Leo, I was talking backstage with some players, and one storyline to keep an eye on is we still, in the history of international championships, have not had an outside region player win that championship. There are several Americans left in this tournament. Sceptile Ice, one of them, looking to accomplish that feat. And Patoman as well, from Spain, would be another outside region player looking to win this title.
Yeah, looked at it yesterday. In the winner's side of the bracket for the top 16, we have only 8 LATAM players still undefeated, and then we had 8 European or US players. So it's 50-50 here on the winner side. On the loser side of the bracket, it looks a little bit better for the home turf, but we have a non-LATAM matchup right here. Spain versus the US. Patoman, finalist of many, champion of many, such a beast of a trainer.
And you notice with Sceptile Ice's accomplishments that you saw there, they're all from the 2025 season, meaning he has just improved and gotten better as a player as his career has gone on. I think a lot of that has to do with his confidence as well. Once you get that top cut, you know you're capable, you know you can get there again. He got a top 8 at NAIC. That's a really impressive achievement. Now he'll try to do it at his second IC.
Sceptile, also a really cool Pokemon. I've been rocking a shiny Sceptile that I caught on my way home from Gdansk. Been rocking it in the Great League. It's good.
Did you know that Sceptile learns Earthquake? Yes. Pokemon Go? Some people get surprised by that, and here we go. It seems we're ready to kick things off here. Patoman versus Sceptile Ice, and we're gonna have a Togekiss lead into a Dugong.
This is very positive for Dugong, especially now since it is even energy. Immediate save swap into the Medicham. Metang is the answer, but it is not a hard answer.
Absolutely not. Medicham, like we talked about, can nearly get rid of this with 2 dynamic punches. Sceptile Ice going to be opting for that side shock straight away, the more efficient charge attack out of the 2 with that gyro ball. But Medicham so fast, throwing this dynamic punch. You'll see how much it does. It's just around that halfway mark of health, and actually this Metang takes it pretty well to a point where you can't really cycle cut down even after a second.
It's nice that you're now outpacing after you save swap the Medicham, so it has a slight energy advantage, but if your charge attacks barely do not knock out, it doesn't really matter if you're outpacing.
And look look at this. The Fury Cutter's adding up where 2 Psyshocks looks like it may actually be enough to knock out the Medicham. And Sceptile Ice, recognizing that Matang, a really solid check in that zero shield scenario to, oh, it actually reaches a Gyro Ball. Does Patoman realize that this is, yes, he does. It's super effective. Still would do so much damage. So not only does Patoman not take back switch advantage, he has to go down a shield as well.
That's a rare occasion. We've only seen 1 Gyro Ball so far in this tournament. That was against a Turtonator, I think, from Stone Collection. Now the Aura Sphere is being charged up. Yes, you have energy advantage, but you gave up a shield.
And this is where we talked about Togekiss being a pesky Pokemon with that access to Aura Sphere. Even though this is a bad matchup against Dugong, it doesn't look so bad. You're already at another Aura Sphere before Dugong gets to that Icy win, and Sceptile Ice forced to commit the Protect Shield.
Now is Sceptile Ice going to predict a pack and a swap? No, swaps immediately into the Turtonator. Goes to throw a Drill Run here. Is Patoman going to commit the second shield? Is he going to take this massive amount of damage by the super effective charge attack? Swaps in the Oranguru. This is a neutral matchup, but with 50% advantage on the HP side. This is looking good for Sceptile Ice.
A nice prediction by Sceptile to throw the Drill Run and not opt for that debuffing Icy win. This puts the Turtonator in a more uncomfortable position where confusions are starting to threaten it. And now Patoman throwing another Brutal Swing, but his health starting to dwindle. Brutal Swing coming from this Ember Turtonator.
Can Sceptile Ice farm this Turtonator down without having to throw a charged attack here? It's looking good. This is going to be the knockout on the Turtonator. 2 charge attacks start on the Oranguru. Togekiss comes in. Trailblaze is being thrown. That's a no shield if I've ever seen one.
So much energy from this Oranguru. You obviously let the first one go because of that buffing effect of Trailblaze, but now a buffed Brutal Swing going, and even though it is resisted, Patoman feels like he's forced protection. Otherwise, he may simply get farmed down by the Dugong.
Can Patoman now outpace the Dugong to 2 Aura Sphere? I do not think so. Sceptile Ice is reaching for the Icy Wind, gets it and knocks out the Togekiss in the process.
Dugong takes down the Togekiss, says, chill out, Patoman. I'm Sceptile, and I got ice in my veins.
Definitely, this is a cold one, Rise. Patoman losing the first game. Sceptile Ice is on a hot streak recently. So strong now, showing that he can also beat the best of the best. But Patoman is peak Patoman for a reason. Had a slow start to this regional season. He then said something about, hey, maybe we need less polarizing metas here for me to thrive. And this is where he's at. Less polarizing matchups, even though this has been one of the more polarizing one this tournament.
Yes, and in what we keep describing as such a dynamic meta where there's not a whole lot of hard punishes, that was one of those games that Sceptile really did feel like he was in control throughout. He never really was at a disadvantage. Patoman tried to maybe make him uncomfortable with the Aura Sphere energy that he's able to farm with the Togekiss. But overall, Sceptile just felt like he was never really behind in that matchup and had an answer all the way through.
Maybe the play in this situation could have been to go into the Turtonator and then try to Ember down, because yes, Ember does not do as much damage as Peck, but in this typing scenario, Ember would have been super effective while Peck was resisted. So maybe you can get a farm down on the Matang without it reaching a Psyshock.
Absolutely, and Togekiss was able to make things, I guess, a little uncomfortable in the mid game, but overall, Sceptile Ice very confident there. We see the Dusk Noir as maybe one of the more obscure picks on Patoman's team. He could opt for that in this game. Although the Oranguru is there, it does break apart that Matang Medicham core quite well. It also has that dynamic punch coverage for Dugong, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Patoman opt for the Dusk Noir here in game number 2.
That is true. It's also a decent matchup into the Gyarados. You're dealing a lot of damage with Astonish, and your pacing is not really slow. It actually does bring it in the back, but first we have the Gyarados mirror match. Do you think we're going to see a CMP immediately?
It's possible, and it looks like, oh, did I actually see Sceptile Ice opt for the bait? This is a risky decision. We'll see if it pays off. Crunch coming through does connect onto the Gyarados. It is a charge attack priority, and it is an Aqua Tail bait. Patoman thinking about the shift, and let's look at his reaction. Oh, he's stoic as ever. He doesn't care, and that is going to be really helpful for Sceptile Ice. He's going to commit to the crunch. Does lose a charge attack priority this time. So now Sceptile Ice, the ball in his court. Does he put up his first Protect Shield to get off the crunch? He does.
The question is Pataman going to let this crunch go? Are they going to Dragon Breath each other down, or is it never going to happen here? Is the Gyarados of Pataman going to stick around on the field? Which Pokemon gets the Thunder? Immediate forward with both trainers. Medicham is on the Oranguru now.
And this is beneficial for Patoman because he did bring the Dusknoir in back, and it's going to avoid this Oranguru, and that's a smart decision. Maybe if you're in Patoman's thought process, he's thinking, oh, Oranguru is his safest Pokemon. He's probably going to bring that as his blind switch, so I'll bring the Medicham here, and right now, it's looking good for him.
Yep, there is the Dugong, and Dynamic Punches really do a lot of damage. Having so many Dynamic Punches on his team right now, what a strong charge attack. Now launches the next one into the Oranguru, could almost knock out, is going to be shielded up.
That's a good point. 3 Pokemon on Patoman's team with fighting coverage, one of them being this Medicham, putting up a shield on a brutal swing. It's not often you want to shield such a cheap energy charge attack, but he feels like it's worth it to get off this Dynamic Punch, knock out the Oranguru, and now Patoman looking to close things out.
I think that was a necessary decision on the side of Patoman, just because the Gyarados is too low and the Dusknoir takes too much time to knock out the Oranguru, takes too much damage in the process. Dugong is coming in there. Dugong is facing a Dynamic Punch. We're going to see a catch in the medium swap by Patoman. Gets the energy advantage on the Dusknoir. This is a masterclass.
Nice play from Patoman, high level, expecting the catch attempt, and now not only does he have this Dynamic Punch on his Dusknoir, he has one banked as well in the Medicham. Nowhere for this Dugong to go. That is going to connect, and I think Dugong is going to go down here in game number 2.
Yep, Sceptile almost doing a stone collection there, not quite top lefting, but just taking notes while tapping a little bit, saying, yup, you got me here with a double Dynamic Punch strategy. And now this is something for Sceptile to take note of. Can you just freely swap in your Oranguru when Dusknoir is looking so good into your other 5 Pokemon?
Right, it's one of those matchups where maybe the switch advantage is going to matter a little bit more. The alignment has not been that valuable in a lot of these matches in this meta, but this is one, because of the presence of that Dusknoir, you need to at least get a Pokemon on it that's not the Medicham, that's not the Metang, something that can handle it well, and one of those being Oranguru, one of those being Gyarados does fine in that matchup, at least can add up with that neutral damage.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of those matchups where that switch advantage actually is going to be very important.
I think Sceptile was not too worried about the Dusknoir bringing the Gyarados and the Oranguru, but then also not playing to the win condition of getting one of those Pokemon onto it, then being hard punished in the end there with the double Dynamic Punch. Also, you saw how good Medicham is versus Oranguru.
Yeah, not bad at all. And it's not often a fighter against a Psychic is a positive matchup, but Medicham's dual typing with Psychic as well makes it really solid into that matchup. The efficient Dynamic Punch so helpful. And here we go. In the end, Patoman just lots of patience, was expecting. And, you know, even if he didn't make that catch, like that prediction of the simultaneous swap, he still would have been able to bank that Dynamic Punch anyway. So I think it was a pretty safe play for him.
Yeah, Patoman just needed to throw on perfect timing to prevent a catch. He anticipated the swap there, then jumped out of this Medicham matchup. Sceptile also with a little bit of a win condition there, trying to go for basically a fast attack down on that Medicham, because it was also getting really, really low, but not quite low enough. Goes into the Dusknoir, gets some extra energy. Perfect plays here on the side of Patoman, the GOAT. But now, game 3, that is a rather neutral lead.
Yeah, it's game number 3. It's time to decide who's going to go through. Medicham into Gyarados. We've seen this matchup a few times. Normally, the Medicham gonna opt to not use any Protect Shields here. Sceptile Ice going for the harder hitting Crunch to maybe try and help put on the pressure. No debuff there. I think a debuff probably could flip the zero shield scenario, but now Dynamic Punch coming through from Patoman.
I think the line for Patoman is a little bit advantageous here, if I'm being honest, because the Gyarados is being swapped in right here. Is going to face a Crunch. Aqua Tail is being thrown. I think this is one that you are very much inclined to shield. However, Sceptile has baited before as Patoman making the call. Yes, he's calling the Aqua Tail. Resisted damage goes nowhere there. Gyarados is going to farm up. Another Aqua Tail is being thrown. The damage is starting to add up here. If he counted correctly, he just wants to prevent the damage.
calls the first Aqua Tail. Sceptiles did not like it, but does get a shield back anyway with an Aqua Tail. But this right here is huge for Patoman. He, this time, is the one baiting the Aqua Tail, and Sceptile Ice is pondering the Protect Shield, and he lets it go through! What a call from Sceptile Ice! And now, going for another one. This is just so many baits between these two trainers. The mind games are on another level.
And the second Aqua Tail always gets shielded after the first bait was called, because this was crunch range for a knockout. Patoman is just going to get for Ruin Dynamic Punch. Combo plays in with the Aqua Tail loaded on the Gyarados. Patoman is dancing around.
And he was able to bank an Aqua Tail as well on the Gyarados. That is a huge play for Patoman. Trailblaze coming through from the Oranguru. I don't think that's going to be quite enough. Medicham is going to attempt the farm down. Not going to quite get there. Gyarados a little bit of a head start. Players swapping in and out, and now Dusknoir gonna get a head start before the Aqua Tail.
That's a huge farm for the Dusknoir as well. There is a Brutal Swing stored on the Oranguru. There's the Turtonator in the back. A Aqua Tail is loaded. You kind of have to shield this. Dusknoir is super fragile. What is going to happen next? Shield is being put up. Another Astonish is coming through. 3 Astonishes already on the side of Dusknoir. Knocks out the Oranguru. Now is going for 3 Astonishes to throw a Shadow Punch or a Dynamic Punch.
Oh, and this is a big decision here, going for the harder hitting Dynamic Punch. Sceptile Ice has to make a decision. He lets it go through. That's going to do some sizable damage to Turtonator, but Turtonator on the bulkier side goes for the Brutal Swing here. You're 1 away. How much is this going to do to the Dusknoir? I don't think it's going to knock out, so Patoman has to be patient here. He gets to the Shadow Punch. You have to, I think you have to shield this if you're Sceptile Ice, as both Pokemon's health are really getting low.
But Gyarados has the Aqua Tail stored. It can just come in with Charge Attack priority, and Patoman takes game 3, advances to winners round 2, dancing around with his Pokemon, swapping in and out, banking the energy, doing 2 Dragon Breath to reach an Aqua Tail versus Oranguru, swapping out, taking the damage on Medicham, having the Aqua Tail stored for the endgame and winning with it. This is peak Patoman at LAIC.
As fast-paced as it gets, the amount of swaps, the amount of baits, the mind games between these two trainers, next level stuff. And Patoman is going through to the next round on the winner's side. He has done it at every level, the regional level, the international level, the world championship level, and here he is at LAIC continuing to perform at the highest level.
I got goosebumps, Rice. Patoman never fails to it's just crazy how he plays, right? Every single meta, he adapts his own play style. He can just play energy like no one else every time he seems to lock in. Maybe he drops a game here and there. Maybe he needs to try something out, set up some mind games, set up some complications for his opponent in team building, and then completely takes advantage of it.
Both trainers played so aggressive, so many bold baits in that matchup. And in the end, that little bit of head start, I think, for the Dusknoir allowed it to get to 2 charge attacks. And that one swap we saw earlier in the game, the banking of the Aqua Tail and the combo into the Medicham on essentially perfect timing. He did that while only giving like 1 free turn of energy to the Oranguru. So that was just so technical from Patoman. What a play, and all respect from Sceptile Ice.
I don't even think that was 1 free turn. I mean, that was the turn you're giving up when you throw a charge attack anyways, because he did 2 Dragon Breath, swap which is 3 turns, and then immediately through. It was magnificent, also keeping in mind that after 3 turns, the damage from Confusion registered. If you saw the Gyarados in the end there, that would not have hung on to a... Oh! Look at this, Dark Mode. Not have hung on to a Confusion.
You know what I think this is? I think it's to get ready for Runerigus. And we're tossing to an interview with Nick and Patoman.
All right. Thank you so much, Rice. I'm joined by our previous winner from that last round, Patoman, who came off a really great victory over Sceptile Ice. Pato, that match was very close in all 3 games. In games number 2 and 3, you pivoted to Dusknoir. Talk to us a little bit about that pick and how tough it can be to beat that Pokemon into a meta with Oranguru.
It is risky, you know, because like also in this matchup, I kind of knew Sceptile Ice was going to play Oranguru every game. But still, I think it's a Pokemon that has a lot of play in the meta. And if it's not paired with Oranguru, then you can like sweep a lot of things with energy advantage or something like that. So yeah, I really I'm really happy that those games were close and we both played well.
We also saw that in game number 3, I think there were 4 baits between you two trainers back and forth. Talk to me about mentally making those calls on whether you want to bait or not, and then thinking about your opponent's position and whether or not you want to shield their charge attacks.
Yeah, so it's always tough because you cannot like get into your opponent's mind and know what he's thinking about. But like sometimes I just think I don't really need to maybe call this. I just can let go the big charge move and I'm still fine. So that was like my mentality in that game.
I've talked a number of times about how international competitions have never had someone outside of their region win. At NAIC last year, you were really close to doing that and taking away the North America region international competition. Here at LAIC, you're making another run. Do you think that you have a chance to take it away here?
I mean, I will always believe that I have a chance, but as well as I have a chance, any other player, good player here also have it. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here competing and overcoming the last 2 bad tournaments that I had. Let's see what come on.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Before I let you go, any shout outs to friend or family?
Yeah, of course. I want to shout out my family, my father, which is there looking at me. He always come with me to these events. Also my girlfriend. Also you have to shout out Sisuailus, Boom, for the help like building for this match and stuff. And always supporting me for sure. So yeah, shout out to them.
All right. Great to have friends at home in Europe supporting you here. Congratulations again on that win, Pautman. Let's go back to the casters to continue the action here at LAIC.
Dude, Padaman has so much aura, it knocked the lights out. This trainer is incredible. I got the chance to play versus him in Gdansk, and that was one of the coolest moments in my life, sitting next to the runner-up or in front of the runner-up and having a match of Pokemon GO. You gotta go to these tournaments. It's so cool to meet the people in real life that you see on screen every single time, and you can learn from them so much.
I enjoy hearing from him and his insights. Like you said, he's got so much swagger, so much aura up there, a big personality, and another trainer with a big personality, Out of Pocket. He is a staple here on day 2s, and he is an international champion himself. It looks like he's staring down Bernard. Is he trying to use Intimidate right now? I didn't know that was in Go.
I think so, I think so. This is, he's now, look at him, he's really cool, calm and collected, while Linus Bernardo, he's just locked in to very young trainer, one who wants to prove himself to the big stage, to the crowd, to everyone in the world. Has already shown that yesterday.
Now, if you're a regular viewer of the Championship Series, you may be looking at this matchup and thinking Out of Pocket is the massive favorite. But those who know LNDS Bernardo know he has hit 3,600 plus ELO in the Go Battle League. He is an exceptionally talented player. I was talking to him a little bit this morning, and he said he was so nervous yesterday, but he did not show it one bit on stage. He looked so calm, cool, and collected, and this is the matchup, honestly, I have been looking forward to most today in this round of 32.
I was so shocked. I thought we were talking smack the entire time. He has an accolade there, Sao Paulo, top 32, but this is today.
Yeah, this is this tournament right here, and you look at Out of Pocket, Milwaukee Regional Champion, Peoria Regional, that was his first championship, NAIC 2024, and the Puerto Rico special event. So he has so many accolades to his name, and Bernardo is starting to add them. Hopefully we see more from him in the future. But here we go. Gyarados into Oranguru. I would say slightly favorable for Out of Pocket here.
Now, if you land a crunch, that is really good. You're kind of either dealing a lot of damage or you're forcing a shield. Windows Bernardo, we have seen so many trainers letting this go, but dealing a lot of damage in this meta. Calling the Aqua Tail immediately is good, but it still does a lot of damage. This is half HP.
Oranguru gonna start to ramp up here. When you go for this Trailblaze, it puts the Gyarados more threatened of being confusion down. Out of Pocket gonna let it go through, and he's gonna opt for the crunch right before going down. So Bernardo has the chance here to take switch advantage if he uses a protection, but no, he'd rather let this go and maybe start to farm down with something.
Oh, that's interesting. Bringing in the Metang here, trying to get for a full farm up before Tail's reach. Just barely gets it, has so much energy now. What do you bring in as out of pocket? Metang, of course, as the answer in the mirror match, would be the perfect Pokemon to soak the energy.
And a perfect farm down, a perfect Fury Cutter down right before that Aqua Tail was reached. So now you have the mirror match, but Elendius Bernardo ahead on energy. And this Gyro Ball is the better choice of move in this certain matchup. Of course, Psyshock double resisted, Gyro Ball single resisted. So the Fury Cutters are kind of the more threatening thing here. Neutral damage adding up over time.
Yep, they're dealing quite a lot there. Out of pocket has the Dugong in the back. Of course, a Pokemon that can't really deal a lot of pass attack damage to a Metang here. So if Linus Bernardo gets out of this with a decent amount of HP, we might see another Psyshock thrown in there.
Pocket deliberating well whether he wants to use that protection or not. He decides to let it go, and now gonna build up, gets off the Gyro Ball, and we are looking at a 2-shield scenario matchup in the back of Dugong versus Gyarados. Now, normally I would think this favors the Dugong, but here's the thing, you'll have the opportunity to maybe clear that debuff eventually. Yeah. I think this could still go either way.
Definitely. Out of pocket is reaching for that Icy Wind immediately. A first crunch is being thrown here. This could have been a very good bait as well, since you are very likely to shield if you haven't debuffed yet.
And defense debuff. That is a crucial defense drop. Pocket doesn't like it. A little bit unlucky, but this essentially resets things back to 0 rather than the Gyarados being behind a stage in its attack. Now we go for another crunch from Linus Bernardo, and out of pocket going to let this one go.
That is going to deal a decent amount of damage. Linus Bernardo also has the Metang in the back that can get to another charge attack versus this Dugong. So this energy is not even going to be wasted. This is not only a clearing off the debuffs, this might be another charge attack. I think you're farming up a little bit more. How precise are you with your energy count? Out of pocket is reaching for that Metang almost. An Aqua Tail is being thrown here.
This is such a difficult no shield for out of pocket, but maybe he plays. No, he does commit the protect shield. The quick swap into Metang and can't get out in time. Psyshock coming through. It's so difficult to catch 3-turn versus 1-turn. Psyshock coming through, going to knock out the Dugong. Is there any way that Metang, I don't think so. It's got almost no energy, and this is going to allow Gyarados to get there. Bernardo taking game number 1.
What a convincing game. We can hear in the background the crowd is cheering for Linus Bernardo here on the home turf, showing what he's got versus the ultimate master out of pocket. This is a strong performance here. You said he had nerves yesterday. Didn't show them yet there. Doesn't show them here.
That crowd pop was so loud. I think Bernardo heard it through the headphones. I saw him crack a smile when we heard that cheer. Or maybe he was just smiling like, I just took a game off out of pocket in my first tournament. Wow, this kid, I think, has a bright future, and we are seeing it unfold before our eyes.
Reminds me a lot of Boom 20.
Yes, yes. Boom 20, fresh off the great performance at the Gas Regional, runner-up to PvP David.
With the same team. They both built the team together.
Yes.
They both got into the grand finals, which is absolutely insane. Colin on the 3rd place with a very similar team, but none of them are here, I wanted to say, but that's wrong. Colin is even still in this tournament.
And just clean plays throughout. I think the main decision that was made in this game was really the lead scenario. Elected to let his Pokemon go down and got that perfect Fury Cutter farm where he did not have to take an Aqua Tail and had the energy head start going into the backline matchup. That energy head start on his Metang was the difference maker.
And that is very, very good team reading by him, knowing that there is very likely a Metang in the back, because I would have been inclined to shield my boosted up Oranguru to get some shields back there, but Metang, even though it gets hit by super effective damage from the Brutal Swing, it still has a really good matchup versus Oranguru. Can go for easy farm downs. And now this is a rather positive lead for Bernardo again here with the Metang there. That is going to throw neutral damage with his Psyshock, but deals neutral damage with Fury Cutter as well.
Right, we saw this matchup unfold in Sceptile Ice versus Pato Man, and the Metang takes a 0-shield scenario relatively comfortably. Fury Cutters plus 2 Psyshocks about enough, whereas the 2 Dynamic Punches not quite enough to knock out the Metang. First one coming through, connecting onto the Metang.
But this could also be a nasty farm down. Alright, the Medicham is going to throw its Dynamic Punch before the Metang is throwing a Psyshock here. Not taking any chances to throw on. Bad timing on the side of Linus Bernardo. Are you going to swap in the Dugong there? Dugong is going to soak up this Psyshock. Now what is Linus Bernardo going to swap into next?
Pocket recognized he would be doing himself a disservice if he stayed in with the Medicham because you allow so much farm on the Metang, but Dugong doesn't really have the fast attack pressure either. So not only does Linus Bernardo have a decent answer here in the Celio, he's able to bank another Psyshock as well.
Swapping a Pokemon into a energy-loaded Dugong never feels good, but it basically is not allowed to throw the Icy Wind here to debuff you because it is double resisted. So now you are standing there, a lot of damage from Psyshock and these Fury Cutters, and you could start spamming the body slamming.
Body slam spam is right from Celio. So much energy already on this Pokemon, and it does benefit from that pacing as opposed to the Dugong. And now we're going to see the Surf coverage coming in handy against the Metang of Pocket. Celio has a lot of energy, and you can bank some of this energy, maybe go into your Gyarados potentially, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Now Gyarados aligned with the Metang.
Yes, this is typically a bit positive for the Gyarados because you have this crunch, but the Metang has so much energy. You're valuing the energy on the Celio more than the HP on your Gyarados. Look at the damage here. You're getting outpaced to the next one. This has to be a Protect Shield.
Psyshock cleanly going to two-shot the Gyarados, and Metang drawing that Protect Shield. A decent amount of energy already on the Gyarados, and going for the Aqua Tail here. I think this would be around enough, maybe a few Dragon Breaths afterwards to knock out the Metang. Pocket deliberating the shield. He's going to let it go and swaps back into the Dugong that has loaded energy.
Oh, good question. Are you going to shield this or not? Also, I want to say, it is so easy to bring Metang for out of pocket there because the Turtonator in the back for Linus Bernardo, it has Ember, so this is why this Pokemon is so safe there. You're now going to deploy more Body Slams onto that Dugong. Does this one knock out, or are you going to get a Drill Run off?
I don't think it knocks out. I think Dugong hangs on to get off this parting Drill Run. Oh, and it's caught, but this is interesting because you had a Psyshock loaded, so you're kind of giving up that Psyshock in return for the catch, and now this is all on the back of Celio, but this is a nasty Powder Snow down.
That's 3 or 4 Powder Snows here. So much energy, no damage taken in the end there. Now the Medicham with 2 shields is being brought into the Ice type. This is usually looking good here, but so many Body Slams. All right, at this point, do we even throw his Charge Attack anymore on the side of Bernardo?
Oh, this is really interesting. I agree. I think at this point, if you're Bernardo, you don't even throw your energy. There's still 2 Protect Shields on the side of Pocket. You have to commit to the Powder Snow down. In comes Metang. Oh, but Metang is awfully close to a Psyshock, and Pocket starting to nod his head. He knows he's in a good position. He's going to reach this Psyshock before going down.
Powder Snow is resisted damage. Psyshock is going to knock out that Celio, tying up the score on the side of out of pocket. This Celio was up against the world, and maybe that was a little bit too much for the little mid-stage evolution.
That was a really interesting game. Out of Pocket ties up the series 1 game apiece, so we're heading to a decisive game 3. And I felt like after the lead scenario, Bernardo was in a good spot, banking that Psyshock, coming with the Celio. But Pocket just able to maneuver around using that desync in the switch clock, I guess, and found a way to victory.
Yeah, the thing is that Bernardo went for 9 Fury Cutters afterwards, throwing a Psyshock as well. That is so much time taking off the clock. If you then swap in your Celio to take all the energy from Dugong, which is always a really good play that gets you ahead, Dugong can just take 2 Body Slams, throw 1 Drill Run maybe, and then swap out again with almost 2 Charge Attacks, and then the Celio as a negating the Dugong tool is being negated back.
Right. Maybe the problem for Bernardo in that game was the Gyarados didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
The Celio and the Metang put in some work, but the Gyarados essentially was put in a position where Metang already had almost 2 Psyshocks loaded, and Gyarados went down without really putting in much of a contribution. So he wasn't able to find a good spot for the Gyarados there.
And also I want to congratulate Out of Pocket on a crucial shield call in the end game there, because of course for me it was, of course, you're going to throw Body Slams here. You have so many, there are 2 shields, but Out of Pocket calling that a Surf would have won Bernardo the game on the spot. Went for the Body Slam. Out of Pocket called that. Gotta be brave to do that call there, and that won him the game in the end. So even the Gyarados didn't do anything. This could have been a win for Bernardo.
Absolutely, and I wonder if he had so much energy that maybe the Surf, even if you go for the Surf, maybe you still had an opportunity to get to multiple to win the game. But Pocket finding the win condition, calling the bait. Here we go, game number 3, and we've got the Gyarados mirror.
Well, now for both trainers, the Gyarados is going to do at least something, right? The big damage on the Dragon Breath here. Reaching for the crunch. The crunch is being caught with a sneak for the Dugong. But Out of Pocket shakes his head. I mean, that had to be the perfect play for him, but it looks like it was not what he wanted.
And, oh, and gets another crunch. That's the second one. Odds in his favor, and just staying in for a while. And not only does he get the Celio position here, but the Dugong is debuffed, so 2 body slams will certainly KO this time around.
That is the home turf advantage for Bernardo here. That is the Brazil debuff that he got. Drill Run does a sizable chunk of damage. Overfarms a little bit more. The timer is almost up for Out of Pocket. Wants to go for another Drill Run, maybe then swap out. But the Body Slam is being thrown first. Do you just Body Slam immediately if you have another one?
Celio could do that to avoid taking this, but instead, Pocket gonna get out. He's gonna bank that energy. Gyarados has some energy loaded from that catch earlier, and now Celio continuing the Body Slam spam.
Bernardo is looking really strong in this matchup. Yes, you have another crunch, but it's going into a Celio, your sponge Pokemon that you want to have and soak the energy of your opponent's sweepers and closures and whatnot. Charges up to another Body Slam. Now Aqua Tail is being thrown. This is not a lot of HP on the Celio. It is resisted. It is really bulky. You're not going to shield this. Are you getting off another Body Slam? This looks like no HP anymore. Falls to it, but now this is a Gyarados.
Just enough to knock out the energy counting on point for Bernardo. Aqua Tail will be enough to knock out the Gyarados from this range, and this all falls on the back of this 2 shield turner, but not before Dugong comes back in. Dugong had a lot of energy banked, and this back line positioning looks really good for Out of Pocket, but Bernardo, he might start to sense it. He's shielding the Gyarados.
Oh, and this is an Incinerate Turtonator, so this Pokemon can actually deal a bunch of fast attack pressure to this Gyarados, also to the Metang in the back, of course.
And Pocket puts up the Protect Shield last second. Bernardo can get to another attack here. Oh, actually decides to switch and bank it instead. And now this is really tough for the Metang. Not only do you have the super effective Incinerates, super effective Brutal Swing too.
Yep, I don't think you want to take any sort of damage here. Pocket immediately throwing that Brutal Swing. A Psyshock is going to be thrown first. I don't think you need to shield this. This is not going to knock you out. This is not going to put you in farm down range. There's Bernardo with those resisted Fury Cutters. Out of Pocket is raging towards the double Brutal Swing. Is going to throw the first one. Are you going to knock out here?
I think it might be enough. It's going to be really close, and there are no Protect Shields remaining on the side of Bernardo. Oh, Metang actually hangs on. The swap into Dugong, and I don't think Gyarados has enough health here to farm down, but that might be the only play. Bernardo goes down Out of Pocket. On to the next.
Again, Out of Pocket coming out of nowhere has had so many games that look difficult and is managing to pull it off. Hasn't brought Turtonator Game 1, hasn't brought Turtonator Game 2. Metang has been looking so clean for Bernardo, and in Game 3 he knew my opponent is going to play for energy. He's not going to go for this alignment. Wants to win with the Metang in the back, but I have the Fire type.
Bringing the Turtonator at the perfect time, getting it aligned with the Metang, and we talked about how talented LNDS Bernardo is as a newcomer to the Play Pokemon Championship Series, but maybe we saw the experience out of Pocket prevail in that round, making the adjustments after dropping Game 1 to get it done.
Yep, sometimes you just need those crazy line reads. And this is also what Pataman did in the last round, right? Forcing his opponent into playing a certain line, or not forcing, but mind-gaming his opponent into playing a certain line of 3 and then having a hard counter there, like the Dusk Noir, putting that in the perfect position. We're going to see a catch here, not even a catch, does just bring the Celio in there to sponge. Honestly, I thought Bernardo had it here when he brought in the Celio to soak up all of that energy.
And you know what, Leo? Celio was on my caster predictions as one of my 4 Pokemon to keep an eye on. But I gotta say, in that particular matchup, it was a little bit disappointing. Both times it got brought onto the Dugong, but it just didn't have the firepower to really make a significant impact, and didn't have the firepower to threaten the Dugong as well. So Pocket just kept on switching out and then keeping that energy. So really well played from Out of Pocket to find a way to win. We're gonna get more thoughts from him with Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here with the man himself, Out of Pocket. Now, you seem to have found the recipe for this limited meta. You're running some of the most popular Pokemon here in Day 2. How did you come up with this team construction?
Well, I would say that just as any other limited meta, most of the times they're Pokemon that you feel like you need to be using. So in this case, I did a lot of practice with Gyarados, Dugong, and Oranguru. Those three, I love running those three together. If I can run those three together every game, I probably would. And then I felt like Turtonator or Runerigus are the next two. But I honestly hadn't been liking Runerigus that much in practice, but I had been liking Turtonator. So those are the four that I was gonna build off of, and I knew I was running. When I flew into Brazil, I knew those four were always gonna be on this team. And the meta develops a little bit, right? People were running Medicham. A lot more people were catching on Metang over Bronzong. I had actually been liking Metang a lot, so I knew that was also the team. And because of I would say lack of options, but by process of elimination, Medicham being so neutral, it really just fit on that team perfectly. The double Psychic, not including Oranguru strategy, is kind of catching on. I like that certain picks that people are pressured to bring, and it really elevates the stocks of other Pokemon I like bringing more. That's basically the team construction.
Thank you so much for all of that detail. I hope everyone in the crowd is writing notes, because this is the very first time that we've had a limited meta here in the Championship Series for Pokemon Go. What do you think about this little first-time appearance for a limited meta? Do you hope that you'll see more? What do you think?
As someone that has been playing grassroots, I literally entered grassroots tournaments when I was 12. I love limited metas. I can't get enough of them. I think this was, I don't know if we could call it an experiment, but I think this was a successful experiment. Meta's quite close in the sense that, everyone that looked at the usage knows Oranguru is guaranteed to be the LAIC champion. But I feel like every game that I played so far, if I win a match, it's because I did good, and if I lost, it's because I messed up somewhere. So I really like how neutral the meta is, and I'm looking forward to if there's a next one.
That's fantastic. I hope we are all waiting to find that out as well. And you said that you had 2 people that you wanted to shout out really quick for us.
Okay, I'd like to shout out Sergio and Eric/Harry a little bit for helping me prepare for this matchup last night and this morning. I was a little bit nervous about a few of the things that were on Bernardo's team, but thanks to their help, I was a little bit less nervous and I felt like I was more prepared.
You were very prepared, taking the win. Aiden, it's always a pleasure to chat with you. Casters, back to you.
Hey, Rice. Guess what my nickname was when I went to the swimming pool?
What was it?
Celio.
Celio, really?
Because I'm Leo.
Oh, I actually really like that. That's adorable. And
it was a joke.
It's a good one.
And it never happened.
Okay. Well, we have a look at the Day 2 meta, and I don't know if Celio was that prevalent in this. Yeah, it's not even on here, and maybe for good reason. So I might retract Celio as well from my caster predictions. Oranguru, as Pocket mentioned, 100%. It's got to be the first time we've ever had that 100% usage on day number 2.
You know, you just can't retract your predictions after you've seen half the tournament. This is not how this works. 100% Oranguru, as you said. Gyarados almost on all of those teams. You can see them almost every game. Dugong also there. 75%. I think this is the one that is least convincing of the big 4 because Medicham is just such a hard counter. And most trainers who run Medicham are pressuring it away a little bit.
We have a big drop-off, you notice, in that bottom half. We have 7 Pokemon above 50% usage, and then you go to the more obscure picks, the Togekiss, the Dusknoir, the Goodra, the Vespiquen, only 3%. So you have now it's going to be interesting to see if one of those picks on the lower half does end up becoming the LAIC champion, or if it's going to be people that stuck to that top 7 Pokemon. But right now, Battle of the Brazilians, Zardy, JW Naldo going head-to-head, and one of the few people running that Vespiquen is Zardy.
Not only running that Vespiquen, but also running this double ice-water strategy with Celio and the Dugong. So there are some Celio in the top cut, let me tell you that. But let's see what the trainers are bringing. This is, I think, today the first Brazilian mirror match we're going to have there, both trying to defend the title, keeping it on the Latin region home turf, trying to keep it in Brazil even.
Two very accomplished trainers.
Yeah.
JW Naldo, a former LAIC champion. Zardy is a 3-time regional champion, won Belo Horizonte just this season, so he's in great form. I did an interview with him yesterday, and he was just talking about how much the support in the crowd, the friends he's able to make along the way have meant to him and kept him playing this game. But here we go. Zardy, JW Naldo, getting ready for action, and it's going to be Gyarados into Metagam.
And again, we have never even seen this on the broadcast, but the zero shield scenario is so incredibly good for Metagam. Even if you won't believe that, because you are getting out with an entire charge attack with most different stats.
Dynamic Punch coming through. We see a lot of players opting for this Dynamic Punch in this matchup. It does a little bit more raw damage than the Ice Punch and helps you to hit KO the Gyarados. And now the Crunch coming through. We've seen a lot of Crunch debuffs, and no, not this time.
Actually, do you knock out with double Crunch? Throws another Dynamic Punch. Can you knock out with this immediately, or are you going to have to throw some more Psycho Cuts? Does not take it out. Crunch is going to be thrown immediately, but I don't think that it is going to knock out that Metagam.
I don't think it KOs, but I don't think Zardy minds, because he may aggressively swap into something to try and get a head start on energy, and that's what he does with the Array. Oh, and actually gets the confusion before Naldo was able to swap out.
Maybe also that defense debuff helped a little bit. The Togekiss is coming in now. Both trainers have 2 shields. In theory, the energy is walled, but in practice, Confusion does so much damage.
Right, you were talking about this yesterday, Leo, how surprisingly Oranguru does quite fine in this matchup. You ramp up with the Trailblaze, certainly starting the ramp up of the Confusion damage, and Oranguru can just farm down Togekiss in the 2-shield scenario.
I think you can even farm down in the 1-shield scenario here, unless that is when you are, maybe this is if you let go the first one, I don't even know, but the Aura Sphere is going to be deployed now. A shield is being put up by the Oranguru. Now, are you trying to get the knockout here by you just using 1 shield? Yes, tries to get the damage over onto the Dugong, but you already have 1 Pokemon completely knocked out, and now you are throwing your Dugong into this completely loaded and boosted Oranguru.
And I think Zardy gets to at least another Brutal Swing here. Already gets to a Trailblaze, actually, and this is going to draw both Protect Shields from the Dugong.
But now you will have to go into your Turtonator, the last Pokemon that you have on your roster. You have 2 times the chance to clear a potential debuff later, but I think Incinerate is going to be mighty important here, because Zardy can later on farm down the Togekiss with Turtonator as well. Calls an Icy Wind. You're going to be debuffed anyways. Might as well shield a Drill Run later. Zardy is now going to charge up more energy. Actually goes for triple Incinerate. 4 Incinerate.
Oh my gosh.
Another Icy Wind is being thrown. You kind of have to shield this.
Farming up a ton of energy. The problem now is the switch clock is up for JW Naldo, so he has the opportunity to swap in his Togekiss here. Tries to wait for the catch, but a Dragon Claw is unleashed onto the Dugong. 2 charge attacks are loaded for Zardy. This is really awkward. This is where you got to be patient. And tries to wait again, but he waited too long. And the Dragon Claw should be enough to knock out the Dugong here.
That is going to be critical, but you are double debuffed on this Incinerate. Are you going to even knock out that Togekiss, or is the Togekiss going to get double knockout here in the back? I think Gyarados is not going to deal enough damage here with a few Dragon Breath. The Oranguru isn't going to register the damage. Can Zardy win this game, or is it going to be a Togekiss? Peck, sweep, peck, 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 knocks out all 3 Pokemon, and the Togekiss sweeps!
Shiny Togekiss steals the game away from Zardy. And that pesky flyer finds a way to win. Leo, oh my gosh, I thought that was over, but the debuffs on the Turtonator made it that Incinerate did not KO, and JW Naldo finds a way to steal game 1.
Rice Togekiss keeps surprising everyone. I want to throw back to our segment. I think Togekiss is causing the biggest surprises in the game, and I don't think it's that pesky, but the fast pacing to Aura Sphere, of course, causing shields to be used later on, and Peck. It is not the hardest hitting fast attack, but it is good damage still.
Now, I think one thing Zardy could have done in that end game was, because he was debuffed and he had such low health on his other Pokemon, he could have swapped out to clear that debuff, only would have given 1 free Peck to the Togekiss.
He had a shield.
And he had a shield, so the Togekiss wouldn't have gotten to 2 charge attacks, and that Incinerate would have done more damage, perhaps knocking out the Togekiss. And I think Zardy, you see the expression, he recognizes his mistake, so maybe one he wishes he could have had back in game number 1. We'll see if he's able to come back from it and keep his composure for game number 2.
Yep, JW Naldo in the end game there. It looked like he was out of the game, but all he had to do was keep tapping. Sometimes it's that easy, even in the most complicated metas. Game 2 is about to start. Medicham versus Oranguru, a rather neutral lead with a slightly positive for the Medicham.
Leo, who would you rather be in this match?
Medicham.
Yeah, I agree. I would rather be the Medicham because you're really not threatened by the charge attacks of the Oranguru, and your charge attacks are more efficient. And we're going to see the swap. Zardy seems to agree, doesn't love that matchup, so he saves some energy where it could be more useful and swaps into the Turtonator.
I think that JW Naldo could have thrown after 5 Psycho Cuts there, because there was one turn swap on the side of Zardy to not give away 2 free turns here. Another dynamic punch lands. This Medicham has already done the entire job. It is so much damage, but there are so many brutal swings here. Full confusion goes through. This might be important for a farm down later.
Right, swaps the Oranguru into a loaded Turtonator. So much energy already, and opting to throw the brutal swing immediately. You do let in a free confusion, but you get off the brutal swing before the Oranguru. So Zardy just trying to put the pressure on right now. Doesn't quite have the ability to switch yet, and JW Naldo doesn't want to eat another charge attack. He's going to use his brutal swing here.
Can't farm down here. Either player of them, actually, Let's Go of the Turtonator has used 2 charged attacks, has landed so much damage on the Oranguru. That looks like a fantastic farm down if it was not for the brutal swing. JW Naldo applying so much pressure. The Medicham has done so much work chipping away at every single Pokemon. Now you have a possibly 2-shield Dugong, even though your Medicham is also quite healthy. HP-wise, it looks fantastic for JW Naldo.
Zardy swaps back into the Oranguru, unleashing the Trailblaze. It will be protect shielded, but it'll also boost the attack of the Oranguru. So these Icy Winds are just resetting it back to normal. Icy Wind coming through, and if you're Zardy, you gotta start using these protect shields.
I got chills from this fast attack and this charge attack combination. Of course, the ice type damage neutral into Oranguru, and the timing is just so easy for this 3-turn Pokemon. Also perfect timing on the side of Zardy. Is going to throw another Trailblaze. Super effective damage onto Dugong.
Shield starting to go down. Dugong building up more energy and going to throw the Icy Wind simply after 1 Ice Shard. This will knock out the Oranguru. So Zardy is putting this on his... Oh, we're actually seeing an undercharge, but he might be able to switch anyway. So I don't know if I agree with that. Gyarados going for the crunch here and has a lot of energy. Might be able to outpace this Dugong to 2 charge attacks.
Yep, I think a crunch and Aqua Tail should be enough if you're not debuffed. That is heavy damage here. Is charging up a little bit more. Can even reach a crunch here. Throws the Aqua Tail. Knows it's going to be enough. There's 1 protect shield left. Does not have a lot of HP, but does he even need it? Psycho Cut is not a lot of fast attack pressure. And the other Pokemon in the back for JW Naldo. It's a very low Oranguru that might be farmed down immediately. You have 1 shield. You just need to reach a crunch. You can't get caught there. Ice Punch is being thrown. Does he have 2?
I think he might, which puts Zardy in an awkward position because you know the catch is possible. This is really just a 50-50 call. Do you throw the charge attack? Oh, no, the Ice Punch is thrown first. Zardy was expecting a catch, and this is going to knock out the red Gyarados. JW Naldo playing mind games is going to knock out the Oranguru, and he's going on.
Medicham is so good! It has dominated the play Pokemon circuit for such a long time. All of those regional special events, ICs, it has dominated, and now it just shows why it is so flexible. It is winning matchups. It maybe shouldn't win against flying-type Pokemon, and it applies pressure everywhere it goes.
That is one of those games, Leo. If you're playing more of a novice player, you may just throw that charge attack immediately and you win the game. It looks easy. People might be watching saying, why didn't he throw the Aqua Tail? Well, he felt like it was too obvious of a catch opportunity onto that Oranguru, so he stayed patient. And JW Naldo said, you know that I know that you know. And he said, I'm just going to stay in, throw my double Ice Punch, and I'm going to win the game.
Yep, we have had plenty of those moments in the history of Pokemon Go. I love those mind games with those really great players. Once Tomahawk UK in an interview said, I know that my opponent, if he's really, really good, really accomplished, is going to make the perfect play every single time, and then got punished for that because his opponent played unideally.
Another thing that impressed me from JW Naldo is his team lacks that Gyarados, which is the best check to Turtonator. So Zardy freely was swapping the Turtonator, but it didn't seem to affect JW Naldo. He was able to maintain an advantage and maintain the ability to handle that Turtonator on his way to a match victory against his fellow Brazilian.
You know, it's very free, but it's also not winning any matchups really in a dominant way against the team of JW Naldo. He's not running any steel type, and I think that's just fine. You can just neutralize the Turtonator with any Pokemon. If your opponent safe swap it, that's good. You can always chip and dip, deal some damage and then swap out and keep alignment if you even need alignment. But he's not playing any of those polarizing picks.
Right, and that could be a team building strategy in itself.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have a hard answer necessarily to the Turtonator, but you know wherever it's lined up, you're going to have play against it. So you know it's coming, but you have the ability to neutralize it. So maybe it's not all that threatening to him.
Dynamic gameplay with dynamic punches on the side of Medicham. Really well played. Nice team building by JW Naldo, and Zaldi now knocked down to the losers bracket. Still not out of the tournament. We have plenty of trainers still in competition on that loser side of the bracket, so they have to play more, and it is going to be significantly harder. When you're on the loser side of a tournament, what's your mindset like?
I think you just have to take it one game at a time. You can't get ahead of yourself looking forward to how many matches you have in front of you. So JW Naldo and Zardy with a great match there. Zardy's going to have to keep going one game at a time, but JW Naldo, he's on the winner's side. And to get more from him, we have an interview with JW Naldo and Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here with JW Naldo, the 2023 LAIC champion, really showing why he earned that title and why he would like to earn it again.
Ela está a dizer como foste campeão do ano passado e é prazer ter-te aqui novamente para mais esta edição.
And how are you feeling after that match?
Como é que te sentes depois deste combate?
Bem, jogar contra um amigo sempre é bem complicado, ainda mais um brasileiro, né? Então eu estava muito nervoso, porém deu tudo certo. O importante é se divertir. Então nós dois se divertimos durante a partida, foi bem divertido.
He feels happy because he's a Brazilian and playing against a Brazilian like Zardy. He's kind of nervous but happy to be here and enjoying the LSC 2026.
Tell me about your mindset in that last battle with that ice punch. Zardy was expecting a catch.
Como é que esperavas aquele combate? Porque o Zardy estava à espera de catch e tu conseguiste usar o...
Exatamente, no final até perguntei ao Zardy se ele esperava o meu catch ou não. Ele falou que não lembrava que a Meri-chan estava faltando um pouco rápido para chegar os dois ice punches. Então foi uma mistura dos dois. Ele não sabia se eu ia esperar o golpe para pegar o golpe ou se eu ia dar os dois golpes instas. Então foi uma decisão mesmo, 50%, né?
Basically, he didn't remember, Zardy didn't remember, so both were looking at each other like, what I'm going to do? And then he flipped the coin and win that game. So it was like, what are you doing?
It sounds like it is all smiles here today for 2026 LAIC. Do you think you can be the first repeat LAIC champion?
Achas que consegues ganhar depois deste combate?
Bem, vamos tentar, mas eu acho que sim. Eu tô confiante, tô feliz com o meta, então talvez sim.
He's pretty happy with the performance and he thinks he can do it now.
All right, I have to give you a quick chance to shout out just a couple of people that you would like to give your thanks to.
Quem queres dar shout-out lá em casa ou aqui na crowd?
Primeiramente agradecer meus amigos, meus familiares, sempre me apoiaram. Acho que é isso. E essa comunidade maravilhosa, que é a comunidade brasileira, latino-americana no geral, eles são bem unidos, então um abraço para todo mundo.
He wants to shout out principal the family and all the Brazilians supporting him and all the people in the crowd that is cheering for him. So.
Thank you so much. And LAIC always has the best crowds filled with lots of Brazilian, lots of Latin American people. We are so excited to see how far you go in this tournament. Thank you for chatting with me. And for everybody watching at home, we are going to do a quick recap of the 2025 championship season, but don't go anywhere. We have lots of great battles coming at you.
Hello, trainers. My name is Will Dunphy.
Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
Martogado, one of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in the stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started to get nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon GO. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Azumarill survived that with very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time!
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels so real. This one is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the grand finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the losers bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Marto Gold is your 2025 Latin America International Champion!
One question on everyone's minds here at the LAIC International Championships. Will Marto Galde be able to win it back-to-back? I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined at the caster desk by my esteemed co-caster, DeFi250.
How kind. We also did just see, that's the question a lot of people are asking. A lot of people are also asking about JW Naldo, who I interviewed right at the end before we tossed to break. There are a lot of fantastic trainers, but so many are pointing at Marto.
The day is getting started. Realistically, we are still in the winner's side of the bracket. There are people waiting in the loser's side of the bracket that we have not even seen yet today, but up on stage, we have two trainers that we've seen a handful of times. On the left, Hungry Wolfpack. Not a brand new player to the scene, but definitely starting to make some moves, starting to make a name for himself. And on the other side is someone that I think everybody knows. It's Axon, or it's Axon over there. And he is going to be making a wave here in Winners Round 1.
Yeah, it's Axon, really a master of the craft of Pokemon Go PvP. Just can execute the plays, knows the counts, knows the math. When we saw his first international win, we were just thinking, this man is a machine. He is a calculator. He knows everything, back when that was really a rare skill at the start of Pokemon Go.
And he's done it again on the world stage, he's done it again on the international stage, and he's done it on the regional stage as well. Plenty of accolades. But let's go ahead and dive into these teams a little bit. Looking at Hungry Wolfpack, he does have the Vespiquen, but both trainers have actually opted for the Medicham as well. It's Axon being quite well known for it, but this is not a lead the Vespiquen wants to see into Dugong, where it has super effective damage with those ice shards and icy winds.
I don't know, maybe Hungry Wolfpack's taking a cue out of the book from when we were casting last. Vespiquen can do okay into Dugong if you can do okay into Dugong with the power gem.
Yeah, if you land those power gems, it is super effective damage. In comes the Icy Wind, going to lower the attack stat of this Vespiquen. However, it was a bait earlier on. Power Gem will now be able to be reached. I think that bait was likely impactful because the amount of energy saved from going for the X-Scissor as opposed to Power Gem. Power Gem, not a ton of damage at this point, putting the Dugong into the yellow.
Hungry Wolfpack making an aggressive swap into the Oranguru, not thinking that the Vespiquen might be better suited to something in the back. And thankfully, this Vespiquen's not up against the Medicham.
The Medicham comes in, and it's going to be able to ramp up energy very fast with these Psycho Cuts. Dynamic Punch going to do a good amount from the remaining health of that Oranguru, probably putting it into the red. One more charge attack will be necessary as Psycho Cut is resisted damage.
Trailblaze coming in to ramp up Medicham's attack. It lands, and these confusions are going to do even more damage. That is impactful. Will Oranguru get to that next Trailblaze? Does not. Or unfortunately, all of that energy from Oranguru is going to go to waste. It's Axon knocking out with the Ice Punch.
Hungry Wolfpack did have the option of throwing the Brutal Swing there, but instead opting for a little bit more farm, a little bit more damage with those confusions. Ice Punch coming through from its Axon's Medicham, going to do neutral damage into the flying and water type of Gyarados.
And it is Gyarados versus Gyarados. Dragon Breath slowly knocking down the hit points of the Pokemon. Crunch, blast through that Protect Shield, or blast into that Protect Shield. And now Hungry Wolfpack, again, up 2 shields, but I don't know if he's going to get a chance to use them.
Yeah, that fast attack damage is adding up. An attempt at a catch. Crunch coming through now, going to do good neutral damage. I think it's going to be very close to a knockout. If it does pick up the knockout, we'll have to see what Pokemon Axon brings in afterwards.
Does not knock out Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail coming into the Protect Shield. Hungry Wolfpack does get an opportunity to use this one, but Gyarados just doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough health to make it through these next couple of matchups. It has some energy. Hungry Wolfpack, I liked how he saved the shields for Gyarados. That is a great strategy, but I don't know. I don't know if Aqua Tail's enough here.
I think Aqua Tail's going to be just enough to pick up the knockout. It is such a good move. However, Medicham in the back, the Gyarados is so low on health. I think it's 2, maybe 3 Psycho Cuts to pick up the knockout. That's game number 1 going to its Axon.
Yeah, Hungry Wolfpack, again, not a bad strategy. 2 shields on a Gyarados, it puts you in a really good position, I would say 9 times out of 10. However, 1 times out of 10, you're going to be up against its Axon, and it's just not going to work out for you. Also, realistically, it's because the Gyarados was too low health at that point.
Yeah, Gyarados just not the bulkiest Pokemon, a little too low on health. Jackson had a very safe team composition in that game number 1. We'll have to see if Hungry Wolfpack opts to stay with that Vespiquen, given how it didn't really get lined up against the Pokemon it wanted to, right? If you get your Vespiquen on Oranguru, you're really happy, but it was on Dugong, and that matchup just was a little bit tough.
Tough matchups against a tough opponent. Hungry Wolfpack a little bit newer to the scene, but it's Axon, just a champion, a pillar, really, of this community.
How many pillars does it take to make a house? Probably 4, but we have at least 1 up on stage. I don't really know where I was going with that metaphor, but we're gonna continue forward. Looking at the replay, just got to see how little health was remaining on that Gyarados. Psycho Cut not doing a ton of damage, but able to pick up the knockout.
Oranguru versus Metang. This is why Metang came to this tournament. This is why trainers are trying to figure out, do I have any Beldum at all in my storage to make a Metang? It is for this matchup right here.
Psyshock not going to be the move of choice into Oranguru. Now going to throw the Gyro Ball. Gyro Ball, good neutral damage, same type attack bonus damage into Oranguru.
And it almost picks up a knockout, but leaves the Oranguru with just enough health to be able to throw this Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing is does a significant chunk of damage to Metang, but not quite enough to knock out. Gyarados may be looking for a little bit of juicy farm, but it's not. Metang is not going down without a fight, throwing that Psyshock in exchange.
And I'm not surprised at all to see its Axon pivot out immediately. Does not want to allow Hungry Wolfpack to garner any more energy in this matchup, and instead swaps immediately into his own Gyarados.
Yeah, and the Gyarados looks great here in this mid-game matchup. Gyarados has energy advantage. It's about to knock out Hungry Wolfpack's Gyarados, unless Hungry Wolfpack puts up a shield. Does not want to let all of this energy on Gyarados go to waste.
Yeah, he was just at the crunch, so shielding makes sense. Now he has the opportunity to pivot out once more into his final Pokemon, but it is just Medicham, and Medicham's going to have a hard time farming down this Gyarados, so I think he's going to need to throw an Ice Punch in order to pick up a knockout.
Hungry Wolfpack taking some notes, writing some things down, not relying on the rote memory, which I think is the better choice. Gyarados throws the Aqua Tail into Medicham. Medicham can handle quite a few Aqua Tails.
Yeah, first one not even taking it into the yellow, building up more energy, great timing, catch from its Axon, showing he's got moves as well. Dynamic Punch going to be neutral into the Metang and more than enough to pick up a knockout.
Its Axon's got moves, its Axon's got all the moves, and what he has is a full health Medicham in the back. That Medicham is poised right now to be able to clear the field if Gyarados doesn't do it first.
Just really impeccable energy awareness from its Axon, throwing one turn before the Ice Punch was ready from Hungry Wolfpack, and this is just looking pretty dire. Hungry Wolfpack's playing it right. He's building up extra energy, but there's an entire Medicham in the back.
Yeah, that is going to be rough. If it was a different Pokemon, maybe there Hungry Wolfpack would stand a bit more of a chance, but there is just not enough energy, not enough health on all of Hungry Wolfpack's Pokemon to be able to take out its Axon. Its Axon is going to stand tall at the end of this match with his favorite Pokemon, Medicham.
Medicham picking up 3 knockouts in a row. Dynamic Punch coming through. This is resisted damage. Even a Psychic would not be enough to pick up a knockout. And we're going to see its Axon sweep the winners round 1 match 2-0 here, making his way forward through the tournament.
Congratulations to its Axon picking up the win here in winners round 1 of the Latin America International Championships. Hungry Wolfpack, though, I can't see a lot of fault with his play. I think its Axon just has had a little bit of the edge of knowing the matchups, knowing the energy management. I don't think Hungry Wolfpack did a lot wrong, and I see a lot of potential in this trainer.
And realistically, the only mistake that happened was allowing the catch onto the Metang. But even if it hadn't happened, I think Axon was still in a really commanding position just because of the alignment that he had. You know, this is a meta that's not very alignment driven. However, getting the Metang in the right spot in the right time can be very key to just shoring up further matchups down the road.
Hungry Wolfpack has an opportunity here. You come up against a tough opponent in the winners round, that can mess with your mindset. But if Hungry Wolfpack or any of these other trainers we've seen get sent down to losers can take a moment, reset, and get their mind right, they can make a real push through the loser side of the bracket.
And it's tough to do that, right? Resetting yourself mentally after having traveled so far, having a really long day 1, and going into what could be an even longer day number 2, it takes a lot of mental strength in order to reset, to recalibrate, and to go on. The one thing he does have is a small break and a little bit of time to do that before his next match is ready.
And Nick and I actually have a chance to take a small break because there is an interview coming up, so trainers don't go anywhere. We have its Axon down on the stage.
Indeed, joined by world champion, by IC champion, its Axon. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, that first game of the day, you always got the nerves. You don't know how it's going to go. But getting through that, now I'm top 16 guaranteed. And this is by far my best placement at an international tournament that's not NAIC. So I'm happy to be here. I'm hopefully going to keep on going with the run here. But I got a lot of battles still left today.
I mean, good performance already. If you were to win this, right? You have won NAIC before. Would you go to EUIC as well to complete it?
Oh, for sure. If I win this, EUIC is just guaranteed, you know? Then I'd have NAIC, I'd have LAIC. I'd have to try to win EUIC, right?
Perfect. You are just already holding up the Medicham here. You're famous for one specific version of the Medicham. Is there a way to play something like that with the Psycho Cut Medicham as well to dominate the mirror match?
Yeah, I mean, the only way to really dominate the mirror match with Psycho Cut is just by winning CMP. So you have the decision to make on if you want to run a higher attack Medicham or just a high rank. And I mean, I don't want to reveal what mine is here, but you know, I think a lot of people make their own choices with that. I just know that the classic spread that I used at the World Championship, there's like no reason to use that one because obviously we're using a different fast move. So there's a lot of decisions to be made, but you know, it's all down to the trainer.
You know, we've seen yesterday on X that when Ineloquence told you that Medicham is going to be great at LAIC, you were a bit skeptical. What convinced you after all?
Yeah, I mean, he said, you know, look at Psycho Cut Medicham. It sims really well into the meta. And I mean, I was looking at it, and it's like, at first, you know, it's not amazing into Oranguru, it's not amazing into Gyarados. But then I was looking like, wait, how does it even have play into these things? Plus, it shuts down Dugong. It has a lot of play into Runerigus, so I don't know how it's so good in this meta, but he was right, and I'm so glad that I listened to him. He's, I guess he knows what he's doing.
Definitely, and I guess Medicham is just, after all, still the GOAT. You know, speaking of GOATs, you won NAIC, you won Worlds. You're still performing incredibly well at those tournaments. What drives you forward?
Yeah, I mean, I just love playing the game. I mean, after I won the World Championship in 2023, I had a bit of a rough patch where I wasn't winning a lot of tournaments. I thought there was like a lot of expectations on me to win. But like when I really just took a step back and was like, you know, I like playing this game, just play the battles, have fun. Honestly, it started to work out a lot better recently. So I'm just going to keep doing that and see where it takes me.
Having fun is a great advice for Pokemon GO trainers at home. Thank you so much for your time. Prepare for your next match, and we're going back for the casters.
All right, thank you, Leo, for that interview with its Axon. It's really interesting to hear how this is his best tournament performance at an international competition outside of NAIC. You know, when you think about international competitions that he's attended and done well at, right? He has the Worlds win, so it's not necessarily that he's struggling with jet lag or anything. He's just not had quite the luck he's needed, but showing here at this tournament that he's had it now.
And I think that's the thing about this meta. It's not about luck. It's about skill expression, and no one does it better than it's Axon. He's a pillar of the community for a reason. He's someone that a lot of people look up to.
And it's really interesting to hear that he got some advice from a trainer that maybe we would only think is okay at this game. He's only gotten maybe second place at a Worlds competition in Adequance, but, you know, being reminded that your favorite Pokemon in the Pokemon Play Pokemon meta is Meta Cham again. Nice to hear. Up on stage, we have Elche versus Desynct. Elche, of course, had a great performance as well at Yokohama. Desynct, one of the trainers from LATAM, who is very, very consistent at performing well at regionals as well as international competitions.
So much fun to see two trainers coming from not just the same region, but from the same country. Two Chilean trainers battling it out here. Elche, well known for the trainer who made such a deep run in Yokohama with just 5 Pokemon due to an error that he inputted in his team sheet, where Desynct, known for running a bit more spice, known for running a bit of interesting Pokemon. Metacham was interesting up until a couple of days ago.
Speaking of spice, Metacham! Oh, I'm just kidding. In comes the Runerigus, going to be one of the better answers, but Ice Punch able to be thrown before a Brutal Swing means that Desynct is now up 1 fast attack in terms of pacing.
Runerigus handled that Ice Punch just fine and is going to have a lot of energy going into this next matchup and is going to get to throw some consecutive Brutal Swings into the Oranguru. Runerigus, one reason it's great in this meta is because it has a 2-turn fast attack, and Shadow Claw, it's not dealing with the clunkiness of something like Incinerate or Icy Wind.
I think Desynct is in a pretty good position here, though. That Ice Punch chip is going to allow for him to have a little bit of an easier time farming down. However, because of the quick pacing to Brutal Swing, we're going to see that he actually needs to throw his own charge attack here in order to prevent a third one from coming through.
Runerigus knocks down back into that Pokeball. Elche has a decision to make. What does he want to get the energy on? Where is it going to be more valuable? And he decides that it's Metacham.
This is going to be a really tough farm down for Elche if he decides to go for it. Resisted Psycho Cuts do not do all that much damage into the very bulky Oranguru. He has the opportunity to potentially pivot into his own Dugong, or maybe, no, looks like he's going for the full farm down.
And that Metacham is going to go crazy, I think, with a little bit of extra energy, because that energy can go just about anywhere. It can go, you can throw Ice Punches into Desync's Runerigus, or into the Metacham, the opposing Metacham.
And making a great call here, bringing the Runerigus, taking all of this super effective energy, because Metacham looks very good in the back against the Dugong for Elche.
Second Ice Punch comes through and will take the Runerigus deep into the red, and a quick swap out by Elche, gonna try to get an advantage with this Dugong, but unfortunately for Elche, met with the Metacham on the side of Desynct.
Both trainers building up a ton of energy here. Dynamic Punch coming through first. Shield is going to come up from Elche, given there are no Icy Wind debuffs yet.
Shield deployed. That was the first Protect Shield of this entire match. Sometimes we can forget these Pokemon are so bulky. It seems like they have shields built in, but that was the first and now the second Protect Shield. We are back at shield parity. We are going to start to see these shields whittle away and start to be pulled from these trainers, and we'll start to see more charge attacks connect in a moment here.
Icy Wind going at in proper timing makes a lot of sense, and a really great catch from Elche here. Waiting what looked like 2 full turns there, not throwing an Ice Shard in order to try to catch this Dynamic Punch, which is completely undercharged, switches into the Runerigus and gets a full farm down.
Runerigus comes in with energy, and this is where Runerigus is a bit of a Dugong counter because these Rock Tombs can come in really hard.
The really tough thing, though, now is that Elche's Dugong is debuffed 1 stage, and there is a good amount of energy remaining on this Metacham. Because of the debuff, I don't think Icy Wind is enough damage to pick up a knockout, and I'm not sure Drill Run is either.
Yeah, this Dugong has been asked to do a lot, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. Going right for the drill run, trying to get that heavy hitting damage, but now with that Rock Tomb debuff, the Medicham will withstand and get to this dynamic punch to shore up game number 1 for Desynced.
And I think it was a really great heads-up play from Elche to wait there, catch the move. However, because Desynced also had a heads-up play, completely undercharged, goes in with a Runerigus, farms up, comes out with a Rock Tomb for that Dugong, which is going to stick for the rest of the game because the swap was already made. Put him on the backside. You know, it was a little bit of a 1 step forward, 2 steps back catch.
I would tend to agree. Desynced, both of these trainers are battling it out for a top 16 spot here at LAIC. These trainers likely know each other very well. They've probably battled against each other before, and this is going to be tough. This is going to come down to technical. It can't just be I made one good play, because you know your opponent is going to make good plays too.
Yeah, you're going to have to make good plays throughout the entire match in order to claim victory. Be curious to see if either trainer strays from the path that they've taken thus far of fairly safe Pokemon. Runerigus did a lot for Desynced in that matchup, especially because it was able to line into that Medicham a number of times and able to preserve switch advantage, aligning his own Medicham into Elche's Dugong.
Runerigus standing tall. We got to see it serve as a bit of a Dugong counter, throwing in that power gem, or I'm sorry, throwing in that Rock Tomb to knock down Dugong's attack so that the drill run would not KO in the end. Elche has an opportunity here to switch it up, has an opportunity to have some potential here with a Rangaroo on Togetic.
An interesting moveset choice from Desynced, running the Dazzling Gleam for harder hitting moves, and he's throwing it immediately. This would do a lot of neutral damage. Fairy and Rock types are both neutral into the Psychic and Normal of a Rangaroo, and it does a little bit over half of the remaining health of that Rangaroo.
Elche with the Runerigus safe swap pulls the opposing Rangaroo out. A Rangaroo being such a safe Pokemon, it can be really beneficial to pull away something so safe from Desynced.
In comes the first Brutal Swing. We'll see it does a little less than half of the remaining health, indicating that 3 will be necessary in order to pick up a knockout. Trailblaze coming through from the Oranguru, going to do a good amount of the remaining health of this Runerigus, but not enough to pick up the knockout, especially after the boost. I think 2, maybe 3 more confusions will be necessary.
Here comes Brutal Swing number 1. It connects, but Runerigus does not have the ability to Shadow Claw down, and with that boost, the confusion was enough to KO Runerigus with that little bit of energy that it had. That's really unfortunate, but that's great for Desynced, being able to throw this Brutal Swing into the Turtonator, chip it a little bit before bringing the Togetic back in.
And the Togetic is loaded in energy. In comes the Ancient Power. This would do a lot of super effective damage to the Turtonator. Ancient Power gets shielded up. There is not enough energy for a second. Incinerate comes through, and immediate switch into the Oranguru. And I don't think this Trailblaze is enough to pick up a knockout.
I'm not so sure either, but it means that the confusion damage is going to be buffed, and perhaps just after this confusion damage lands, maybe the next one will knock out. I don't think 1 confusion will do it, but 2 might.
Dazzling Gleam does pick up the knockout, so that confusion damage is not going to land. 2 shields on Medicham is the play for Desynced. In comes the first Brutal Swing. This is just neutral damage. Will Desynced opt for a Ice Punch bait or go straight for a Dynamic Punch? There's only 1 shield on the side of Elche.
Medicham coming in with Dynamic Punch. This is what Medicham was born to do, and takes down the Turtonator. And actually, Turtonator goes down with all of that energy because Desynced still had both shields. You might be thinking, why did you not throw the attacks? Desynced just had such a commanding win with 2 shields left. Way to go, Desynced, taking up the last, I believe, of our winners round 1. So our last top 16 spot goes to Desynced.
Yeah, and I think the game there really was decided by the Togetic and how good it was into the Pokemon it felt that it got aligned against, right? Landing 2 very effective charge attacks into the Oranguru with the Dazzling Gleam, and I think there was also an Ancient Power that went into a Turtonator, which pulled a Shield, so it really just provided a lot in that game number 2.
Yeah, I really appreciate how Desynced is utilizing that Togetic, because sometimes you bring something a little spicy, a little bit different to a tournament, and it just sits on the bench because you don't find utility for it. Desynced knows the Togetic matchups and has been able to utilize it.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, right? It's a Fairy and Flying type, and when you pair it up against something like Oranguru, you look at a Normal and Psychic type and say, hey, there's not really that many interactions between all those 4 types. However, Oranguru's charge attacks are Dark and Grass. Dark is resisted by the Fairy typing of the Togetic, and Grass is resisted by the Flying type of that Togetic. So even though it might not on paper, if you're just looking at the typings of the Pokemon, be a counter, it is a counter because of the charge attacks that are being ran.
It looks like Desynced utilized just the Togetic just one time. I'm really curious to see if he has been using it a lot in this tournament, or has it made just a few appearances. I believe we do have a winner's interview down on the stage.
I think maybe right before it, we're actually going to be looking at a winner's bracket. Since, as you had mentioned, we have wrapped up our winners round 1, we can take a look at everyone who's made it through. Out of all these 4 matchups, who are you most excited for to see?
That is a really tough question, Alpha Phoebe. I think that Marto Galde versus JW Naldo is going to be really interesting for me because we've got 2 trainers from LATAM, the current reigning LAIC champion versus a former LAIC champion. That's the one that I have my eye on.
For me, I think Pato versus Out of Pocket as an NA versus EU to see who continues forward. On the loser side of the bracket, we have a number of people who are waiting to play still. Victor Hugo versus DHC United. I know DHC United has not played that many tournaments. I think Vegas was his very first one, so he's got to be very happy to make it into day number 2 here at LAIC.
So many great trainers, and a lot of them unfortunately being eliminated in losers round 1, but it's nice that we get to see a little bit of that bracket here on the stream to see how that losers bracket run is going while we dive in, we focus in on the winner's side.
I was almost going to say for that it's Axon versus Patoman matchup, or no, it's not, sorry, it's Out of Pocket versus Patoman. And I got confused because of the point I'm going to make. I was going to say it's 2 of the top trainers from their each respective region, but you know, Out of Pocket does have to contend with its Axon, who is still on the winner's side of the bracket, for that number 1 spot of NA players, right? I think Patoman, if you really think across all the players, I think he's got it clinched for EU.
Yeah, and there has been such great talented trainers coming in from all over the world for these international tournaments. It's fantastic to see these trainers battling each other that you might not get to see it at just a normal regional event.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the most fun aspects of international competition. You know, maybe at a regional event, you'll get a couple of people flying in from out of country or from out of region. I know ZZ has made his way into a number of our regionals, Hartford being one of them, where we had a bunch of people from the community showing up. I think, you know, Hartford's not the biggest city, but it was definitely one of the biggest regionals that we had in that season.
And what's different today, though, than from any other regional event that we've had is that we have a limited meta.
And 100% usage on Oranguru, that's crazy!
That it is. And then you can kind of see, if you take just a snapshot of those top 6 Pokemon on the top 6 usage, that seems to be the winning team.
That seems like the team I would have brought.
Very similar that I may have brought as well, although I'm a little partial to Vespiquen. I'm quite partial to Runerigus. I may have tried to bring in a few different picks. Sometimes it's kind of fun to bring in something that you don't think the other trainers are going to expect quite as much.
I'm doing some quick maths with Big Phoebe here. We have a Vespiquen down in slot number 12. That was 3.1% usage, and we have 32 trainers in day 2. 100 divided by 32 is about 3. That is 1 Vespiquen remaining in Top Cut.
Well, I stand with that Vespiquen choice. I think it's very, very fun. Not going to be featured here. Instead, we have kind of the Metang and the Metacham. I believe, are these mirror teams?
It is looking like it to me. We have the Turtonator on both sides. The only thing would be the fast attack, but it's Incinerate for both of these trainers. We'll have to see in the mirror match which Pokemon these trainers think are best into their own team. I think that's kind of the fun thing about a mirror match, right? Is you get to see how each trainer kind of views their own team's strengths and weaknesses and how they think that they can take advantage of it with the same team.
Lots of cheering going on the stage. The environment is electrifying here at LAIC, and this is an electrifying matchup. Nighttime Clasher and Stud Muffins taking into winners round 2. So taking a look at the bracket, Nick, what is on the line here now that we're in winners round 2?
Well, each and every win knocks down, half of your opponents. So we have 16 people in winners round 1. We have 8 people in winners round 2. Therefore, if you make it to winners round 3, there's only 4 more people on the winner's side of the bracket. So that puts you so much closer to earning a medal for these trainers. And I know that's definitely on the minds of them. You know, staying on the winner's side of the bracket is a key to having an easier day. It's fewer rounds that you need to play overall, and it's less stress on you in terms of feeling like you're about to be eliminated from the tournament.
These trainers, I think Stud Muffin specifically, is really looking for the championship points for the things like the Travel Award, as well, Nighttime Clasher as well. So it's not just about getting the medal. It's not even just about the prizing. It's about the championship points, trying to earn your Worlds ticket and earn Travel Award tickets for EUIC.
All right, and neither of these trainers have earned an international championship either, so they're got to have that on their minds going into game number 1. It's a fairly safe lead back and forth, Medicham into Metang, and we're going to have to see how these trainers play it out.
Stud Muffins makes the first attack in this winners round 2 matchup with the dynamic punch. Does not take Metang into half health. These trainers are doing resisted fast attack damage into each other.
In comes the Psyshock. That is going to be neutral charged attack damage because of the psychic typing of Medicham. Another dynamic punch could have been launched, but instead we see an interesting swap out from Stud Muffins into the Oranguru, which is probably an attempted catch of that Psyshock. However, it's going to be a Gyro Ball coming in for good, hard-hitting neutral damage.
And Nighttime Clasher actually sticking in with Metang and deciding to hang on. Is he going to shield this Brutal Swing, though, to preserve all of that energy? Doesn't. Knows Metang can handle it. Waits for a little bit more confusion damage to come through before throwing another Gyro Ball. Nighttime Clasher knows this Metang, exactly how much damage it can tank.
And I really like that play from Nighttime Clasher, allowing additional confusion damage to lower the health on the Metang. However, he's looking like he wants to pivot out immediately into his own Medicham. 2 shields on the side for both of these trainers, and there is only a half health Medicham in the back for Stud Muffins.
Turtonator gets to the Dragon Claw, one of the attacks that makes Turtonator so dangerous in this meta. Look at how much that does to Medicham. Medicham is just so bulky. It is crazy seeing an attack do that much damage.
And great knowledge from Nighttime Clasher once again, knowing that neither charge attack from Medicham will pick up a knockout. 2 Ice Punches loaded. First one coming through, not going to pick up a knockout, but he could throw the next one immediately to try to pick up the knockout.
Ice Punch connects. Like you said, no knockout. Nighttime Clasher building up a bunch of energy, but recognizing his Medicham winning, is going to win charge attack priority and throws the Ice Punch just as Stud Muffins also reaches an Ice Punch on Medicham.
And that additional energy might be key. I think he might still reach an Ice Punch later on. However, it might not even be necessary given how much health is on his Gyarados. It can pretty comfortably survive a Brutal Swing, and the Incinerates just don't do that much damage because of the water typing.
Incinerate slowly working away, but what Turtonator needs here is charge attack pressure. Typically it's a fast attack pressure Pokemon with Incinerate, but not here. Now it's looking for those Brutal Swings. It's looking for those Dragon Claws to knock away the Gyarados off the field of play. Stud Muffins only has this Turtonator remaining. Nighttime Clasher using the strategy that so many before him have used in this tournament, saving all 3 Pokemon with low health and energy in the wings.
I would have maybe preferred to see Nighttime Clasher throw the Aqua Tail before the Dragon Claw was loaded last time. However, Studmuffins does not believe that the Brutal Swing would be enough to knock out. I agree. I think Dragon Claw was necessary, and therefore the final Aqua Tail paces a little bit quicker, and that is going to be game number 1 going to Nighttime Clasher.
As I mentioned, Nighttime Clasher using the strategy that I think has shown to work out so well in this tournament, which is reserving your Pokemon, having some energy on them, and saving them in the back. This is a meta that is all about energy management, energy knowledge for these trainers.
And it's a bit curious to see Studmuffin swap out of a very neutral matchup into one that is not so great. However, he must have been afraid of something in the back that he wanted to preserve his Medicham for. Only time will tell to see how these trainers adjust, what movements they want to make in this pure 6 versus 6 mirror match.
Mirror matches make it even more intense. You have to know your Pokemon so well, and you have to be able to estimate what's going on with your opponent's Pokemon as well. For example, Nighttime Clasher recognizing that his Medicham is going to win Charge Attack priority against an opposing Medicham. Things like that are really important in a mirror match.
All right, Stephanie, I need you to stay with me on this one.
Oh dear.
That's an exact reaction I was looking for. Mirror, mirror on the wall, which 3 Pokemon should I bring to win it all?
Okay, that was kind of cute.
Pretty good,
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. But Nighttime Clasher, which 3 Pokemon is he going to bring to win it all? This last time he focused on Medicham, Metang, and Gyarados, which is a strong combination of 3 Pokemon. Studmuffins, if he wants to continue on the winner's side, the easier path, the shortcut path to a championship, needs to switch something up. He brought Medicham, Turtonator, and Oranguru, perhaps maybe needing to bring in his own Gyarados, his own Metang, maybe switch some things up.
Yeah, the Metang for Nighttime Clasher just did so much work there, right? Able to land itself onto the Oranguru because Studmuffins opted to switch out. He tried to catch a Charge Attack. It just was not the right play. You know, catching a Charge Attack from a 1-turn Fast Attack Pokemon can be just so difficult.
We've seen before neutral fast attack damage in this, or resisted fast attack damage, because these 2 Pokemon really are going to be relying, or really going to be pulling on their charged attacks and how quickly they can get to them. Metang gets to Psyshock just so incredibly quickly in this meta, and Crunch from Gyarados, that is super effective.
And this is a safe shield from Nighttime Clasher. I think an Aqua Tail bait is not very likely. We do see the defense drop, but the Psyshock is going to come out before the next Crunch. Really great patience from Nighttime Clasher, knowing the exact counts where that second Crunch is going to land, and we'll have to see if he tries to catch a move on one of his Pokemon in the back. Yes, he does.
But no catch is available. This allows Studmuffins to reserve the Gyarados in the back, save it for later, just like you try to save a nice piece of chocolate for later. You put it in the fridge, save it for when it can be most enjoyed, and I think that Crunch is going to be enjoyed later.
We're in Brazil, so I'm going to try to save myself a Brigadeiro for later. Those are just so tasty, just like this bit of chip damage from Psyshock into the Medicham.
Tasty, tasty chip damage. Medicham goes for a dynamic punch. This is also going to chip away at Metang, but not be enough to knock out. It is just neutral damage, but it is significant neutral damage.
Yeah, and the Psycho Cuts are double resisted by the Psychic and Steel typing of the Metang, so no farm down realistically is available. In comes the harder hitting Gyro Ball. Maybe enough damage to pick up a knockout. It just does.
Nighttime Clasher returns with Metang, and Studmuffin's actually bringing in the Dugong this time. Dugong doesn't love this matchup because Metang kind of paces really quickly to these side shocks, can really scare Dugong with the Gyro Ball as well.
And I think this is actually a little bit favorable for Nighttime Clasher. Remember, Studmuffins does have a lot of energy on the Gyarados, but oh, he's putting up a shield here. I don't actually like that because, oh no, the switch clocks aren't up. Because the Gyarados has a Crunch loaded, it's a little bit risky, but switch clock's not up. Nighttime Clasher very aware of that, throwing the Psyshock right before the next Drill Run is loaded. Will he try to make a catch on his Gyarados?
I am watching with bated breath to see what happens. There's the switch from Nighttime Clasher, and Stud Muffin's switch clock not yet available, so Dugong here able to throw an Icy Wind. Remember, Stud Muffins has that crunch loaded on Gyarados, on his own Gyarados.
And it was a really great read from Stud Muffins there to throw the Icy Wind as opposed to the Drill Run, right? Drill Run would have been double resisted by the flying type of the Gyarados. Crunch coming through, going to be enough to pick up the knockout. I think with a debuff, Aqua Tail might have just been shy.
Crunch knocks out, has to use all of that energy to do it. Gyarados and Matang have a lot of health available. Stud Muffins, I think, has energy available. So utilizes the crunch here to knock out the more oppressive threat, right? Gyarados is very scary. It had some energy. Clears that away, but can he get rid of the Matang?
Ooh, overfarm from Nighttime Clasher, not actually throwing as a move, maybe going for the fast attack down. Did Stud Muffins have a shield remaining? Is that why he opted to no throw?
No, there were no shields left behind in this matchup. Stud Muffins takes the win, and I knew it, Nick. I knew that crunch, that little piece of chocolate, was going to be very tasty later for Stud Muffins.
I'd be curious to hear from Nighttime Clasher as to why he opted to no throw. I think Stud Muffin's Matang didn't have much energy on it. I think it threw a charge attack before switching out. It was very low on health, so I think it would have been possible for him to throw the Psyshock and build up more energy to a Gyro Ball and pick up a knockout. I think Psyshock would have been a little bit risky. I think it might have had enough health left in order to survive the double resisted Psychic charged attack, but I think there was no energy, so I think he would have been very safe to build up to a Gyro Ball.
Taking another look back at this match, we can see it play out for ourselves, kind of the strategy of Stud Muffins. We can see the Gyarados held in the back with that crunch available, ready to deploy at the right moment.
And you can see right there was no energy on the Matang, right? It had maybe 3 or 4 Fury Cutters, so it was so far away from another charge attack. So I think Nighttime Clasher could have actually won that game number 2.
Yeah, but it is tough. We cannot read the mind of Nighttime Clasher. I don't know if I want to read the mind of Nighttime Clasher or any of our battlers. It would definitely make casting Pokemon Go a little more or less interesting. I'm not sure if we could be mind readers, but I am not a mind reader. I do not have a crystal ball. I don't know who the winner is going to be here in Winners Round 2. Will it be Stud Muffins? Will it be Nighttime Clasher? You let us know in the chat or standing in the crowds right now. Who are you rooting for to take this Winners Round 2 to advance into the winner's side?
It's an incredibly close matchup between these two trainers going into a decisive game number 3. Same teams on both sides, but we've seen a wide variety of Pokemon being brought. And I'm looking over at some of your notes to, steal a little bit of information. It looks like Stud Muffins brought every single Pokemon on his team, whereas Nighttime Clasher's kind of just stuck with the same few.
Sometimes, and I've noticed that from a lot of really good trainers, they kind of stick with what they know. They're like, I know the formula, I know the strategy of what is going to work, and I'm going to utilize, and I'm just going to run it.
Stephanie, you can't say the word formula in front of me.
No, I cannot, Alpha Feed. Going back to the Pokemon that we have in the tournament, remember, this is a mirror team. These two trainers have brought the exact same team to the tournament. They found the recipe for success in Medicham, Dugong, Turtonator, Matang, Gyarados, and Oranguru. But who will have the better end product? Who will cook the best with the recipe? Two people can have the exact same recipe and the end product's gonna come out way differently.
Absolutely, that's a very key thing to baking, right? You need the correct proportions, you need to add the ingredients in the right order, and for instance, say you end up bringing Matang into a Turtonator, that's a really bad spot to be. You over-whisked those eggs and now they're way too overworked and you're gonna have a really bad end product.
Well, I am looking forward to the end product here. It looks like our trainers are just about locked in. Decisive game number 3 here in Winners Round 2. Let's hear it in the crowd for these Turtonators rumbling onto the field.
Well, both of the Matangs happen to dodge the Turtonator, and now we've got a Turtonator mirror match. The question now becomes, do trainers bait? Do trainers win the charge attack tie? In comes the first Dragon Claw from Stud Muffins. A little more energy for this charge attack and pulls the first shield.
Nighttime Clasher shields the Turtonator, so recognizing Stud Muffin's Turtonator appears that it is going to win charge attack priority and is going to get to go first. Nighttime Clasher selected Brutal Swing, so has a little bit more energy, is going to get to the attacks just a little bit quicker. Looks like, I think they both, again, another charge attack priority tie, which Stud Muffins is winning. This is valuable knowledge.
Now going for the Brutal Swing, no shielding. Nighttime Clasher making all of the calls. Stud Muffins grimacing. In comes the Dragon Claw. This is going to be super effective damage against the Dragon and Fire type, and Stud Muffin puts up a correct shield this time.
Stud Muffins they are even energy now, but again, Stud Muffins wins the charge attack priority, gets to throw first. Nighttime Clasher correctly shielding, and we have Nighttime Clasher throwing the Dragon Claw in return, but here's the issue. Stud Muffins used his Protect Shield earlier, so this Dragon Claw connects into Turtonator.
And Turtonator is almost knocked out, hanging by a thread, and in comes the Matang to answer the Dugong. The issue for Matang here is there are no more Protect Shields remaining, so each and every drill run is going to land.
We hardly see this in this meta where trainers are willing to expend both of their Protect Shields right away in the opening matchup. We are going to see some heavy-hitting charge attacks land throughout the rest of this. Which trainer, which Pokemon will be the last one standing?
I don't know if Nighttime Clasher has enough energy for 2 moves. No, he does not. Psyshock is a little bit short. I think I would have preferred for him to go for double Psyshock as opposed to Gyro Ball, and then for a Psyshock to get a little bit more damage down onto this Dugong.
Dugong comes in, the last fully healthy Pokemon on the side of Nighttime Clasher, still has the Turtonator hiding in the back. What can Stud Muffins do to get rid of this full health Dugong?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. Dugong going to take an Icy Wind, lowering its attack. A little bit more energy can be farmed by Nighttime Clasher. He does know the exact counts of Stud Muffin's own Dugong. Drill Run, I think, going to be really close to picking up a knockout. Because of the debuff, I'm not quite sure.
Not enough. We see Stud Muffins again. He's got 2 Pokemon. Neither of them, I think, have any energy. So it's really all on Matang to be able to knock out the Turtonator with a Psyshock. This is going to be kind of close. Turtonator survives.
That's such a key survival. This Brutal Swing is absolutely necessary for Nighttime Clasher. Coming through, going to do super effective damage against the Psychic typing of the Matang. I believe there's a full Drill Run loaded, and because Nighttime Clasher switched out, it's going to be doing back to base damage, and goes to show how impactful that original matchup was between the 2 Turtonators and the shielding decisions. Nighttime Clasher made every correct call, but Stud Muffins was unable to.
And Stud Muffins, while utilizing a lot of that strategy of saving like all 3 of your Pokemon, his Pokemon don't have enough energy to be able to be as impactful, and like he just didn't have an opportunity. The switch timers weren't up.
Right, and it all comes down to the lead matchup. Both shields used by both trainers, but one bait that was made by Nighttime Clasher goes shielded, one bait that went by Stud Muffins went no shielded, and that made all of the difference in this matchup.
And but being able to take that advantage and pilot it to a victory really shows just how great of a trainer that Nighttime Clasher is. Because you can have a small advantage in the beginning of the game, but lose it later on. He took the advantage and stuck with it.
Yeah, I mean, he made one little misstep there with the matchup between Matang and Dugong. He went for the harder hitting Gyro Ball, but could have done more overall damage with 2 Psyshocks. Didn't really matter though, because of how much health his Dugong had and how much health his Turtonator had, right? Because it only took a Brutal Swing and not a Dragon Claw, it had about a third of its health remaining, and it was able to land and incinerate onto the Matang, survive the Psyshock really importantly, also surviving one more Fury Cutter to land a hard-hitting Brutal Swing and do a lot of damage to the Matang.
Nighttime Clasher, kind of known for being the Liverpool regional champion. He was one of, I'm not sure if he was the first or one of the first trainers to win a regional out of region. And he was kind of infamous for that for a little while. I wonder if Nighttime Clasher is now going to try to take the Latin America International Championship title out of region.
That is definitely something that's got to be on his mind. It has not happened yet in the Pokemon Go scene, but is actually very common in all the other games for our trainers from out of region to take an international championship. I was talking to Evan Latt, one of our VG casters, during the pre-show, and actually LAIC has not been won by someone from Latin America before.
Wow, there was such a difference between our games.
Yeah, this is probably one of the years where there is a good opportunity. I know there are a couple of Brazilian players still who are X and 1 or X and 2, which is, you know, terminology that we don't hear in our double elimination format. Basically saying, I don't know exactly how many times they've won, but they've only lost 1 or 2 times because the rounds are progressing. They've only lost that many times.
Coming up next, right after this break, you don't want to go anywhere because we are going to be seeing Potomon versus Out of Pocket. So do not go anywhere. We will keep you entertained. We have a short segment coming up from Chris. Chris Weisner, take it away.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a segment we're calling the Poke Go. I'm here with Zardy, 3-time regional champion, won Belo Horizonte this year, and a fellow football fan. Is that right?
Yeah, that's true.
And we are together going to be building a football team here in Brazil where football is king and going through some Pokemon from this Latin American International Championship Series meta and seeing where they fit best. So, Zardy, you've got a handful of Pokemon there. Let's see, what are we going to start off with?
Let's start with Dugong. I'll put Dugong in the left side of the attack because it's like a Seal. So, Seal likes to play with balls, so maybe it could be a skillful attack.
I like the pick, Dugong taking the left wing spot. And next, it looks like we have Medicham. What do we think about Medicham?
Medicham could be... He has some good kicking abilities, so why not the center forward of my team?
Makes a lot of sense. Medicham, Psychic type, high IQ player maybe. And next up, Vespiquen.
Vespiquen. Oh. As is a bulk Pokemon, I'll put here this Pokemon in the defense because it's like a defensive Pokemon, so why not? It could be a good defender in soccer too.
Vespiquen, high flyer, win those headers maybe. And next up, let's see, what do we got? Is that Goodra next? No. Oranguru.
Yeah, as it is a very smart Pokemon, I would put this Pokemon in the midfielder because it's the position where you need more brain ability, like say like this. So why not another psychic Pokemon with it's very known to be very smart. So yeah.
Oranguru, very wise. Good passer maybe. Reminds me of like a prime Shavi. Next up, Goodra.
Yeah. Goodra. I'll put Goodra in the right back position in the defense.
Okay. Dragon at right back. And next up, we've got, going through those, Turtonator.
As it likes to be showing his back, I'll put him in the goal.
Yeah, Turtonator, maybe not as skilled as these other Pokemon. He's going in goal. Big target. Here we go. Next up is Claydol.
Oh, this is tough. Well, Claydol is also a bulk Pokemon and a defensive Pokemon, so why not in defense to pair with Vespiquen?
Okay, makes sense. Bulky Pokemon, strong. And we've got Fearow next.
Fearow, yeah, as it has more offensive Pokemon and it's more like quick Pokemon, why not put in the right side of the my attacking team right here?
I like that. Makes sense. Not many Pokemon faster than Fearow down that wing. And we got 3 spots left. We're running down.
Let's see. This one.
Gyarados. Gyarados next.
Gyarados will be the left back of my team.
All right.
Large Pokemon, it can cover most part of the pitch, so yeah.
Gyarados leaves 2 spots remaining. And we got Glalie next. Some options. See what fits best.
Bronzong. It will be the defensive midfielder of my team because it's also a bulky Pokemon, and I'm sure it will help me a lot with the defensive issues that I could have with my team. Yeah.
Very nice. Couple Psychic types in the midfield. Leaves just one spot remaining. Left, center, mid. Got a few options left. Oh, I like it.
It has to be Charizard because I'm Charizard, and it will be the number 10. That in football it's the most important shirt that the best player usually wear it. So why not it's Charizard? So it will be here.
Charizard, a signature Pokemon rounding out the team. Let us know what you guys think of Zardy's team. Would you have changed anything? But we're going to send it back to the action.
Welcome back to the Latin America International Championships 2026 here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Prime Xavi, the Pierce you know ball, huh?
You know, I played football / soccer up until about the 3rd grade. I wasn't very good. Switched to basketball, that was more my thing, but you know, I know a thing or two.
Well, I mean, Zardy apparently also knows a thing or two because I think he would crush our team, actually. This looked a lot better than what we put together.
Yes, I was asking around, and Jeff told me Zardy is a huge football fan, so I had to go grab him. He built a great team there. But
speaking of ball knowledge, Patoman versus Out of Pocket, two of the most successful and youngest trainers we have in competitive Pokemon Go. Both of these trainers have won an international championship before. They have won regionals before. Those are truly true of the greats.
Exactly. There are not very many trainers that can say they are an international champion, and we have two of them in front of us right now, looking to make more history. And we saw Patoman utilizing that Dusknoir in his last matchup so well, and once again, it has multiple targets. It's actually a very similar matchup to the last one he faced with that Metang, Medicham, and Dugong, 3 solid targets for the Dusknoir.
So do you reckon we're going to see Oranguru every single game from Pocket?
You have to presume it feels almost like a must-bring for Pocket to have a check for that Dusknoir, and it's so safe, it feels like why not bring it as well?
I mean, it has been safe against everything except for the Vespiquen. This has been a crazy good check for the Oranguru. Of course, Oranguru dealing neutral fast attack damage and Brutal Swing also hitting for neutral damage. However, it is not too much, and it is nowhere in sight for Patoman. First of all, Gyarados Mirror Lead.
Gyarados Mirror, and we've seen players play this a lot differently. Some even opting for the Aqua Tail bait, and that's what we're seeing here. Patoman going directly for the Crunch. This is probably the safest way to play this matchup. Guarantee solid damage or the Protect Shield. Crunch is going to Lent, and now a key decision right off the bat for Patoman. Aqua Tail bait coming through, and Pato calls it.
Again, and now this Dragon Breath is going to... I think they're going to charge that priority tie on Crunch versus Aqua Tail. Pocket decides to throw Aqua Tail before you can actually knock out with Dragon Breath and Aqua Tails in the 2-shield scenario. Patoman letting it go through, reaches his own Aqua Tail, but gets farmed down. Pocket does not seem too excited about that because now this might be a farm down here. Tries to reach for another Aqua Tail, gets farmed down himself, and now the advantage is over at Patoman.
Pocket displaying some matchup knowledge there, because when, as we see the swap now Oranguru into an Ember Turtonator, but in that lead matchup, he did not seem to down after the bait call because he recognized if you just go straight Aqua Tail anyway, you're going to win the 0-shield scenario. So some nice matchup recognition there from Pocket. But now we see this matchup, the Ember Turtonator spamming off the super effective Brutal Swings, the bulky Oranguru fighting back.
Incinerate, of course, dealing more damage than Ember, but now you're heavily outpacing on the Turtonator there with this 9% max energy on Ember, already a double Brutal Swing here. It's also a Pokemon that should win the Charge Attack priority versus Oranguru.
Keep in mind, Dragon Claw does more raw damage here than the super effective Brutal Swing. Oh, but Patoman going for... Oh, we're actually seeing a Trailblaze bait. It's not often you're baiting the higher energy cost attack, but it is a bait because Pocket now ramps up his attack and got the shield anyway. Patoman now going for another Brutal Swing, and Pocket's investing in the Oranguru.
Uses the second shield here. Can Pataman hang on to more confusions here? No, swaps out, goes for a combo play. The dynamic punch is going to be applied on this Oranguru. Attack boosted, energy up, but dynamic punch knocks out.
Pocket does not like this. He still has the Matang, but he is down a Protect Shield. So this is a lot for the Matang to overcome. And if you're Pataman, you got to feel pretty good here, because you can simply save that Protect Shield for the Turtonator and try and deliver a Brutal Swing to knock out in the endgame.
Pataman's playing streets ahead here, is charging up towards that second dynamic punch out of pocket. Now going for a gyro ball, trying to deal a little bit more damage, maybe possibly hanging on to the hope that it could get a farm down there and throw a charge deck into that Turtonator, but dynamic punch is reached. Even more damage. This is clearly Brutal Swing range now.
And this is probably one Incinerate range as well after this dynamic punch connects. A simple swap in, still has a Protect Shield to hide behind, and why not for the Brutal Swing if you have it. Convincing game number 1 taken for Pataman as he goes ahead in this series.
And both Gyarados looking a little disappointing there. You know, Pataman not reaching that second Aqua Tail versus out of pocket, then out of pocket not reaching the Aqua Tail versus Medicham in the lead. That was crazy farm downs.
Pocket was sort of in a difficult position because getting that Psycho Cut down after the lead matchup was really tough for him, but he also couldn't really give up Switch because he had the Matang, and he knew if he does that, he risked getting the Matang locked onto the Turtonator. So it was a tough choice for him. He was in a dilemma of 2 bad decisions.
It felt like a bit of a checkmate. This was one of the more dominant matchups we have seen this weekend, where it felt like Pataman was in the driver's seat for most of the time. If you give just a little bit of an energy head start to a Medicham, it is going to hit everything in this meta for at least neutral damage.
And once again, we've seen the lead. Pocket gets the lead win, but as we were just describing, you surrender a 3 Psycho Cut down to Medicham, but you also can't give up Switch because you can't afford to get Matang locked on the Turtonator. But even with the Switch advantage, that 3 Psycho Cut head start proved to be too much. Pataman utilizing that Turtonator with its shell, its back turn, disrespecting the Matang, and delivered that Brutal Swing for the KO.
Crazy good goalie, keeps him in the game as well. Turtonator here with the Ember fast attack. Only 8 players in day 2 were running Ember as opposed to the 13 Incinerate players. Makes the matchup versus the Steel type Pokemon a little bit less strong. However, still super effective damage. You're charging up to those Brutal Swings, which hit both of the 2 Steel types for super effective damage.
And notice Pataman did not even bother bringing the Dust Noir in game number 1, perhaps recognizing that maybe Pocket's expecting it. He's going to try and bring a team that does well against it. He left it on the bench, so that's a mind game as well. Has the option to maybe bring it this time.
Pocket ran the exact same line that Sceptile Ice ran to prevent this Dust Noir from being strong. Gyarados in the lead, the Oranguru in the back, and then in the end, the Metang, this one target, because you have to run 1. That is a tremendous lead for Pataman. Gyarados onto that Turtonator, and it's being played by out of pocket.
Pocket did this yesterday as well. He stayed in this matchup for a while. I think he threw 1 charge attack and then left, because these Incinerates still do add up, and they do. A Dragon Claw would be threatening here, so Pataman does put on the Protect Shield in Pocket, a successful Brutal Swing bait.
But now Pataman is getting an endless amount of energy on this Gyarados, basically never even throwing, going a little bit over 100 energy. Throws a Crunch here now onto the Gyarados of out of pocket. You can't switch anything into a Gyarados with 100 energy.
Oh, and Pocket shields the first Crunch and another Crunch debuff. That is tough. Now this one will do even more damage. I think Pocket was playing the percentages like, I know this is probably a Crunch, so I'm going to shield, take the risk, but unfortunately got debuffed, and now Medicham swaps in. Lots of energy on Gyarados, but a Dynamic Punch will do even more damage with this Gyarados being debuffed.
It's called Gyarados for a reason, because both Gyarados are actually at a lot of energy. Pataman banking a charge attack again on the back, close to an Aqua Tail here. Goes to throw an Ice Punch. This would normally not deal that much damage, but the defense is debuffed.
Medicham delivering the Ice Punch, and Gyarados takes it. Pocket going to build up lots of energy, saving that for later where it may be more valuable, and now opting to bring his Oranguru into the Medicham.
Yep, one Psycho Cut away from double Dynamic Punch, which would be able to almost knock out the Oranguru. And I don't think that the Oranguru has a charge attack that knocks out the Medicham from this range. This looks like another Medicham Masterclass, but no, swaps into the Turtonator. Turtonator is going to chip down with the Ember, wants to bring the Oranguru into Brutal Swing range.
You see the facial expressions of these trainers. Pocket does not like the position he's in. The Oranguru starting to get low as Turtonator will build up lots of energy. These Embers building energy so quickly. Oranguru fires the Brutal Swing, but it's not all that threatening. And I think Patoman has an opportunity to build up even more, try to knock out this Oranguru, and gonna take energy into the next matchup as well.
Patoman is not playing HP, he's playing for energy. Everything he has almost at least a charge attack here. Knocks out the Oranguru. That was basically the most use you can get there. A Brutal Swing is being thrown by out of pocket. You're so close to a Dragler. You could shield this, but then maybe the Gyarados comes in to throw another charge attack at you. Lets the Turtonator go. Has Gyarados with a Protect Shield. A lot of energy almost at the Aqua Tail. Combo play from out of pocket. Tries to bring in the Gyarados. Throws an Aqua Tail. Do you shield this?
He let a lot of energy go there. Pocket gets the successful Aqua Tail bait. He's close to a crunch. He gets, but not before the Aqua Tail from Patoman. And this should be enough to knock out Pocket's Gyarados. It loses the crunch. What remains for Pocket? It's just the Turtonator.
And there's still the Dynamic Punch on the Medicham. The dynamic gameplay of Patoman gets him into the next round. So close to another Championship Sunday. Patoman 2 out of pocket, out of the winner's side.
Dynamic play, a frenetic pace between these two trainers. Try to keep track of the energy, and Patoman gets the win. There was charge attack, swap. Oh my goodness, and Patoman sticks his chest out, taking down a fellow international champion and out of pocket. He is moving on into the top 8. Well played by the young Patoman.
What a statement by the European GOAT Patoman, showing off in this tournament, going through a gauntlet of NA players here. Sceptile Eyes, fantastic player, especially recently on a run out of pocket, one of the greatest. No problemo for Patoman.
These two trainers, I think, are regarded very similarly in their respective regions. Two young savants of Pokemon GO PvP who have done so much, accomplished so much, winning their respective international championships of their home region. And now they're moving on. Well, Patoman will be on the winner's side, Pocket on the loser's side, and trying to accomplish that thing we talked about earlier, winning an international championship in an away region.
You know, Patoman, we have talked about it, a little bit of a slow start to the regional season for him here with not too many successes in Lille and Gdansk. I think that just made him angry, and you don't want to play versus an angry Patoman.
Yeah, you don't want to make him angry or he'll take it out on you and take it out on your Pokemon as well. We see that quick combo play and just seemed to be in the driver's seat in this matchup. And I mean, part of it had to do, right, he got a very favorable lead, leading the Gyarados into the Turtonator. But against a player like Pocket, it's easier said than done to translate that favorable lead into a win, but he was able to stay in the driver's seat.
But that's just something about Patoman, right? In this meta, it's incredibly difficult to obtain advantages over your opponent, right? It's so dynamic. So many charge attacks deal the same amount of damage, so where are you getting that advantage from? If you're giving Patoman a good lead, some sort of advantage, he's gonna take it out on you.
And I will say there is some truth to when you're playing from behind, when you lose the lead, you're the player that maybe can be more aggressive, that can swap out, take more chances. So in a meta like this, it's easier said than done to win the lead and maintain that advantage. And like you just said, Patoman doing a great job of that.
Yep, he has been absolutely fantastic, and I think at this point you can say he's going into a role of a little bit of a favorite here, because this is a term that Martine crowned, right? Peak Patoman. Every time Patoman is on a roll, every time he seems to be comfortable with a team in a meta in a tournament, just plays like he's unstoppable.
You talk about records, you talk about history, and right now, Axon is the only trainer in our game to have won multiple international championships with respect to Emmy Weedle, right, who did win a seniors division international championship in that first season, but won in the masters division. So Patoman with the opportunity to try and join Axon, who is also still on the winner's side, so we'll be seeing him shortly. But coming up next, it's going to be Martel Gaudet taking on JW Naldo. And you see Nighttime Clasher will be facing off against Potsman later on in our winners semifinals.
Yeah, if you really ideally don't want to play either of those for your ticket to the championship Sunday here at the LAIC, both of these trainers are ruthless. If you give them an advantage, they will just bite your arm off. No, they won't. They won't. Don't worry about this. But now we have a LATAM players mirror match. Marto Galde versus JW Naldo, two LAIC champions facing off.
And I don't want to sound like a broken record, Leo, but these two representing the LATAM region, they are trying to defend home turf. Marto Galde, the reigning LAIC champion. Could he go back-to-back? JW Naldo, a former LAIC champion. It was Hard Jeff the year before Marto, JW Naldo the year before that. So many accolades, and I'm sure so many people in the crowd here supporting these two, but they'll have to face off against one another.
Marto Galde, he is the player with possibly the craziest season a Pokemon Go player has ever had. So many different titles. The only thing he is still needing is, of course, back-to-back LAIC, but he is missing that Worlds title. Got to third place, lost to Inadequance then, but he is truly one of the biggest players we have. One of the biggest names. Tries to show this again. Last round just knocked out Stone Collection. In the first game said, oh, Stone Collection looked really dominant against me, but then he just locked in, and that's what he wants to do in this matchup too.
Lock in between these two, and Medicham into Dugong, one of the best leads Marto could see here. And JW Naldo actually staying in, at least for the time being, giving Marto an opportunity. Oh, tried to wait a turn to catch on 7, but Marto does not fall for it. Very patient and responds to this Medicham safe-swap with the Runerigus.
A bit of a late state swap, I must say. I think that was 3 Psycho Cut advantages. So he is going to climb a little bit of an uphill battle here, because Medicham, not that bad versus Runerigus, as crazy as that sounds, just because of this lack of Shadow Ball.
But if Marto can neutralize this Medicham to a position where it doesn't get to another charge attack against another Pokemon, he might be okay with that. Brutal Swing coming through, but this Runerigus getting awfully low. There's a chance it could get Psycho Cut down before it's able to knock out the Medicham. Brutal Swing coming through, and actually opting for the Rock Tomb here, Leo.
I think you could have reached maybe 2 Brutal Swing there on the side of Runerigus, but Rock Tomb is going to deal a little bit more damage. Doesn't quite put it into Farmland range. Togekiss is being swapped in here for the pack down, and it's going to be answered by the Medicham. So no Medicham on Dugong shenanigans. Of course, you can throw super effective Ice Punch, but your Oranguru is going to remain a threat in the back.
I actually really like this play from Marto, because the Ice Punch is very threatening energy you have loaded for the Togekiss, and then you have the opportunity, if you want, to swap in the Oranguru, or you could honestly just stay in here, because the charge attacks are not that threatening to the Medicham. It's more so the peck damage that adds up over time.
Oh, you mean the GOAT is playing for the GOAT, wants to have this 2-shield Oranguru in the back to win the game with it? I think, yes, you are going to see exactly that, another Ice Punch being thrown. I don't even think you reach another one. That's why I'm going to predict a swap into Oranguru now.
And JW Naldo just used both of his Protect Shields on the Togekiss, shielding these Ice Punches, and now it is Oranguru time. I would imagine Marto elects to shield the Aura Sphere because he's thinking about what's going to do the most damage to me. Is it going to be a move from the Dugong or this Togekiss? The Aura Sphere will do more than an Icy Wind or Drill Run.
The timing for JW Naldo is, of course, very easy here. Can just go for 1 Ice Shard and then throw the Ice Wind immediately. Marto Galde will go for 2 Confusions to then throw on perfect timing as well. But as good it is to ramp up your attack on Oranguru, if you're getting debuffed first constantly, doesn't do that much.
Fundamentals strong for Marto. 2 Confusions and throw for proper timing, as you said. And now we're going to see JW Naldo opt to throw another Icy Wind. This is where Marto has to be careful, because if he uses... Oh, he actually lets it go. Doesn't feel like he's in jeopardy of being farmed down, but keep in mind... Oh! Actually going to save the energy instead.
Better catch.
Swap into the Medicham. Goes to Damage Punch right before the switch timer was up. This is going to knock out the Dugong, and Marto still has that Protect Shield he saved and still has a charge attack on his Oranguru.
Tales of Transformation, a new skill unlocked. Time management in Pokemon Go. Knowing 43 seconds have passed, I can swap in Medicham and then land a Dynamic Punch versus the Dugong. That is a full farm down from that Medicham. It's not, he waited a little bit, so he is going to take the damage. And now a Brutal Swing is going to be thrown into this very low HP Togekiss.
I'm not entirely sure what Jado Ronaldo was going for as Marto secures the knockout there. I don't think it really would have mattered if he threw the charge attack because there was still a protect shield in play. But doing, so maybe he was going for a fast attack down because he felt like that was the only win condition. So he kind of recognized, okay, yeah, I've got this energy. That's not going to do it for me, so I'll just go for a fast attack down. Makes sense. Marto takes game number 1, and he looks like he's just getting loosened up.
No, he's locked in. He had the favorable lead there, did not fall for a catch there from his opponent, and then just did not even play it out, like hard forcing the alignment, just brought in the Medicham onto that Togekiss, finding those niche win conditions. Just once again, Marto Galde on the winner side of the bracket. Familiar position for him here at LAIC.
And I don't know if any player, if most players would have played that the same way he did. The Togekiss swapped in, and I don't think it's common sense, you know, to come in with the Medicham against that flying fairy type Pokemon. But he recognized, you know what, I've got all this energy. I am fine if a Rangaroo gets positioned on the Dugong as well. So I'm going to utilize this energy here against the Togekiss, and it just really put JW Ronaldo in a position where he had so much pressure coming his way, he was unable to overcome.
Also swapping out that Medicham when it mattered, knowing I can get pecked down here, but I can save some energy, get this, or save some HP and get the energy on that Dugong again later on, knock it out with a dynamic punch. Here we can see the brutal swing knocking out resisted damage, but that was not enough HP on the side of Togekiss from JW. Now game 2 is immediately starting. Shadow Claw ramping up. From the Runerigus versus Togekiss, a matchup we haven't seen too much.
Runerigus with access to that Rock Tomb, of course, going to be very threatening to the Togekiss, and Togekiss smartly throwing before a potential Rock Tomb debuff. Psyshock connects. Marto building up, trying to avoid a potential catch, and this is nearly 100 energy, and actually loses the charge attack priority, so maybe not ideal for Marto. He's going to have to shield this Psyshock, but he still has a decent amount of health, and if JW Ronaldo lets this go, his energy will still be valuable for the back Pokemon.
Perhaps Marto Galde was anticipating a catch there from the side of Naldo, but did not want to risk it to wait a turn and miss a swap in. Now has the knockout there on the Togekiss, has the alignment, throws another Rock Tomb. No shield from Naldo. This is going to deal so much damage. Runerigus is really getting its money's worth.
And I love this swap from Marto. Doesn't want to surrender a farm down where that Dugong energy can be dangerous. So he is going to swap in this Oranguru, and he still has some health on the Runerigus, which could be very valuable for that Medicham that we see later.
Also, let me tell you, yes, you got debuff first there before you throw a charge attack, but those confusions, they did a lot of damage on that Dugong. Now Trailblaze to get the attack right back up.
Marto throwing the Trailblaze very quickly, wants to ramp up as soon as possible, offsetting that Icy Wind debuff. And now we're going for another one here. JW Ronaldo opting not to throw yet. The Oranger is not in Dynamic Punch range anyway, so Trailblaze is going to grab the first Protect Shield.
You don't see it that often that a Pokemon gets out of a Dugong matchup with boosted attack here. Medicham is going to throw another Dynamic Punch. This is very close to knocking out, but Psycho Cut versus Oranguru is not the fast attack to farm down this bulky Pokemon. It is getting to another Brutal Swing, but the Ice Punch is reached first.
And Marto just going to let this go, and I would have to imagine comes in with the Runerigus, still has a little bit of health, and we see JW Ronaldo staying in. Oh, I take it back, comes in with the Medicham, wants to start getting energy here, and we see the Psycho Cut off between these two, building so much energy, because I think they want energy in case the other trainer was to swap into the remaining Pokemon.
Now, can you tell me why he didn't bring in the Runerigus in this case? Because it looks like it would get to a charge attack there. Try to catch an Ice Punch there. Would have been a Dynamic Punch.
I think Marto may have been expecting the immediate swap, so that's why he came in with the Medicham. But right now, it still doesn't look that bad of a position because the Medicham energy is not that threatening in the mirror match. Ice Punch, not same type attack bonus, not the most powerful attack, and Dynamic Punch, of course, resisted by that Psychic typing. So Marto building up. He's got 2 Dynamic Punches for the Dugong, and JW Ronaldo letting this go. I think he feels like his only win condition would have been a caught Ice Punch here, so he's just going to let it go. The swap into the Runerigus. Medicham gets Shadow Claw down, and a comfortable 2-0 victory for Marto Galde.
Another one of those 2-0s here in winners round 2 at LAIC. Marto Galde showing why he's one of the best trainers in the world. Steps back onto the big stage and says, do not forget about me, I am still here. We have Out of Pocket, we have Padomat, but we also have Marto Galde.
Marto playing calm, cool, and collected. He is looking sharp, looking strong, looking locked in, and trying to defend his title here at LAIC. He was saying at the start of the day, you know, I'm just happy to be here. Whatever happens, happens. But I think at this point in the game, maybe the mindset starts to shift a little bit, and maybe he's starting to look ahead. You're like, you know what? I'm in the top 8.
Yeah, and if you're in the top 8, it's very, very close to getting that W if you're especially still on the winner's side. One more match that has to be won by Marto Galde, and he's in Championship Sunday. Can you believe this?
I can.
Yeah, same. Honestly, same, yes.
You mentioned Marto's incredible season last year, probably the most dominant season of all time. I mean, if someone was to win 4 tournaments in a career, I mean, that's pretty insane. That's, you know, call him a Hall of Famer. Marto did that in a single season. 3 regional titles and an international championship. This guy, when he is on, he is very tough to defeat, and he looks on today.
Yeah, almost impossible to beat him there. He is so incredibly strong when he's locked in. He said in the interview with me, he was like, I just need to lock in there. I think he did that versus Stone Collection the last 2 games. And honestly, the matchup versus Naldo now, that proved it. He is locked in, he is on fire, and we're going to see more from him quite soon, Marto Galde. Naldo, of course, also still in this tournament on the loser side of the bracket. Gets significantly harder to win now, but we've seen that before.
We have, and we talk about this condensed limited meta. Marto showing that if you use kind of those core 4 picks, you can really get it done with just those, but keeping the other ones on the bench as pressure. He didn't really utilize the Vespiquen there because I think that's a Pokemon that has its specific matchups. You bring it when you feel like you need it, but there he kind of just stuck to his core group and was able to get it done.
That just worked for him. He also said in the interview that he thinks he's a bad team builder, and this is the meta if you are not a creative team builder. You have your core 4, you can bring them every single game, and I think you should add Medicham. Honestly, Medicham is part of the core 4 now.
Right, some players like to build their team weeks ahead of time, devise their own team. Some players will steal a team from someone else the night before and maybe play it better than them. And I think Marto is one of those players. He's someone that, you know, whatever he's running, he's going to find a way to make it work. And that's what makes him so impressive.
Absolutely. There are so many strong Pokemon. We've had 7 Pokemon. 7! You can't even fit that many on a team that have over a 50% usage.
How does that math even work?
Honestly, I don't get it, but I'm really bad at math, so I'm not trying to go through it now. But we have Runerigas that has been so strong in day 1. How has it been performing today? I mean, this was a really good game for Runerigas.
I don't think we've seen it quite as much as we saw yesterday. At least in terms of yesterday, we saw it sweeping teams left and right. But it showed in that lead matchup there against the Togekiss. Took one side shock very comfortably and had that energy that you come into the Dugong, right? Because you don't want to come Medicham into a Runerigas, but then the Dugong has to eat a super effective Rock Tomb, and that energy just goes everywhere.
What a line by Naldo to go Medicham, Togekiss, and Dugong versus a Runerigas team.
Right, well, theoretically the Dugong is an answer, but the way it was positioned, it wasn't the case because Runerigas was able to Rock Tomb and then go straight into the Oranguru, and Marto just kept himself in a winning position all game long.
And even Shields Runerigas has some scenarios where it even beats the Dugong. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. Desync versus its Accent, the last match from winners round 2. The winner's side, its Accent, with those core 4 on the right side of his team. Dugong, Gyarados, Oranguru, Medicham, no Turtonator. I was lying to you.
And we see the Togetic, probably the standout pick from Desync. He was saying in his interview yesterday, he's known for his creative, spicy teams, and this is a meta where you can't really afford to get too out of the box because you have to stick to at least some of those core Pokemon. So, of course, those core 4, we talk about Oranguru, Turtonator, Gyarados, and Dugong. Usually, there is no ice water on Desync's team, so that might be the most standout thing here. But Togetic, how does it look against Accent team? Well, pretty good against the Oranguru, pretty good against the Gyarados, pretty decent against the Medi, and the other 3, not as good.
Agreed. Yeah. No, the Runerigas with the Rock Tomb.
I was like, good. Okay, maybe it's like just average.
It's a 50-50 on what you get it on. I don't think you want to play those games versus its Accent, but maybe you kind of have to. Sometimes when you're playing versus players of the caliber of its Accent, who's arguably one of the best trainers in the world, we keep saying that over and over again. This tournament is stacked, dude. But you gotta take some risks in team building as well.
Agreed. You said arguably one of the best players in the world. I think if that was your debate position, I think it's Axon's one of the best players in the world. You have a pretty good chance to win that debate. And Desync, no slouch. These two are actually teammates, part of the same groups. They know each other well, and I'm sure they're going to have some fun going into this, knowing one of them is moving on into the top 8 guaranteed. So here we go. Once again, Runerigus on both sides here. One of the ghost-type Pokemon we talked about as a sort of game changer, a difference maker in this meta, and we'll see who's able to utilize it.
Have we seen one Runerigus mirror so far?
I don't think so. Doesn't come to mind.
I think it's gonna happen now. Calling it here. Has good targets in this matchup as well. The Gyarados, of course, not what you want to see. Dugong, you have played there. Metang, great matchup. Medicham, not as great as you would think, but still a decent one. You have a lot of fast attack pressure, and I think in this matchup, you would want to be the Runerigus.
Right, and as per usual, the Medicham, I mean, Axon, it's hard to bet against him, right, in a Medicham meta. It's proven to be one of the strongest Pokemon here, and this is his signature. He was known for winning the World Championship with that Medicham, and he sort of was an innovator with a specific stat spread with that Medicham that helped it beat other Medichams. So very creative and innovative Axon is in his team building, and here we go. Ready for a lock-in. It's Axon versus Desync, fighting for a spot in the top 8 at the LAIC. And here it is. Dugong into Medi. Tough lead for Axon.
Who's going to come out on top? Do you have anything to answer here? The Gyarados might be the safest Pokemon, but there's Togetic in the back. Togetic now on to this Medicham. Togetic looks incredible into the team of its Axon, as long as it is not aligned on the Dugong, which it is not.
Keep in mind, though, Dazzling Gleam, a higher cost energy attack, so takes it a little bit longer for Togetic to get there. It is able to withstand an Ice Punch, but if this Dazzling Gleam gets shielded, it's a lot of energy going down for Desync, and Medicham can really significantly outpace this Togetic.
Oh wow, you're getting to 2 Ice Punches before the Dazzling Gleam is reached. I think you need one more for Desync. Its Axon can't just throw 2 here. You will have to shield an Ice Punch if you want to keep the alignment. I think you want to keep Medicham on a Dugong.
And he's forced to fire off another Ice Punch at this low health Togetic because he couldn't switch out just yet. He was probably wishing he could try to swap into the Dugong, and he does swap it here. Oh, but Desync snips it out, and a nice prediction. Dynamic Punch incoming.
What a play by Desync. I think its Axon could have maybe even forced the switch there by Psycho cutting down the Togetic after just shielding a Dazzling Gleam there, but now he's in the matchup that he does not want to see. Dugong versus Medicham, but there is still another Pokemon in the back for its Axon, and actually 2 that are very, very healthy.
Back to the matchup we started with. Dynamic Punch coming through, and Axon just going to let the Dugong go down. Medicham is debuffed here, so comes into the Gyarados. Ooh, we may see some aggressive farming for Axon as this Medicham is currently debuffed. Dynamic Punch coming through.
Is this looking good for Axon right now? Because he is accumulating so much energy with the best buddy Gyarados. It is going to surely soon throw an Aqua Tail into this Medicham here right before the Dynamic Punch is being reached. There's still a big charge attack on this Togetic.
Desync forced to let it go down, but now you have to come in with the Turtonator. Gyarados is in Incinerate plus Brutal Swing range just about, but you have so much energy on the Gyarados, it's going to be very difficult for Desync here, and you also still have another Pokemon in the back for Axon that held Medicham to worry about.
No, you're not going for a catch on the Medicham here. Desync is, of course, also incinerating on, still has the charge attack on this Togetic, but if it gets shielded up, it's going to be tough for the Togetic to get some value. More incinerates on the side of Turtonator, but its Axon reaches the Aqua Tail before a charge attack priority takes out Turtonator.
And maybe a slight miscount from Desync as the Aqua Tail connects all that energy down the drain. And despite a tough lead for Axon, he's able to find a way to dance around and take game number 1.
Wins it with almost a full HP Medicham and a shield up. This is what I call dominance from a player who lost the lead really hard. Possibly one of the worst leads you can have in this meta.
Axon is so good at devising a game plan in case of him losing the lead and then overcoming it, and he was able to execute it there with the safe swap, had energy, was able to maneuver around, and you know, Desync, using the Togetic as a counter swap to Medicham. However, he gave it a big head start, and that proved to be too much to make it comfortable for him, where Togetic could not really secure that matchup without giving Axen an advantage.
Yeah, but I think Axen actually could have forced the switch there, right? If you shield up that Dazzling Beam, Togetic needs so much time to get to the next one, and then at this point, I think you can Psycho Cut down.
Absolutely, and Desync, I mean, in this mid-game, it looked pretty decent for him. The problem was, after the shifting around, it was Gyarados onto the Turtonator, and Axen just so technical with his gameplay and his farm. He just really maximized his energy as much as possible with the Gyarados. They ended up getting to 3 Aqua Tails against that Turtonator before it even got a chance to fire off energy. It could have fired off energy, but it would have needed 2 of them to knock out to get rid of that shield. So Axen taking game 1, and here we go. Run it back, Leo. Same leads for game 2.
Not sure it's Axen is super happy about that. Tries to get a Kenji, potentially swaps in the Medicham. Has a little bit of an energy head start. We're actually running it back right now, but this time Desync is much quicker with swapping in this Togetic.
Exactly. Running it back, but not as much of a head start for Medicham this time. Does Desync ever consider a bait here? This would be such a risky bait because an engine power would do so little. Axen pondering the Protect Shield. He's wondering if maybe Desync baits it this time, but he's not going to take that risk. Shields the Dazzling Gleam.
And now you're again going to outpace massively, but this time around it is going to be a charge attack priority on the next charge attack. How much damage is the Ice Punch going to do? I don't think this is knockout range.
Desync knows that too. He's gonna let this go and just maybe blind fire off this Dazzling Gleam. And now he puts Axe in a position where he's forced to go down both Protect Shields. But like you said, 2 Ice Punches, then you can get the Cycle Cut down. Desync may just pivot here to avoid that. No, he's actually going to let himself get farmed down because he wants to maintain the alignment.
Rice, why is Medicham a Togetic counter?
I don't know, man. Ask Medicham.
All right, but of course, Desync now still has the advantage of having 2 shields up on its Axen. The world champion, previous world champion, is down 2 shields. Let's see how he's going to play this out, maneuver himself out of the situation, or is Desync going to commit?
So much energy on this Medicham for Axen. Already has 2 Ice Punches loaded, and it's not even in Aqua Tail range just yet. So Axen gonna fire off both of them, and Desync probably forced to commit his first Protect Shield here because he doesn't want this energy to go to waste.
Yep, only 1 more shield up, and a lot of energy on that Gyarados, but there are still 2 full HP Pokemon on the side of its Axen. And keep in mind, the Dugong still also has quite some energy.
This Gyarados is getting really low, and Desync is kind of putting this all on his Medicham. Gets another Cycle Cut here. I forgot the Medicham had this much energy, so this is pretty helpful, and Axen surprisingly comes in with the Dugong.
Yeah, that's what happens, but if you have 2 Dynamic Punches on this Medicham, of course you can't just bring in the Oranguru, but Desync hard swapped into that Medicham, so that means this debuff is gonna stick. If it's Axen wants to, he can just swap out into Oranguru now.
Axen knowing that he can debuff the Medicham before double Dynamic Punch and then swaps in the Oranguru. This way it'll take less damage from these Dynamic Punches, making this more uncomfortable for Medicham. It can't 2-shot and farm down anymore. Desync still switch locked at the moment. Is he gonna maybe save this energy, try to get out? He's building up. No, he fires an Ice Punch, and let's see what he does here. Ice Punch obviously not gonna be enough. Does he clear the debuff or does he stay in?
Switch timer is up for Desync. It's Axen, of course, still locked. Throws a brutal swing here. This has to be shielded if you want to preserve that Medicham. That's what he does. Is it Axen at 2 brutal swings, or is he not? He goes for the throw, and Gyarados catches the brutal swing. It's all on Medicham now.
Huge catch for Desync, keeping him in this game, but does the Medicham have enough health left to take out 2 Pokemon? Throws the Dynamic Punch. Is this enough to knock out? I don't think Desync can afford to take another Confusion. That would surrender the game. Dynamic Punch is enough, and now it's a race to the Dynamic Punch.
Dynamic Punch is going to throw at convenient timing before the damage registers, gets it off, and Dugong is going to be knocked out. If you throw at 5, the 4th Ice Shard is not going to connect the damage.
Axen said run it back, and Desync said all right, let's do it. Medicham this time able to come around and steal the game in the end, but what a close game it was, and now we're heading to a decisive game number 3.
You just can't RPS Axen, can you? But Desync still in the end. Through energy management, the shield management that he has comes out on top, beating its Axen there. Togetic is constantly being used as a Medicham answer. Is it one?
I think it's a soft answer because it did get him a 2-shield advantage, but the Fairy Winds didn't really do that much. Medicham was still healthy and had a lot of energy, so I'd say it's more of a soft answer, if that. But Desynced able to run it back and find a way to win this time, was able to make the gameplay adjustments even if he didn't make the team adjustments.
Imagine you're building your team and you have Togetic and Runerigus on your team and you're like, yeah, this is good versus Medicham, and your opponent keeps safe swapping it.
You're like, what is this? And Medicham has proven to be one of the best save swaps in this meta. As you said, these Pokemon that you would think would be good checks, not really so much, more soft checks if that. And Axon recognizing that that's why he keeps leading the Dugong, right? He's like, okay, worst case, I see the Medicham. I'm just going to swap my own and make everything uncomfortable for whenever you counter swap. So Axon has a strategy, and he triples down on the strategy, and he leads the Dugong again, and this time finds the Runerigus.
Never change your running system, I guess, because those were two very negative leads so far. Runerigus is, of course, a lot better for you than a Medicham, but what is the Medicham going to find in the back for its Axon? Because Desynced has the Medicham still on his team.
But he went ABA to the Dugong this time. He said there's no way Axon leads it again after I led Medicham 2 games in a row. Oh, and the Rock Tomb catch onto the Medi.
But this is not going to deal so much damage. Yes, it is going to debuff it, but then Desynced can bring in the Togetic. And yes, the matchup is kind of decent for Togetic, but this time now it is even debuffed on the side of the Medicham.
This time, the Ice Punches won't threaten to 2-shot plus the Psycho Cut farm down, so Togetic feeling a little bit more comfortable here, and Medi is already in Dazzling Gleam range, I believe. So Axon, he's just gonna let this connect. I think this is gonna say bye-bye to the Medicham.
Medicham is such a meta champ. It's gonna hang on. No, I lied. It's going to bring in the Dugong now. Dugong, of course, outpaces here to this next Icy Wind. You were saying Dugong is a answer to the Runerigus, but Runerigus pulled a shield and forced a swap out.
And maybe Axon recognizing if he was staying in, it must be the Togetic in back, so he's saving his last Protect Shield for the Dugong. Ancient Power, not that hard hitting of an attack, so Dugong can take this, although it being super effective, and Axon approaching the next Icy Wind. We see the swap. Oh, wait a sec. Axon's gonna get the farm down here. No, brutal swing, and now the Togetic and the Medicham are all that remain.
Dugong runs wild, has been used less and less over the course of this tournament, but now it is reigning supreme. Goes for one more Ice Shard. Debuffs now. Are we going to see once again a swap out into Oranguru after debuffing the Medicham?
I think so. And this pins Desynced in a weird position where if you swap your Togetic, oh, and we're actually seeing another Icy Wind here unleashed onto the Medicham, and you can't really farm down if you're Medicham.
Yeah, and the switch timer is still up. Togetic still needs a while to be able to be sent to the battlefield. Now Medicham is going to farm up more. I don't even think you want to throw. I think you want to stall out that timer. Do not lose to your debuffs there. Togetic is going to catch that Trailblaze, but that means that the Oranguru is going to have a great time farming it down.
I think Desynced needs to reach a Dazzling Gleam to give himself a chance, but does he even get there? He needs to survive the confusion. He doesn't survive the confusion, and this means that Medi, I don't think, is going to have what it takes to get through the Oranguru.
Oranguru knocking out the Togetic. Such a bulky Pokemon, not bulky enough. Goes for another confusion. Dynamic Punch would knock out the Oranguru, but you have the Protect Shield. The damage is going to apply, and that is going to be 2 games for its Axon, advancing to winners round 3, knocking Desynced into the losers bracket.
An exhale, a fist pump, a shake of the hands, and a hug between these two trainers. It's Axon moving on into the top 8. What a hard-fought series. And there was just so much strategy, mind games, technical gameplay that went into that. Whew. What a treat.
Yeah, let's also exhale for a little bit because these are exciting matches here. It's Axon. Now, we have... Okay. I need some rating from you, yeah?
Okay.
We're talking GOAT debate right now. Pataman, Marto Galde, or it's Axon. They're all still on the winner's side of the bracket. Well, let's throw Nighttime Clasher in for a good matter, too.
You know, I don't want to get into this controversial topic on the stream. I think they're all GOATs in their own right. but it's hard to argue against its accent with what he's accomplished, the Triple Crown, and the only player to have won 2 international championships in this Masters division. So here we go. A quick look at the replay. Surrendered the entire Medicham this time in the adaptability of the gameplay, right? Before, he had heavily invested in the Medicham, double shielding it. This time he lets it go, saves it for the Dugong, and stayed in the Medicham to get, he had the foresight. He knew way ahead. He's seeing the game develop before it even happens. Double debuff the Medicham to a point where you swap the Oranguru, you have to switch out. You're not gonna throw your energy debuff, and then you surrender the farm down where Oranguru can simply close out. This guy is just on another level right now, and we'll see if anyone can take him down going forward.
Also, Decent had to take so much damage on the Medicham versus Oranguru before swapping out there. It was crazy. Also, timing, very important there. The Dugong got a full farm down on that Runerigus. We said before, if you throw on 5 Shadow Claws versus a Dugong or 5 Psycho Cuts, any 2-turn fast attack, the damage won't register. In this case, Desync hard swapped into the Runerigus, losing 1 turn. So at this point, if you're throwing at 5 fast attacks, the damage will register. Knocked out the Runerigus. No brutal swing, 2 icy wins.
Just such back and forth, and credit to Desync. Took that game 1, I believe it was, relatively convincingly. Axon doubled down with the Dugong lead, then tripled down. He had a strategy in place that he believed in. Maybe he felt like he could have played and executed it better early, and he just kept sticking with it. So it paid off in the end. Game 3, leading that Dugong into Runerigus, giving himself an advantage at the start and then capitalizing on it.
You're saying advantage, but I mean, he had to shield once and then try to catch a charge attack on from that Runerigus. So I think Runerigus is kind of fine in this matchup. However, it is approaching lunchtime. I think, are you getting hungry a little bit?
A little.
Yeah, a little. So I think let's find out what's cooking. Welcome, trainers, to What's Cooking in Brazil here at the LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo. We are hungry, and because of the hot weather, we want to stay refreshed, so we're making a Pokeball. Get it?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So we have multiple ingredients. We want to put together a Pokemon team fitting the LAIC meta. So each of those ingredients resemble a Pokemon from the LAIC meta. So I think, Phoebe, why don't you just start us off with your first pick?
Well, you need a good base of the team, and nothing says a good base of a team for the LAIC meta than Oranguru. You know, a little bit plain, like yogurt.
But that's a very, very good choice. That definitely looks good already. Stephanie, what's your pick?
Well, when I think of strawberries, they are super sweet, kind of like honey. And when I think of honey, I think of Vespiquen. It is a really underrated and unexpected pick in the LAIC meta.
All right. I'm a bit skeptical of strawberries being Vespiquen. I think I might need to try one here. Let me just scooch right in here. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. All right. Chris, what do you prefer, rice or fries?
It's Rise. No fries here, only fruit. We're staying healthy. And I'm going with the mango, tropical, fun, warm weather, parrot, toucanon. That's the first pick here. Toucanon, watch out. Shout out Z's Wireless.
Right, mango, I love it. Have you ever heard a man go brrrah? Probably didn't. Rice, what's your second pick?
Second pick, I'm going in for the pineapple. When you think of pineapple, you think of Under the Sea. Unique, doesn't get the love it deserves. Overshadowed by, I don't know, what is it gets overshadowed by? We're going with Slowbro. Slowbro, overshadowed by Oranguru, and that leaves a sour taste in my mouth, so we're going with the pineapple.
All right, rocky road, but we got there in the end. Okay, Stephanie, your final pick for our Pokeball. What is it going to be?
Well, you want to be able to get fiber in this bowl. You want to have some energy. And a Pokemon that generates a ton of energy in the meta is Bronzong, now with Metal Sound. So I'm going to add Granola for Bronzong.
All right, Bronzong, really, really strong Pokemon. Just make sure that it doesn't get aligned to a Turtonator. The Granola looks kind of good here, actually. All right, we're going to finish this off. Phoebe, what is your last pick for a bowl?
Well, of course, it has to be something that your opponents are not going to expect. And that Pokemon, of course, is Glalie. And what fruit that you wouldn't expect to be in a smoothie? Grapes, of course. And an unexpected utensil as well.
All right, we're going in there. I can actually see the Glalie. Maybe some ice around the grape, and then you have the Glalie. All right, we got there. Oh, this one is going to make an impact, let me tell you that. All right, trainers, this looks really good. But now that we have everything in, it still looks a little light. So let's just throw some more stuff in there, right? This is looking much better. All right, everyone. Now that we have got it, we can go back to the broadcast and we're going to dig in.
What's up, guys? Chris Reisner here. And Pokemon Go is such a global game. We've got players traveling from all around the world to Sao Paulo to compete in the International Championships. I'm here with Septile. Septile, we're asking players, first of all, where are you from? And take me through your journey and maybe your flight route to get here.
I'm from Pennsylvania, and there's not a lot of airports near me, so I have to take a little bit of a drive to get to the airport in the first place. So it's a 2-hour drive. I picked up our friend out of pocket on the way, and we actually flew to Toronto first, and then we flew down to Sao Paulo just because it was much cheaper than any other option.
Is this the furthest you ever traveled for a tournament, or no?
I'd say Hawaii is further, right?
Thank you, Septile. Now I've got Nighttime Clasher with me, a global traveler. Nighttime, we're talking about how this is a global game. Take me through your route to be here today to the Latin American International Championships.
Yeah, so I was in Europe for a couple months. Well, I still am, I guess. I came from Amsterdam to Philadelphia to Las Vegas, played there, went home to Dallas, and then was on the same flight with actually a couple of cool people from Dallas to Sao Paulo. So that was really fun. Long travel, but definitely worth it. Seeing a lot of these people, I guess, for the one time a year I get to see them and just be able to compete against them as well is a really rewarding experience.
Is this your furthest trip, you'd say, for a tournament, or have you had anything crazier?
Not even close. I went to Melbourne, Australia, for a regional back in May. That was 20 hours, so definitely that one.
Now I'm joined by Stone Collection. Welcome to Sao Paulo, Stone. Where are you from, first of all, and take us through your flight route to get here?
I'm from Germany. I took a train for like 2 hours, but it was pretty late, so it took like 3 hours. And the flight was like, I think 13 hours, and it landed in the morning.
And is this your furthest trip for a tournament, or have you gone anywhere further than Sao Paulo?
For not last season, but that year before, I went to Hawaii. And that trip was in total like 24 hours. So that was pretty exhausting, and that was the furthest trip I've been away from home.
I'm joined by PvP David now. David, we're asking people, first of all, where are you from? And take us through your trip, your traveling to get here to Sao Paulo.
So yeah, I live in Sweden. It's a pretty long flight to Sao Paulo. My first trip was to Amsterdam, and then from Amsterdam, I'd stay the whole night and then go all the way to Sao Paulo.
And I know it's still early, but has it been worth it so far in your experience here?
Yeah, well, for sure. You have to enjoy with some friends, some nice food. It's been lovely, for sure.
All right, thanks so much, David. Best of luck the rest of the way. I am joined by Steve, also known as PvP Steve. And Steve, we're talking about people's routes to get here, what it took. You're from Australia. Take me through your journey here to Sao Paulo.
Okay, now you would think that being from Australia, that's already quite a trek. You'd imagine it's a straight line, right? Maybe the general route that one of my fellow compatriots, Sportswire, took was Sydney to Chile to Sao Paulo. I didn't go that route. I went from Sydney, follow me here, up to Vancouver, Canada, from Vancouver over to Toronto, Canada, and then Toronto down to Sao Paulo, which it was the cheapest flight. Trust me, you have to trust me on this. I did save like 100 USD.
They call it an international championship for a reason. Players traveling from far and wide different regions to try and be the very best. Let's get back to the action.
Welcome back, trainers, this is the Pokemon GO International Championships held here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I am Stephanie Christine, joined by Nick Livesey, and Chris was just interviewing trainers about their travel to Sao Paulo. Nick, tell us a little bit about your travel to Sao Paulo. What was the route that you took?
Well, I originally was supposed to have a flight from Boston direct to Sao Paulo, but might have overslept a little bit. Might have missed that flight. So I got rerouted, took a flight down from Boston to Atlanta, and then Atlanta all the way down to Sao Paulo. It was a red eye. I didn't get much sleep, but I am well rested and ready for more Pokemon GO action here in Sao Paulo.
And nothing is gonna wake up me and my co-caster more than these amazing, electrifying battles we have in front of us. We have Nighttime Clasher representing the United States and Patomon representing Spain. Two of them clashing against each other to see who will be the best, who could potentially be the Latin America International Champion.
And I really want to call it out here, right? Winners semis. Winner of this is done for the day. They've made it to winners finals. They are in Championship Sunday. Loser will go down to the loser side of the bracket. They have made a really great stretch thus far today, right? So they don't have to actually play all that many matches in the loser side of the bracket in order to continue on to losers finals. However, trainers really want to go into Championship Sunday on the winner's side. Patomon, he's done it before. Nighttime Clasher, this is definitely the farthest he's ever gotten at an international competition.
A lot to be proud of between these two trainers. They have incredible amounts of accomplishments and accolades between the two of them. Nighttime Clasher, known for being quite the world traveler, has traveled and won, traveled and top cut all over the world, but so has Patomon. Patomon coming all the way here from Spain to try to make a stand as the international champion. Let's kick it off with Metang and Gyarados.
Going into game number 1 already, Psyshock into the Gyarados, going to do good neutral damage and pulls the first shield from Patomon. Unlike previous matchups, we're seeing shields go early.
Crunch might come through on the Metang. It's tough to want to use a Protect Shield early, but Nighttime Clasher deciding that the energy on Metang, the health on Metang is worth giving up a shield advantage.
Dark type moves are going to be super effective into that Metang, so makes sense to pull up your shield. Psyshock number 2 going into Gyarados. Gyarados not the bulkiest Pokemon, but because these Fury Cutters are resisted, fairly comfortable to no shield there. Aqua Tail coming through. Great call from Nighttime Clasher. Now no shielding a bait.
Bait lands, and the Gyarados comes in with a potential farm down, but Patomon recognizes he doesn't want to let himself get farmed down. It's better to kind of misalign the switch timers in this case and just bring in the Medicham.
And very importantly, he banked a full Aqua Tail, which could be key into that Metang later. Gyarados landing a neutral crunch, no defense drop here, Dynamic Punch loaded from the Medicham, going to do resisted damage into this Gyarados.
Does it even look resisted though, Nick? That looks like a lot of damage despite the not very effective text coming up, and then Aqua Tail into the Medicham. So I see both of these trainers kind of making aggressive swaps, not allowing themselves to get farmed down. How can the Gyarados though get to this Medicham before Patomon switch timers up?
And I'm not sure this is a misplay from Patomon. I think maybe he wanted to not get a move into the Gyarados and allow himself to farm down with the Oranguru. However, the issue becomes that I think that this Gyarados is going to reach another charge attack, and it's just an Aqua Tail. There was not enough health remaining on the Gyarados in order to reach a crunch.
Patomon taking a look at his notes, recognizing this is only an Aqua Tail. It cannot possibly be a crunch. This gives Nighttime Clasher an opportunity to bring in the Medicham that he has saved in the back fully healthy.
And really key, Patomon has an Aqua Tail on that Gyarados. The Metang for Nighttime Clasher, I don't believe has a ton of energy itself. Attack rises from the Trailblaze, Dynamic Punch coming out before the next charge attack can be reached by Oranguru.
And we have seen from plenty of battles, once Oranguru is under half health, it can't take another Dynamic Punch. So if Patomon wants to keep the Oranguru around to throw more brutal swings to chunk away at this Medicham, needs to protect it.
In it comes the Brutal Swing, going to do nice chip damage into this Medicham, but not enough to pull a knockout. 2 more Psycho Cuts into the Dynamic Punch. A little bit of an interesting play from Nighttime Clasher here, throwing 2 Psycho Cuts and not throwing in the middle of the confusion.
Interesting play from him, but here we have the Metang into the Oranguru. Typically, this is really good for Metang. I think it's even better for the Metang since it has a Protect Shield and no shields on the side of Pato.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher still in a commanding position and taking game number 1 with the amount of health he had remaining on the Metang. 1 shield in the pocket for a brutal swing that could have come his way, but Patoman recognizing this and opts to not throw a charged attack.
Nighttime Clasher, they're relying on Metacham, Metang, and Gyarados. Patoman, I'm interested to see that Dusknoir is kind of a standout pick. We saw the top of the meta, we saw our usage for day 2. Dusknoir not really as popular there as all of the other Pokemon that we saw in the meta. Usually, I think in this slot, in that Dusknoir slot, we would typically see something like a Metang.
Right, and I got to talk to Patoman a little bit about that Dusknoir. It is a little bit risky to bring in a meta that is dominated by a normal type Pokemon. However, because you have the coverage of Dynamic Punch, if you're able to garner energy from another matchup, maybe farm down the Tang, or maybe get it aligned into something like Dugong that takes super effective damage from Dynamic Punch, you can put yourself in a really strong position.
Nighttime Clasher put himself in a strong position, I think, by leaving that Metacham and saving it for the backline, and really allowed it to best utilize its bulk, being able to absorb charge attack damage, absorb fast attack damage, and then just kind of clean sweep through, and then letting the Metang just kind of deliver the final blow.
And you know, we say that Oranguru is the strongest, the best Pokemon in this meta, but we got to see a little bit of its struggles there. It was unable to pull that final shield away from Nighttime Clasher, and that was the key to victory, right? Nighttime Clasher maintaining that shield through the charge attacks. The Trailblaze nor the Brutal Swings just doing enough damage to threaten a shield and to make Nighttime Clasher feel like he needed to use it.
What can Patoman do? One more loss, and he is down to the loser side of the bracket, and it is tough down there. Not only are you doing more battles, there's also a ton of really great trainers over in loser's side as well. It looks like our trainers are locked in, ready to go. We've got Dugong into Gyarados. This is a beneficial matchup for the Dugong.
Yeah, another good lead for Nighttime Clasher, an immediate pivot into the Metacham. Nighttime Clasher has to be extremely happy about this. Metacham is going to be the hardest answer for that Dugong on Patoman's team, and to be able to avoid that matchup because the Metacham is brought in immediately is very good for Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher, again, having that Dugong way in the back. Dugong has a lot of utility into Patoman's Turtonator as well, being able to hit for super effective for Drill Run, and those Ice Shards, because Turtonator is both Fire and Dragon, kind of balance out to be nice neutral damage as well.
Next charge attack coming through from Patoman here is a Dynamic Punch, neutral damage into the Metang. Not going to take it out, but bring it into the red. However, Psycho Cuts are double resistant, so another charge attack will be necessary. Psyshock going at what looked about to be the same time as a charge attack was loaded for Patoman, but instead opting to switch and catch this move on the Turtonator.
Turtonator can handle that Psyshock, no problem. Here's the Gyarados matchup, and this Turtonator's switch locked. It can't, Patoman doesn't have an option to get out of this really terrible matchup for Turtonator. Looks like Nighttime Clasher going all the way for a crunch. Wouldn't an Aqua Tail have been sufficient?
I think Aqua Tail would have been just enough to pick up a knockout there. Instead, it's a charge attack tie, Brutal Swing coming through. Gyarados not really threatened to shield here, given it's not that strong of a charge attack. It is the Ember variant, so it's going to have a little bit more flexibility here with its timing in terms of when it's throwing its charge attacks.
Yeah, but Incinerate just, it gives it flexibility, but Incinerate just gives that nice, juicy, fast attack damage.
Because the switch clocks are misaligned, Nighttime Clasher is now being forced to throw this crunch into the Gyarados. He would have probably preferred to save this energy for the Turtonator or maybe the Metacham later on. However, he is now free to pivot into his Dugong and be able to lower the attack set of this Gyarados with those Icy Winds.
Using a similar strategy, I think. Nighttime Clasher saving a really bulky Pokemon for the back and making sure that it has some resources. Like the Dugong now still has a Protect Shield, and now it's got a lot of energy.
One downside is that because he is switch locked, he's no longer able to reset this defense drop. However, I don't think it's going to necessarily be all that impactful as long as he's able to gain some energy so that if Metacham switches back in, he's able to knock it out with a charged attack.
Crunch comes through to bring the Dugong into about the half health range, and there is that swap of the Medicham. Patamon actually going for the Ice Punch to pull the Protect Shield away.
A very necessary bait from Patamon here, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. I think there's just too much energy on this Dugong. One more Ice Shard to get to a charge attack, but instead actually pivoting out, throwing the Psyshock now, undercharging completely. I don't know what's going on through these trainers' heads. They're playing 5D chess. I can't follow.
What I can follow is that this Medicham is going to be knocked out here with that Fury Cutter.
We see one final Fury Cutter coming through. I think Patamon likely wants to get some energy on the Turtonator now. I'm seeing bits and pieces. Switch Clock is being waited out fully. In comes the Turtonator. 2, 3 more Embers. No Psyshock able to be reached, unfortunately.
Dugong comes in with the Icy Wind. Patamon unable to throw the charged attack.
Unable to switch as well. He was trying to get the switch there, but the animation didn't show for him early enough, and in comes the Gyarados. It would have been close. If he was able to get that switch and get that catch, maybe it was possible, but Nighttime Clasher taking an enormous win here off of Patamon, one of Europe's best trainers, and making his way to Championship Sunday.
And I know that is crazy. He's getting Nighttime Clasher. He's the guy.
He is him, taking out one of the best trainers, not necessarily even from Europe, but from across the globe. Patamon is in himself an international champion, and he's been knocked down into the loser side of the bracket. Congratulations, Nighttime Clasher, on a very impressive match win there, and you're gonna have a little bit of time to rest, but don't rest too much because you have tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day where he will have to face off in winners finals against our trainer that we might see in our next match.
That is incredible work, but Nighttime Clasher seemed a little shaky there in some of those matchups. I'm not, maybe just a good day of rest, like you said, will be beneficial for him. Seemed a little bit shaky, seemed a little bit unsure, but I liked the strategy, right? Leave a bulky Pokemon in the back of your lineup, make sure it has a Protect Shield, and then being able to utilize it later.
You know, I think it just makes me feel a little bit better about how I was incredibly confused about all of the interactions that were happening in the end game, right? You don't want to necessarily farm down your opponent's Pokemon, allow them to get a reverse farm down, and it seems like Nighttime Clasher was also maybe a little bit confused by all of the different things that were happening in that end game. A little bit funky. Both trainers not tapping their phone for a while. Nighttime Clasher eventually going for the farm down. In comes the Turtonator. There's just so many things going on there, and my guess is that's kind of the stress he was feeling at the end of the game. He's really happy. I think that's a look of like, I don't know quite what the emotion is, but he's like so happy that he's almost sad.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, so, like, he can't possibly believe, like, I've done it.
He's overcome with emotion. That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, overcome is a really great word for it. I'm excited to see how far Nighttime Clasher goes. I can't believe that we're solidifying our Championship Sunday already here in Sao Paulo. Nighttime Clasher's in. Who's going to join him?
Well, it's between one of the two trainers who's in the other winners semis. Of course, that is going to be our final LATAM player remaining in the winner's side of the bracket, Marto Galde versus none other than it's Axon.
Two incredible trainers. Make sure that you don't go anywhere. These battles are going to be coming up really, really fast. I'm excited. Marto Galde, the current reigning LAIC champion, back to defend his title, and it is within his grasp. And then it's Axon, former world champion, former IC champion, just regional champion, all-around champion. He's a hard guy to beat.
I mean, he is one of the few, if not the only. Let me do some mental math here. I think he is the only person who has had the ability to win all of the levels of competition. He is our only world champion that has also taken an international competition, if I am correct. Yep, that's making sense in my head.
All right, well, that's what's most important, Elfie. So it's Axon versus Marto Galde. You don't want to go anywhere for these battles. Really excited. I love Marto's team. It's a little bit more unique with the Vespiquen, with the Vespiquen choice and the Rodriguez choice. In the meantime, though, let's take a little bit of a look back at the bracket and see how the loser side's going. We know it's Nighttime Clasher. We know it's either going to be Marto or its Axon, but where's that third spot going to end up?
Right, it could be either Patsoman or the loser of Marto Galde versus its Axon, right? Both of those trainers are going to fall very deep into the loser side of the bracket. Of course, you know, Nighttime Clasher did not have an easy time getting here, having to take out Ashton Ash and Stud Muffins, and we can see just how far into the losers bracket they fall, all the way into losers round 6. You have Out of Pocket, Stud Muffins, Desynced, and JW Naldo in losers round 4, and so many other players in round 1 and round 2 who have yet to really play today.
Yeah, we've got to see Elche, Hungry Wolfpack, Zardy, Stone Collection, LNDS Bernardo, Subtilize, Ashen Ash, and Basti. That's so many trainers left just vying for that one spot. I think that really well illustrated just how much more difficult it is once you're already in the loser side of the bracket. How many more trainers you have to go through, how many more battles you have to go through just for that one spot, where there's 2 spots available over in winners.
Well, we're having a ton of action here in Sao Paulo, but this is not the only place where the action is happening. It's also maybe happening somewhere near you. There are local events where you can scan this QR code to find out what events are happening near you, whether it be a cup or a challenge. You can earn some championship points, maybe earn some other prizing as well, depending on the exact event. And a good way to meet the community, a good way to get some practice reps in, and prepare yourself for maybe your first ever regional level event.
Local events are so much fun, and that's actually one way that you know Hungry Wolfpack, who's a trainer in the loser side of the bracket, because he goes to the same local events you do in the Boston area.
Right, we have a number of tournament organizers in the Boston area who very frequently host events. It's so much fun to go out there, meet new trainers. You know, I know the Boston area fairly well. I've been there for a little longer than 3 years now, which is like not forever, but it's kind of long. And not every event, but a number of events that's happened within the past like 6 months, let's say, I've met a new trainer there. And it's really great to see that there are people who aren't very currently ingrained in the community, like our 2 trainers up on stage at Saxon and Marto Galde, who are coming out to those local events and meeting people for the first time, or maybe participating in a tournament for the first time.
And maybe those trainers could someday sit in the winners semifinals at LAIC in Sao Paulo. Right now, Marto Galde versus its Axon going to be coming in. Marto Galde has Runerigus, has Vespiquen, a couple picks that set him apart a little bit. Its Axon also bringing the Runerigus, which was a lot more popular than I think quite a few people expected.
All right, I want to call out the Vespiquen. When we saw the top 12 usage, I did the math. The math adds up. There's only one Vespiquen in top 32. And look how far it's gone. It's in winners semis right now. It has the opportunity to go to winners finals on Championship Sunday. It's all coming down to this matchup against its Axon.
We know for sure that Oranguru is going to be an international champion. Gyarados is probably going to be an international champion, but could it also be Vespiquen? In the meantime, we have Runerigus versus Dugong. Not the starting matchup that Marto Galde wants, so instead switches into the Metacham into Metang, which is much more neutral.
Metang is going to be throwing a Psyshock eventually, but not before this dynamic punch comes out from Metacham. Metacham does need more than 2 charged attacks to pick up a knockout. As you see, the first dynamic punch is not quite enough to do half of the remaining health of Metang.
Psyshock will connect, and as you said, Nick, just a little under half health. Dynamic punch coming back in to connect with Metang. So these trainers kind of playing out this neutral matchup, neither one wanting to sacrifice a Protect Shield early on.
We'll have to see, though. Marto Galde might choose to here. No, instead opting for letting his Metacham go. Psyshock going to be more than enough to knock out. Marto Galde is going to be coming in with a Runerigus to try to get a fast attack down. Happens quite quickly. Does this energy advantage help him in the matchup against Dugong?
I think it does help quite a bit. You can see that the Runerigus paced to the Rock Tomb before Dugong was able to get to that first Icy win. And now Dugong will be debuffed for the rest of this interaction.
Rock Tomb coming through, pulls the first shield of this matchup. Attack drops for the Dugong. I have to imagine that Marto Galde, oh no, actually opting to no shield here. This is only 1 stage debuff, so it's going to do a good amount of super effective damage.
And then actually pulls the Runerigus away. It's not quite at another Rock Tomb.
And this is a little bit different from how Marto has played that matchup before, where he stayed in with the Runerigus in the 2-shield matchup to pull away both shields and land a super effective Rock Tomb into the Dugong. Instead now he's swapped into the Oranguru, and the Oranguru is going to be attack dropped. Trailblaze raises it back up to neutral, and it's all he has is 1 shield advantage, right? It's looking a little bit tough.
Really close and tough battles between 2 champion trainers. Medicham, the signature Pokemon of its Accent, has its Dynamic Punch blocked with a Protect Shield. Oranguru, the shiny, goes for the Trailblaze. Will it connect? No, it's Accent. These trainers are finally utilizing their Protect Shields. Its Accent has none remaining. It's Medicham right now with all the health, with all the energy. Marto Galde lets the Dynamic Punch through.
I think this makes a lot of sense because he's not really threatened by getting knocked out. In comes the Dugong immediately. Not a catch, but he wants to not take super effective Shadow Claw damages onto that Medicham. Rock Tomb coming through does a lot of damage, and I think a fast attack down is going to happen from this Dugong.
And there is that last Ice Shard to get the fast attack down. 1 more Icy Wind. It didn't get there.
A bit surprising to see its Accent go for an additional fast attack at that moment. I think a slight misstep from our previous world champion. Extremely rare to see that. Trailblaze coming through. I think this is enough to pick up a knockout.
Not quite, not quite. Can the Medicham punch through? It cannot. You might be asking, why wasn't the move thrown? There was still that final Protect Shield left in play.
Right, and in that scenario, it was necessary to not throw. However, I want to call back to it, right? Ice Shard, 3-turn fast attack. Oranguru, Confusion, 4-turn fast attack. So we saw the Icy Wind was loaded from its Accent's Dugong. He opted for an additional fast attack there as opposed to throwing the Icy Wind immediately. And because he did that, he took the damage from Oranguru's Confusion, which took a knockout. I think what must have been going through his mind is, I live this Confusion, I can go for my fast attack and still get off the Icy Wind. Unfortunately, the Confusion was just enough damage to pick the knockout.
Yeah, it is tough to make those decisions. A lot of these are determined by just 1 HP, which sometimes isn't even quite visible to the naked eye. We've seen it before where it appears that a Pokemon doesn't have any HP remaining, yet it's still standing on the battlefield.
And Trailblaze just not enough to pick up the knockout, but its Accent shaking his head saying, I know my Psycho Cuts are not going to be able to pick up this knockout, so the Confusion is going to come through, pick up the KO, and that's going to be game number 1 of our second winner's semis going to Marto Galde. Only 1 more game away from a winner's finals repeat.
Marto Galde leads it off with the Runerigus again, and then brings in Medicham, swapping out. I feel like I've seen this before now.
Just a little, 1 small difference. It's Vespiquen in the back for Marto Galde. In comes the Dynamic Punch. We've seen this matchup before. 2 Dynamic Punches from Medicham are not enough to knock out the Metang. Metang needs to throw a number of Psyshocks in order to pick up the knockout into Medicham.
Psyshock going to be coming in. Second verse, same as the first. We've seen this matchup played out just a few short moments ago. Medicham building up a lot of energy in this interaction.
Marto Galde, unfortunately this time going for an additional Psycho Cut, now needs to put up a shield in order to preserve the Medicham. That would have been really close to Psyshock range. In comes the Runerigus, and because the slight misalignment of switch clocks, we see that some of the Shadow Claws do end up landing onto that Metang. Rock Tomb coming through, no shielded immediately by its Accent.
And Dugong is so bulky that it can handle 1 Rock Tomb, but it's unfortunate that it's stuck in this matchup and it has now been debuffed. The switch timer is not up for its Accent, and it won't be for a little while yet.
It won't be up for Marto Galde either. Icy Wind coming through does a lot of super effective damage, but I think 1 more Rock Tomb will be reached here before any other charge attacks from its Accent.
Again, the benefit of being able to utilize Shadow Claw, the benefit of not being stuck in a 3, 4, or 5-turn fast attack, it allows you to outpace a little bit.
Oh! We see an immediate switch, a catch of the move, but that's going to be so much energy for Marto Galde's Medicham going down the drain if this picks up the knockout.
It does not, because of that debuff, because of that Rock Tomb debuff, it did not pick up the knockout. This allows the Medicham to be able to utilize that energy to throw into the Metang and nearly knock it out. One more Cycle Cut does it.
No charge attack thrown there from its Axon. A bit interesting because the damage might have been nice. It would have prevented this charge attack from going into his own Medicham, but he must prefer the energy generation. Wonder what he's expecting in the back. I think last game it was Dugong, but in this game, it's not. It's the Vespiquen.
It is the Vespiquen, and these Ice Punches are going to start putting a real hurt on Vespiquen. Marto kind of looking off to the side, maybe shaking his head, a little nervous about what this Medicham is going to be able to do.
In comes another charge attack from the Vespiquen, not before another Ice Punch from its Axon. This is super effective damage. I think it's okay either shielding this or not shielding this, given another Ice Punch will be necessary.
Vespiquen building up all it can. I think Marto's hoping for a catch, doesn't succeed, and instead of a catch, the Runerigus actually goes down with this Brutal Swing that was already fully loaded, and now just has 2 X-Scissors. One X-Scissor will take the shield, the second X-Scissor is not going to be enough.
I think the question now is that how much energy does that Dugong have? We see that it's got a good amount of health left. I don't think this next Ice Punch is going to be quite enough to pick up the knockout. And you see Marto Galde grimacing. He knows that this X-Scissor is not enough to pick up a knockout. X-Scissor only neutral into the Medicham. In comes the Dugong. X-Scissor coming through immediately, but now with those 2 Ice Shards, I think the Vespiquen's in Ice Punch range.
It is definitely an Ice Punch range after those Ice Shards. That's all Dugong stayed around and needed to do. There is the Ice Punch coming through. Marto sits up. He kind of has recognized that this is going to be the knockout for Vespiquen. Game 2 going to its Axon. You're seeing Marto on the stage. He's shaking his head. He's shaking his shoulders. He's like, that did not go my way. I need to shake it off completely and move into game number 3 if I want to continue on the easy road here at LAIC.
And nobody's surprised that this match went to 1-1. We have 2 incredibly talented trainers on the stage. Former world champion It's Axon against former LAIC champion, and by former I mean literally last year IC champion Marto Galde. This could be grand finals, and I mean, it's winter semi, so we are fairly late into this tournament, so not too surprising that we're seeing these 2 talented trainers face off, but this could be grand finals of worlds, realistically.
And this is a game of inches. We are seeing Pokemon that are being knocked out or that are surviving on just minimal HP. So this is the differences in how you train your Pokemon. This is the differences in your energy management, in your shield management. These little tiny differences are building up and are going to allow a winner to be crowned in decisive game number 3.
And I think really importantly in that game, Marto Galde actually swapped in the Vespiquen for Oranguru, but I think was probably expecting its Axon to play his own Oranguru, and that's why he brought it in, trying to bring a hard counter to that Pokemon he was expecting to come in, because I don't think we've seen its Axon's Oranguru yet.
Not in the winter semifinals, we have not. Its Axon is stuck with the same 3 Pokemon, the Metang, Dugong, and Medicham. The first game that Marto Galde won, utilizing his own Oranguru, instead utilizing Vespiquen in game 2. But here we have it, decisive game 3. Runerigus, a 3rd time lead for Marto Galde. This time it's Gyarados.
It's worked for him in game 1. It didn't quite work for him in game 2. Now trying it a 3rd time in game number 3. Gyarados has so much energy, almost up to 2 crunches before throwing the first one. Only neutral damage into Medicham because it is a Psychic and Fighting type.
That neutral crunch goes in with a little bit of chip. Its Axon now has a bit of a health advantage on his own Medicham. Is going to be down on energy. However, the health disadvantage right now that Marto Galde's Medicham has, I think well makes up for it.
It's looking a bit tough for Marto, I have to say. The Runerigus in the back, with its Axon having both Gyarados as well as Dugong in the back. However, he has one thing going for him, and that's the slightly misaligned switch clock. After these Ice Punches go off, he could potentially bring in his Runerigus and get some additional energy that he could take into the Gyarados or take into the Dugong.
So that was charge attack priority, so then this Ice Punch is going to continue into Marto Galde's own Medicham, getting the knockout, securing it, but the switch timers have that interaction took so long that the switch timers are now up.
In comes an Aquatail, going to be shielded by the Runerigus. In the back, Marto Galde has a Rangaroo, which really doesn't want to go into a Gyarados that has a ton of energy, but with the second Aquatail being launched, it's not actually got that much. In comes a Rock Tomb, debuffing the Gyarados, and we'll have to see how this continues to play out.
Yeah, now those Aquatails are not going to be nearly as threatening, but all of the charge attacks from Runerigus have to make its Axon do the calculations. He has to think, is this worth it? Runerigus still has a Protect Shield to hide behind. Oranguru maybe trying to make a catch, maybe not, but now is going to have to absorb a crunch.
I believe this is not a full crunch. It is one stage attack drop, so it doesn't do quite as much damage. Going for an Aquatail now, does Marto Galde have a good read on his counts? That was not energy for crunch.
He's thinking it through. He doesn't shield it. Oranguru not even down to the red yet. Looking for confusion down. Sees the Medicham. Goes for the Trailblaze. That Trailblaze is going to do a lot of damage and then also boost the subsequent confusions.
Don't think it's enough to pick up a knockout, but is that within one confusion range? It is. Picks up the knockout. Denies all the energy from its action. Marto Galde still has a shield, but he has a full HP Dugong on the other side of the field.
That Dugong is going to be really tough to get through. Oranguru has to do a lot of work, and this Runerigus needs to get to the Rock Tomb before it gets debuffed. It just barely does. So now this Rock Tomb lands for super effective damage and debuffs the Dugong.
Really incredibly important. Marto Galde had 2 residual Shadow Claws there worth of energy, so he's able to outpace the Dugong to the Icy Wind. Icy Wind coming through right now. Gyarados comes in, doesn't have energy, and I think it's going to get Fast Attack down.
It does get Fast Attack down. It's Axon with a grimace, with a look of defeat, recognizes that brutal swing has been reached by Marto Galde. Look at the differences in these trainers' faces. Marto waiting for that final blow to stand up and thank his opponent. I love to see the hugs, the congratulations on the stage. Marto Galde, current reigning LAIC champion, moves on to Championship Sunday.
Marto Galde making trophy moves on the main stage, taking out a former world champion in style and making his way into the next winners finals, where he has an opportunity to make history strike twice. Lightning strike twice.
Yeah, you could see right at the end, he put his head in his hands, and for some that can look like a look of defeat, but I think, again, overwhelmed with emotion, overcome with emotion is what we're seeing from these trainers at LAIC. We always see it in the crowd, we see it from our trainers. This is an emotional, this is an electrifying experience.
And really importantly, that means we have a singular, thus far, trainer from the Latin American region locked into Championship Sunday, so there is always going to be an opportunity at the end of the day for the international championship to remain within region.
But Nighttime Clasher also will be up there at Championship Sunday, looking to maybe take it for North America. Who will that final spot go to? Who you saw in the losers bracket? There's so many battles yet to be played.
We haven't seen a single battle in the losers side of the bracket played. There is so much action remaining, and who knows who will be left when the dust settles.
There are so many trainers left to be played, and now we are finally here at LAIC. We can take a look at the other side of the bracket and see some of the action of these trainers who are fighting and clawing their way for that one remaining spot for Championship Sunday.
The 2 trainers who have already qualified have to be feeling great. They are done for the rest of the day. The winner's side of the bracket is all wrapped up. The loser's side of the bracket is still underway. It's got, I'm not even going to try to do the math there. Too many matches that I can list. There are so many really strong names down here. Stone Collection, we mentioned him at top of show, one of the European trainers that we are expecting to do quite well. Ashton Ash, another trainer from the Latin American region that we expect to do well as well.
And if you are a big fan of It's Axon, he's not out of it. Him and Patamon are awaiting in losers round 6 for these loser side of the bracket to narrow in and narrow down to kind of our last 4 trainers on loser side.
And the difficult thing for them, even though they're so far into the bracket, they have to go through one opponent first, and then theoretically, if both of them win, they have to go through each other. And it's Axon versus Patamon. That could be another World's Grands Finals matchup that we could see. There are so many talented trainers in this loser side of the bracket. It's going to be another slog. It's like a whole nother tournament down there.
It is, and it is a great tournament. Internationals are some of the best tournaments that we get to showcase here at the Pokemon Championships, because we see trainers. How often do you get to see like It's Axon take on Patamon, or see Marto Galdi and It's Axon sparring off? They're trainers from different regions that you don't see it on stream very often, so this is such a unique opportunity.
There's nothing more that can be said, right? There are so many trainers in the loser side of the bracket. I'm so excited to see our next matchup up on stage. We haven't really seen either of these trainers today, right? We are just now getting into the loser side of the bracket. We're going to be having Bruno versus Adib Khan. I know Adib Khan was one of the trainers that you were talking about yesterday a little bit. One of the trainers who's making a bit more of a name for themselves as we continue on through the Play Pokemon circuit. He's not really a new trainer. He's been around for a while, but he hasn't competed as much as someone like It's Axon or maybe Out of Pocket, who has a tendency to try to just go to every single regional he can attend.
No, Adib Khan, definitely a name that is known and feared from the grassroots circuits, but really is starting to show off here in the Pokemon Championship Series. Compared with Bruno, okay, over on the winner side of the bracket, you can see the teams have really started to solidify. The recipe has kind of been set, but here on the loser side of the bracket, I see a Goodra and I see a Bronzong, which are not Pokemon that we've had the opportunity to cast for the pretty much the entire day.
No, we saw them yesterday, and I have a quizzical look on my face, because I swear, someone's messing with me. I see a Vestoquin on Adib's team, but we had 3% usage. Is my math wrong? We have 32 people on Top Cut?
Mark this day. Big Phoebe math segment did not go well for Big Phoebe.
2 out of 30. That's 6%. I feel like I'm being lied to. I feel like I'm being lied to.
Well, in any case, I am very excited that we get to continue to see Vespiquen. It is one of my favorite Pokemon. Again, if you want to go out and catch a Vespiquen, if you want to go out and build one for PvP, make sure that you catch the female species Combi. You can tell the differences in the two, because Combi has kind of that jewel red tone in the center of it, where the male Combi does not have that.
In addition to the Vespiquen, of course, Adib Khan has Oranguru, Renorigus, Metacham, Dugong, and is this the same team as Marto Galde? I think it is, because Renorigus is the only kind of niche Pokemon on the team, so I'd be a bit curious to see if these two trainers did prep together at all, or if they happen to land on the same 6 through their own preparation.
I think it could very easily be either one, Nick, because with such a limited meta, I think it's possible for 2 trainers to come up with the right equation, with the same equation in 2 different sides of the planet. But also, we see so many trainers team build together and work together to team build, and those are such fun stories. Bruno, we don't see a lot on stream. This appears to be his first top cut, his first international top cut, because he was top 16 in Rio de Janeiro. But Adib Khan starting to make a name for himself here in more recent seasons. 2024 NAIC in Columbus. Remember back when we were in Columbus, Ohio, NAIC top 16, and then last season Toronto and Portland top cuts.
Yeah, so this is Adib Khan's second top cut at an international, so he's got to be very happy about that. International competitions are fierce, so they are very hard to top cut at. We see our trainers looking like they're about to be locking in, but as they do, I want to take a look at Bruno's team again, right? You mentioned the Goodra, you mentioned the Bronzong. I think those Pokemon are a little bit interesting into Adib's team, right? We don't have the fire type damage from a Turtonator, so maybe Bronzong sees a little bit more play in this specific matchup.
Yeah, I really think it could be very interesting how the differences in teams could end up today. I want to come back to that, but first, we have some fantastic battles going. Dugong into Gyarados. This is definitely an advantage to Bruno.
Gyarados does have a little bit of play in this matchup, however, because the Crunch couldn't come out before the first Icy Wind. We see a no shield from Bruno. The Dugong is so incredibly bulky, it's not threatened by even 2 Crunches, but an immediate swap out into his own Dugong, a Deep Calm trying to mitigate some of the potency of the energy from this Dugong.
Dugong utilizing that drill run. We've seen how this mirror match plays out. We know it takes a little bit of time, but now Bruno's being able to really utilize the Bronzong, which we haven't gotten to see on stream a lot today. Bronzong, though, just like Matang, does not want to see these drill runs taking it under half health.
For this Bronzong, Metal Song is the fast attack of choice. But the charge attack coming through is going to be Payback, which is very hard hitting. It is much more potent than Brutal Swing.
Drill Run will be more than enough to knock out this Bronzong. So this Bell Pokemon is going to go back to its Pokeball. Didn't really get to make a ton of impact, but I guess did help bring that Dugong into really low health, which helps free up the Gyarados a little bit later on.
Dugong throwing this Icy Wind into Medicham, lowering its attack. However, Adib does have the ability to pivot out. Does not have the ability to pivot out, so this attack drop will last.
Medicham coming in with that Dynamic Punch. We've seen these interactions time and time again today here at LAIC. Dynamic Punch comes in, but that Dynamic Punch did a lot less damage, I believe, due to some debuffs.
Ice Punch coming through, going into Gyarados. Gyarados, not the strongest, not the bulkiest Pokemon, but one of the stronger ones, only taking about half of its remaining health from that Ice Punch.
Gyarados coming in with Crunch. This does a lot of great neutral damage. Adib deciding to protect the Medicham. Adib still has that Gyarados with a lot of health still waiting in the backline, but Bruno still has that Dugong. So kind of waiting out, seeing these matchups. There it is. Gyarados with a lot of health, but not quite enough energy. Adib has to decide, is it worth protecting the Gyarados' health at this point? Does decide to. This is definitely one of the more heavier hitting charge attacks that could have possibly connected. There's a defense drop on Adib's Gyarados. That could be pretty impactful.
Crunch coming through now, going to be doing good neutral damage to the Dugong, pulling the shield. Does Adib have remaining energy on his own Medicham, or is it completely dry? Icy Wind coming through is going to pick up the knockout into the Gyarados, but it'll be curious to see, because now Bruno's own Pokemon are energy dry, and the energy generation from Psycho Cut is just so good for Medicham.
Medicham looks really solid into the 2 Pokemon that are remaining for Bruno. Adib does have an opportunity to make a catch perhaps on Dugong, but it looks like Bruno waited, maybe anticipating a catch there.
I'm not sure exactly how impactful this is. He actually switched out before he had the charge attack loaded, and that means that Adib Khan is going to get knocked out by this Icy Wind. Had he had the charge attack fully loaded, he would have won a charge attack tie with the Medicham coming back in, and that would have secured him the knockout of the Dugong. Depending on how much energy was remaining on the Gyarados, it could have meant he won the game.
Yeah, lots of really interesting interactions there, even though we didn't get to see some of the... We did get to see the Bronzong a little bit, but for Bruno, I'm not sure how big of an impact it made. We talked about how it really it started to neutralize the Dugong, and that's really, I think, what Bronzong's best at. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that Goodra play, but I'm not sure... We're not seeing it on the winner side of the bracket. So is there something lacking with Goodra, or does Goodra just need to be used by the right trainer?
I think something's lacking. You know, it's an incredibly bulky Pokemon, but neither of its charge attacks have same type attack bonus. So they just aren't all that strong in a meta where bulk is incredibly dominant, right? We've got Dugong, we've got Oranguru, and although Dugong does take super effective damage from Thunder Punch, it just doesn't quite pack a punch, right? You can take at least 2 of them from a Dugong, and you're doing super effective ice type damage back. So even in that matchup, energy advantage isn't everything.
Adib has to make a change, has to make a pivot, has to come back like Marto Galde came back to win 2-1 against its Axon. It's the same team. Can he channel the Marto Galde's victory here for his own using that same team? Again, Vespiquen being kind of the more unique pick out of those, but I don't think Vespiquen has as much play into Bruno's team as maybe Vespiquen has into some of the other top meta teams.
And it all really depends on where that Pokemon lands. We're going into game number 2 looking a little bit similar to game number 1. Gyarados into Dugong, and we see an immediate switch out, an attempted catch from Adib Khan, but once again, it's just going to be a drill run into the Dugong. I'm not a huge fan of this. I would prefer for Bruno to save this energy where it's a little bit more impactful, but Bronzong is also a big threat to this Dugong.
Yeah, and that's really all Bronzong's job was last game, was just to kind of absorb this Dugong's damage and try to neutralize it as best as Bronzong can. Not necessarily known for being an attack-weighted Pokemon, more known for its bulk, but these paybacks definitely can sting. So Adib has to decide, am I going to play it differently or the same? Looks like he's going to play it a little differently.
Bronzong trying to make Dugong do gone. However, the Protect Shield comes up, a second drill run coming through. This would prove in knockout into the Bronzong.
And the knockout comes. Bronzong back to the Pokeball, but Adib going down a Protect Shield early, which can be a very big risk. A lot of matches we have seen today and yesterday, it came down to the trainer who had both Protect Shields at the end of the match.
I actually really like how Adib's playing this out, right? That Bronzong was so scary into his team. It provides so much charge attack damage. Now he's neutralizing Bruno's own Dugong with his own, and you really don't want to shield anything in a Dugong mirror matchup because the drill run does such little damage, and Icy Wind is double resisted and Ice Shard is double resisted. There's just not a lot of damage going on.
But take a look what's in the back for Bruno. This drill run is going to connect, but there we have Medicham, and it's going to be kind of Runerigus versus the world. And the biggest threat to Runerigus was the Dugong, and it's kind of gone now. The Dugong is kind of gone.
In comes the Gyarados, having a ton of energy. Remember, at the beginning of this game, Adib Khan built up energy and tried to catch the initial Icy Wind on his own Dugong. However, this energy is going to be so much more impactful into this Runerigus. Neutral damage all around going into Dugong, however, super effective damage all around going into Runerigus.
And I'm guessing that we are going to see a Rock Tomb connect. I noticed that Bruno used his Protect Shields, both of them right away, and that was so he could use the Rock Tomb and decrease Gyarados' attack. So with the Aqua Tail that comes in now, this is the one that he can no longer shield, but it's not as scary.
I might have preferred to see Adib Khan go up for the crunch. However, an immediate pivot out into the Medicham makes a ton of sense. I think the only play that Bruno really has now at this point is to try to catch an Ice Punch into the Dugong. However, it's a dynamic punch now. Ice Punch might have been enough damage. It is double resisted, and it's not from a very hard-hitting Pokemon. And double Brutal Swings are now loaded for Bruno. The question is, once these two Brutal Swings knock out the Medicham, is there enough health remaining to reach a third into the Gyarados?
Yeah, there's one, there's two. Runerigus is going to win the charge attack priority. I think it only has one Shadow Claw in the bank. It'll need 4 more. It does not have a lot of health. Bruno is tapping for all of his life. He needs to get to 2, 3, 4. It looks like a tie, and Gyarados gets to the attack. Runerigus might have won that other charge attack priority, but very little is going to beat a Gyarados.
And very critically there, we saw that Adib Khan did not go for the farm down, instead went immediately for the Aqua Tail, and that was super critical in order to make sure that he won that end game. Aqua Tail, super effective damage into the Runerigus. No more attack drops because of the switch out into the Medicham. I think Adib could have really shored up that endgame a little bit had he over-farmed with his Medicham a little bit more. There was not really a catch, right? He threw a couple more Psycho Cuts. He recognized that it was a Dugong, and he meant to knock it out with a Dynamic Punch. However, I think he could have done 1, 2, maybe even 3 more Psycho Cuts and still knocked out the Dugong, had more energy going into the Runerigus, and then the Runerigus would have not been able to farm up as much as it did. And I think that would have secured the victory for Adib.
I don't think Bruno really did anything wrong in that matchup, though. I really appreciate his strategy going into it. I think once we watch the replay a little bit of the match, I think he had a really solid strategy of saving both of his Protect shields and then shielding both of the full power Aqua Tails, not shielding the last one. I think it was a solid strategy.
And just to update those at home about what's going on, we're not moving into a game number 3 quite yet. The match is going to be under review by our judges. We have a dispute coming in from Bruno about a possible one-turn bring-in. We're gonna let our judges review that footage, and then after they've done and reviewed whether or not that issue did occur, they're going to have to decide on whether or not that issue was impactful to the overall game state.
And that's going to be, and this match, I have to remind everyone, that came down to a charge attack priority tie.
Right, and if the one-turn bring-in happened at that endgame and you're behind one fast attack, then that could be the difference between winning and losing that game.
But we are not the experts. That's why we have a fantastic team of judges who are going to be going out and reviewing the match and taking all of the time that they need to be able to make that happen.
And we might not be the experts on determining disputes, but I do want to say I am the expert at math. I went back. I had a brief conversation with production, and there are 2 Vespiquens. There are 32 people in Top Cup. 2 divided by 32 is 6%. I was correct. I demand justice for Vespiquen.
Having a higher percentage usage.
Absolutely, and me being right, most importantly.
I suppose that is the most important thing out of this.
Ever.
Out of all things.
All things.
Let's take a look. Let's dive a little bit more into perhaps the Bronzong matchup. Let's talk a little bit about why Metang over Bronzong, because both of them are Steel and Psychic types. Why is Metang getting so much love? Let's think about Metang's got the Fury Cutter, Psyshock, and Gyro Ball, where the Bronzong instead is going to be utilizing Metal Sound. We know it as a Confusion user. It's using Metal Sound now instead, and it has access to that big heavy payback, but that seems to not really be what trainers are after.
Right, and I think that's probably why Bruno's opted for the payback. Having a harder hitting dark type charge attack can be so useful into the very bulky psychic types that we see in this meta. And I think Metal Sound is, not an amazing fast attack, but it's good enough. I do think you're spot on though, right? The Metang is in the meta. Why it's so much more prevalent than Bronzong is because of its fast attack, and having a 1-turn fast attack in this meta with 4 and 5-turn fast attacks. Everything's very slow and laborious. Having the fluidity of a 1-turn fast attack can be so freeing and can be very beneficial as a trainer.
Using laborious in a Pokemon Go cast. Very, very impressive, Nick Alpha Phoebe. One thing we talked about a little bit was charge attack priority ties. What are some Pokemon you think that we know Gyarados is going to win most charge attack priority ties when it comes Pokemon to Pokemon. What are some other sky-high attacks, Pokemon with sky-high attack stats that are going to win most of those charge attack priority ties?
In the LAIC meta, I have to say that Togekiss and Dusknoir are probably the next 2 things that come to mind. Dugong, Medicham, Oranguru, all very bulky Pokemon. I think probably Vespiquen beats a number of those that I just mentioned, but it always depends on the exact stats of the individual Pokemon that each trainer are bringing.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important to catch a lot of different Pokemon and then decide to train and utilize the one that best meets your needs. You'll notice that a lot of trainers are build multiple of the same Pokemon for different factors in the matchup.
Please don't ask me how many Swamperts I've built over the course of my Pokemon Go career. Okay, I'll tell you. You broke me down. You broke me down. I think it's 6.
That is quite impressive.
For just the Great League.
Oh,
may I have you?
I see a score at 1-1.
All right, well, after review, it seems like there was no game impact from an error, and therefore there is not going to be a rematch of that game number 2. Scores are now set at 1-1. These trainers have a decisive game number 3 in their hands.
So that game, just to refresh our memory, we just played, we are in losers round 1. We've been finishing up the winner side of the bracket. That's set. That is done. We have Nighttime Clasher and Marto Galde sitting up in the winner side of the bracket. They're chilling, waiting for tomorrow. Now we have the colossally sized losers bracket that needs to funnel down to just one trainer. And we are currently 1-1, Bruno versus Adib. Bruno lost that last match, but played it very well, had a great strategy, but it really came down to a charge attack priority tie, which is the thinnest of margins.
And I've seen just very minute mistakes from these trainers in their play, and I'd love to see them try to iron these mistakes out. You know, our hotel unfortunately did not have a working iron. It was a little bit rusty, so I did not want to put it on my white shirts, but these trainers can use an iron to try to smooth out their plays, to try to really optimize what they're doing, try to do a little bit of a better job of tracking their opponent's energy so that they can over-farm to the fullest, because that's what we see all of our top trainers doing, and those small things are what allow our trainers to succeed the best.
And this is a meta, this limited meta that we have for LAIC really gives an opportunity for us to analyze the skill expression for all of these trainers. So even the smallest of mistakes are going to be more noticed because these trainers are utilizing a lot of the same Pokemon, and we're seeing a lot of the skill. We're seeing a lot of what works and what doesn't. So mistakes are going to be a little bit more glaring, I think, in a meta like this versus a mistake that's being made in the Open Great League.
Thinking back about this matchup, I'm a little bit more surprised that we haven't seen the Vespiquen coming as much as it could. I think, although it wants to avoid the Dugong, I think it really pairs nicely into the Oranguru for Bruno, and if it can get that alignment, it'd be very good. However, we don't see it here. It's Dugong into Medicham. This is an amazing lead for Adibcon.
And a swap out for Bruno. Again, doing something I really like. Getting a little bit of energy on Dugong that could really change the matchup, can change the tides later in the match.
Unfortunately for Bruno, a really solid answer to that Gyarados safe swap is the Dugong. In comes the Dugong, able to launch the Icy Wind as soon as it gets it. Going to lower the attack of that Gyarados and continue on its merry way, throwing Ice Shard after Ice Shard.
And notice this is playing very differently than the first couple of matches. Bronzong's still kind of hiding in the back, and right now Bronzong's not finding its target that it wants to find. It's not finding that Dugong. It's going to be stuck up against the Medicham or the Oranguru, which I think are okay matchups for it.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit dicey for Adibcon, right? Because Oranguru Psychic type damage is going to be double resisted by the Psychic and Steel type. Aqua Tail coming through is going to actually mean that, an immediate swap into Dugong. Now Dynamic Punches are going to be coming fast and furious because of the amount of energy Adib retained on his Medicham.
That was a really aggressive swap in by Bruno, and an answer from Adib making a catch of an Icy Wind onto Oranguru. An interesting catch, however, Oranguru can always just get its attack stack back with a Trailblaze.
Yeah, very curious, right? Because Medicham is so good into Dugong, but I think this is maybe Adibcon making a soul read into Bruno. Bruno, you've been bringing that Bronzong every time. You really like it. And I don't want my Oranguru paired into it because you take basically no fast attack damage from my Pokemon. Bringing the Oranguru into the Dugong and kind of neutralizing the negative aspects of Oranguru.
And this is the first time we've seen the Oranguru from Adib today. He's been bringing the Gyarados. Gyarados is on the bench this time.
Yeah. It makes a little bit of sense, right? It does so well into Dugong. We see another pivot out by Adib into his Medicham. In comes the Bronzong, takes neutral damage from these Dynamic Punches, and because both trainers are running 2-turn fast attacks, it's really hard to try to time your moves correctly, given that you're always allowing a fast attack through.
You almost have to be in your opponent's head a little bit to time it correctly when you have fast attacks that are the exact same timing. Bronzong getting kind of low. No switches are available for these trainers. They're really stuck in these matchups, so switches aren't even a factor at this point. We'll see where the switch timers are at after this Psyshock lands. Still not up. They're really close. They're not really misaligned by much. I think they're both going to be available here after this charge attack.
Charge attack tie going to be won by that Bronzong. Bronzong. Scyther coming through, just neutral damage, not enough to pick up the knockout. Ice Punch coming through the other way, no shield from Bruno. This is going to pick up the knockout, but is there enough health on his remaining Pokemon in order to take the rest of the game?
Dugong has a bit of health left, but that Oranguru has energy. Bruno shielding, thinking this is probably going to be the heaviest hitting charge attack that is remaining, the most impactful. There's one Icy Wind, and Gyarados comes in with that quick firing Dragon Breath. Medicham is able to knock out the Gyarados, but Medicham is not at an attack. So all Bruno needed was one Ice Shard. Bruno moves on here from losers round 1 to losers round 2.
And unfortunately for Adib, just not quite enough health left on his Pokemon in the endgame. I really appreciated the way he played that mid-game, right? He was pivoting in and out of his Medicham in order to try to mitigate the effect of that Bronzong. However, it just wasn't quite enough. Bronzong just showing how well it's doing in the meta.
That was a really fun matchup to watch. And of course, I prefer loser side matchups. You know, I always root for the underdog in every tournament because I think those matchups are more exciting. I think the losers bracket matchups are more exciting because it's win or go home. When we were casting Nighttime Clasher and Potomon's still in the tournament. He's just got to take a little bit of a break.
And when you think about LAIC, are there really any underdogs left in the bracket? So many trainers are well known. So many trainers have other accolades to their names that, like you said, when you're looking at this loser side bracket, it just looks like such a gauntlet. It looks like a tournament of its own.
It could be its very own tournament by itself, the loser side bracket. And there's newer trainers in that bracket, as well as now we have Potomon and its Axon sitting in the loser side bracket, awaiting their opponents as we start to filter it down.
And fair. There are a few people that are maybe a little bit less known. I think Bruno being one of those. This is, I think, his second top cut performance, and he's doing quite well. You know, Adib Khan, a very good trainer for the North America region. So Bruno's got to be feeling very happy about that victory.
This has been so exciting. All of these matches, I want to take a look at what is coming up next because we have a trainer coming up that I think everybody knows their name. Dune is going to be playing in the next losers round bracket, which again is crazy. Dune's coming in from loser side.
He is. He got knocked down quite early in the bracket, made a great losers run on day number 1 going into day number 2. But before we get to that match, we've got a short break with our good friend and co-caster, Gabby.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here at the 2026 Latin America International Championships. Now, while the main competition is going on and trainers are competing in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE, there are many side activities for our spectators to enjoy. Why don't we go take a look? Now over here at the activity zone, there are many fun games you can play, such as carnival games, or maybe you feel like you're a budding TCG artist where you can color in some lovely drawings, or maybe even do some origami. There's plenty of things to try, so let's go check them all out. Now, I don't think my art's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. I think there's a lot of incredible artists here who deserve the recognition a little bit more. But next time you're at an international championship, such as the Latin America International Championships, make sure to check out the activity zone where you can play some carnival games, do some origami, or maybe even color in some pictures of your own. For now, though, that's enough from me. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Hello trainers, my name is Jonkis and today we are diving into the world of a not fully evolved Pokemon. Those unlikely heroes that haven't reached their final stage yet, but still have a huge role in competitive Pokemon GO. Over the years, these Pokemon have quietly built a strong reputation. Ghost types like Dusclops and Galarian Corsola were brought by its Axon and Patoman to win international championships in both America and Europe. And some not fully evolved Pokemon have even decided the biggest stage of them all, the World Championships. Lickitung has already been a vital part of two winning teams. First with Dancing Rob, the first ever Pokémon GO world champion, then with Yakai0904, who also piloted another not fully evolved Pokémon, Charjabug. That little bug in electric type didn't just win worlds, it also won multiple regional championships already and has already proven itself again in the 2026 Championship Series. So but why would trainers choose a Pokémon that can still evolve? There are two main reasons for that. Reason number one, they can take hits better. A great example for this is a comparison between Charjabug and Vikavolt. On paper, Vikavolt looks stronger, with way more attack and the ability to reach higher CP that even allows it to have play in the Ultra League. But that higher attack comes with a big downside in the Great League. It pushes Vikavolt's combat points too high before it can pack enough defense or HP. The result is a glass cannon, lots of damage but not a lot of staying power on the field. Charjabug on the other hand can take those hits way better. It sacrifices some of the damage, but in exchange it becomes far bulkier, soaking up hits that Vikavolt never could. The same is true for Galarian Corsola, which steals not only the spotlight from its evolution Corsola, it is so far one of the most used Pokémon of the 2026 Championship Series. So what is reason number two? Reason number two is going to be the better movesets. Sometimes not about bulk at all, it's about the tools that Pokémon has access to. A great showcase of this was Spartan L's 17th Murkrow in the Monterey Regional Finals. While both Murkrow and Honchkrow share the same fast move off pack, their charge move options sets them apart. Honchkrow leans on moves like Dark Pulse and Brave Bird, which hit hard but take a while to reach. Murkrow, however, gains access to the moves Drill Peck and Foul Play. Both are cheaper, fast-charging moves. This lets Murkrow pressure shields, deny farm downs, and stay active throughout the battle. So not fully evolved Pokémon aren't just stepping stones. They have been proven threats that can even win world championships. The question is now, which one will take the spotlight next? Only time will tell, but I can't wait to find out.
One of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started getting nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon GO. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Azumarill survived that with very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time!
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels so real. This win is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the grand finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yakai. Yakai sent me to the loser's bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Marto Gold is your 2025 Latin America International Champion!
Marto Galde, the player who made back-to-back Championship Sunday here at LAIC. Welcome back. My name is Koning Leinart, joined by Rise to the occasion. And Marto Galde in this video just talked about the things he wants to improve on. I hope he doesn't, because then it will become boring to watch.
It's the mindset of a champion, right? He has been so dominant the past couple of seasons, and he's still talking about what he wants to do to get better. I remember talking to Marto in Monterey, and he had an incredible finish there, and he was still disappointed with how he did based off how he played. So he's someone that doesn't necessarily even look at the results. He looks at how he's playing, and I think that's what makes him such an amazing player.
That's a very, very key factor in improving in tournaments, not taking every W as the best result ever. But there we have two more trainers, Real Dante 5991, and on this other side, that's a pretty big name. Have you ever heard of him?
Dunebug 97. I feel like I've run into him a few times before. I can't put my finger on. Maybe it was Milwaukee or Arlington or Orlando or Las Vegas or Knoxville or the other 12 times we faced each other. But he's a 6-time champion, and he's well known for a reason. One of the most technical players, extremely confident. He's on the loser side of the bracket, so he would have a long journey ahead, but you can never count out Dunebug.
My best experience with Dunebug so far was EUIC last season, or the season before that actually, when he came in and tried to take it to NA just to get stopped by Amy Weedle in the end there. But Real Dante, his opponent for this losers round 1. The losers side is finally starting with some matches. Other trainers have already concluded their losers round 1. But Dunebug or Real Dante, which one is going to advance in this tournament? Because there is still one more trainer who needs to advance to the Championship Sunday. The only trainer who goes there on the loser side. Who's it gonna be?
We will find out soon. And for Dunebug, you talk about on the loser side of the bracket, in his long list of accolades, one of the most notorious was in San Antonio, I want to say 2024 season. He lost in the very first round to a formidable foe, the Pokemango, and went on to win something like 13 straight matches. Wow. I think that might be the only example of someone to lose round 1 and go on to win the entire tournament. Here we go, Real Dante against Dunebug. Dust Noir in the lead, and this is a decent matchup for Dust Noir, Leo, because you don't really have a threatening charge attack until you reach that Dazzling Gleam. So Dust Noir, just a little bit more pressure for the Togekiss.
Yeah, no Psyshock on the Togekiss from Real Dante. That is interesting for sure. But this looks like an open Great League lead, honestly. Togekiss versus Dust Noir putting on some pressure here at the table. Now the first shield is going to be used on the Dazzling Gleam. Very nice usage of a shield here. Now you're going to outpace to the Shadow Punch here, maybe trying to catch. Nope, goes straight for the Shadow Punch. Might go into their own Gyarados after that.
Gyarados deciphering whether it wants to take the punch. It does. And now gonna build up. We're seeing the Medicham swap in, and that punch put it well within Ice Punch range. So Dunebug feeling pretty comfortable here, taking this crunch. Medicham, very bulky, gonna take it well.
I like that much better than going into the own Gyarados. Of course, Medicham can take those charge attacks like a champ only needs one Ice Punch. You would be a bit brave to go for a farm down here, so I think the Ice Punch is going to be applied soon.
Right, maybe it would have been better to throw that Ice Punch before the Aqua Tail, but now going to build up more energy and throw this Ice Punch, making sure Dunebug takes energy into the next matchup. Real Dante thinking over whether he wants to chill. He's just going to let the Gyarados go down, and there is an Ice Punch loaded, so I feel like you can't. Oh no, does come in with a Togekiss, and you could potentially use the Protect Shield here and go for the peck down. Real Dante deciding to let the Togekiss go.
Oh, puts all eggs in one basket, and that basket is Oranguru. We've seen that before. This Pokemon can 1v3 entire teams. One shield up here. Sometimes it needs 2 shields up for this entire sweep. Now the first Aqua Tail is going to be thrown. You have to shield, you need HP.
If you shield this Trailblaze, put yourself in a position where maybe Gyarados doesn't get to a 3rd charge attack. Yeah. I wonder if you can confusion down the rest of the team, or if the Dust Noir is capable of reaching that Dynamic Punch, because this confusion pressure is going to be massive against Dunebug's remaining Pokemon.
There, Dunebug is going to throw the next Aqua Tail. Can you force another shield here? I think so. None of the other Pokemon really pose a threat with charge attack. Real Dante now, no shields remaining on either side. Goes for the Brutal Swing. Perfect energy counting. Known the Gyarados is one of the next Aqua Tail.
Brutal Swing going to certainly knock out the Gyarados. All shields are down. the Medicham does not have that much energy, if I remember correctly. And the Dusknoir still decently healthy, but a boosted Brutal Swing should be enough. So Dunebug in a tricky position. Oh, and he's gonna actually reach the Dynamic Punch. Maybe Real Dante is in a tough position here. Dynamic Punch coming through and going to knock out the Oranguru.
I think Real Dante knew that he needed one more confusion to connect there, because Dunebug actually needed 4 Astonishes to get to a Dynamic Punch, and of course Real Dante was on the 3 cycle of Brutal Swing for confusion, so you needed this one confusion advantage, and then after all Dunebug just got to the Dynamic Punch. However, Real Dante, good job at playing to his win conditions.
Right, these players swapping in and out, trying to maintain that energy, that knowledge of where their energy is at. Dunebug able to reach that Dynamic Punch just before going down. Very well played, and Real Dante will look to make some adjustments. I liked the thought process there, though, from him. Saving those 2 shields for the Oranguru, putting the pressure on and ramping up. It seemed like it could have gone his way. Maybe he could have committed to a farm down and gone for a double Brutal Swing type of play. But overall, well played by Dunebug.
I really say I would have liked to see a farm down from the Togekiss as well. Aura Sphere is just so good in this meta, but again, Dunebug showing why Medicham is so good. Actually, now that we have 2 players locked in for Day 3 for the Championship Sunday, both trainers are running Medicham.
Yes, and it's proven to be one of the strongest picks in this meta because of its bulk, because of its versatility. You can use it in so many roles, and the main role we've seen it is as a safe swap. Just not a whole lot of hard checks to the Medicham. The things that you think are checks are taken super effective, from Ice Punch, and Medicham has been one of the real MVPs in a limited meta, right, where we're seeing things like Oranguru, Turtonator that we've never really seen before have success. Medicham has made its return as a former staple in the Open Great League to this limited meta.
It was a staple for a reason, and now is back stronger than ever in the limited meta. Nowhere near enough threats to counter it. I mean, there are some Pokemon that really hard counter Medicham, like a Skeledirge, but nobody plays that in here.
Absolutely. Skeledirge, a former signature pick of Dunebug. And the Togekiss for Dante opting for that Dazzling Gleam. Now, that is an attack that can be really game-changing when shields are down. It does so much damage when you can land it, but the lack of Psyshock pacing is sometimes going to bite you. And here we go, Togekiss into Gyarados, an immediate swap out, and it's going to be the mirror, but Dunebug has the benefit of the quicker Psyshock, and he's going to throw it before the Dazzling Gleam.
A lot of pack damage on both sides. Dunebug has the 1-turn advantage here. Goes to throw this Psyshock. It is no shielded. That's the upside of Dazzling Gleam. You can pull shields easier, because I think this would be really close to knockout if it doesn't.
Dunebug respecting the Dazzling Gleam, and it's such a risky bait for Dante. He doesn't feel like going for the Aura Sphere here. And Dunebug, actually gets the peck down. Interesting there. I guess the Aura Sphere wouldn't do much anyway if you're Dante. And Dunebug now looks to be in a commanding position. Not only does he still have a half-health Togekiss, but he's got a lot of energy on it as well.
1 shield up for Real Dante. However, that is 1 shield against 20 Aura Spheres and 2 full Pokemon in the back. Also, your Dusknoir answer now. The Pokemon that comes with so much fast attack pressure as well to play around those shields. It is going to be unchecked.
Don't be fooled by that slight smile on Togekiss's face. This thing is feisty, and it is putting in a lot of work. Oh, a beautiful catch onto the Gyarados, but Gyarados is a rather frail Pokemon, so this is still some valuable chip damage for Dunebug. And I'd have to imagine he swaps out here going into the Dusknoir because the Oranguru's already been revealed. And Dunebug, I have to say, in a commanding position.
Yep, again, and a full Astonish goes through here. Dunebug not even thinking about it, immediately putting up that protection. It is also a crunch. He is nodding. He knows I can farm this down if I want to. Only an Aqua Tail could be reached. Not even that! Man. Full farm down. 2 Aura Spheres on the Togekiss in the beginning, and now it's 2 Shadow Punches or 1.5 Dynamic Punches on Dusknoir.
Dusknoir able to take this Brutal Swing as well. Dunebug has the double Dynamic Punch, but goes for good timing anyway. And I think this is game over. Dunebug, 97. You see Dante say, what am I supposed to do here? He's just too good. Didn't even have to use the Medicham, and Dunebug 97 taking the 2-0 victory.
I mean, that was a commanding lead there for Dunebak, and then he played it out like no one else. Also, we have seen the big downsides of running Dazzling Gleam on this Togekiss. You're way less flexible with the slow passing in the matchups where the Aura Sphere doesn't do anything.
Right, it does give you that threatening charge attack for something like the Medicham, where maybe a Medicham against a Togekiss that's running Psyshock and Aura Sphere doesn't have to respect the charge attacks with a Protect Shield. So Dazzling Gleam forces that respect, but as we saw, it kept getting shielded by Dunebug. You're just losing so much energy and falling behind as Dante.
Also, I feel like playing Gyarados versus Togekiss might be a hot take. Isn't that bad. Once Psyshock doesn't threaten to knock you out, and you outpace to those Aqua Tails. Aqua Tail still does a sizable chunk of damage to the Togekiss, so in the zero shield scenario, you're basically stuck losing.
Right. The Aqua Tail basically two-shot the Togekiss from Gyarados. However, you're just not dealing much damage at all with the Dragon Breath. So I feel like the longer it plays out, the more it does benefit the Togekiss. So you definitely have played a fight back as Gyarados, but I think you'd much rather be the fairy there as well. And Dusk Noir, in the end, getting revenge on its main counter in this meta, Oranguru. And Dunebug's Medicham gets a little bit of rest there, and will save it for the next match.
Yeah, that is, imagine you're really able to take 4 Pokemon into the next match. That would be crazy good, but of course, that's not going to happen. Dunebak advancing to losers round 2 here. Of course, we are already in the top 32. We have a little bit of a discrepancy between the winner's side of the bracket, because that's already been completely played out, and the loser's side of the bracket, where we are currently now in losers round 2, where some matches probably have already started. We're not going to show all of them, but we are going to show most of these matches whilst going through the different rounds.
And keep in mind, as we make our way through the loser side of the bracket, some of your top trainers you've seen that have fallen to the loser side, like It's Axon, for example, they've got quite some time to wait around, await their opponents. So in this current round, some upcoming matches we're going to see Zardy and Spartan. That's a huge matchup right there. Stone Collection and Bruno. One matchup I'm really looking forward to is Bernardo and Dunebug 97, who we just saw. That is going to be a good one.
That's a big one indeed. Also, Ashton Ash and Colin 6 strikes me here. Basti losing 0-2 versus Emilio. Emilio also a force to be reckoned with, so whoever wins from Ashton Ash versus Colin 6 is not going to have it easy, especially considering that after the Emilio matchup, JW Naldo is waiting.
And these trainers have to take it one game at a time. You can't look ahead in the bracket because, you know, you're like, I need to win 5, 6, 7 in a row to get there. So it's important to take it one match at a time. That's what they're going to try and do. And maybe awaiting them in the distant future would be an It's Axon, a Pato Man. So they've got they've got some time to chill out, maybe get some rest, grab some lunch, and return to the venue to await their opponents later on today.
Yep, you are right now on Victory Road, and at the end of Victory Road, there are so many big names waiting, so many ace trainers who want to claim the title of LAIC champion. 2 of those trainers we have sitting here, and that is Spartan versus Zardy.
These players have been in great form this season. Remember, Spartan was the runner-up in the Monterey Regional, the very first event of the season, to LNDS Hard Jeff. So a great run there from Spartan. I think it ties his best finish in his career. And Zardy, a 3-time regional champion, just won Belo Horizonte not too long ago. So he's going to be looking to add to his accolades. Spartan, of course, still one of the best players, I think, that is still chasing that gold medal.
Yep, playing 2 of those Dragon Breath Pokemon and Bronzong, of course. I'm always hyped to see the Bronzong. On the other hand, Zardy is running that Vespiquen, a spicy pick that has proven itself time and time again. Really good Pokemon. I've talked to him a little bit. He said he did not use it that much, but when he used it, it did the job.
And he was talking about how it has win conditions against Pokemon like Dugong with that Power Gem coverage. So a Pokemon that he considers fairly flexible and also acts as a hard check to the Oranguru. So something that he really likes on his team. And Goodra, something that we haven't seen a ton of, but obviously has a lot of play with that Thunder Punch coverage against Pokemon in this meta. And the Thunder Punch coverage hits 4 things for super effective on Zardy's team. So maybe this is the time we're finally going to see some Goodra action.
Yeah, but out of these 4 Pokemon, 3 of them hit you back for super effective.
Right.
Which I want to mention that, yeah, you have the Icy Wind Ice Shard combination from Dugong, which is tough. You really need a lot of advantage to win that matchup. Then you also have Celio. Celio is a little bit easier. It's only Powder Snow damage and then Body Slam, so you're much finer in this matchup, even though I think it's gonna get close with 2 Body Slam and the Powder Snow damage. And then Gyarados, of course. If Gyarados has shields, it's tough.
And we've mentioned the double water, double ice team of Zardy with both the Dugong and the Celio. I don't know if we've seen him bring them together for maybe an ABB style team where you're potentially luring out the Bronzong with a Dugong and then saving shields for the Celio. So that could be a potential strategy for Zardy, but I think he's got one of the more creative lines here.
If you ever want to play it, it's now. Because there is no Medicham on the side of Spartan.
Good point.
So double ice is so safe in this meta if there is no Medicham around. I remember at the beginning when people were playing this in grassroots, double ice was a really preferred strategy by many because there was just nothing that really hard answered it.
Yes, I think that's a great point to bring up. Here we go, Zardy versus Spartan, and we're starting things off. Celio into Gyarados, and we've got a little ABB going on with these water ice types.
Yeah, we got the Dugong in the back. As we said, no Medicham there, so this is the moment to apply it.
Celio, very bulky, able to withstand this crunch, no problem. And Zardy may be content just playing out the zero shield scenario here. You outpace to the double body slam. Oh, and yet again, it is a crunch debuff, firing off the first body slam. I think Gyarados can barely hang on to the double body slam, so we'll see what Spartan elects to do. Oh, he's gonna pivot, catching onto the Goodra.
Oh, Goodra, for the first time basically on stream here, this Pokemon can pressure so much with the fast attacks. Dugong is being swapped onto it. You have super effective damage with Thunder Punches, but if Zardy is willing to give up a shield on the possibly second Thunder Punch, this might be so good for him.
And I have to say, Goodra makes this a little bit annoying for Zardy, where he's gonna have to fire off the Icy Wind in order to avoid the Thunder Punch, another Thunder Punch from coming through. So there he goes, does one Ice Shard for a little more energy, fires off the Icy Wind. Spartan debating whether he wants to use the Protect Shield. He's going to let Goodra go down and maybe start to farm down, but I don't think you can farm all the way down with your Gyarados.
No, but you can get really, really far if you throw the Crunch just right before the Icy Wind off Dugong. Going to knock out that Dugong unless it wants to stick around with a shield and debuff some attack. But now Zardy, he has soaked the damage of this Gyarados. Now Celio is in a decent position. You don't really want to bring in Turtonator unless you can find a way to outpace here. Wow.
Interesting decision. And you know what? I think you only have to shield once here if you're Zardy, and then you get the full farm down. Let's see what he decides to do. Yeah, he's going to put up the Protect Shield. Going for the crunch is Spartan, and no debuff this time. Doing one Incinerate and going straight for the heavier hitting Dragon Claw, excuse me. All shields still remain for Spartan, so he's going to put up the first one, and he'll be happy to have shielded the higher energy cost Dragon Claw.
Yep, that is really nice for Spartan. Also can throw here after 3 Icy Winds. Perfect timing once again. Dugong just always gets in those spots where the timing for itself is not awkward at all. Drill Run is being thrown. No debuff applied into the shield. Zardy does not have a shield anymore. He's going to throw that next heavy hitting Dragon Claw. Spartan going to use his last shield up to protect the Dugong.
Oh, lets it go this time, but Dugong able to take it pretty well, and going for the Brutal Swing now, really putting on the pressure. Dugong could withstand, but it would put it so low that Spartan feels forced to put up the Protect Shield, and now I think you probably do one Ice Shard and throw your attack. He throws the Drill One, wants to guarantee the knockout because an Icy Wind might not be quite enough. This is definitely going to knock out the Turtonator.
But I think the chunky sausage Pokemon in the back, Celio, is going to look really, really strong. You won't knock out with a Drill Run. This might be Body Slam range. The Gyarados, does it have a lot of energy? Can you get somehow to a crunch, or is the Celio going to close out this game? Oh, it hangs on. The Drill Run is being used.
It hangs on. Drill Run is queued up. And this might be enough to knock out the Seal. Can the bulky Seal hang on just with a sliver? But that's one Dragon Breath range, and Spartan takes game number 1.
The defense of those Pokemon does matter. The more defensive your Pokemon is, the more it can hang on to the onslaught of attacks of your opponent. And this time around, this Dugong just barely hung on to its dear life with 1 HP, firing off that Drill Run that made it so easy for the Gyarados to Dragon Breath down.
A great look at the crowd there. Some of the GB Lindos that are cheering on Zardy, I believe, here. And Spartan from Mexico, representing 7-Eleven Gaming, putting on a clinic in game number 1. It was really close. Celio, just not enough firepower yet again, Leo. We've seen this like 3 times. The body slam barely not KOing something and getting to a charge attack, and Celio falling a little bit short.
Yeah, this is why you wanted to kick it off your tournament prediction after watching 80% of the tournament,
Exactly.
Right? At this point, by the way, I found it very interesting that Zardy decided to throw the Icy Wind, keeping that Dugong at about 40% HP with no energy, because that is, I think, where Dugong is weakest. What I think could have been cool for Zardy as well would have been a shield and a fart down onto the Gudra to come out with 2 Icy Winds. But we're going to start off really exciting with a Dugong mirror match.
The Dugong mirror, and I told you backstage, I was a little bit surprised as we see both players opting for the Icy Wind, that we have not yet seen a game go to timeout. And these are 2 very high-level players. So if you guys are newer to Pokemon Go PvP, there is a timer where after about 4.5 minutes, the game will come to a close. And when you have a Dugong versus Dugong lead, you have to keep in mind that there's potential that the game could go in that direction. But Spartan wants to avoid it. He's going straight with an aggressive swap into his Gyarados.
He gets off the crunch first. This is on debuff damage, charge attack priority. Zardy really wants to get this Icy Wind off just to lower the attack of the Gyarados. And I think now that the Gyarados is out there, Turtonator feels really safe in the back, and Celio is going to hit the field.
Absolutely, could be an effective sweeper here for Zardy. And the attack drop gonna make it so maybe Dugong can actually hang on, but instead gonna now pivot into the Celio. But lots of energy on the Gyarados. Spartan can get off this double crunch if he wants to against the Celio.
I really like this play of Zardy, keeping the energy on the Dugong, just saying, hey, I know that Celio is still full HP, but Dugong's energy is so much more valuable than the one of Celio. Celio is there to sponge the damage, and Dugong is there to debuff attacks, to set up the Turtonator in the back. But now the Gyarados hasn't even been knocked out. It just swaps out immediately again, and now Dugong is sponging the energy of the Celio.
Spartan able to deal enough damage where this Celio's approaching drill run range, and as you said, can just sponge all this body slam energy from the Celio. I feel like Dugong, in a matchup that most people prefer to be the Celio, they're counter-swapping Celio into Dugong. It's almost like Dugong does not mind this one bit because these body slams just not doing much. Drill run a little bit harder hitting of an attack, and this is going to put Celio really low. The swap out now into the Turtonator.
Oh, and the timer is not even close to being up, but Dugong can hold itself against a Turtonator. That is a lot of free turns from this Incinerate. However, you're still going to get a debuff off, and Spartan is capitalizing on the Turtonator. Looking good for Zardy, apparently, because he's running double Dragon Breath. Gudra is swapping in here. Yes, you want to protect yourself from the Strength Loss. Calls a bait here in his debuff, but that's going to hurt a bunch.
Big Dragon Claw connecting, dealing heavy damage to the Gudra, and trying to reach that Brutal Swing now, but not before an Aqua Tail, putting up the first Protect Shield. If you're Zardy, I'd have to imagine he throws this attack immediately and maybe looks to get to his timer to switch out into the Dugong. Brutal Swing coming through and grabbing the Protect Shield from Spartan.
This is what's so great about the LAIC meta. Even your hardest counters, they aren't real hard counters. Dugong is being swapped in here, launches the Icy Wind against Gudra. Are we going to see a shield? Do we want to reach a Thunder Punch? Yes.
Gudra puts up the final Protect Shield for Spartan. He is now shieldless. Thunder Punch coming through. There is still one protection on the side of Zardy. He's going to put up his protection. Now Dugong could farm down here. Spartan going to look to pivot out potentially into his own Dugong, but it's behind on energy.
Yep, the next drill run from Zardy's Dugong is being thrown here. This is surely going to knock out. There's only a Gyarados and a Gudra with very, very little health in the back there. Zardy still has a relatively healthy...
Oh no.
Turtonator?
Gyarados gets farmed down first by the Ice Shards. Gudra, one-turn Dragon Breath. But you still have health on the side of both of your Pokemon here and no energy for the Gudra. So Zardy is going to take game number 2.
This could have been absolutely crazy if the Gudra had more energy. If it reaches an Aqua Tail versus the Turtonator and knocks out the Celio before it can get a Powder Snow damage off, this could have been a win for Spartan. This is how close the matches get.
There was like 5 Pokemon there with a combined 20% health.
Yeah.
Just, you saw the different KOs from a few fast attacks, and the crowd starting to get a little bit hyped. The slow clap, the flag waving, supporting their man Zardy. And he's going to try and reverse sweep here. Ties it up, 1 game apiece.
These trainers don't give each other anything for free. This was probably one of the most crucial moments in the game to shield. Spartan anticipating this brutal swing from Zardy. The safe bait, but the Dragon Claw lands. Zardy identifying the win condition, going for those mind games, getting the damage off.
Gyarados, I thought, honestly, Leo, that it was going to get the Dragon Breath down here, but that wasn't the case. Dugong just hanging on by a thread, and this is where we saw so many KOs late with low health Pokemon, and here we go. Bronzong has entered the chat against the Dugong here, and Dugong, we know, has that Drill Run covered, so it's not as bad as you may think, but being that heavy-hitting Steel type, you can resist the Ice Shard damage.
Metal Sound, same type attack bonus, boosted, strong attack, and Psyshock also a really, really efficient charge attack. So Bronzong is really chilling in this matchup. And I think we figured out yesterday that if you land 1 Psyshock, you can outpace to a payback even to knock out.
First Drill Run going to connect onto the Bronzong. Some sizable damage going for a side. This is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Dugong, and Zardy knows that it wasn't enough for the payback, so he's just willing to take it. And Bronzong might even consider shielding and going for the farm down. Let's see what Spartan decides to do here, or if he's just going to let it go. Sometimes we've seen players just opt to let it go, get a head start with their second Pokemon, and that's what Spartan's going to do here.
Feels like Zardy was baiting him into shielding this because he gave him a free Metal Sound for a nice farm down. Now we have the Celio versus the Gyarados matchup. Gyarados hitting for neutral damage. Celio does too, a little bit more efficient on the side of Gyarados, but Celio is so much bulkier.
And if you look at Zardy's team, he went triple soft to the Bronzong. Now, Spartan may be thinking, okay, he's kind of soft to it in the lead, so maybe he's got an answer for it in back like the Turtonator, but that's not the case. He went triple soft. There's no Turtonator. It's an Oranguru lurking in the back. Celio trying to fight off this Gyarados with the body slams.
Oh, Spartan is letting this go. He only has Gudra in the back. The Bronzong is already gone. He really needs to get rid of the Celio. Otherwise, if this gets shielded, he takes so much damage from those Powder Snows.
Zardy was thinking about the Protect Shield, ultimately decides to let it go. And we've got a 2-shield Oranguru. Now Gudra Swiglock. And Leo, I don't know exactly how this matchup plays out, but I would have to think the bulk of Oranguru could come into play. Also, Zardy deciding to throw the cheaper Brutal Swing. He's going for more charge attack pressure, not deciding to boost with the Trailblaze.
He should outpace a little bit, and I think at this point you're just going to shield everything. It's now about every single piece of HP. Both of these Pokemon don't knock each other out with their charge attacks. So the Gudra already outpacing this incredibly fast-pacing charge attack. The Aqua Tail with the Dragon Breath is doing so much work for Spartan.
Keep in mind, there's still a little bit of health on that Dugong in the back for Zardy. That could come into play against this Gudra. If he gets a couple Ice Shards, that could be game-changing. It's a very neutral matchup here. All shields have quickly gone off the table, and this Oranguru trying to reach another charge attack, but it's going to get outpaced by the Gudra. Oranguru can hang on, but Spartan still has the catch opportunity.
Yep, Spartan can also try to force the energy with swapping in this Gyarados. There's basically a decent amount of HP there, but the anticipated catch did not happen. Brutal Swing is going to knock out the Gudra.
Brutal Swing knocks out. I think there's more health on the side of Zardy, and once again, Dugong gonna Ice Shard down, and Zardy takes the match.
Zardy's popping off here, wins, loses. Round 2, his fans are cheering, jumping, celebrating the match. Fair sportsmanship here from Spartan, also getting celebrated here, showing that he's not too happy about the situation, but still, GG will play.
We're here in year 5 of the Play Pokemon Championship Series, and I'm here to tell you, Leo, the meta in the game has changed. And what I mean is, in terms of catching, normally you see players going for the catch immediately when they get to the charge attack. That's how things were done through the first few seasons. Now, everyone says that's too obvious. People are waiting, and they're waiting a turn for that catch. And we've seen it multiple times today, waiting a turn for the catch, but players throwing immediately prevents that from happening, and that's exactly what happened in the end game here yet again.
It is this reverse mind game that everyone is playing. Also depending on the opponent. Do you know your opponent well? Do they know that you know them well? Everything is just so crazy here. The brutal swing, damage Oranguru with the superior bulk. Sometimes this matchup tends to work out better for Goodra if you chip the Oranguru before just a little bit with something. But here you can see the Dugong is being swapped in there, taking out the Gyarados, and Zardy just celebrating because every single W is so important right now.
Moving closer and closer towards that goal, and you see the passion from Zardy. I personally thought in that end game, maybe he would go for the Trailblaze because they were locked in for a long period of time. I thought maybe he'd try to boost up that confusion damage. Instead, he's like, I think I can get to 3 brutal swings. Maybe he knew that matchup well, and it ultimately proved victorious for him to play it the way he did.
Well, maybe he knew. Maybe we can find out with an interview with Zardy and Nick.
Thank you, Leo. I'm joined by Zardy. Congratulations on a really important victory on the loser's side of the bracket. Zardy, you were going up against a team that not many other people had. Your opponent had Bronzong as well as Goodra. Talk to us a little bit about how you played against that team and what sort of decisions you needed to make to become victorious.
It was a tough game. I feel like it's the first Bronzong that I faced during this weekend. Also, the first Goodra. So it's always challenging, but I'm really shaking, but it was tough. But I'm glad I had double eyes, so it kind of helped me to play around against a team with no Medicham, so I could play around and beat those challenges.
Yeah, I want to ask you again about that double ice team, right? No Medicham. How many teams have you faced with no Medicham? Have you been able to utilize that strategy a lot?
I don't want to say like reveal some ideas, but yeah, I'm facing a Medicham all the time. Basically, this is my first, also my first game without Medicham, with not facing Medicham.
So you haven't had the opportunity too many times if this is your only your first time not facing a Medicham. Well, congratulations again. You aren't the last Brazilian in it. I know there are still a few hanging on. What would it mean to you to keep this international championship within your own country of Brazil?
It's what keeps me on fire and trying to give that and all this emotion that I'm also feeling when we are playing and everything. Means a lot, and I hope I can give them what we are looking for and the goal for this weekend keep this in Brazil. Yeah.
As well as a good show. I know you're definitely doing that in that last match. Congratulations again, and we're gonna go ahead and send it back to the casters.
The passion on display from Zardy, representing his home nation here, Brazil. Thanks so much, Nick, for that interview. And he'll be moving on. He'll have some tough competition ahead as well as we continue to get through this loser side of the bracket.
I think he's playing versus Bruno next. He has also been shown on stage, has shown how much of a great trainer he is. So it's not getting easier for Zardy.
Absolutely. And coming up next, we're going to have a matchup between Sceptile Ice, who's taking on Andre. We saw Andre yesterday put on a show with that Glalie, a Pokemon that... Yes, you love the Glalie. We did not see a whole lot of it. It's a Pokemon that in certain rankings and simulations looks pretty good in this meta, but we haven't seen a whole lot of usage. This is a Pokemon that has the fast attack rollout, doesn't do much damage with its fast attacks, but heavy hitting Avalanche, heavy hitting Shadow Ball. If you can put it in the right positions, it can be a very strong Pokemon.
Heck yeah, dude. But this Pokemon also always seems to face off versus a Fire and a Steel type on the team of their opponents. So Metang and the Turtonator. Let's check. Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice, what is this? Is this Ember? Or is it's Incinerate? And that makes it so much worse. But what are the other Pokemon looking like? Medicham is also not the Pokemon you want to face with Glalie. I think that's a major reason why this Pokemon has dropped off. Steel types, yes, bad. Turtonator, also bad. But Medicham is also a completely different story.
Right, I think that tracks the uprise of Medicham in the downfall of Glalie. because you've got three answers really if you're Sceptile. You've got the Turtonator, you've got the Metang, you've got the Medicham, and I guess Glalie does have Shadow Ball coverage for Medicham and Metang that could help it out in those matchups, but it's certainly not a situation you'd prefer to be in.
Yeah, and also, Rollout is not the strongest fast attack when it comes to damage. The energy generation is amazing, but the damage, it's lacking. And even against a Metang or against a Medicham, you're not knocking out with one Shadow Ball. You're not even really close.
And you're never farming down with Rollout.
Yeah, that's the main issue. So if you can get a farm down with Glalie, this is where it really shines, but it is just so incredibly hard. For some reason, for Blastoise, it always works, though.
The Runerigus looks pretty good on the side of Andre. That's been a standout Pokemon in this tournament. Yet again, breaking that Medicham Metang core when people opt for both of those Psychic types together. That triple Psychic team from Sceptile. I think it might be the same team we've seen from Out of Pocket, from Nighttime Clasher, with all three of those Psychic types. And, of course, the Celio from Andre as well. I've yet to be impressed by my friend Celio, Leo. I'm kind of rooting to see some Celio success, but Sceptile Ice, fellow player from North America, really talented, and we'll see what he's able to do here.
I feel like people have been baiting a little bit too much with it. It has Surf as a charge attack, which is a really efficient charge attack, same type attack bonus boosted from a bulky Pokemon. Very decent pressure, so in theory, this is incredibly good in neutral matchups. But I've basically only seen it on other water types throwing body slams there. I think you could do a little bit more, but here we are, and we're going to see some more body slams.
Yet again, Gyarados versus Celio. Pretty neutral matchup. Celio, as we've talked about, much bulkier than the Gyarados, so just going to fire straight body slam. And you have to imagine Sceptile Ice will be firing off the crunch. Could look to swap out, could look to play this out. These lead scenarios really dictate sometimes how the rest of the match plays out.
We have rarely seen it this time though, but most of the time the player who wins the matchup actually immediately swaps out there. So it's not about alignment, it's about having a little bit of extra energy. Sometimes one turn of free energy that you're getting is enough to dominate a game.
Exactly, you talk about the meta in terms of Pokemon, but the gameplay meta for this has been soft winning the lead and immediately swapping out, not affording to give your opponent any head start on energy. Crunch incoming against Andre. This is gonna knock out the Celio. Now Sceptile Ice, it's only a few Dragon Breaths, so he's willing to let it go down.
But that is still a little head start. Dugong, of course, so good at neutralizing Gyarados. In the back there, Andre has a Pokemon that is pretty strong against the Medicham. Of course, Medicham, if you see it Glalie, you bring this Pokemon. But two Dynamic Punch don't knock out a Metang.
Crunch debuff, here we go. And, oh, interesting. Going to throw the Icy Wind into the Metang. I'm not sure if this was a catch or... I think this was an intentional bait and actually successfully gets the Icy Wind bait. That is huge for Sceptile Ice because this is not a great matchup for Medicham, but now two Psyshocks not going to be close to KO the Medicham.
Kirikata apparently still does a sizable chunk of damage there. How much damage is this going to be realistically? Nope, this is not a two-shot here. Medicham is ramping up energy, almost at 2 Dynamic Punches. Also, not going to be enough to knock out, so I think that Metang still is doing okay-ish in this matchup.
After Sceptile Ice fires his Dynamic Punch, it will open up the switch timer for Andre. He'll have the opportunity to swap into the Gyarados, so we'll keep an eye if that's what he decides to do. Shielding the Metang, he values the Metang as his strongest Pokemon, and a huge catch onto the Gyarados.
Tapping on it frantically before the timer was up. Now it gets in there immediately. Sceptile Ice throws the Dynamic Punch immediately, saying, all right, this might be unexpected for my opponent, but now we're going to see a crunch here on that Dugong. 2 Protect Shields remaining. At some point, you gotta use them, Sceptile Ice, and this is where we do it.
He's going to use one here, and he can afford to overfarm a little bit against this Gyarados, and that's going to be important, because if you overfarm here, and this is just an Aqua Tail, he does not need to Protect Shield, but Sceptile Ice is going to think it over. He's going to shield just in case. Now, I don't think the Metang had a move, so can he just freely Drill Run? Yes, he can. He's got the double Drill Run, Leo.
Oh, that is so much damage. You're not even debuffed in this situation. Does this do over half? Can you knock out the Metang? This is so much damage. Metang reaching for that Psyshock, doesn't get there, and Dugong is going to get the knockout.
Dugong's revenge against the Metang. Super effective Drill Run is going to knock out, and Sceptile Ice taking game number 1.
This meta is so incredibly versatile, dynamic. All of those swap-ins, there was such a nice farm down there on the side of Andre, I think, in the beginning with the Gyarados. It's very interesting how these games play out in the end. Dugong, this time it was a Dugong sweep. Most of the time you use Dugong as a sponge to take the energy of your opponent, debuff a little bit. This time around we played for our Dugong energy, shielded it twice, drill run our Metang.
And Sceptile Ice willing to just let his Gyarados go down after playing out that lead matchup. It was something like a Turtonator, right, that is generating so much energy from one Incinerate. That could be pretty devastating, but because it was only a few Dragon Breaths, it really wasn't that much energy, didn't set Sceptile Ice back too much, and he was able to really dictate that end game. And the crucial play, it's got to be that Icy Wind bait on the Metang, grabbing that Protect Shield. And it seemed like Sceptile Ice, it wasn't a catch, right? He purposely did another Ice Shard. So Andre's like, all right, he's not going to bait now because he saw that I swapped. And Sceptile said, I'm going to take this bait.
Can we appreciate the hat, by the way? The Venusaur hat from the Latin America International Championship. That Sceptile Ice is rocking. On the other side, of course, Andre. As much as I love it, I don't think it's the place for Glalie. But yesterday I also didn't think it was the place for the Glalie, and it definitely was in the end.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. In addition to Sceptile Ice being stylish, he's also got that Shuckle plush. That's kind of a team mascot for him and his grassroots team. And he is looking composed, looking like he's trying to take this based off what he ran in that first matchup. I think the Glalie would have had some play, but it's just tough when there's 3 answers on the opposing team for Andre. Here we go. Game number 2, Gyarados mirror match.
This has been played so many times, and every single time it's being played out, we see it in a different way. This time around, both trainers are baiting with the Aqua Tail, but that is so fine. If you get called on it and your opponent doesn't shield, you just throw the second one, it's gonna knock out.
And it's like this Gyarados matchup meta has been changing. People are just going straight for the Aqua Tail because you might get the successful shield, but you also know that if you go straight Aqua Tail, you can potentially win. Oh, and anticipating the immediate Aqua Tail, Sceptile Ice catches it onto the Dugong.
And this puts him far ahead unless there's a hot answer on the side of Andre, which there isn't. If there was a Medicham on the team of Andre, could have swapped it in. But this looks like we're going to reach another crunch. No! Swaps in the Celio. So much energy.
If he I was going to say, if he comes in with the Celio, he may be devastated by what's in the back in the Turtonator. This is looking good for Sceptile Ice. He also has that Aqua Tail banked. Andre banked an Aqua Tail himself, which could come into play. But unless this Celio is able to win this matchup and come out with energy, I think Sceptile Ice looks to be in a great position.
The Turtonator is going to have a field day here. Another Drill Run is being thrown, and I think 2 might actually knock out.
Drill Run coming through. Celio going to withstand the quick swap into the Gyarados. Oh, and a charge attack priority on the crunch.
That is such a huge catch here. You're going to force your opponent to expand the energy, take the damage, and you're not going to get a big... Actually, if you undercharge this, you get it onto a very, very good farm down range here.
I like that thought process. I think an undercharge could have been really nice, but Andre decides, I just want to get rid of this thing. Oh, and we're seeing him look at the immediate Metang swap, and if he's locked in, Leo, this could be really bad. He blind swaps Metang, and it's met by the Turtonator.
This is such a dominant matchup for Sceptile Ice. Andre not giving up, throwing the first Psyshock here. Sceptile Ice knowing that it won't knock out, not even close, takes the damage, keeps the shields, and it's just incinerating away.
These resisted Fury Cutters just not doing much at all. Brutal swing coming through, grabbing that first Protect Shield, and Sceptile Ice, he's got the advantage here. Another brutal swing queued up. May grab Andre's final Protect Shield. I don't know what he's gonna try to pull off here, but Metang is trying to fight back.
Andre, oh, this Turtonators actually even one Incinerate away from this Brutal Swing. Sceptile is starting to shield. He has both shields. If you're locked in against a super effective fast attack, you really don't want it to be the Incinerate there. Goes to throw another Brutal Swing. Almost a Psyshock on the Metang, and it's just almost because it's gonna knock out.
And I like this safe play from Sceptile. Just get rid of this thing. Don't give yourself a chance to dance around. He's got energy on the Gyarados, but this Dugong isn't even quite in crunch range. Sceptile Ice gonna shield to be safe. Dugong gonna look for the farm down here.
And Dugong is going to face off against its partner in crime, the Celio. Ice shards it down. Sceptile Ice with the Ice Shard. 2-0 versus Andre Sales.
Sceptile Ice will be advancing to losers round 3. Well played by Andre, an impressive run, and making day 2 at an international championship is no small feat. So congrats to him on his run, but it will be Sceptile Ice moving on to the next round. Well, he'll be looking to take down another top trainer.
Look at the Shuckle. It's time to buckle up for Sceptile Ice and get ready for the next losers round, getting closer and closer to this championship Sunday. And here the lead matchup with the Body Slam taking out the Gyarados. It wasn't even the lead matchup, bringing the Metang there and then the blind swap into the Turtonator.
And when we're talking about this limited meta for the first time in the championship series, a condensed meta, we're seeing very similar teams and players trying to inch their advantages, come up with different strategies. It's almost like we're seeing the meta in terms of gameplay shift before our eyes, where players are playing these lead scenarios in different ways. The immediate Aqua Tail with the Gyarados, and then sensing the immediate Aqua Tail, so catching it on the Dugong. Players are adapting. Maybe they're watching each other on the big screen in the crowd, supporting and writing some notes, taking some ideas. I like the way Pocket played that. Maybe I'll try that out in my next matchup. It's very cool to see.
I think a lot of that also comes from the different matchups that you're seeing on the teams, right? When you're knowing, okay, I have my Gyarados, I'm slightly weak to Turtonator with the rest of my team. I'm not playing against the Turtonator right now. I think I need to shield my Gyarados, later on swap it out to just apply some more pressure there. And that might change. If you know your opponent isn't gonna bring a Turtonator, you can just no-shield your Gyarados and put your win condition, put your shields on other Pokemon.
Sometimes you're not playing against the team, you're playing against the player.
Oh,
and
yes.
to get more thoughts from a heck of a player, we're going to toss it to an interview with Nick and Sceptile Ice.
All right, thanks, Reyes. I'm joined by our previous round's winner, Sceptile Ice, and you might not know this, but I put Glalie on my caster's predictions for this tournament, and it hasn't done so well thus far. How did you prepare for going up against it, and what are your thoughts on Glalie in general?
I prepare for it by not preparing for it because it's bad. Like, you don't have to worry about it. It's not good. Like, you look at it on the team sheet and you're like, oh, okay, I'm facing 5 Pokemon. It's not a concern at all, no.
That is a bit rough to hear. Give me some thoughts of yours about the meta in general, right? This is our first limited meta. What's it been like preparing for this, and how early did you have your team composition set, or did you make any last-minute changes?
It's a pretty fun meta. It's very condensed, but I kind of like it. It's like the grassroots style meta, which is how I got started. I had my team locked in 2 a.m. Friday morning, so lots of preparation, and I did not enough prep. Like, I don't know how to play this meta.
Well, hey, it's working out for you. You are in the loser side of day number 2. You've got a long way to go. I don't want to say you're no stranger to the loser side, but you've been in the loser side of the bracket. You've made good runs sometimes. What's it like going into a day number 2 on the loser side where you know you're going to have a really long day?
I think you just have to take it one game at a time. Like, don't set your expectations super high, but just focus one game. I feel like it's easier to take risk on loser side than winner side, because like you want to be really safe on winner side, and then loser side it's like, well, if this doesn't work, oh well. Like,
yeah, absolutely. If your back's up against the wall, you're willing to take those risks. Maybe they pay off. Thank you for your time. Good luck at the next round. But before I let you go, I want to hear any shout-outs you have.
Shout out Pocket, NTC, and Harry. They've been helping me a lot. And then shout out Lyle Jeffs and SS Thorn. They helped me come up with a strategy for this match, and it worked perfectly.
Seems like it. You were victorious. Thanks again. Good luck in the next round. And before you go anywhere, me and the other casters categorized some Pokemon. You'll want to take a look. Welcome, Pokemon trainers. We have a Poke Categories game for you.
I'm joined by my esteemed co-casters from the Go game, and we have 6 different categories starting from the least expected, all defense, all arounder, pesky pesky, safe swap, and return of an OG. And we are going to be crowning a champion of each of these categories in the LAIC meta. Let's go ahead and start with our first one, the least expected. I have to say, the least expected Pokemon for me in this meta was Glalie. It is so dominant. Up next, I'm gonna let Stephanie say her option.
I think it's Medicham. After Medicham left the meta, I didn't think it was ever coming back. So seeing it back with Psycho Cut really took me by surprise.
I like the Medicham pick, Stephanie. I'm gonna go a different direction with Turtonator. Fire Dragon, we've never really seen it that viable in a particular meta. I think Turtonator becoming a top dog here is a big surprise.
Yeah, that's true. Turtonator is really cool. It's also quite versatile with Incinerate and Ember, but I'm going to go with Togekiss. It's a meta filled with Ice-type Pokemon, but with Aura Sphere being so good and so fast, for me it's Togekiss.
Well, in our first category, we already have 4 different Pokemon down. Let's move on to our second category, all defense. This one to me, super obvious, has to be Dugong. Rise, while Stephanie's writing that out, why don't you go next?
I'll second that, Nick. Dugong, I'll go with you there. Super bulky and probably one of the bulkiest staples in this meta.
Stephanie?
Another bulky Pokemon that we're going to see all over the place is really Oranguru. So I'm going to put Oranguru on here for a Pokemon that's just very defensive.
Well, you know what? Just because I like to withstand you guys, it's gonna be Celio for me. It's a water and ice type that is bulky. That is so unique, especially in this meta. I've actually played Dugong and Celio together on a team. I think it's good.
All right, we have only 3 Pokemon. We had 2 votes for Dugong in that category. Up next is All-Rounder, and I'm gonna steal Stephanie's pick from the last one. I'm gonna have to go with Oranguru. And let's go ahead and go back to Stephanie right away.
I have to agree. I think Oranguru also makes a really solid all-rounder pick.
The problem here is we could put Oranguru in so many categories, but all-arounder, it has to be, right? The coverage. Leo, are you going to ruin this? Are you going to ruin the Oranguru sweep?
Of course I'm going to ruin this, because I think actually Gyarados fits the shoe as well. Gyarados has so many neutral matchups in this meta. I think it would, maybe it is an even better safe swap than Oranguru.
Controversial.
I'd
but
say
we'll
so.
get to the safe swap eventually.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Yes, we do have safe swap as our, not next category, but the one after. So we have Oranguru and Gyarados for all-rounder. Up next, we have Pesky. And I think that Gyarados is a great spot for this. It's going to be so hard to deal with because it's a really good safe swap, but also it's going to be hard to deal with as a lead Pokemon because it's so safe into the meta. Stephanie.
Nick, you have so many great ideas today. I've got to say Gyarados as well. That thing is going to be pesky. It is going to be a menace with energy, with shields. It can just steamroll a team.
I'm going a different direction here. The biggest pesk is Togekiss. And the reason why, I was just playing the Go Battle League. They swapped Togekiss. I swapped Dugong. Should be in a good position. No. Aura Sphere hits so hard. It's so spammy. It's annoying to deal with.
Told you. Did you expect it?
No, I didn't.
All right. All right. I think for Pesky, it is Dugong, actually. This Pokemon is just everywhere. You're going to get debuffed all the time. It is so good.
All right. I like that answer as well, given it was my all-defense pick. Up next, we have Safe Swap, and I'm going to have to go back-to-back Gyarados picks. A little bit embarrassing, but is what it is.
And I'm gonna have to do that too. If I'm using it as a safe swap in Go Battle League right now, and it's doing really well.
I'm gonna go with something different in one of the most mentioned Pokemon on this list, Dugong, as my pick. Dugong, the main reason, it's an ice type. It can debuff so many things with that icy wind, and also wins the zero shield against these steel types. So you counter swap your Matang into a Dugong. Dugong is grabbing a shield on its way out. So I think Dugong's maybe the best safe swap.
I would agree. I'm just gonna go Celio in this one, just because it is so good, and I think it's on a decent roll against Dugong as well. It's hard to swap something into a Celio that has a little bit of energy.
All right, we are down to our last category, and that is going to be Return of an OG. For me, there's only, 2, 3, 4 OGs in the Open Great League meta, but there's one OG that's returning to this meta, and that, of course, has got to be Metacham. That is my pick for return of an OG. Stephanie, what about you?
I like Metacham as well, and that's honestly my pick, but I have to pick something different from you this time. So I'm going to say Dugong. Dugong, I think, has been used for a very long time, and seeing it back again, this is a familiar Pokemon to a lot of people.
I actually really like that, right? Because in the Open Great League, it's kind of getting pushed out of the meta a little bit because of Lapras, but that's enough for me. Rise, what's your thought about the OG?
The correct answer here has to be Metacham, but I'm going to give an honorable mention to Claydol, because Claydol was a meta staple a few seasons ago, and it is back. I think it's very strong in this, but Metacham's the real OG.
For me, it was between Metacham and Dugong, obviously, but I'm so coping on Dugong in the Open Great League, I can't let it go from my team, so I'm going to go with Metacham as the return of an OG, because Dugong never left.
All right, well, that fills out all 6 of our categories. Now, we have to go through each of them and crown a champion. Let's go ahead and start way back at the beginning. We might have forgotten it. It's the least expected category. We have Glalie, Metacham, Turtonator, and Togekiss. And I'll say, after seeing all of these things play out, I still really like Glalie. And let me try to argue against Togekiss.
Okay.
Because I think that is actually a perfect spot for Pesky. Thoughts?
I'm with you, Nick, because I'm still on my Turtonator for number 1 for least expected. So I wouldn't mind Togekiss being crowned as Pesky.
I think we can rule out Metacham because I think it's dominated another category. But I can see Glalie as well. Glalie has been, I love this Pokemon ever since it got rollout. It's very cool that it's in the meta finally.
All right, final opinion from Stephanie.
Let's go with Glalie. Rise, can we agree to go with Glalie here?
Okay, I'll let you have it.
All right, I'll take that as a point for me because I was the one who suggested that.
Glalie also follows the same logic of when has Glalie been good? Well, maybe now.
Maybe now. All right, up next we have all defense, Dugong, Oranguru, Celio. 3 solid picks. A number of these have contentions in other categories as well. Let's go ahead and start on the other side. Leo, what are your thoughts for the top pick here for all defense?
I mean, we had 2 Dugong, right? So I think that Dugong actually just kind of takes this here. It is the most defensive Pokemon there. And with all the debuffs, it gets even more defensive.
All right, and I forget who actually was the second person to say Dugong. Was that you, Rise, or was that you, Stephanie?
It was me, I believe.
All right, so Stephanie, have we swayed you?
I think so. I think Dugong could be all defense.
All right, we have it there. We've crowned our second champion in Dugong. Up next, we have all-arounder and
Oranguru.
Do we need to argue here?
No, we don't need to argue. It's a Oranguru.
Take it. It's
We even convinced Leo, the one who is always having to stick out. Up next, Pesky. We talked about it a little bit before. Anyone against Togekiss at this point?
It is so pesky with that Aura Sphere. It gets there so quickly.
I see the look on your face, but I think Togekiss gets this one.
Yeah, it's super pesky, guys. I definitely agree here with it.
All right, that Pesky Peck fast attack coming in. Togekiss, our pesky Pokemon. Safe Swap is up next, and we have Dugong as all defense. So really, I think it's just between Gyarados and Celio, and I don't know, Leo. I think you might be alone on an island here. Let's go ahead and
Celio
put
had
that
to get
star.
some love, though. It had to get somewhere on this list.
It has a nice name, right?
Honorable mention.
Absolutely. I think it is a great safe Pokemon, but I think it just gets eked out a little bit by Gyarados as the safest swap. And return of the OG.
It's Metacham, right, everybody?
It's Metacham.
It's Metacham.
All right, it's Axon. Has got to be happy to hear this. Metacham taking the final crown here as the final Pokemon to win our categories. So we just crowned all 6 of our Pokemon as champions of their categories. Now I got to ask the rest of my co-casters, if we had these 6 Pokemon on a team, would you bring it to the LAIC tournament?
Well, these 6 are all really strong, but sometimes the strongest Pokemon don't work well as a team together. Something obscure that could wreck a team like this, Alolan Raichu. So many targets for it. I don't know what you would even do. We don't have a ground type on here, so Alolan Raichu would be a problem.
Yeah, you top left. Also, I think that steel types may become a problem if you don't have ground or fire type coverage, so stay wary of that, trainers.
Last thoughts from Stephanie.
Is there what strong Turtonator answer is there other than Gyarados? And I feel like Turtonator is going to be such a popular choice that having more than one solid Turtonator counter could be beneficial in your team building.
All right, well, you have it here first, folks. Even if you have 6 of the strongest Pokemon on your team, it might not make the best team of 6. You might need to think about how those Pokemon synergize together. That's going to be it from us. Let's go back to the 2026 LAIC action.
We are back with the 2026 LAIC action. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined at the desk by DeFi-E250, and I want to hear from the trainers at home. I had so much fun categorizing all of those meta picks into those different categories. If you had the opportunity yourself to categorize 6 Pokemon from the LAIC meta, what would you put in those spots?
I think Dugong definitely still won all defense. Oranguru is still an all-rounder. We got a couple of the calls right. Glalie, maybe not so much. I think the only one in the tournament just got knocked out.
Yeah, it has not really shown itself as a strong meta contender, and it broke my heart to hear Sceptile Ice call it fake.
Maybe a little bit fake in this meta, but we have some true blue trainers here down on the stage. Ashton Ash and Emilio, both trainers really excited to play here in Losers Round 3, trying to march their way closer to that final Losers spot for tomorrow.
And remember, we have It's Axon waiting in Losers Round 6. So we have Losers Round 3, Losers Round 4, Losers Round 5 before those 2 trainers who lost in the winners semis. It's Axon and Potoman who are waiting there.
Yes, and I believe we will play Losers Round 7.
Eventually.
Those will be the last battles played today. We have a lot of rounds to go. There are lots of exciting battles to be had, but in front of us now, we have Ashton Ash and Emilio. Looks like they're getting ready to send those battles, scanning the battle code in order to send the battles away. Teams very similar as we have seen throughout the day today, as the meta has narrowed further and further to find that winning team for the limited meta. The main difference being Ashton Ash using Dugong, which is much more common, where Emilio runs Togetic.
Additionally, there is a Turtonator on Ashton Ash's side, which is going to be a bit interesting into this team. However, is not brought to this game number 1. Instead, we have Gyarados facing off against Medicham. Medicham opting for the resisted charge attack dynamic punch because it does a little bit more damage.
Gyarados, we know, struggles with this matchup, though you would think a Pokemon with flying typing would do so well into a Pokemon with fighting typing. However, Dynamic Punch just does a little bit too much damage. We see a catch of the Aqua Tail onto Emilio's Gyarados. This is a great opportunity for Emilio. Now has a Medicham, so that's still fairly healthy and with residual energy.
It's a bit interesting. I think we've seen a number of trainers actually opt for straight Aqua Tail in the mirror match. However, that is from a equal energy standpoint. So catching that Aqua Tail is very great for Emilio, giving him a little bit of advancement in his game. However, Ashton Ash has a really strong answer in kind. Dugong coming in, pulling away the first shield from Emilio.
Dugong continuing through, using those ice shards to chunk away at Gyarados, and we know that Crunch is just not quite strong enough because Dugong, as we called it out, is all defense. That is all that Pokemon is there for. It is defense and to be a little bit pesky, being able to debuff with Icy Winds, or in this case, knock out a Gyarados.
Lacking same type attack bonus as well as super effectiveness into Gyarados. It's just not a lot of damage. I don't know if I'm wrong here, but I think that this might be the very first Runerigus mirror match that we've ever seen in this entire 2-day tournament thus far.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen this interaction before. Obviously, you go straight Brutal Swing. There is no reason to throw resisted Rock Tomb. but Brutal Swings and Shadow Claws, these two Pokemon are really, really good at battling each other.
We're seeing both of these trainers recognize that one Brutal Swing will not pick up the knockout. However, switch is available for Emilio. He pivots immediately, throws an Ice Punch, which is going to be slightly cheaper than a Dynamic Punch, but also much more effective.
Ice Punch connects with the final Protect Shield of Ashton Ash. This gives Ashton Ash an opportunity. He has a lot of energy. This Brutal Swing will be enough to knock out if Emilio doesn't shield. Does choose to shield, but Runerigus is 2 Shadow Claws away. Just barely not enough.
Emilio, very patient there, waited a turn before throwing the Ice Punch, making sure that the Ice Punch was not caught on either Pokemon in the back. However, Gyarados coming in with its fast attack, pressure builds up almost to the Aqua Tail, and I don't believe there's any energy on the Runerigus remaining, so Aqua Tail coming through, going to pick up the knockout and secure game number 1 for Ashton Ash.
Yeah, Ashton Ash, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, but I felt like Ashton Ash played a very straightforward game. Emilio was the one making a lot of catches and aggressive swaps, but Ashton Ash just seemed to have kind of like one path forward, and it seemed to secure him the game.
I don't disagree, right? I think he made some good plays with the switch into the Medicham, throwing Ice Punch and trying to work his way back, but Ashton Ash just seemed on the forward foot the entire time, even when we saw a number of mirror matches there. You know, the mirror match between the Runerigus versus Runerigus was really fun to watch play out, given that both of them are very comfortable surviving the Brutal Swing, and then the farm down was possible, but you know, neither player, and frankly, I feel like almost no players in this entire tournament have allowed for a fast attack down in any situation.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing, and I believe Rise talked about this a little bit in the last matchup, how the play has just been to soft win the lead. So your Pokemon wins, but just with a little bit of HP, but you surrender switch advantage immediately by switching out and not allowing a fast attack down, not allowing the farm.
Yeah, it's very much in contrast to how players play the Open Great League, where instead of soft winning the lead, you actually want to soft lose the lead so you can get a farm down. It's so much more dangerous in the Open Great League to make a blind swap after winning the lead scenario, and you'll often get counter swapped by a very hard answer to whatever you're bringing in. We're going into game number 2 here. Runerigus being swapped out immediately into the Dugong after a quick swap into Gyarados.
Dugong in a commanding position, of course, against Gyarados because it is all defense. It is the Pokemon that can withstand these crunches from Gyarados when very few other Pokemon can.
Gyarados not able to make it to another crunch before the Icy Wind comes through. Icy Wind going to lower the attack stat of this Gyarados and also do a good chunk of damage. Shield comes up from Emilio, going to throw another crunch before a secondary Icy Wind is reached.
And what we're looking for in this matchup is how is this going to dictate what happens to the back Pokemon? Because this kind of primary matchup could give an opportunity for Emilio making a catch on the Medicham, but now you're switch locked into it. So we'll have to see how Ashton Ash responds, and responds with Gyarados, actually. I was anticipating perhaps the Runerigus, maybe making a prediction for where Runerigus might be a little bit more useful in the back, which it will be.
It absolutely will. It's going to end up in the perfect spot against the Metang. Super effective damage with both the Shadow Claws as well as the Brutal Swings. In comes the next Aqua Tail. This is going to do a little bit of chip damage to the Medicham, probably take about half of its remaining HP.
Medicham, though, very bulky. The return of the OG in our categories, and I don't think that can be disputed at all. I think we were right on track. It is the return of a bulky Pokemon that can take hit after hit after hit. Emilio making a quick swap into that Metang. Ashton Ash, you can see him was trying to go for the Runerigus, but instead, because the switch timer wasn't quite up yet, decided that, you know what, I'm going to land this crunch, and then I'm going to punish you later.
And importantly, this is a charge attack tie, so now Ashton Ash has the opportunity to no shield here, land that super effective crunch. Emilio shaking his head, really frustrated with the fact that the crunch was able to be reached. In comes the Runerigus. This is going to be a very positive matchup. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ashton Ash go for a shield here and go for an entire farm down. No shield, also respectable. This Psyshock not going to be super effective damage, just neutral.
And look at all this energy on Runerigus. Runerigas. This is probably about the most energy-loaded Runerigas we've seen all day, and that is going to be able to knock out the Medicham very easily, and there is almost an entire Rock Tomb left over.
And there are no shields remaining for Emilio. Rock Tomb is actually ready and is launched off. Emilio had an Aqua Tail, but with 2 shields on the side of Ashton Ash, this is going to be game number 2, going to Ashton Ash, moving his way through losers round 3 to losers round 4.
Ashton Ash, no stranger to the International Grand Final stage. He's trying to get there again from the loser side of the bracket. Last time he was at an international stage, that was against Out of Pocket, who we may not see again. Because we've got, NTC and Marto up on the top.
Of course, but actually, I have a little bit of hidden knowledge. We're actually going to be seeing Out of Pocket after this
Oh my
match.
goodness.
Yeah.
He's the next one.
He spoke it into existence.
I did. I guess I did speak Out of Pocket right into existence in the bracket. So his opponent, so if Out of Pocket continues forward, they may need to face off again.
Absolutely, that could be the way this plays out. I don't know exactly the layout of the bracket, but the only way to tell is by keeping watching, stay tuned, and see how the rest of this losers bracket turns out. Congratulations again to Ashton Ash. A really well-fought match here, and I think more than anyone, more than any other match we've seen thus far, Ashton Ash was able to really place the Runerigas in the correct spots, get energy when it was necessary, and really importantly, it has such a high attack stat, it was able to beat the Medicham. We discussed that it likely loses to the Gyarados. However, with shields available, it doesn't matter if you lose a charge attack tie as long as you have the energy available.
I would actually love to hear from Ashton Ash, because we heard earlier, I believe it was yesterday, a lot of Runerigas hate out there. I think Ashton Ash was able to place that Runerigas perfectly. Rise, why don't you talk to him a little bit more about that?
That's exactly what I'll do, Stephanie. Here with Ashton Ash fresh after his win. One of the standout picks in this meta that stood out to a lot of people has been the Runerigas, and used it perfectly to a T in that battle. Can you talk about that Pokemon in particular?
Yeah, sure. Look, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I started using it as soon as I saw Marto using it. I was not bringing it because I thought it was like a super hard check to with Dugong, Dugong into Runerigas, sorry. And what happens is that you can just throw Rock Tombs, you can swap out, generate energy, right? All that. So I think I used that against Colin, my previous battler. I mean, he's a pretty good battler. Hi, Colin. And yeah, I just used it here. So yeah, I've been using a lot of Runerigas, and I'm gonna be using it in my next match as well, okay?
I like the strats, and Marto not a bad player to take some inspiration from. Now, taking me through this meta, this first-time limited meta, you've been a player that's had a lot of success in the Open Great League. How much experience have you had practicing in other limited metas, or is this sort of a new thing for you?
Oh, I have zero experience. Yeah, this is very new for me. I kind of regret not joining a Gym Breakers team. They did ask me to join one, but I was like, no, it's too much stress, right? But I should have, because I think a lot of the people that are doing good here are people that are very familiar with grassroots, and that's not something with me. I may join somebody, I don't know, hit me up, I don't know. Hit me up, please. No, but yeah, I mean, if this is gonna be like a theme, I would really like to join a team to get prepped for EUIC, right? Or for NAIC. So yeah, it's my first time.
PSA, all the grassroots team, Ashton Ash, an available free agent. And before I let you go, any last shout outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, I forgot, but I really want to give a huge shout out to Ingeniero Beto, because thanks to him, I'm running this team. I really, I think I forgot to say, he did send me a graph of the top teams in the Gym Breakers. So yeah, I mean, shout out to him, my girlfriend Monica, obviously, Swablu family as well, my friends here, my brother Ether and everything. And can I say something in Spanish, like that? Yeah. Y un saludo a mis amigos mexicanos. Yo sé que ustedes me ven y me apoyan. Muchísimas gracias, los quiero mucho y espero que podamos seguir poniendo México en alto. Muchas gracias, amigos.
I would translate for you, but I think I have to send it back to the caster, so let's get back to the action.
Thank you, Rise. So sorry that you weren't able to translate that for us, Chris, but what I want to be able to dial in on there was Ash and Ash. First off, free agent. If there are any grassroots teams looking for somebody, it looks like Ash and Ash is looking, and he said in preparation for EUIC, perhaps, I think we might have something to talk about with EUIC coming up on Sunday, so it's going to be really important that you tune in on Championship Sunday for us to talk about EUIC a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe grab some tea and crumpets if you need. I also really just appreciated the rest of that interview. Ash and Ash is so charismatic, so funny, and funny to hear that he regretted turning down some grassroots opportunities, which would have prepared him for this tournament. Speaking of grassroots, Out of Pocket, no stranger to it in losers round 4. We haven't seen him for a while since he dropped down from the winner's side of the brackets, but he's had plenty of time to prepare, plenty of time to reset for his matchup against Hungry Wolfpack.
And he's done resetting. He is in it. Metacham versus Dugong. This is a really beneficial matchup for Hungry Wolfpack. Is able to save up a bunch of energy before bringing in Gyarados.
Gyarados is very comfortable in this position. Crunch coming through is only neutral damage into the Metacham because of that fighting type resistance. Crunch not getting the debuff, going straight for the dynamic punch. Even though it's resisted damage, it does slightly more damage than Ice Punch.
And we can see that the Gyarados, after those Psycho Cuts, isn't going to be able to withstand that second dynamic punch, or may not be able to withstand that second dynamic punch. So here it comes, it gets real close, and then just can kind of finish it up with Psycho Cut energy.
This is going to be very close in response. Crunch coming through. I'm not sure it's quite enough damage to pick up the knockout. No, Dragon Breath's not coming through, but instead Hungry Wolfpack opting for an immediate switch into the Metacham. I'm not a huge fan of this move. I think this is a little bit of wasted energy. I think he could have came in and farmed down because Metacham's not really all that much threatened by another Metacham's energy.
No, the Ice Punches are neutral, and we know that Metacham can handle Ice Punches all day. There's that first dynamic punch, and then Gyarados just barely hangs on through the second one, leaving it with a lot of farm down potential.
Unfortunately for these trainers, and unfortunately for us casters, and unfortunately for those of you at home in the back, I see 2 Dugongs, which might be slogging it out. One thing for Hungry Wolfpack, though, is that he does have a shield advantage, 2 shields to 1, which would give him a big advantage if he's able to take this Gyarados out.
Hungry Wolfpack has another advantage. He also has that Gyarados that is extremely low in health that he can use to potentially reset the Dugong. So it's going to depend on how this plays out.
In comes the Dugong, going for these fast attacks, not able to get the farm down before a Aqua Tail bait.
Ooh.
In comes the shield. I don't mind this shield because I mean, obviously it's a bait, that's not the greatest, but if it was a crunch, that would have been the hardest hitting move because Drill Run's just not that strong of a move. One other additional thing that Hungry Wolf has, as you mentioned, is the catch opportunity, and in a 3-turn versus 3-turn mirror match, it is fairly reasonable to try to get one. However, Out of Pocket is one of the best players of North America, and I would be a little bit surprised to see him allow Hungry Wolfpack get a catch.
We'll see if it can happen. There's just a little bit more opportunity for it because Out of Pocket switch timer is coming up as well, and then Pocket will be in a position to have a catch opportunity on his Gyarados. But his Gyarados has a lot more health on it. Even if it were to be caught, Hungry Wolfpack could potentially just like not charge it.
Yeah, it's a little bit less detrimental if Pocket is able to make the catch given how much health is there. Drill Run after Drill Run coming out from these 2 Dugongs, not going to threaten a knockout into Hungry Wolfpacks. However, one in return into his own. Actually, no, an immediate swap. Aqua Tail is reached, going for the crunch, but no! Hungry Wolfpack over farming, a little bit frustrated, must have lost track of how much energy Out of Pocket had, but this isn't even a crunch, it's just an Aqua Tail.
Yeah, but it is enough for the knockout, and Gyarados likely had just 1 Dragon Breath worth of with 1 Dragon Breath worth of health left on it. That is a solid game win for Out of Pocket, leaving Wolfpack just shaking his head.
I want to take that comment back. There was still a shield on the side of Out of Pocket, so even if he had thrown the Icy Wind and not let that Aqua Tail come through, I think Out of Pocket was still in a very commanding position in that endgame. Just maybe pivoting around that endgame a little bit better, throwing that Aqua Tail bait, pulling that shield. I think had Hungry Wolfpack not shielded that, he would have been in a much stronger position, but it's a pretty easy shield to use, right? And it becomes a bit of a 50-50 game, right? It's an easy shield to use because Crunch is the hardest hitting move, but it also means that if you're expecting your opponent to shield very frequently in that position, it makes it a really great spot to bait.
Taking a look at the replay, we can look through Out of Pocket's kind of dominant win here, and kind of it all led up. We were a little nervous it was going to be a lot of Dugong versus Dugong. We got through that pretty quickly, and it kind of ended up being this Gyarados in the endgame that was really the the most important pivot.
Right, and the amount of health that Gyarados had was very key. Hungry Wolfpack had very few HP remaining. Out of Pocket was maybe about halfway through the red, and although that's not all that much, he was able to survive 1-2 Ice Shards and get to a charge attack, which was very key to his success in that game number 1.
Now Hungry Wolfpack really needs to turn this around, and this is tough. You're under the bright lights of the stage, and like you're being watched by people all over the world, not just here in Sao Paulo, but all over the world, up against an international champion in his own right. But we have here not too terrible of a matchup. I would say this is pretty neutral. With the X-Scissors coming in to the Medicham, that's going to be neutral damage. But the Ice Punches, though they are super effective, Vespiquen is incredibly bulky.
It's able to handle 2 Ice Punches quite comfortably. In comes the first after the X-Scissor has landed. We notice the amount of health remaining on the Medicham. It indicates to us that X-Scissor number 2 will not be able to pick up a knockout, and the Medicham is able to pace to these Ice Punches a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, that is the benefit of Psycho Cut Medicham, is the pacing and definitely not the fast attack pressure. Vespiquen getting there just a little bit later, and I think it's going to still leave the Medicham a little bit healthier than the Vespiquen is. So Hungry Wolfpack's going to have to time this quite right if he doesn't want his Vespiquen knocked out.
We actually see Pocket going for the Dynamic Punch, and you might be saying, Vespiquen's a flying and a bug type. Why are you going for this? And the answer is so that he can throw immediately. It's very likely that Hungry Wolfpack switches into another Pokemon that maybe resists the Ice Punch, like a Dugong, right? And if you want to mitigate the risk of that catch, you throw a different move.
Yeah, so definitely not. Out of Pocket's not showing off by saying, like, I can throw a Dynamic Punch and still knock you out. There's a strategy, there is a reason behind it. But what we can see is what we're behind those Pokemon from the lead matchups, and we can see the Oranguru and the Dugong coming in.
Hungry Wolfpack does have shield advantage, but he has lost switch advantage. This is a bit tough because Gyarados into Turtonator is a really good matchup for Gyarados. However, this Dugong does have 2 shields to hide behind, and Icy Wind debuffs are quite good for making matchups take a little bit longer.
Hungry Wolfpack is choosing an Ember Turtonator, or chose an Ember Turtonator for his run here at LAIC, and Ember Turtonator is great for a lot of reasons, but it lacks that fast attack pressure. It's also really good into the Mirror Turtonator, which Hungry Wolfpack's not finding the Mirror right now.
In comes the Turtonator to catch a Brutal Swing. Good heads-up play from Out of Pocket not to throw a Trailblaze into a potential double resistance from a Fire in Dragon type. Immediate counter swap into the Gyarados. Dragon Claw is reached now. However, there is so much Dragon Breath damage coming in from Out of Pocket.
And this Gyarados has a ton of energy. I would be very intimidated looking down at this Gyarados. That would be quite scary.
Great VGC reference there. Hungry Wolfpack not shielding up the Turtonator. Aqua Tail picks up the knockout. In the back is the Dugong, which has a lot of health. However, if I recall correctly, the Oranguru does have some energy as well.
Ooh, so this could come very close. The Dugong's defense is down. That is not good. Hungry Wolfpack does have a shield. That is unfortunate. And the Oranguru has health. This looks real good for Pocket.
Icy Wind is going to come out, but there's just not that much health remaining. I'm not sure it's quite enough to pick up the knockout. It's going to be very close, but even if it isn't, Oranguru has plenty of health in the back.
Yeah, Oranguru just needs to complete this one confusion, and that confusion has landed out with a clean and quick 2-0 victory over Wolfpack. How this ends Wolfpack's run here at LAIC, but I doubt this is the last we're going to see from this trainer. He has had an impressive run here in Sao Paulo.
And he's got to be happy with his performance. I know that he came into this tournament looking to try to increase his position on the leaderboards for the EUIC Travel Award. I believe he was number 16 if my memory is serving me correctly, and with a solid performance here, he's definitely going to be moving up some ranks.
Very exciting for Wolfpack, but more exciting for Out of Pocket. Wolfpack's day is done. Out of Pockets is far from over. If he wants to secure that losers bracket spot in the losers finals, he has many more battles to win.
Yeah, we are just in losers round 4. So there are a number of rounds that we still need to go through. The bracket is not finalized yet. Each of these trainers that are remaining here in Sao Paulo have an opportunity to be that final person to go into Championship Sunday.
And we will have some trainers coming up soon. So again, maybe Wolfpack was the trainer you were waiting and excited for and you're disappointed he's out. Don't tune away because we have so many other trainers coming up. We're gonna have Stud Muffins and Zardy coming up next. So there are so many other great trainers to root for. Lots of great battles to be had.
And I do want to call out, we saw another Vespiquen on the team there. I did a little more research. We didn't have 2 in Top Cut. We actually had 4 in Top Cut. So it's all the way up at 12% usage. So Vespiquen really making a name for itself here in LAIC. Of course, we have one all the way in Championship Sunday already. We'll have to see if another trainer is able to take it into the losers finals.
I really enjoy Vespiquen. It is a fun Pokemon. It's a very neutral pick. Even into something like a Dugong, you hit it with a Power Gem. Even a Dugong has to, quiver a little bit in fear.
That a Quiver Dance reference?
Could be.
All right, let's take a look at our losers side of the bracket. So we have played one round of losers round 4. That is Out of Pocket versus Hungry Wolfpack. We have Zardy, who has been making a little bit of a run through losers round 2 and 3, who's going to be facing off against Stud Muffins, who came in on the winner's side of things. We're waiting on results from Dude Mug and Sceptile Ice, which is, I believe, going to be happening off stream. And then we have a clash between 2 Latin America top-tier battlers, JW Naldo, our very first LAIC champion, and Ashton Ash.
I was trying to figure out, is it possible, what's the likelihood of Out of Pocket and Ash having an NAIC face-off again in the loser side of the bracket? And it would have to be in the loser semifinals. They're not going to face off earlier than that.
Yeah, so they both have to go all the way. They have to go the distance in order to defeat each other.
But it is certainly possible. Anything can happen here at LAIC. We've seen fantastic trainers just not make it all the way through like you might expect. Just because a trainer has a lot of accolades or we've seen them win many times before doesn't necessarily mean anything.
And we started day 1 with 266 trainers. We started today with 32, and only 3 can remain at the end of the day. Will one of these 2 trainers up on stage be that last one? Stud Muffins from the United States on the right. Zardy, one of the few remaining trainers from Brazil on... I got that wrong. He's on the right, Stud Muffins on the left.
And on the left, we have Stud Muffins, who is trying to, again, get a really good title. He's made some top cuts. He's done really well in previous performances, but he's really looking for that win here in Sao Paulo versus Zardy, who is hoping to keep the LAIC title, the trophy right here in Brazil.
And Zardy's going to be one of these trainers with that Vespiquen on his team, so if he makes it all the way, we could have a 66% Vespiquen usage in Championship Sunday. Game number 1 is on its way, and this is an amazing lead for Zardy. Vespiquen into Oranguru.
I love seeing Vespiquen getting a chance to shine brightly here. And Zardy really knows Vespiquen, knows the counts, knows the timing, and is able to throw this power gem just before Studmuffins is able to get to the Icy Wind. This gives Zardy an opportunity to throw the attack and then get out, bringing in the more neutral Oranguru.
Unfortunately for Zardy, that is Power Gem and not Rock Tomb, so the Dugong's attack is still at its normal stage. Oranguru coming in, going potentially for the super effective Trailblaze. Not ideal timing, however, getting the Trailblaze launched as soon as possible does ramp up the attack stack back to normal and will allow for these confusions to deal even more damage.
We have our all-rounder and our all-defense really duking it out here to set up these backline matchups. We have the Medicham on the side of Studmuffins that hasn't had a chance to come out to play yet, but that could be a very nice potential Pokemon because when it's up energy or up shields.
The next Icy Wind comes out, picks up the knockout. In comes Gyarados. Gyarados looking for a fast attack down. Does not quite get it. Is likely going to shield. No, actually no shielding this Icy Wind. It's already putting all of his eggs in the Vespiquen basket.
That would be quite a beautiful basket, probably full of honey. Now, Medicham, what I was saying about the Medicham is it has a lot of potential, and it can definitely potentially throw some super effective ice punches into Vespiquen, but we know that it can handle 2, but this Vespiquen's a little low on health.
That was really tricky from Zardy, right? Most trainers have been going Medicham, throwing straight Dynamic Punch, and had he actually caught that Dynamic Punch onto his Vespiquen, it would have gone from neutral damage to resisted damage to double resisted damage.
Ice Punch bounces off that Protect Shield, and Vespiquen looking for an opportunity to land some good neutral damage on Medicham. It takes a lot to chew through a Medicham, but Vespiquen is going to do its best. It is just at that X-Scissor now, but Zardy not going for the attack, deciding to get a little bit more energy first.
A bit curious about that, given I think the Vespiquen would win the charge attack tie. Going for the catch, Studmuffin shakes his fist, happy that he was able to transfer this damage from his Medicham onto the Dugong.
That was an excellent catch by Studmuffins. Will it be enough to turn the tide? I think that Oranguru looks really good sitting there at completely full health, actually bringing in the Medicham first, kind of forcing Zardy to throw all of this energy.
And I think Studmuffins can comfortably no shield here, given that this X-Scissor will knock out. However, Oranguru being full health is going to need 1, maybe 2 confusions max, though there is a ton of energy on this Gyarados. Correct decision from Studmuffins, no shielding the first crunch in case a defense drops occurs.
Let's see. No defense drop. I feel like it's been happening quite a bit lately to see those defense drops.
There are almost 2 Aqua Tails loaded, though. First shield comes up for this one. Will the next confusion knock out? It does. The confusion that went through is able to take the knockout, and Studmuffins is going to be able to secure game number 1 over Zardy.
Yeah, Nick, I want to give you an opportunity to lean into what happened there, that last interaction where the confusion knocked out.
I have to imagine Zardy was just hoping and praying that his Vespiquen was able, or not Vespiquen, excuse me, it was the Gyarados was able to survive that confusion that went through. He did 2 or 3 Dragon Breaths before throwing that Aqua Tail, and had that confusion knocked out, Studmuffins would have needed to throw another confusion in order to knock out the Gyarados. However, that does provide Zardy with 2 more Dragon Breaths ability to throw another Aqua Tail. 2 Dragon Breaths takes 2 turns. If the Aqua Tail is thrown on the 3rd turn, that is before the damage applies from the confusion of the Oranguru, and he would have been able to secure victory.
It all comes down to those half-second turns, doesn't it, Nick? When you have players of this caliber duking it out here on the international stage in Sao Paulo, just the slightest amount of differences. And that can even come down sometimes to just how you've trained your Pokemon, their attack, their defense, and HP, can sometimes make a world of difference in these matchups.
And I'd be curious to hear if these trainers had very specific ideas behind the exact Pokemon they brought. I know I've heard whispers between players about specific Dugongs that they've brought in order to maybe have a bit of an advantage in the mirror matchup. There are specific spreads of stats that where you never need to actually throw an Icy Wind and you go straight drill run in order to win the matchup. But we don't see any Dugongs in the lead. We have got Oranguru into Gyarados.
Taking a Rangaroo, and then we swap into the Dugong in the Metacham. It looks like Studmuffin's deciding, you know, these 3 Pokemon worked for me the first time. I trust them to do the same the second time. I'm just gonna switch the lead up. I'm gonna flip the script just a tiny bit.
Crunch coming through, and no immediate switch out from Zardy. After a few more Dragon Breaths, he decides to. Studmuffin's throwing the drill run. I like trainers who are counter-swapping a Dugong with their own. You neutralize so much of the energy. The one drawback is that the switch clock is very much desynced. However, Dugong energy goes almost everywhere in this meta. There's nothing that resists both ice and ground in this meta.
And Zardy probably really happy that the Dugong came in, decided to put the Vespiquen on the bench and see if that could be enough to turn the tides of battle. Oranguru going to be coming in to be immediately debuffed, but Oranguru says that's just fine. If I want to, I can press this Trailblaze right here and bring my attack right back to where it started.
And I don't know if I agree with this play from Zardy. He threw 3, actually switching out. Okay, he threw 3 Ice Shards. He could have thrown 1 and thrown the Icy Wind immediately, which would have meant the Trailblaze did even less damage. However, maybe he just wants to save that energy for a different Pokemon. He brings in the Gyarados into this Oranguru and is going to take a second Brutal Swing here. Shield comes up.
And these trainers have been so tight with their shields. They're currently still 1-1. They're holding their shields close because they come in so handy at the end of these games. Gyarados throws the Crunch, does not knock out Dugong. Dugong throws 1 Ice Shard, 2, and is able to get there just in time. Studmuffin's not wanting to take any chances, gets Gyarados off the field.
That move that is stored on the Dugong might be incredibly impactful for this late game. If Zardy can remove both of the Pokemon from Studmuffin's side, he could lower the attack stat of whatever Pokemon that remains, and that might be very impactful for the long run. However, he's going for a Trailblaze here, and if at any point he does make a swap like that, he's also going to be resetting his own attack rates.
I am watching these health bars incredibly carefully. We have Zardy using his final Protect Shield right here and now, and the Metacham's health is slowly starting to lower. The confusion damage starting to build up. Dynamic Punch, Oranguru can handle this one just fine, but whatever attack comes next, it's gonna be really close.
A question that is going to be very key for the end of this game. Does Studmuffins have energy on his Oranguru in the back? No shielding this Brutal Swing. It's not going to be quite enough to knock out. He swaps out. Brutal Swing is going to be coming in first from Zardy here. This would be enough to pick up the knockout. I don't think a Brutal Swing was thrown from Studmuffins because of the desync of the fast attacks here. Will Zardy switch immediately? He does. Goes for the Icy Wind. Gets it through. Confusion damage does not apply.
Confusion, yeah, because Dugong was able to get that charge attack in, Icy Wind comes in, it knocks out, and the Metacham comes back, and with 1 Psycho Cut knocks the Dugong out.
It is 2 Psycho Cuts away from an Ice Punch there, and Zardy is going to claim game number 2. Had Studmuffins only been 1 Psycho Cut away from an Ice Punch, maybe he could have turned the tides of that endgame, but Zardy having really impeccable health management, really impeccable energy management, able to take game number 2 and tie the scores.
I feel like a lot of these battles, you're kind of watching the trainers move very slowly to put the pieces in position, and then it's always that last few seconds of the match where I personally am leaning in forward, getting very close to the screen, watching the health bars, watching the switch timers, because it all seems to come down to just the last few seconds. These games have been so close.
I was being maybe a little bit critical of Zardy's choices in the mid game there, right? Throwing 3 Ice Shards before throwing the Icy Wind. However, retaining the energy for that endgame, surviving the charge attack with 1 HP did allow him to make a combination play in the endgame. And what I mean by that is he threw a charge attack with 1 Pokemon and immediately switches into another Pokemon with a charge attack loaded, and the opponent really has no real options to try to outplay that maneuver unless they have a charge attack loaded on a Pokemon that could win a charge attack tie.
These trainers are locking in. It is win or go home here in losers round 4. These trainers have fought for so long, have fought and won battle after battle, and it comes down to this. If whoever loses this next game goes home. Their tournament run is over, but even if you win, you have more battles yet to go.
And I had the opportunity to speak to Zardy a little bit about his team composition. He has a double ice water, but he hasn't really brought that into Stud Muffin's team, and it's because Stud Muffins has been bringing this Medicham every single game. This is a bit of an interesting lead. We have Turtonator into Dugong. Turtonator going immediately for the Dragon Claw, which allows Stud Muffins to sneak a full Ice Shard.
Yeah, Zardy's really showing us that he is not afraid to use all of the Pokemon in his lineup, right? The only Pokemon we haven't seen is the Celio, like you mentioned, but all the other 5 have gotten showtime here under the lights at LAIC.
Drill Run coming through, not going to be enough to pick up the knockout, even though it is super effective damage. Another Ice Shard coming through. However, it would not be impactful if Stud Muffin no shields here. He does opt for the no shield. Dragon Claw picks up the knockout.
And we're going to see another Turtonator hiding behind this Medicham. We see the Gyarados come in. Stud Muffin's Turtonator doesn't have anywhere to go, so Medicham has to stay in to try to dispose of Gyarados. We know that we've been seeing trainers use straight Dynamic Punch in order to best deal with the Gyarados on the other side of the field.
Zardy going for a Crunch, probably does a little bit more damage than the Aqua Tail, and has the opportunity to drop the defense of this Medicham. Defense drop does not occur. Dynamic Punch number 2 coming through. Shield coming up from Zardy makes a lot of sense, preserving the health of his Gyarados.
Yeah, I noticed that Stud Muffins dropped the Oranguru in favor for the Turtonator. I wonder if the Oranguru just wasn't as impactful, or if Stud Muffins was trying to make a specific line call.
I'm not sure, but Gyarados coming in, throwing a Crunch, picks up the knockout into the Medicham, and now Stud Muffins is all down to his Turtonator. Turtonator doing resisted damage with these Incinerates. Aqua Tail coming through from Zardy, and the Dragon Breath damage is starting to add up a little bit.
Aqua Tail has to be shielded. You have to be able to shield these really impactful charge attacks from Gyarados. Stud Muffins is doing everything he can to try to get this Gyarados off the field of play, but Zardy says, no, I need to be able to dispose of your Turtonator. It's all you've got left.
See Zardy wince a little bit, a slight misplay here. I think he only threw 1, maybe 2 Dragon Breaths as opposed to 3, but a no shield on that Aqua Tail means that Oranguru, I think, is going to be able to get a full farm down here.
Oh, and I am hearing the crowd. I think they are excited because this Brutal Swing is going to do quite a bit of damage, but the confusions add up too. Oh my goodness, Zardy, he put his head in his hands. I think, again, we're seeing these like overwhelm of emotions. Look at that crowd here at LAIC. Everybody give it up for Zardy.
The rest of the Brazilian players in the crowd are so excited for Zardy to continue on through this tournament, knocking out Stud Muffins in losers round 4 with a very close back and forth matchup. We got to see a downside of the Incinerate Turtonator there, right? It's a little bit slower. It's really hard to play into the 4-turn fast attack of Confusion of the Oranguru, and Zardy just really masterfully took advantage of it, allowing multiple Confusions to land for just a single Incinerate plus a charged attack. Just really meant that that low health Turtonator didn't have much play.
Yeah, and I love being here in Brazil. This is my first time that I've ever been here. It's my first LAIC, and just seeing the crowd and getting to hear the crowd through my headphones, not just through my headphones, but I can hear them on the other side of the wall, just really making noise for Zardy. It's just a different experience, Nick.
We've seen many trainers utilize 2 Protect Shields to protect a singular Pokemon in the back, whether it be Gyarados, or Medicham, or Oranguru. I think this is one of the first times we've seen it for the Turtonator, and I'm not as big of a fan of that play as the others, because Turtonator is just a little bit awkward to get to charge attacks. Like I was talking about earlier, you can get taken advantage of with Oranguru, or any other lower turn fast attack denomination, like a 2-turn fast attack. If they have energy already, they can throw 2 2-turn fast attacks, throw a charge attack, and really upset your cycling.
Stud Muffins, though, should be very proud of his run here at LAIC, though it has come to a close. Zardy's run is hopefully far from over for him. He is hoping to continue on. This was losers round 4. I believe we have losers round 5, 6, and then it's losers semis, correct?
Yes, that would be the final round of today. Once the winner of losers semis is played, they will be in losers finals, and losers finals needs to take place after winners finals, which is happening on Championship Sunday. I do want to tease a little bit about a matchup that's going to be coming up. We have another LATAM player, Desynced, who's going to be facing off against another North American player, Septile Ice, and it'll have to be a little bit of a battle between the regions.
Yeah, so stay tuned if you are a fan of those two trainers. Just as we have been traveling our way down the path of the losers bracket, we had some interviews going on about our trainers' travels here to Brazil. Go ahead and take it away.
What's up, guys? Chris Reisner here. And Pokemon Go is such a global game. We've got players traveling from all around the world to Sao Paulo to compete in the International Championships. I'm here with Septile. Septile, we're asking players, first of all, where are you from? And take me through your journey and maybe your flight route to get here.
I'm from Pennsylvania, and there's not a lot of airports near me, so I have to take a little bit of a drive to get to the airport in the first place. So it's a 2-hour drive. I picked up our friend out of pocket on the way, and we actually flew to Toronto first, and then we flew down to Sao Paulo just because it was much cheaper than any other option.
Is this the furthest you ever traveled for a tournament or no?
I'd say Hawaii is further, right?
Thank you, Septile. Now I've got Nighttime Clasher with me, a global traveler. Nighttime, we're talking about how this is a global game. Take me through your route to be here today to the Latin American International Championships.
Yeah, so I was in Europe for a couple months, well, I still am, I guess. I came from Amsterdam to Philadelphia to Las Vegas, played there, went home to Dallas, and then was on the same flight with actually a couple of cool people from Dallas to Sao Paulo. So that was really fun. Long travel, but definitely worth it. Seeing a lot of these people, I guess, for the one time a year I get to see them and just be able to compete against them as well is a really rewarding experience.
Is this your furthest trip, you'd say, for a tournament, or have you had anything crazier?
Not even close. I went to Melbourne, Australia for a regional back in May. That was 20 hours, so definitely that one.
Now I'm joined by Stone Collection. Welcome to Sao Paulo, Stone. Where are you from, first of all, and take us through your flight route to get here?
I'm from Germany. I took a train for like 2 hours, but it was pretty late, so it took like 3 hours. And the flight was like, I think 13 hours, and it landed in the morning.
And is this your furthest trip for a tournament, or have you gone anywhere further than Sao Paulo?
For not last season, but that year before, I went to Hawaii. And that trip was in total like 24 hours. So that was pretty exhausting, and that was the furthest trip I've been away from home.
I'm joined by PvP David now. David, we're asking people, first of all, where are you from? And take us through your trip, your traveling to get here to Sao Paulo.
So yeah, I live in Sweden. It's a pretty long flight to Sao Paulo. My first trip was to Amsterdam, and then from Amsterdam, I'd stay the whole night, and then go all the way to Sao Paulo.
And I know it's still early, but has it been worth it so far in your experience here?
Yeah, well, for sure. You have to enjoy with some friends, some nice food. It's been lovely, for sure.
All right, thanks so much, David. Best of luck the rest of the way. I am joined by Steve, also known as PvP Steve. And Steve, we're talking about people's routes to get here, what it took. You're from Australia. Take me through your journey here to Sao Paulo.
Okay, now you would think that being from Australia, that's already quite a trek. You'd imagine it's a straight line, right? Maybe the general route that one of my fellow compatriots, Sportswar, took was Sydney to Chile to Sao Paulo. I didn't go that route. I went from Sydney, follow me here, up to Vancouver, Canada, from Vancouver over to Toronto, Canada, and then Toronto down to Sao Paulo, which it was the cheapest flight. Trust me, you have to trust me on this. I did save like 100 USD.
They call it an international championship for a reason. Players traveling from far and wide different regions to try and be the very best. Let's get back to the action.
I would probably call my brother, but he's already there most likely. Then Teresa, of course, she's probably already there as well. So I guess I would call my parents. It kind of depends who's not there, but hopefully everyone who's supporting me are already there watching me. I really like Togedemaru, but recently I've had like quite a liking for like Marowak. I went to 19 countries last year, but I think the furthest I went was down to Argentina for the Buenos Aires special event. I think Out of Pocket is really someone who I look up to. I usually like heed his advice because he's very good, very consistent, always just trying to learn from him and get a little bit better if possible. I think it's always best at the night. I feel like I get more done because I feel like the clock's coming up and I really want to go to sleep, so I'm a little bit more motivated to do my work when necessary. I think the best food is when I've won the bracket and then I can just leave around like 2 p.m. and try to eat some dim sum. I think that would be like probably the most optimal thing, and I don't eat breakfast so that it can taste better once I'm actually done around 2 p.m. So it's like a huge feast. I really don't like Chansey. I feel like it's super annoying and makes the games like a little bit different than what I personally am used to. Also really don't want to see Furt today. I just think it's, again, very annoying to play against and pretty strong against my team. I listen to just general pop music or classical music sometimes. Just anything, whatever's on my friend's Spotify that I use, I just go with it. Mew is so much cooler. Just for the TCG, like I like the cards a lot more. There's like the Mew from 151, which I really like. Mew in Pokemon GO feels great too. So many moves you can try. Like it's just a lot of fun to play around with.
Always enjoy learning more about these top trainers and their personalities as they travel far and wide and chase their dreams, trying to become the Latin American International Champion. Alongside Leonard Koenig, Chris Reisner, thank you for hanging out with us throughout the weekend, and we've got some terrific matches upcoming for you yet again.
Yep, great trainers who have made it so far here at the LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo. It's been absolutely phenomenal this weekend, right? We are already having 2 trainers who are going to Championship Sunday. Marto Galde and Nighttime Clasher, who we have just seen. Nighttime Clasher, a bit of an upset there. Marto Galde, no surprise. But Desync is now playing versus Septile Ice in the losers, round 4.
Desync out of Chile, Septile Ice out of the US, and they're going to be fighting to move on to losers round 5 here. We talk about Desync's team, the lack of the water ice type, the Togetic are what stands out for him. And Septile Ice, he's got that Matang, and then around it, just kind of your standard core 4. And Medicham, I think, has kind of entered that core 5 as well. So we'll see how this plays out.
There's so much more on the line than just a title. We've been saying you can still become the Latin America International Champion, but there is money on the line and there's championship points on the line to get a potential travel award for the EYC, for example.
And every single round, you are just marching closer and closer, increasing that potential prize money. Each match could realistically be hundreds of dollars on the line, maybe some booster packs on the line as well for these trainers. And of course, those championship points that they are seeking, that they are trying to achieve, like you said, for potential travel awards for, you know, the world championships as well. And certain regions, it can be very competitive. I know in the LATAM region, that top of the leaderboard gets so competitive, especially you have people like Marto Galde standing in your way of potential travel awards.
Yeah, or in the US, for example, a rise to occasion that you can overtake if you become second at least at the LAIC. That could also work for some of these trainers. But let's look at the teams of Desync versus Septile Ice. Septile Ice bringing Medicham, Gyarados, the Oranguru, Dugong, and Turtonator. So the big 5, as we like to call them now. I just decided that. And of course, the Matang that has also been so incredibly good so far.
We've seen more usage in Turtonator in these last few matches, and here we go. Let's kick things off. Gyarados into Dugong. We started off the weekend with a lot of Gyarados Dugong leads, and this time an immediate pivot into Medicham, met by the Gyarados of Septile.
That is an interesting strategy, because in the Open Great League, I mean, let's face it, Medicham is here in this meta the hardest counter to Dugong. Usually, if you're losing the lead against a Pokemon, you don't swap your hard counter on it. In this meta, Medicham is so safe.
And considering that there's a Togetic in back for Desync, you have to wonder the strategy here. Hard swapping his best answer, and he has kind of double soft to the Dugong. The Gyarados doesn't love that matchup, and Togetic certainly doesn't want to see it despite having that ancient power coverage. So Medicham right now putting in some work for Sceptile, or for Desync, excuse me, as Sceptile gets to a parting crunch against the Medicham.
Gyarados at very low HP here. Psycho cut down, Medicham leaving with a full charged attack here. You can decide what to throw. Ice Punch here for neutral damage, not the strongest charge attack though. Tries to go for a potential catch here, kinda in dynamic punch range. Now Dugong is going to play versus the Gyarados.
And Dugong, so bulky, it's gonna have to eat a crunch here, and we're going to see whether there's a Protect Shield put in play. No Protect Shield, crunch will connect. Dugong has the Icy Wind loaded and throwing it immediately. Wants to debuff that attack as soon as possible.
Debuff so important in Pokemon Go, getting that attack stat down right here, taking less damage from the next one. Also, no defense debuff, 10% on Crunch has been applied to that Dugong yet, so this Crunch is going to deal significantly less damage than the first one. But Dugong doesn't even care if it's debuffed or not. Won't shield here, doesn't take a lot of damage anyways.
Sceptile preserving those Protect Shields and a parting Aqua Tail for the Gyarados, hanging on with a sliver of health. Dugong doesn't want to take this because it has energy. So now we see the Medicham. Oh, and a quick Psycho cut down for the Medi, getting more energy head start for Sceptile.
Sceptile has so much energy. There's also a charge attack on Desync's Medicham in the back there. This is maybe why he swapped out the Dugong immediately, but now you have 2 Ice Punches already, and this is outpacing the Togetic heavily.
Togetic does not want to eat too many of these Ice Punches. 2 starts to put it in a range where Psycho Cuts could become a factor, and this second Ice Punch is going to land. Desync hanging on to that last Protect Shield, but now he's in a position he has to use it to keep this energy. Togetic will stick around, and it already has the Dazzling. Do you ever consider baiting here if you're Desync? No, he's going for the Dazzling Gleam, and this is a huge decision for Sceptile. One attack's barely gonna do anything, one's gonna knock out your Medi, and he correctly shields.
And now we're getting to the breaking point. Any player could go for a potential combo play. Swaps in the Dugong, gets the Icy Wind off. This is going to knock out so much energy going down the drain here.
The quick swap, the quick reaction. Down goes Togetic, but Medicham still has a ton of energy, and going for the double resisted Ice Punch with a slight undercharge as well. This is certainly not gonna knock out the Dugong, and going for a Psycho Cut down. Now, Desync, he's going for it. He's trying, but it's just not quite enough. And the Icy Wind is going to connect, and realistically, Desync would have needed 2 charge attacks to knock out the Medi, and even that may have not been enough, but I like the thought process, trying to find any sort of win condition there.
The idea was right, getting the undercharge there needs a huge Psycho Cut down, but maybe undercharged a little too much on this attack. It is not strong standing alone, but also when it's double not super effective, not very effective, it's tough.
Realistically, I think Desync probably would have needed to Psycho Cut down the Dugong and come out with 2 dynamic punches to win that. So that would have had to be so precise, would have needed an exact undercharge to make that happen. I mean, maybe it was possible, but it was certainly difficulty level extreme.
Now when you're saying you need 2 dynamic punches, I don't even think it was possible, because the Dugong was 2 Ice Shards away. That is 3 Psycho Cuts. If you're spending about 5 Psycho Cuts, 4.5 Psycho Cuts for an Ice Punch, and you can only get 3 back, how are you ever going to come out with double dynamic punch?
Right. Well, he did have quite a bit of residual energy here, so I think
that was close.
I think it might have been possible, but like we said, I mean, when you're undercharging an attack that already does such little damage, it's certainly difficult to pinpoint how much you want to undercharge that, but it was the right idea. And even the idea in itself, right, from Desync to try and pull that off shows the level of gameplay that we're dealing with. Sceptile Ice finding a way to take game number 1.
In a convincing manner. Also, even if you have double dynamic punch, do you win charge attack priority against the Medicham that is in back for Sceptile Ice? Because I think that also had some residual energy. At this point, when you're watching these games, you can be basically sure that everything has residual energy. However, the advantage is on the side of Desync now, and Sceptile Ice is starting to play out that matchup. I can't believe that he's just going to want to take a dynamic punch and catches it on the Medicham. That is huge!
We've seen this strategy employed a few times. Marto did not allow the catch in the same scenario against Axon, I believe it was. And this time, Sceptile does the 6 4 Ice Shards, then waits for that 7th Psycho Cut and catches. Incredible foresight from him. And now here we go. The matchup that we've talked about a few times. Medi into Runerigas, not as bad as you may think, but that chip damage from the Dynamic Punch might make this a little more comfortable for the Runerigas.
Even though I don't think that you're going to knock out with this Brutal Swing. I don't know if this was charge attack priority, but if it was, Medicham is going to threaten a KO here with the Ice Punch. Yes, Desync might apply a shield here, or does this not knock out?
I think the shield makes sense because he has energy, right? And this energy will go far, even against the Dugong, right? Rock Tomb incoming, Sceptile Ice making up his mind. Should I use my Protect? No, he lets it connect. That's some serious damage on the Dugong, and in comes the Medicham. Once again, back to where we started.
I love this play from Desync. Now he's going to soak this damage. It is still debuffed, so it's doing even less than it already does. Medicham, yes, you're going to be debuffed, but you can farm up so much energy here and then throw a Dynamic Punch, which will still deal tremendous damage. I think this might even knock out here.
I think this does knock out even debuff. Dynamic Punch, a very efficient attack, takes down the Dugong. All 3 Pokemon still remain on the side of Desync, and Sceptile Ice really just has this Oranguru with a little bit of health on his Medicham as well.
Yep, and you have 2 Protect Shields. Now your opponent has a debuff Pokemon, but still you need to preserve HP to win the game. If all of your Pokemon are knocked out, you're going to lose. Goes on charge attack priority, throws the Trailblaze here. This threatens a knockout.
A huge charge attack priority, eliminating the energy that this Medicham had, and now you've got a boosted Oranguru with 2 decent targets for it. Runerigas still lurking there with a little bit of energy. It did throw that Rock Tomb at the Dugong, so probably not that much. Gyarados now enters the battlefield.
With the attack boosted, little damage taken from that Medicham. Being even shields here, there is play for Sceptile Ice Oranguru. For a reason, is the GOAT of this meta. I think at this point, really need to shield a crunch. Can you afford to call a bait here? Sceptile Ice, are you going to press the shield? Or no, he doesn't call it. Last second shield against the Aqua Tail.
But I don't know if Gyarados survives the confusion because of the boosted Oranguru. This damage is putting on a clinic here. Double Brutal Swing queued up. A single Brutal Swing from the Runerigas is not going to be enough. And I think Sceptile is looking to take this game.
Protect Shield used by Desync. That was the last one. Doesn't even go for charge attack priority. Sceptile Ice has the attack and advances to losers round 5 with a 2-0 convincing victory over Desync.
Sceptile playing with authority there, made it look easy, and that's not easy to do against one of LATAM's best in Desync. The 2 trainers hug it out, and that's going to secure a top 8 for Sceptile Ice. Congratulations to this young trainer.
And also congratulations to Desync for this amazing run here at the LAIC. It was really, really tough. There are so many amazing trainers in this tournament going so far. Certainly not easy, but Sceptile Ice advancing still in the tournament. Only has had 1 loss. I mean, we say losers bracket, but for me, they're all winners.
They're all winners if you're still standing at this point in the tournament. And yes, like you said, congratulations to Desync on a really impressive run here at LAIC. There was a decision in that first battle where he swapped out immediately, and he was kind of double weak to the Dugong. So I was a little bit concerned, a little bit questioned of that strategy from Desync the first one. But sometimes you kind of have this strategy you envision. Maybe you're trying to lure something out. Maybe these players have a strategy they try to enact in the game. And that time, we just don't know what the thought process there was. But Sceptile just seemed confident in his plays and really never gave Desync an inch and took this victory.
Also, if you're playing a meta like this, where so many games are very, very close to each other, also in terms of playstyle, how do you come up with convenient strategies for each game, right? So every single game, you see pretty much the same Pokemon basically, but every single game also plays completely different. How do you start off with a plan in this meta?
I think it goes back to the basics, and these trainers have been preparing for the last few months, but they've also been competing in the Open Great League tournament, so they're trying to find that time to balance between practicing for this specific meta as well as the Open Great League, which are realistically 2 completely different metas. So it's a lot of time and it's a lot of practice playing these situations over and over, getting repetition, but still trying to be creative and not trying to be predictable with your strats.
I mean, we've seen this over the course of the tournament, the way players played out these straight matchups that we've seen so many times before, it changes. The best example for this is the Gyarados Mirror matchup at the beginning. I don't even know what people did in the beginning, but we rotated from throwing Aqua Tail to throwing Crunches to shielding the first charge attack to no shielding everything. I think what I didn't like the most was no shielding all the Crunches.
Yes.
That did not go well.
When Pocket employed that strategy, I was like, what's he doing? Why is he throwing Aqua Tail at Gyarados? Yeah. And then they took the Aqua Tail, they called it, and he didn't seem phased at all. He's like, this is fine, because then I just throw another Aqua Tail, and they don't get there anyway. So these players, they've been practicing this meta. They know the ins and outs, and when you have such a condensed pool of Pokemon, the skill and the strategies really shine when they are employed. And as we move on here, we approach this next matchup. It's going to be JW Naldo and Ashton Ash, two trainers that have impressed us all weekend long. And the Togekiss from JW Naldo, probably the standout pick for him.
Yep, this Pokemon has surprised many trainers over the course of the weekend. It applies so much pressure with pack damage and of course the fast-pacing charge attacks like Psyshock and Aura Sphere. Look at this Politoed. I miss Politoed, by the way. It's such a cool Pokemon. Back when Mudshot gave a little bit more energy, throwing weather balls non-stop was pretty cool.
Brad, I hope Politoed comes back, maybe in some form of limited meta. That would be cool. Ashton Ash, we saw him take down Emilio in his last matchup, and that was an incredible match. I love the interview with him. He was saying how it doesn't really have a lot of practice in these limited metas, and that was a storyline I was talking about coming into this tournament. Are we going to see players that were titans from the grassroots days of these limited metas shine? Well, we have with Marto Galde, but we've seen the opposite as well with Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher didn't start playing PvP till like 2022 in the Play Pokemon Championship Series, so he's been open Great League through and through, and it hasn't mattered for him. He's found a way to make day 3.
Well, Marto Galde also is a titan of the Open Great League, so I think those two trainers, they're just naturally good at the game. Some grassroots limited metas, they also vary a lot, right? They are not always the same, so I don't even know if just playing a lot of grassroots immediately translates to you performing better at this LAIC meta. I think just being on point with your team building, with your line picking, with your energy management, and your reaction and anticipation, I think that counts for a lot more.
I think that's a great point, because you look at a player like Dunebug97, right? I mean, he's going to be great in any meta, let's be clear, but specifically that Whiscash meta we saw a few seasons ago, that's when he went on this unstoppable run where he won 3 tournaments, had a runner-up at EUIC. So sometimes maybe a specific meta translates, or just a player understands so well that they're able to succeed in that, and maybe it doesn't really matter as much whether it's a limited meta, an Open Great League meta. It just depends on the Pokemon that are strong and how comfortable they feel with them.
Exactly, and I think those trainers, JW Naldo and Ashton Ash, they are feeling incredibly comfortable with those teams. Oranguru, 100% usage. I think at this point, every single trainer here is comfortable with their Oranguru. What I'm quite curious to see is how the people are playing their Oranguru. If you press on the appraisal of these Pokemon, sometimes you see some with a lot more attack just to win the charge attack priority. Sometimes you see some with no attack at all, only defensive stats to get the maximum out of that bullet possibility there. I wonder how the players decided on how to play their Oranguru.
Precisely, yeah. Maybe different stats as well. Maybe wanting to win that charge attack priority. Leo, if I asked you a year ago, or I told you a year ago rather, that Oranguru was going to become an international champion, what would you have said to me?
I would have said nothing to you. I would have called my mom because she loves orangutans. It's her favorite animal, and she likes Pokemon. She's a player of the Go Battle League, but let's start off with Naldo versus Ashton Ash here. That's a huge lead for Naldo. But, of course, this is only Ember Turtonator, which means that you're pacing super fast to these Brutal Swings.
Very fast, and for those watching, notice that JW Naldo immediately throws the Brutal Swing, sort of taking advantage of that one-turn swap-in from Ashton Ash. Runerigas now opting for the Rock Tomb, and we've seen how this Ghost can be really annoying for Dugong to deal with. Rock Tomb doing about 50% of damage, and Dugong will look to fire off an Icy Wind here potentially before another Rock Tomb.
throws immediately after 2 Ice Shards, so a full Shadow Claw sneaks through. Does not matter if it doesn't get shielded, does get shielded. However, Ashness very close to another Rock Tomb. The question is, will this knock out? It is debuffed 1 stage.
Now, if you're Ash and Ash, you really want to try and fight back for switch advantage here, so I wonder if it's possible. Yeah, it's definitely possible to Shadow Claw down here, so he takes back switch, but JW Naldo does have a shield advantage, and oh, this Ember down could be kind of nasty.
You're going to get a brutal swing off, but Turtonator, it is bulky, it is farming up a lot of energy, and it's neutral against so many Pokemon. Looking at Ash and Ash's team, there has to be a Gyarados to really counter it, but you're so fast with those Ember attacks, you're going to reach the Dragon Claw immediately.
JW Naldo understanding that although the Metang isn't an ideal matchup for the Medicham, it's not that bad, and if he can really take advantage of this Turtonator, he may be able to find a way to sweep this game with it. Okay, so we see the swap in met by the Metang, and we've seen this matchup play out a few times. Usually Metang able to win, but because of the switch clock, after 4 charge attacks have been thrown, that you can get out of here, and JW Naldo, because the Side Shock and the Dynamic Punch pace at the same rate, he'll be able to get off both of these Dynamic Punches first.
I think Ashnash is also going to get off both of these charge attacks. JW Naldo will have to try and win with his Turtonator. I don't know if it's going to be possible. I think in theory, you want to soft lose this matchup and then get an energy advantage on the Metang, but when the switch timer is up, you can just get up out of there and bring in the Dugong.
JW Naldo actually doubling up on the Dynamic Punch, making this a tricky situation for Ash and Ash. He knows he can survive 1 Dynamic Punch here and maybe anticipating a swap. Oh, just actually gonna fire 2 charge attacks here back to back. Ash and Ash using the Protect Shield on the Metang. He has energy, but you know that the Turtonator has a move. Oh, and the anticipation catches the Brutal Swing combo play.
JW Naldo trying to go for a sneaky snipe here, but Dugong is going to just take it like a champ here. Dry on the energy on the Turtonator side. Dugong is going to debuff first.
Icy Wind, I think, makes sense because it would nearly knock out anyway at this rate, and you get the debuff. The Turtonator farming up energy. Shields are down, farming up the maximum possible, and this Dragon Claw should be enough to take out the Dugong.
Yeah, Dragon Claw, now it is a very hard-hitting charged attack, takes out Dugong. Now you have fast attack pressure, you have some energy there, dealing so much damage with those tiny embers. Metang is forced to throw the charge attack, and maybe, the Medicham can get a farm down.
It's so low, but these Psycho Cuts do barely anything. Is there any way Metang can hold on? These Psycho Cuts aren't doing anything, Leo, but the Ice Punch gets there first.
I think this could have even been a Psycho Cut down, but the Side Shock, the Ice Punch is reached by Medicham, knocks out the 1 HP Metang, and Naldo goes up 1-0 versus Ashnash.
That was so incredibly close. I'm pretty sure had JW Naldo not thrown the Ice Punch and instead had thrown the Dynamic Punch earlier on, I think it would have been a charge attack priority and he would have potentially lost that game. That's how close that was, but because he was on the 4 cycle with the Ice Punch, he's able to take it out. Oh my goodness, we're in for a wild ride.
We have been the entire weekend. Those games are as close as possible. I've never seen a tournament with such consistent banger matchups. Everything goes down to the wire, as we said earlier. These trainers aren't giving each other anything. No free turns, no free damage, nothing there. You could see a nasty farm down on the Dugong when we thought Ashton Ash might have the advantage here. Takes back the switch there from this terrible lead.
JW Naldo, 1 game advantage. And yeah, like we've been talking about, these players just trying to employ different. You see Ash and Ash stand up, and the fist bump from JW Naldo, that was so incredibly close. And I agree with you. I think 1 Psycho Cup, I don't know, maybe would have needed an additional one. It's so close. It's tough to tell with Metang. Those Psycho Cuts hardly doing anything. Here we go. On to the next one. Dugong into Runerigus.
That is the lead matchup. No switches have been applied, outpacing to the first Rock Tomb. I always find it super interesting when players decide to no-shield this, because dealing heavy damage like this, doing 50% to a Dugong, so valuable. Oh, nice anticipation by JW Naldo, not throwing the charge attack and trying to catch an Icy Wind. Brings in Turtonator onto this Metang. It's not Incinerate, but it's still super effective damage.
And this is one of those scenarios when we were talking about Ember versus Incinerate that a player like Inadequance was saying that Incinerate is always the way to go because the damage is just not threatening from the Ember here. So you are already at the double Brutal Swing. We'll see if 2 Brutal Swings is able to knock out Matang here, but it makes it less bad because you get to this side shock and Matang can very much soft lose this more than hard lose it.
I think you're losing kind of hard on this one, to be honest, because the Turtonator can now farm up right before the next side shock. Look at this pitiful damage, actually not dealing too much damage with the Ember anymore, going to throw the Brutal Swing immediately. I think we could have gone a little bit more energy on the Turtonator.
Probably could have at least doubled up on the Brutal Swing here. Dugong comes in, gonna try and farm down, and oh, I think getting a little bit greedy there, tried to farm too much and doesn't get off the Brutal Swing for chip damage.
That is a loaded Dugong, but that is a Medicham on the other side. Naldo has the alignment here, brings in Medicham. Now Ashnash is going to try and debuff this Pokemon. Yes, that is going to work, but Dynamic Punch deals so much damage.
Medicham building up energy. Oh, and nice patience. Ashnash trying to potentially catch a Dynamic Punch, but JW Naldo. Try to catch on JW Naldo. Challenge, level difficulty, extreme. And Dugong right here going for the Icy Wind. It is a Chart Attack party. Now, this is just a Brutal Swing. Dugong could hang on, but JW Naldo wants to ensure that he gets off this Icy Wind, so he's going to use the Protect Shield.
Nice bait from Ashnash, farmed up to the Rock Tomb. There is he going to shield this up? Yes, he is. Wants to keep the Rune Regus around. It is a good answer to the Medicham, but Medicham has 2 Ice Punches stored. So this is going to be incredibly difficult. JW Naldo playing like the champion he is. Another Brutal Swing is being thrown. You are at double now, so if this is shielded, you can just throw another one. Decides to no-shield this. Naldo putting all the eggs in the basket that is Medicham.
Naldo recognizing he can't shield when there's 2 Brutal Swings, and Ash decided not to throw the Brutal Swing here, and that would have been valuable chip damage. He's kicking himself a little bit, but does he still have enough in the tank with his Oh no, there is still a Protect Shield behind Naldo, and Ash senses that he's in an insurmountable position here. He's gonna try and fight with the Icy Wind, but JW Naldo not even bothering shielding it.
Yep, Naldo is going, no, it's only a great, not even an excellent. Naldo is racing to this Dynamic Punch, and Ashnash forfeits the game, not even tapping anymore. Naldo advances to top 8 into losers round 5. What a performance by the previous LAIC champion.
Naldo trying to get back to those grand finals. A former international champion, and he's here at probably one of his favorite events of the season, taking down Ashnash, who's been so impressive today. What a performance from JW Naldo.
Yes, and Ashnash, do not worry. Gold is going to come your way eventually. Performances like this will be rewarded at some point. He is always getting so deep in those tournaments. Didn't manage to win one yet, but I'm very sure it's going to come, just like it did for JW Naldo in the past LAIC.
His breakout performance really was at NAIC, where he got to the finals against Out of Pocket and has been just a consistent performer. So I hope Ashnash is proud of another great showing here at LAIC. You know, one of the best players in the world, LNDS Hard Jeff, was telling me, people, you know, in history, right, they remember who won the tournament in the end, but what takes real skill is the players that have that consistency, that are constantly top cutting, and I think it's only a matter of time before gold comes Ash's way. But for now, it's Naldo's turn.
Yep, you can also say that about Naldo, very consistent trainer, and there you could see the power of Medicham again. This Pokemon has been used to core break the big 4 that have been brought to this tournament. Gyarados, Dugong, Oranguru, and Turtonator have been the Pokemon to beat. They have been on the most tournaments, on the most teams in day 1, and then you realize Medicham is doing so well against Oranguru in the 0-1 shields. I've never seen the 2 shields in any matchup, basically. It's doing so well against Gyarados in the 0 shield scenario. It's decently fine versus Turtonator, but Dugong, that is such a hard win for Medicham.
Dugong has been rolling, and we've been rolling through these matches, so let's take a moment to catch up on what the bracket is looking like. We are into the top 8, and upcoming, it's going to be Out of Pocket versus Zardy, fighting for a chance to play its axe. And then on the opposite side, Sceptile Ice and JW Naldo, who we just saw, they are going to be battling it out, and the winner will take on Bottoman.
The names are crazy. If you asked me before the tournament if any of these players would have it in them to win the entire Latin America International Championships, I would have said yes.
Absolutely, and Out of Pocket and Zardy will be the match that we're taking a look at next. Two trainers with so many accolades. Out of Pocket and Zardy, a lot of gold medals that they've been able to accomplish, and one gold trophy for Out of Pocket as well.
Well, let me ask you, as a player who has been in many grand finals, who has been so deep in those tournaments, Out of Pocket, he has had a bigger break now. You know, he has lost this big matchup in the winners semifinals. Do you think that he's better off like having a little bit of a break and resting? Would you rather do that, or would you rather be on a hot streak and playing the entire time?
I think it varies player to player. I'm someone that typically likes to take a little bit of a break, but then maybe do some scrims, maybe look over the matchup, come up with some ideas. Some players I know much prefer to just keep going, stay hot. And I would assume, I'd have to ask him, but I would assume Out of Pocket falls with the former, because he's someone that's known for scrimming a lot. He's in these servers where he's constantly getting in the reps because he wants to play these matchups over and over again. So when it comes to the moment, he knows exactly what to do. And I mean, that has paid dividends for him. He's been so consistent, top cut after top cut in this championship series.
And let's see what kind of a player Zardy is, because he has been playing a lot today, has been looking so absolutely fantastic. Playing on a hot streak, that always reminds me of the Gaipia 0-0 run at EUYC, who had a huge losers run and ended up on Championship Sunday with his Shadow Primeape there. Does Zardy have a Pokemon comparable to Shadow Primeape? I don't even think so.
I don't think so. He has been utilizing the Vespiquen more and more lately, and it offers some good protection against the Oranguru, as we've talked about, and he's been able to find ways where even when it doesn't get lined up against its main target, it's utilizing its energy effectively. We've also seen it has a pretty decent matchup against that Medicham, because unlike something like a Togekiss or even a Runerigas, the Vespiquen has that extra bulk in defense where 2 Ice Punches doesn't really threaten to KO. So that's a pretty good matchup for the Vespiquen.
The Pokemon that you have to look out for is Turtonator. If it has Incinerate, you're taking so much damage from those fast attacks. Yes, you can even hit super effective with a Power Gem, but there's a lot of shields in this game. 2, actually.
2 shields, which is multiple. And here we go, Dugong into Gyarados. I always love seeing that red Gyarados. Yeah. Reminds me of the anime in the olden days. And here we go. Gyarados opting for that crunch, of course, and this is typically how you'll see this matchup play out. Throwing the crunch right before the Icy Wind debuff, and then we'll see how Pocket decides to respond.
We're going back to the roots immediately with the Gyarados. Oh, a full confusion sneak through here after a defense debuff. Things are not looking well for Out of Pocket in the beginning of the game.
Icy Wind connects, and but this gives Out of Pocket an opportunity for this locked-in Oranguru, and although it has the super effective Brutal Swing, keep in mind, it's not same type attack bonus, it's also a bulky Matang, and these confusions are doing nothing, so this gives Out of Pocket an opportunity to build up a lot of energy. Look at this, he's perfectly comfortable taking another super effective Brutal Swing in exchange for farming up maximum energy, and then we'll look to unload that energy on the remaining Pokemon of Zardy.
That just makes a lot of sense, right? Because those confusions, they barely don't do any damage. And if you throw a Gyro Ball, it's not going to knock out before you do some more Fury Cutters. Now goes for a Psyshock, chips it deep into the red there, but wants to farm down fully later on. Now he's going to throw a Psyshock into the Turtonator. Gets off the timer on the switch.
Zardy understanding that Out of Pocket is still momentarily switch locked, didn't want to give that extra farm down on the Fury Cutter, so he aggressively swaps in the Turtonator, and now Turtonator will have the opportunity to fight back against this Medicham. Keep in mind, the switch timers are decent, and an Ice Punch bait from Out of Pocket, and this is very smart because you understand your opponent's in a position where they have so much energy, a Dynamic Punch would come close to knocking out. He can't afford to take that risk, so Out of Pocket gets a nice Ice Punch bait.
The same can be said for this situation with the Dragon Claw here. Out of Pocket also putting up a shield, but this was the big charge attack. All the energy has been used. Another Dragon Claw is following up immediately. Out of Pocket. Do you decide to use another shield here? Put it all on the Medicham? No. Takes the damage. Actually looks kind of fine. Throws a Dynamic Punch into the Gyarados. Both trainers still have 1 shield remaining.
All these switches taking place, and they're trying to keep track in their heads where the energy and the health is at of each of these Pokemon. Gyarados pacing quickly quickly to this crunch. I don't think it'll quite knock out, but it puts you in an uncomfortable position where you could potentially get farmed down out of pocket, going to shield up the crunch.
But can he farm down in this one? This is going to deal a lot of damage with those ice shots. No, decides to even throw before the Aqua Tail that could do a little bit more chip damage. I'm pretty sure that Zardy is not going to shield this one. Let's go off the Gyarados. Out of pocket has some residual energy on the Dugong. Which Pokemon is Zardy coming in with? It is going to be the Turtonator. Incinerate damage is there. You're not going to reach this Icy Wind that fast. Brutal Swing is threatening a knockout.
Brutal Swing about to take out the Dugong. Out of pocket now in a situation where this Turtonator is scarily healthy. It still has a Protect Shield to hide behind. And this is where Incinerate's really going to be nice for Zardy. Adding up quickly, the Medicham is going to be dry after this Ice Punch.
Out of pocket or out of ideas? Do you still have some energy on the Metang that you can combo in here? This is so much damage. Another Brutal Swing is going to be thrown. Can the Metang pull this out of its non-existing head, or is it going to get incinerated down here? The Rangaroo is super low. Do you have enough energy? You can actually overfarm quite a bit here. The Psyshock is going to be deployed. Is there energy on Rangaroo?
Rangaroo's at least one confusion away, if I remember correctly. One confusion I don't think is enough to knock out the Metang. Oh, Rangaroo's more than one confusion away. Metang Fury Cutters down the Rangaroo.
This Pokemon is incredible. Fury Cutter, super effective damage. Where did this come from? Out of pocket is playing with our heads for the entirety of this tournament. Always looking like he's on the back foot. No, cool, calm, collected, stays focused and wins those games. Look at how happy he is with himself, rightfully so.
You ever see the comedic audience of a table tennis or a tennis match where it's like you're looking at that side, then that side, then that side, going back and forth? That's kind of how that match felt to me, where like, oh, nice catch. Oh, wait, he can farm on the Metang. Oh, wait, he can swap the Turtonator. It was back and forth, and it seemed like each player was trying to take an advantage here and there, and in the end, it came down to that Fury Cutter down Metang at, I don't know, man, 4% health, less than that, but it was still able to get the farm down.
No, I think the confusion, it basically lived with 2 HP or something. It was insane. This Turtonator almost going for a full carry here. Now there's the Psyshock that knocked out the Turtonator, and then Fury Cutter down. When I played the Gold Edition as a child, second gym, the Fury Cutter already caused problems. Here it does the same again. Back then it was a Scyther, now it's a Metang.
Out of pocket with a very favorable lead here, and we're actually seeing Zardy go directly for the Dragon Claw, and out of pocket, he's going to be happy with this Protect Shield. A lot of energy used here for Zardy, 50 to be exact, and Gyarados playing this out. Zardy's still 2 into, oh, in pocket, letting a full Incinerate go through. You don't see this type of misplay often from such an incredible player, but it does happen and gives him the opportunity now where he's forced to throw, and Zardy catches on the Gyarados.
That is so good for Zardy. He is making most of the energy on his Pokemon, doesn't take too much damage. But now Dugong is being swapped in onto that Gyarados. And now when you're already chipped from an Aqua Tail, Gyarados, yes, it was not super effective damage, but you're so fragile on this Pokemon.
Going for the crunch, of course, into this matchup. And I wonder if that was simply a misplay. Another crunch debuff, by the way. I wonder if that was just a simple timing mistake from Pocket, or if he was expecting him to throw the Brutal Swing on alignment. It could have been one or the other. This is going to knock out the Gyarados, so keep in mind this Dugong is still debuffed. These confusions adding up a little bit quicker and going to fire off the Icy Wind here.
But look at how valuable the shield was that Out of Pocket played. Like, that is the only advantage that Zardy has right now, is that he is 1 shield up. But look at this Turtonator, always deep in the red already, and the Oranguru is also at half HP. Meanwhile, Pocket still has a 25% HP Dugong and a green Gyarados.
Oh.
So, wow, a catch on the Turtonator.
But had a lot of energy loaded, so with this catch, you're forced to shield anyway. So it's not really a catch, and now you fire off the Brutal Swing, but one more confusion will knock out the Turtonator. So this is just supplying farm for Out of Pocket.
Yep, and this is a free confusion as well. You're not going to reach a Brutal Swing, not even close. Pocket is farming down. Both trainers are on Brutal Swings here. The charge attack priority is won by Pocket. More and more advantages.
Pocket just bringing those 3 staple Pokemon in this meta. Gyarados, Oranguru, Dugong. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Oranguru firing off the Brutal Swing is not enough. Out of Pocket gonna get to a Brutal Swing of his own, and if this doesn't knock out, it's gonna do enough damage where he can simply farm down with his remaining Pokemon.
Out of Pocket, every time you think he's on the back foot, he turns around the game immediately, farms down the Oranguru and advances to losers round 6. Out of Pocket beats Zardy 2-0. What a match.
Down goes the hometown hero, the fan favorite, Zardy, and his fans will be so proud of his top 8 performance here. What a performance from Zardy, but Out of Pocket, all smiles, and it seemed like he stood up and faced the crowd there after he won, because we can audibly hear the Zardy chants from the crowd coming, and Out of Pocket, as it almost felt like the home versus the away team there, he stands up and says, let's go.
Yes, sir. Out of Pocket is in form again. We have those trainers here, Pataman, Out of Pocket. We can potentially see a rematch maybe even in this tournament. I would definitely love to see that. But look at this. The moment where Zardy figured, I have so much energy on the Turtonator, I have to shield this, but I can't take too many confusions. I need to throw immediately. Gets confusion down, and then the energy that was caught on the Turtonator was just refilled by the Turtonator on that Oranguru.
Right, I think maybe Zardy was trying to combo play and get that attack off first, but then when his opponent got the attack off first, it put him in a really tough position where he had to expend that Protect Shield. Had he been able to save that, maybe could have found a way to play things differently. Maybe that Oranguru with all that energy could have found a way to sweep, but just that one turn, sometimes one turn is all it takes.
Definitely one turn. Sometimes we have seen that again with the Metang that farmed down the Oranguru in Game 1. These matches are coming down to the wire. It's absolutely breathtaking. We are going to catch a little breath. We're going to take a break. We're going to hand out some packs in the meantime, so stay tuned.
Welcome in, everyone. We're here at LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo. My name is Koning Leinert, and I have a few booster packs of the Pokemon TCG that I really want to give away, but I want to see something for it. So I'm going to go to players, ask them for something on their Pokemon GO account, and then they're gonna get a pack. Follow me. Hungry Wolfpack, can you, for a pack, show me a shiny 4-star Pokemon on your Pokemon GO account? Yes, you can? All right, show it to the camera. All right, beautiful shiny. Take this booster pack. Good luck with the pulls. Ash, I need you. So for you, I have something more specific. Can you show me, for a booster pack, on your account, a Dugong that has a bottle cap used on it?
I do have one. Yeah, I have one.
All right, show me.
Long story short, I wanted to bring the Dugong Slayer, right? And I had a 0, 11, and 3 HP, right? But I said, okay, let's use a Civil Bottle Cap, right? And here it is. Here it is, Hyper Training. As you can see here, if you appraise it, it's like this, right? So I only needed 4 additional defense, right? And if you go to Hyper Training, it asked me for 15 days. Oh my goodness. Like, everybody's gonna make fun of me because of that. So I wanted to use it. I couldn't use it, but yeah.
Well, you're doing fantastic regardless, and here is your pack. All right, let's find more players to show me cool stuff on their Pokemon GO accounts. Follow me. Steve! Steve!
Yes,
Hi. Nice to meet you. Nice that you're here at LAIC.
Of course.
Can you show me, for a pack on your Pokemon GO account,
Oh yeah.
that you're doing an EV Dynamo? Okay, no, now you just quit out of it. Okay, show me a shiny Darmanitan.
A shiny Darmanitan. Uh-oh. Darm and shiny.
That's no pack for you, sorry, I don't make the rules. I do make the rules, but he's not getting one. All right, take care. Good luck on your journey. All right, follow me. All right, this is getting... Can anyone here show me a shiny Darmanitan on their account for a pack? Does anyone have a shiny Darmanitan? It works, just a Darmanitan. Any Darmanitan? Shiny Darmanitan, let's go! And we got another winner. I can see someone I can recognize from Europe over there. Look at this. Hello, what's your name?
What?
What's your name?
Shimon.
All right, okay, I was going for a nickname, but that's fine regardless. Can you show me on your account a 4-star Pokemon that is XXL?
XXL?
Yes, XXL.
XXL. I will show you XXL Pokemon. I have a couple of those. A lot of those.
Oh, beautiful. Probably just caught some of those at the Wild Zone. Oh yeah, you get a pack. All right, have fun opening it. Okay, we have 3 more packs to go. Let's see. I forgot to make up more of those Pokemon that I want to see, so I'm going with 4-star Ho-Oh next. All right. Are you Go players? Do you have a 4-star Ho-Oh on your account? A 4-star Ho-Oh for a pack. This is intense. Yes. Does it have 4 stars? If you appraise it? You know what? That's enough for me. You get a pack. All right. Okay, 2 more packs to go. Those are the final packs. Okay. Arrow, you're looking at me funny. My friend, can you show me a 4-star Lugia on your Pokemon Go account for a pack?
Let me see. I don't know. The microphone's scaring me.
I'm sorry. It's harmless.
Is it?
Kinda.
I cannot. I have a 98.
Oh, you're letting me down here, right there. Okay, we have 2 more packs we want to give out. Can anyone show me a 4-star Lugia on their Pokemon Go account for a pack? Oh yes, we got one! Perfect, congratulations, good luck with the pulls. Okay, all right. The last pack. I kind of want to open it myself, but I won't. Good sport. Hey, can you show me a 4-star Darmanitan on your Pokemon Go accounts for a pack? A 4-star Darmanitan, a Hundo Darmanitan. Can anyone show me? Darmanitan, yeah. Oh, you got one? You got one? That is perfect. A 4-star Darmanitan. If you're wondering why Darmanitan, it is my favorite Pokemon. Congratulations. Good luck with the pack. That was it. That's all the packs we've got. I enjoyed this quite a lot. It's always fun to see cool Pokemon, and we're going right back to the action.
My name is Galax Kabolten and I'm just here to have fun. I started playing competitively 18 years ago when I played TCG, and I played for many years, and then when they started having competitive Pokemon Go tournaments, I started playing those immediately and have been playing those since. My favorite Pokemon is Arcanine, but sadly it's rarely good to play with. Yeah, Arcanine has always been my favorite Pokemon. Competitively, my favorite pick is Leaf Tornado Superior, which I almost always bring, because I just think it's great that it can bail you out with a 50-50 flip in some unwinnable situations. I just think it's really fun to play and meet all the people. I've made so many friends here, and it's always a joy to meet them again. Yeah, I really do look up to PvP David, that is the best player in Sweden. And also I kind of have a rival named Rgrdjadikeke, and I just had to mention him on stream because everyone is always pronouncing his name wrong. It's not RGR, it's Rgrdjadikeke. I just enjoy being here.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 International Championships in Sao Paulo. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined at the desk by Stephanie Christine. And to kick us off, I want both of us to try to pronounce that trainer's name. On 3, 3, 2, 1. Archie. I did it. 100% A+. We're out of the park. As you can tell, I'm extremely excited to continue the matches here. We are down to the wire in terms of this tournament play.
We are, and I am so excited to see how these battles turn out. We are getting so close. Remember, just a few battles ago, it feels like we started with that giant losers bracket, and now we are slowly narrowing it down.
This is our second losers round 5, 2 out of 2. After this match, we will be down to our last 6 players. We have now our final Brazilian player, JW Naldo. Unfortunately for Zardy, he just got knocked out by Out of Pocket. So in order for the championship to remain within the country of Brazil, JW is going to need to knock out Sceptile Ice. And Sceptile Ice has been on a heater, knocking out Desynced 2-0, knocking out Doombug 2-1. He is on fire, just like his Turtonator.
But JW Naldo is not the last person from LATAM left in the tournament. If we want to keep the tournament, if we want to keep the trophy still in Latin America, there are still some hopes left with Marto Galde up on the winner's side.
He would be the final hope, but that won't be decided until after this match. Looking at these two teams, I'm seeing one particular Pokemon shining through to me on JW Naldo's side, and of course that is Togekiss. Togekiss is a pesky Pokemon in this meta with energy advantage. It's just able to put out so much pressure with its quick pacing fast attacks, as well as really good coverage with fighting and psychic typing.
I am looking forward to see these battlers kick it off, because it's not just about the Pokemon. We know these Pokemon, we've seen them time and time again, but it's about how the trainers move the pieces that are on the board. We have Togekiss into Dugong. This is generally benefit to Dugong because of the fast attack pressure. However, Togekiss is able to outpace by a lot to get to that first Aura Sphere.
Togekiss might look a little bit silly, but this is serious outpacing an immediate switch into the Turtonator met by Gyarados from Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice has got to be very happy to see this Pokemon here. However, reaching the Dragon Claw JW Naldo will do a lot of good neutral damage.
No neutral damage done here because that was a Protect Shield was utilized. I'm taking a look at the back, and again, I'm seeing a lot of really safe matchups. So these trainers are going to be working really hard to create an advantage. Aqua Tail comes through, knocks the Turtonator down really low. Charge attack priority. Gyarados takes that. It's of the Pokemon that are most common in the meta. Gyarados will win it every time.
Charge attack launched after a shield from JW Naldo. This Dragon Claw would do a lot of damage, bring the Gyarados down just barely into the red. An immediate switch out into the Medicham to try to garner some energy into any future matchups.
Gyarados fires off that Aqua Tail. We still haven't seen, I believe it's the Oranguru on the side of Sceptile Ice, still hiding out, and now is the time that Sceptile Ice is going to play that card and show the final member of his team.
In comes the Dynamic Punch, neutral damage into Oranguru, going to take it down just above half. 2 more Psycho Cuts, 3 more Psycho Cuts to reach the next Dynamic Punch and throw in good timing. Dynamic Punch here, not going to be enough to pick up a knockout.
No, Oranguru stands tall and is going to throw the next Brutal Swing into Medicham. This is neutral damage into Medicham. So what we're looking for here is which Pokemon is going to be standing at the end. Doesn't matter because JW Naldo not allowing the farm down to happen brings in Togekiss instead. This is easy. Togekiss is going to absorb whatever charge attack this is. They're both resisted.
In comes the Dugong. Dugong has a lot of energy but does not throw its charge attack immediately. Aura Sphere coming through from the Togekiss will necessitate a shield.
This is what makes Togekiss so pesky, is that it outpaces. Can Dugong get the full farm down? It can. Even though Sceptile Ice has no shields, he is setting himself up for an advantage because he has all of that energy. Which Pokemon is JW Naldo bringing in? Is it the Medicham? Is it the Turtonator? Sceptile Ice immediately goes for the Icy Wind, trying to pull that last Protect Shield. JW Naldo just lets the Turtonator go.
Turtonator gets knocked out by Icy Wind. There is another charge attack loaded on this Dugong. Shield coming up from JW Naldo, protecting this Medicham, going for some more fast attacks afterwards.
Going to be relying on the fast attack pressure from Medicham, but Oranguru comes in, and those confusions are just too much for JW Naldo. Sceptile Ice taking this first game here in Losers Round 5. If he can win one more, he's that much closer. That'll put him up against Patomon in Losers Round 6.
He will have secured top 6 in Losers Round 6. But in his way is JW Naldo, who will not let him get through this round easy.
Not at all. We are narrowing it down. We are closing it in to that top 6. Let's see which trainer is going to take it all.
We see these trainers up on stage talking a little bit to the judges. I think there might be a potential dispute on stage, maybe in regards to that Turtonator bring in. We saw that the Turtonator was unable to launch a fast attack at the same time, and I think that JW Naldo will be asking for a match under review for that occurrence, and we'll have to see. Of course, it's same as earlier, right? The trainers need to, or the judges need to determine whether or not an error occurred, and they need to determine whether or not that error was impactful in the outcome of the game. It's going to be a really tough one, right? Because there were a number of different variables in that end game. The one thing I do want to call out is that because the fast attack did not sneak through, I think JW Naldo was a little bit more pressured to no shield that Turtonator, whereas if he decided to shield and get the damage applied from an Ember, he might have a little more wiggle room in that matchup. But of course, this is all going to come down whether or not impacted the outcome of the game. So that goes down to the judges to decide.
And be sure that you are thanking a judge. I'm not sure. I haven't counted it up, and I am not the numbers person in the between the pair of us. But how many judges must it take to run an event of this scale?
75 billion, 7,400,000 million, and 776 billion and 4.
No, definitely not that number. Probably something a little bit less, but we cannot shout out our judges enough and all of the staff that makes this tournament run the way it does. We've had overall an incredibly smooth tournament for these, for our battlers, and we are so thankful for the staff.
Absolutely. And the changes that have occurred to the system that we have set up, right? We haven't really talked about it all that much, but the floor had access to wired connections for those phones. They had really great phones out there, and I had the opportunity to talk to a number of judges this morning, and they said that this LAIC went so smoothly because of those physical changes that were made to the setup. And I know that's been a really great thing for Pokemon Go in general, is the wired setup of our phones in order to ensure a more stable connection.
I want to make a connection to something I said earlier, Nick. I talked about of the Pokemon that are meta relevant, Gyarados is going to win charge attack priority just about every single time. How about of all the Pokemon eligible, Alpha Phoebe, which Pokemon do you think would win out against a Gyarados?
That is tough.
There's only about 5 that even can come close.
Is Alolan Raichu one of those 5?
Alolan Raichu is one of those 5. It's a Pokemon that we did not see at all, as would have been a major threat to Gyarados, but...
Togekiss?
No. Togekiss comes a little bit lower than Gyarados. I think it could be, you know, dependent. Maybe it could.
Are the other 4 just incredibly spicy?
Yeah, they're definitely Pokemon that we haven't seen.
Well, I'm happy to have gotten at least one of them with my first guess.
Well, we haven't really seen any Fearow here, but it is eligible and could potentially win against, have potential to win against a Gyarados. It could happen.
Yeah, that's very peculiar, right? Because we've seen Fearow in the Open Great Leagues win a championship, right? We saw it in Milwaukee. However, it's not really made a splash here. You know, it's a flying type, so why would it be in the water? But I think the issue with it, probably compared to the other flying types in the meta, is that it's not quite as bulky. You know, it's probably very comparable to Gyarados in bulk, but it doesn't have the ideal typing that Gyarados does with that water subtyping to shore up the weakness to Ice Punch.
Another Pokemon that could beat a Gyarados should it appear would be Drampa. Drampa has a sky-high attack stat and would actually pretty consistently, I think, win that charge attack priority.
Drampa was on my top picks for this event. The haters never brought it, so we'll never see it win that charge attack tie into Gyarados.
And there's one other Pokemon with the highest attack stat of them all. It is another normal and flying type that is technically allowed in this meta.
Dodrio?
Dodrio's attack stat is crazy. It goes absolutely bananas, but definitely not a Pokemon that we've seen this weekend.
You know what Pokemon also goes absolutely bananas?
Oranguru?
Oranguru.
The all-rounder that we decided in our Poke category segment.
And you know me too well. You've heard too many of my punny jokes up on the cast, and we're going to give our judges a little bit longer. This is an incredibly important match. We are losers round 5 of day number 2, and here is going to be the key part, right? We saw the Turtonator come in. JW Naldo is upset. He did not get his Ember through when he should have, and you know, we can see it here. An error occurred. I can say that much, right? It's pretty obvious. However, I cannot determine whether or not that was impactful for the rest of the game, and that's what these judges are going to be discussing back and forth between each other, and they can come to a decision. If potentially either trainer doesn't agree with that decision, you can always escalate to the head judge. And I would suggest, you know, if you ever feel strongly about that opinion that you hold, escalate. It's never going to be held against you. It might take up a little bit more time, but you know, your voice matters in these events, and as long as you're doing it in a very respectful way, because you know, always thank a judge, always be respectful to the judges. We want to give you these opportunities in order to, you know, make your voice heard.
Yeah, can you run us through this again, Nig? What's happening here?
Right, so JW Naldo has no Pokemon left on the field. He should get a 0-turn switch in with either one of his Pokemon. He comes in with a Turtonator, and because the Dugong is throwing its charge attack here, charge attacks take 1 turn to throw, he should be able to get a fast attack in no matter what that fast attack is, whether it's a 1-turn fast attack like Dragon Breath, a 2-turn fast attack like Ember, or a 5-turn fast attack like Incinerate.
Yeah, and I remember I was watching. We were watching Out of Pocket play a little bit in the green room. He let an Incinerate through. Nick is looking at the hand. Whoopsies. But that is something that can occur with that charge attack timing. So JW Naldo recognizing this because he's an elite battler, but the question that the judges are answering is, was this impactful?
All right, sounds like we potentially have a no rematch, no appeal. Game is going to stand. Sceptile Ice up 1-0 into a mirror match, Oranguru versus Oranguru.
And this is a matchup that we are familiar with. We've been seeing this monkey go bananas every single battle because it's at 100% usage in day 2. Every single team has Oranguru.
Brutal Swing coming through, rhyming with Oranguru. Charge attack tie here now. JW Naldo confident that he's going to win that interaction. I don't think it's quite enough to pick up the knockout, but I believe it's one or two confusions that does the trick.
And Brutal Swing going ahead. It is going to connect with JW Naldo's Oranguru. Both Orangurus down low. Simultaneous swap into the same Pokemon. We have Turtonator. However, there is a key difference between these two Turtonators, and that's the fast attack that they are using.
And we've heard time and time again from trainers and casters alike that Ember Turtonator is the way to go if you want to win the mirror match. We are seeing a Dragon Claw come through from Sceptile Ice. JW Naldo has a shield decision. He shields correctly and shields up the more effective move.
Turtonator continuing on, and we really are seeing the differences here with energy generation and with pacing and timing with these two Pokemon. We see the Dragon Claw connect. That's some heavy damage. We saw JW Naldo's Turtonator throw that fast attack, and then he puts up a Protect Shield because he says, I want to use my Turtonator a little bit longer, where Sceptile Ice's Turtonator, it's working low and slow. Sceptile Ice waiting there a moment. You saw him pause. Waiting to see what JW Naldo was going to do.
I think afraid of a catch, but he allows JW Naldo to get a full Ember through, and he's built up so much energy here. Interesting thing from JW Naldo there. Only did 1 Ember before throwing the charge attack, I think because he wanted to prevent the damage from registering, and he already had nearly 100 energy on his Turtonator.
I'm looking at that back-end matchup. I see the Dugong. JW Naldo's got to be feeling good because Medicham is a great counter to it, and this Turtonator has a ton of energy.
And a bit of a misstep from Sceptile Ice. He's been so consistent in these matches, but going for a catch that quick, I think allows JW Naldo to be very safe. You know, he wasn't really afraid of a charge attack being thrown by the Dugong because the Dugong was completely energy dry, and he allowed himself to garner more energy from farming down the Oranguru.
Dugong comes in and it is met with Medicham. You can see Sceptile Ice already. He's going to the notes. I think he recognizes that he's lost. He was hoping to maybe see the Runerigus in the back or the Togekiss, just something other than this Medicham. So he sees, yeah, Dugong's going down. It's yelling timber, but there is absolute, but I'm going to start taking these last couple of precious seconds to start planning for game 3.
Yeah, Sceptile Ice going back to his notes, but we are going to a decisive game number 3 here in the losers round number 5, match 2. As a reminder for those of you who are home, or for those of you who are just tuning in, the winner of this match makes it to top 6. Top 6 is only one more match win away from getting a trophy here in Sao Paulo. That's what trainers are after, earning a trophy that they can put in their apartment or house and have it on display for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, put it on the shelf. That's something that no one can take away from you, that you were the winner of the tournament. That's something you can brag about. And they are looking for those bragging rights. They are looking for that trophy. And there's quite the escalation in prizing and championship points as well.
Nobody could take it away from you, but maybe a pesky Thievul could thieve it away.
Perhaps Alpha Phoebe, but I would keep that trophy held high up on a shelf where everybody could look at it. Nobody else could reach it but me. Taking a look at these two trainers, they are 1-1, decisive game number 3 on the line. They are getting locked in and ready to go. Also, just again, want to thank the judges for clearing up that rematch. They gave a little bit more context, saying yes, the error did occur. There was a fast move denial on entry, but it wouldn't have made an impact because of the Dugong had all of that energy in the back.
And these trainers are going to be thinking about this incredibly crucial game number 3. Their tournament lives are on the line. Stress is at an all-time high. This could be it. This could be their way into the next match, or it could be their way out.
Game number 3, it is decisive, and a decisive lead matchup for JW Naldo. Medicham does great here. It outpaces, it can deal super effective damage. Sceptile Ice maybe looking to make a catch onto his own Medicham.
In comes the Dynamic Punch. I don't think that Scream is for this game. The Dynamic Punch going to be doing a nice little chip damage to shore up the matchup that comes later. Oranguru coming in, but in the back. There's Gyarados for Sceptile Ice, and if that lines up against the Turtonator for JW Naldo, that might be bad news.
I know that there are a lot of trainers out there in the crowd from Brazil. I want to hear you rooting if you are rooting for JW Naldo, or if you are from the NA rooting for Sceptile Ice. Let's go ahead and hear it. We've got the Oranguru coming in with that Trailblaze, but Medicham's best buddy Medicham from Sceptile Ice coming in to retaliate with that Dynamic Punch. JW Naldo had a very decisive victory here. However, look at the back. There is a Gyarados on the side of Sceptile Ice and a Turtonator on the side of JW Naldo. That's another very decisive matchup.
Another Dynamic Punch coming through, and we've seen 2 shields be used by JW Naldo, preserving the health on this Oranguru for the matchups in the back. There are 2 bulky Pokemon on the field currently, and we see actually a Drill Run being launched by Sceptile Ice as opposed to an Icy Wind.
Brings the Oranguru down very low. Oranguru can throw just one Confusion more to have this Trailblaze connect. Sceptile Ice has got to decide, do I shield here? No, that the second Ice Shard damage connects. And here we have Medicham on Gyarados.
Medicham's in an okay position here. However, there is a massive shield advantage for Sceptile Ice in this endgame. I would have preferred JW Naldo to play out that Oranguru matchup a little bit differently because he threw a Confusion there. 2 Ice Shards went through, and the second one did knock out, preventing another charge attack from being thrown.
Sceptile Ice has got to be wondering what is in the back, because JW Naldo is staying in this matchup when there are 2 shields on the line. Here is another dynamic punch. This is going to do significant damage if Sceptile Ice lets it through. He does. Takes it down to half health, but this Gyarados looks healthy, and that Turtonator is in trouble.
And a great switch by JW Naldo. The catch isn't super impactful, but he has banked an Ice Punch, and that is something that Sceptile Ice is going to have to keep in mind for the remainder of this game.
Turtonator isn't stuck with those long, slow incinerates here. It's a little bit more nimble, being able to use Ember is going to be able to be, JW Waldo can be a little bit more choosy about when he throws his attacks. Ooh, Gyarados gets there first. This is going to knock out.
There is a lot of health remaining in the back for Sceptile Ice's Dugong as well, so he's looking to be in a great position for the rest of this game.
And Gyarados had the attack. That is charge attack priority. We know that Gyarados wins it. Sceptile Ice really on a tear going through LAIC. He has secured himself a spot in losers round 5.
And that is going to be the last Brazilian knocked out, unfortunately. As you mentioned, there is still hope for LATAM in the winners finals with Marto Galde waiting there. However, the other regions are looking quite scary. They've brought a big force here for Sao Paulo and are going to be trying their hardest to steal away, to thievel away that championship trophy.
They may try to Thievel, but I think Marto Galde has a strong potential over there on the winner's side. Being on the winner's side is definitely kind of easy street if you want to make it into grand finals. Here we have Sceptile Ice doing really well. JW Naldo, aggressively strong lead, aggressively strong stop, but just that end game matchup of the Gyarados and the Turtonator just could not turn that around.
And saving a charge attack on a Pokemon is generally a good play. However, when you're doing it on a Pokemon that's very bulky, not very attack weighted, and your opponent has a Pokemon that is very attack weighted, such as Gyarados, it's not going to always be impactful, right? You're going to lose that charge attack tie, and you're going to lose all that energy. So you have to be very careful about when you choose to play it, make that play.
We have come such a long way today at LAIC to narrow down our bracket. Let's check in where we are at with losers round. We are coming up on It's Axon versus Out of Pocket. This could be a world's final, and I would not be surprised, but here it is, losers round 6, and then Sceptile Ice just secured himself a spot against Patoman, who has been waiting patiently for his opponent.
And realistically, looking at this bracket, it's only Sceptile Ice who's had to have a really long slog to this point. It's Axon dropped from winners immediately right now. Out of Pocket has only been in since losers round 4, but Sceptile Ice has been in the losers bracket since all the way from losers round 2. He's had to have battle after battle after battle after battle. He's got to be so much more winded than his opponent Patoman, who has just dropped into losers round 6 from the winner's side.
Yeah, but I actually got a chance to chat with Sceptile Ice just a little bit backstage, and he's actually had a lot of learning opportunities because he's had so many battles. There's been a lot that he's been learning about the LAIC meta that he didn't know prior to this weekend. So he's gotten the experience, and he needs experience if he's planning to take on the likes of Nighttime Clasher, Marto Galde, or anyone else that's left on the loser's side.
And this winner's side of the bracket is absolutely stacked, and for those two trainers to have made it all the way through, the rest of that competition speaks volumes.
Yeah, really, I think if we took a look at the bracket again, Sceptile Ice is probably the least experienced trainer, I think, out of all of them that remain, but he's gained a lot of experience here today. It's kind of like having a Lucky Egg or an experience share when you're playing a main series game.
Times 2 XP, very useful. We have our players up on stage. It's Axon versus Out of Pocket. You mentioned this could be like a Worlds final. It could be an NAIC Grand Finals. Could be a number of finals, given that both of these trainers are both from the United States. However, I do want to call out once again for our viewers at home, the winner of this moves on to the next round and guarantees a top 4 placement here at LAIC. and you get a nice trophy for that.
You get a nice trophy to take on the plane home with you, considering now it won't be somebody coming here from Brazil. All of these trainers are going to be flying out.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I hope these trainers left enough room in their suitcases to pack a trophy.
Yeah, maybe it's their carry-on. It's what they're going to hold the entire flight kind of in their arms. That's what I would do if I won a trophy. I would want everyone to see it.
Oh yes, flight attendant. This is my small handheld trophy that I'm allowed to keep in my arms while we take off and land.
I didn't say it was a good strategy.
I believe in it to work, but these trainers are going to have to procure their own strategy for this match. Losers round 6. It's Axen, former world champion, former NAIC champion, Out of Pocket, former NAIC champion, and multiple regional champion. And let's be real, it's Axen's also a multiple regional champion, so I don't know why I left that off. However, looking at these teams, Out of Pocket has that Turtonator as well. On the opposite side, it's Axen has one of your favorites, Runerigus.
I am excited to see if its Axen will be able to pilot that Runerigus to the best of its ability. No more chit-chat. Let's get down to business. We have a Metang mirror match.
I feel like this is a matchup that we haven't seen all that often. Fast attacks are neutral damage. Bug into Psychic is super effective, but Bug into Steel is resisted. Gyro Ball into Gyro Ball. I want a gyro right now. Got me thinking about food.
Nick, you have had plenty of opportunities for food today, but these trainers are looking to chip away, maybe a little bit of chip and dip pun there for you.
Food.
Food. To be able to chip away at the opposing Metang. It looks like in the mirror, because honestly, I haven't seen a lot of Metang mirrors today. This is a little bit more of a unique matchup, but in the Metang mirror, you want to be able to use Gyro Ball. Looks like Gyro Ball Out of Pocket switching out actually, and bringing in the Gyarados, trying to get a lot of energy here.
And I actually really like this play from Out of Pocket, right? You're switching out, you're preserving the energy on the Metang where it would be resisted against the opposing Metang. In comes the Gyarados, and Out of Pocket has a serious advantage in energy here, building up to nearly double crunch. And we've set this time and time again. Pocket has learned a lot from playing this meta, throwing Aqua Tail as opposed to Crunch, because one Aqua Tail and one Crunch do not knock out, and it's a charge attack tie. And Pocket may be a little bit frustrated given that it's Axen no shielded and throwing a Crunch of his own.
These trainers have to be playing mind games. It's not just about the pieces in the field, it's about what you have going on in your head and trying to outplay your opponent on 2 different fields of battle.
Crunch is no shielded from its Axen, meaning that his Gyarados is knocked out. In the back is Metachamp. Metachamp is up 2 shields. However, it is going to be facing off against 3 Pokemon. In comes the first Aqua Tail, going to be shielded by its Axen.
Metachamp doesn't want to take any chances. Gyarados is the heaviest, the Pokemon that is going to be able to deal the heaviest damage remaining with charged attacks. This Dynamic Punch, I believe, is going to secure a knockout for its Axen, almost eliminating a major threat.
I thought it was going to knock out as well. I thought it was a great call from its Axen by not throwing the Ice Punch. Another Dynamic Punch going into the Oranguru. Gonna have to see how quickly these confusions add up their damage.
Yeah, Oranguru really using fast attack pressure, chipping away with confusion, and then just little smacks here and there with brutal swings. We are trying to take a look. We have the Metang still in the back for its Axen. Out of Pocket technically still does have all 3 of his Pokemon remaining.
And very crucially, the Metang has plenty of energy as well. Remember, he preserved that energy. He did not throw it into its Axen's Metang, and instead saved it for this moment. He's not going to be able to get a fast attack down, but now a Psyshock would be enough to knock out, and he misses the switch. I saw him try to click, but it didn't land.
No, I think he was just a little too late. He's shaking his head. That is a rough mistake, and the Gyarados, I said, it's technically still there. I think it only has 1 HP.
We see the Fury Cutter down, and that's going to be game number 1 going over to Axen. Out of Pocket, a little bit frustrated with his end-game energy management and end-game health management there, but that was an incredibly close game, and I think overall I preferred how he played that matchup, right? Not using the energy in the Metang mirror match and instead pivoting out into Gyarados and trying to have better efficiency of those charge attacks elsewhere. Unfortunately, just lost a little bit of track of the energy on its Axen side and unable to make a catch.
taking a look at the replay, we can see some of those key moments from losers round 6. It's Axon needs one more win to get that trophy. Out of Pocket has to reverse sweep and get 2 more wins. Missing with that Matang, and Throw was trying to farm up as much as he could, but there it is. I think he was just one Fury Cutter off.
Yeah, I actually thought originally that he had actually misclicked outside of the box, but he clicked the box perfectly. It was just, as you said, one turn too late. And it's tough, right? It's Axon can overfarm. He can throw immediately. He has those options, and if he goes for the overfarm, as you had mentioned, the Gyarados was so low on HP, maybe just one of those Fury Cutters knocks out, so the catch is inconsequential in the end. And I don't know if you remember who won the charge attack tie between the two Matangs, or even if we saw that, given that they are not really threatened to throw at the same time.
It's tough. These trainers are taking notes. They are taking note of this Out of Pocket with an incredible lead matchup with the Medicham. We've talked about the Medicham outpaces, so we see it's Axon build up energy on the Dugong and then switch it out.
And again, I like how Pocket's playing, not throwing the energy into the Medicham. We've seen other trainers in the past throw an Ice Punch or throw a Dynamic Punch to chip and dip. However, with how this meta plays out, I don't necessarily think the chip and dip strategy is top tier. I think it's maybe like C tier or D tier, given how safe things are into the meta. Switch advantage isn't key, and that's what the chip and dip strategy is for.
And you can get plenty of damage into this Medicham with the Oranguru alone. You're hardly doing anything with charge attack damage. You're relying on confusions, and that's kind of what Out of Pocket is doing here. He put up a Protect Shield, actually 2 Protect Shields, going all in on Oranguru.
Dynamic Punch getting shielded up. In comes the Dugong, not able to get to an Icy Wind immediately. However, after a switch and a bit of back and forth fast attacks, it's Axon launches his first Icy Wind.
Icy Wind will debuff the attack, and that's tough for Out of Pocket because he's stuck in this matchup. His switch timer is not up for quite a while. So this Dynamic Punch is going to do a little bit less damage than it would otherwise, but 2 of them will still knock out.
4 Psycho Cuts into the Dynamic Punch to cut off the Dugong before its next charge attack. This is going to be Dugong off the field for its Axon, and he's going to have to pivot into his Gyarados in order to try to get some energy advantage.
Yes, still debuffed Dynamic Punch, now going into the Gyarados. What the debuffed Dynamic Punch really wasn't impactful in that last match, but I think it will make a big impact here.
Gyarados now coming in for Out of Pocket, going for a quick attack down. 2 shields still on the side for its Axon. Will he regret no shielding that debuffed Dynamic Punch? Only time will tell.
Gyarados coming in with that Aqua Tail. Something else I want to point out real quick, that the lead matchup for both trainers last match was that Matang. Both trainers ditched the Matang. So if we take a look at the backline matchup, we have that Medicham still hanging out for its Axon. A catch! Utilizing the Medicham here, and Out of Pocket recognizes the catch, completely undercharging the Aqua Tail.
I think he might come in with the Oranguru. No switch clock available, so now he's going for more fast attacks. No fast attack down possible for its Axon, but his Gyarados is on 1 HP at this point. He's not going to be able to reach an Aqua Tail, but the first Brutal Swing is being thrown, and he's shaking his head. He thinks that this Gyarados has too much energy. I don't think he's going to be able to reach another Brutal Swing.
Taking a look, it has almost got 2 Aqua Tails, going for the crunch instead, wanting to guarantee the knockout. Out of Pocket kind of sighing, shaking his head.
Crunch comes through, picks up the knockout. How much energy does he have on the Medicham? He has no energy. Aqua Tail coming through, and I think this is going to be game number 2 for its Axon.
Ooh, tough Out of Pocket, still trying to tap away. Maybe it won't knock out. Going to try everything he can, but the Aqua Tail, he knew. He knew he was 1 Dragon Breath away, and that his Gyarados needed to be able to take a little bit more damage. It's Axon coming back strong here with his best LAIC performance yet, has guaranteed himself a trophy.
He's guaranteed himself top 4 in this action-packed very first limited meta here at LAIC 2026. Congratulations, it's Axon on a wonderful performance. And let's be real, congratulations to Out of Pocket as well. Top 6 is no feat to scoff at either.
Yeah, he is in line for some great prizing and some accolades as well. That's something that we are going to be showing on future broadcasts. It's going to say Out of Pocket making top 8, making it in the top 8 at LAIC 2026. It's a lot to be proud of.
And in addition, he's going to get a number of championship points, and Out of Pocket, with his very consistent placements at these tournaments, is likely going to be utilizing those championship points to earn himself a travel invite for future tournaments such as EUIC.
This was the heartbreaking moment, even with a full undercharge, seeing that he was still one single Dragon Breath away and was not going to be able to secure a knockout with his Gyarados.
And we see in the end 1 HP, but not enough. Unable to survive that neutral Dragon Breath, unable to reach that Aqua Tail. Game number 2 goes to Axon, who moves forward through the bracket.
This is so exciting. We are closing in on Championship Sunday. It is within reach. We have 2 trainers who have been finished for a while now, but we are trying to figure out who is going to take the 3rd slot. And coming up soon after our next, after we take a pause, we are going to have Potomon, who has been waiting. He got knocked down to losers really early in the day, but Sceptile Ice has been making a slog through the losers bracket, not just picking up experience as he goes, but taking names as he goes, making defeat after defeat of storied trainer.
We'll have to see which of those 2 trainers makes it into our top 4. Afterwards, we're going to have a battle between the 2 trainers who are top 4 to see who makes it into losers finals. We have so much on the line here for these trainers. You don't want to go anywhere and miss a minute.
start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retraced every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time? We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands tight, come stand with me. It's our time. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss till the first bash, up unarticulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again.
knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say.
Let me hear you say
it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run, from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our It's our time, yeah. It's our time, and we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time, and we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time.
It's their time now. Pokemon always bringing in the goosebumps from the World Championships. Few months later, we are finding ourselves in Brazil, Sao Paulo for the Latin America International Championships 2026. My name is Koning Leinart. I am joined, as always, by the great Chris Reisner.
311 trainers registered for this tournament, and only a handful remain, fighting to put their name in the history books and become your Latin American International Champion. And we are all set for a few epic matchups upcoming. And it's going to be, first off, taking the stage, Pokémon against Sceptile Ice.
Europe's last hope to win this tournament still in, as always, in those ICs that are not in Europe. There is always Pokémon in Top Cut, like NAIC the last time. Here he is again, now in losers, had a fantastic run in the winners bracket, then lost one single matchup versus Nighttime Clasher, and now is playing versus Sceptile Ice.
We talked about the storyline of no outside region player has yet to win an international championship. I believe the only player left to defend the home turf is Marto Galde, and both of these trainers trying to write some history of their own. Pokémon has been on a tear. Sceptile Ice maybe has been a bit of an underdog compared to some of the heavy hitters we still have remaining in the tournament, but those who know him know how talented he is, and the skills he has shown today have proven it, and he's trying to take down the man, Pokémon.
Sceptile Ice, phenomenal performances so far in other regionals. Pokémon is a trainer, slow start to this season, but he is truly one of the greats. He's been showing this again in this meta. This is one of the most skillful metas we've ever seen in play Pokemon. Now, Pokémon is the last trainer in the tournament, bringing that Dusk Noir. How is it looking against Sceptile Ice team?
It looks very strong because the only Pokemon that it's really afraid to see is that Oranguru. Good matchups against the Metang, Medicham, Dugong, and then neutral matchups against both the Turtonator and the Gyarados. So Patoman has relied on that Dusknoir, whether it's the bench pressure or whether he's bringing it to play as an effective core breaker for his team. And it looks like, Leo, we are ready for a lock-in. It's been a long day, but buckle up because we have two great matches in store. It's the Dusknoir into the Gyarados.
Dusknoir avoiding Oranguru once again. Look at the astonished damage on that Gyarados. Usually Gyarados is here for the fast attack pressure. Immediately throwing the Shadow Punch. Here Sceptile has no other choice than to use a Protect Shield here. Has already farmed up a Crunch by now.
One thing to keep in mind about Dusknoir is it has a very low HP stat, so one-turn fast attacks like Dragon Breath tend to add up quite quickly. The Astonishes, though, are powerful themselves. They are adding up against this Gyarados. Crunch gets Protect Shield, and the catch while sneaking in a Psycho Cut for Patoman.
Strong play by Patoman, but still neutral damage. Gyarados is strong. Gyarados can just get the energy back up. No, immediate swap into Oranguru. Once and for all, this Dusknoir is going to avoid it.
And you have to like this if you're Patoman because you're seeing the Oranguru in front of you. You know how to handle it now, and maybe you can avoid the Dusknoir in the position against the Oranguru. Medicham launching the Dynamic Punch and will take a Trailblaze in return.
If it's Dusknoir or Medicham, it does not matter. The answer is Dynamic Punch on that Oranguru. Now Trailblaze is going to connect. Patoman is going to reach for this next Dynamic Punch. No shield from Sceptile. Is this maybe a crazy good farm down here?
Charge attack is going to land, and the quick swap actually swapping Dusknoir into the Oranguru and firing off the Shadow Punch because he doesn't want to take this brutal swing. Sceptile Ice doesn't feel like it's worth expending the Protect Shield. He's letting the Oranguru go down.
No farm downs in this meta if you can prevent it. Patoman bringing in Dusknoir, gets the energy off, and Dugong is being bought in. Not even the Gyarados. Gyarados is completely energy dry. There is a super effective Dynamic Punch here. Shadow Punch is going to be thrown. Sceptile still has one protection. Expands it immediately. That was the bait.
A huge Shadow Punch bait. And is this going to allow Patoman to preserve that extra energy to reach the Dynamic Punch? He doesn't think so. So he settles for the Shadow Punch, but it's caught onto the Gyarados.
I don't know how I like this from the side of Sceptile. Not even a full charge here. Might bring in the Oranguru on the side of Patoman. Does not want to switch. Gives a little bit of farm down because he knows he's going to farm down himself and now can play much more flexible. There's a Dugong. No Protect Shield. It has almost 2 Icy Winds, but there is a shield on the side of Patoman and a Medicham in the back.
And that Medicham may not provide much, I forget how much energy's on it, but it also provides an opportunity after this Icy Wind to swap and maybe reset the debuffs. So we'll see how Patoman elects to play this out.
I think we're going to see a swap into Medicham immediately racing to... Nope, absolutely not. I was lying to y'all once again. Goes for that Trailblaze here on perfect timing. Sceptile Ice, of course. This is double debuff, but it's super effective damage, and the Dugong is already so low.
Perhaps Patoman doesn't feel like it's necessary to utilize the Medicham. He feels like he can just get by on the back of this Oranguru. Takes a couple of Icy Winds, no problem, and unleashing the super effective Trailblaze. Patoman giving himself a 1-game advantage over Sceptile.
Dugong is bulky. Dugong provides utility. Dugong is safe against most Pokemon, but it is not the Pokemon that can pressure your opponent into shielding so much. It can't really play 0 to 1 shields against 2 Pokemon. This is not the type of Pokemon that Dugong is, unless your opponent is playing only Shadow Salamence.
The Dusknoir we talked about was so good. One play that Patoman made there, and it may have not mattered, was he stopped tapping with the Dusknoir against that low health Gyarados, which allowed him to get that confusion down and get a head start with his Oranguru. I think it might have been 2 Dragon Breath, so I think the Gyarados might have KO'd it anyway before the Astonish, but the wherewithal to allow his Oranguru to get that head start helped him close out that game, and he didn't want to make things overly complicated, like I was saying. I was thinking too much. I was saying clear the debuff. He's like, Rise, that's not even necessary. I'm just going to stay in and win with my Oranguru.
I just win. I just got a tap here, all right? Do you realize that? But now it's on Sceptile Ice to come back here, back against the wall. Crazy losers run for him so far. He can come back from difficult situations. However, on on the other side, Patoman has been crazy this entire tournament. Only one matchup he lost versus Nighttime Clasher. And, you know, until then, he looked so incredibly unstoppable, calm, collected, dominant. And this is the Patoman we have been seen in every other matchup so far.
You talk about his confidence. You talk about how he performed on the biggest stages. You think about this, Leo. In NAIC, top 3, he finished 3rd place. He got a trophy. Worlds, runner-up, finalist, EUIC. His last 3 international tournaments, he's been on the podium, including an international champion himself. This guy, when the bigger the occasion, the more he rises.
Well, that is... Actually, I'm going to let this one sink in for a second. That's a good one. Patoman, he is truly one of those trainers that you can never count out. And sometimes he just gets stronger and stronger the more he wins. Like a snowballing effect, right? The more you see his confidence rise, the harder he is to stop. And he's already used to this Championship Sunday. I think it would feel unnatural to not have him there.
Absolutely, and the players taking a little bit of extra time here to lock in, and understandably so. There's a lot on the line, including a matchup with its accent to try and reach day number 3, Championship Sunday at the International Championships. Here we go. They are locked in now, and another Dust Noir lead. This time it finds the Matang, and Sceptile Ice going to swap in immediately.
Oh, and that is the Patoman can just pick and choose what he wants here. Charges up to that Dynamic Punch, knows he's not going to get punished for it, won't charge attack priority as well. You still have that Medicham sitting in the back. You could just go into this one now and have the Dust Noir on this Matang. Is this RPS in the LAIC meta?
We may be seeing it finally as we start to wrap up day 2, but Medicham looking composed here. Keep in mind, we've seen several matches where we saw a Dugong lead into a Medicham and that trainer was able to overcome, so there is some desync in the switch timer. Sceptile Ice going to take the Dynamic Punch and look to maybe get out of this matchup and try to wiggle his way to find some win conditions here.
No Wigglytuff inside, Rise. I have to disappoint you there. The Icy Wind is going to be thrown. You really want to debuff this Medicham a second time. If Patoman wants to keep alignment, he will have to play a very, very negative matchup afterwards. Tries to farm up more. Sceptile Ice doesn't want to switch out here, wants to reach for the next Icy Wind. Patoman does not let that happen.
Dugong is about to go down to this Dynamic Punch. Sceptile Ice forced to let it go. Has already used the Protect Shield. Could get a sizable Fury Cutter down here and try to utilize this energy and make things awkward for Patoman, but getting off this Dynamic Punch for some chip damage is going to benefit him.
I can see Patoman trying to go for 2 shield scenarios here with the Dust Noir. However, I can also see Sceptile Ice putting it all on the Oranguru, throwing a charge attack immediately into this Dust Noir as soon as possible, and then going out into the Oranguru, forcing Patoman to play out that mirror match first.
Psyshock's going to deal some sizable damage to the Dust Noir, but takes it and building up. In comes the Oranguru, and now we have the Mirror. Sceptile Ice with the advantage in terms of energy, but Patoman still has an extra Protect Shield.
Yeah, the extra Protect Shield might make it or break it in the case of Sceptile Ice. Oranguru is going to launch a Brutal Swing. I was saying maybe this is RPS, but I think we're kind of far away from that.
Oranguru firing off the Brutal Swing in this mirror match, and as we've talked about, usually able to withstand 2 Brutal Swing, but it does put you quite low as the Oranguru, and we're seeing a charge attack priority. Patoman getting this one off first.
Oh, this might not knock out, but it's putting it so dangerously close here. This might be one Astonish down range. Patoman can just freely, easily let this go. Can also decide to keep the Oranguru, but no, lets it go here. Is the switch timer up for both trains? Yes, Dust Noir comes in, doesn't get a farm down here, but you have 2 shields. Fury Cutter not dealing too much damage, however, it's still a 1-turn fast attack versus a low HP Pokemon.
2 Protect Shields still for Patoman. He's at the double Shadow Punch. Sceptile Ice is going to let it go. He knows there's 2 charge attacks queued up, and down goes the Oranguru. Dust Noir gets the knockout, and Patoman says, I'm not done quite yet.
It doesn't matter how good your run is. Once you face Patoman, it's over for you, Patoman. Again, 1 match away from entering this glorious Championship Sunday. The next trainer he's going to face. No easy cake, though.
What kind of streak could we potentially witness here from the young Pokémon if he makes another championship Sunday? Is this going to be 4 consecutive championship Sundays for this trainer? My mind is blown right now. You talk about consistency in the championship series, and we're seeing another level of it from this Spanish young man.
He's just incredible. The technical play, the line picking here, it was so good. There was basically nothing Sceptile could have done. You have also seen the early forfeit in this one, basically. The Metang, the call from Pokémon that the Metang would be in the lead, bringing the Dust Noir again. Even though in the game before, the Dust Noir just needs to avoid that Rangaroo, and then it feels like it's the best Pokemon ever.
And I believe those Fury Cutters resisted are only doing 1 damage, pure Fury Cutter to the Dust Noir. If this was a different format and that was a Shadow Dust Noir, that may have played out completely differently. It may have done more damage, but Pokémon showing what he's made of, and want to congratulate Sceptile Ice. You know, he was saying he really wanted that top 8, and he got it. He delivered. What a performance from Sceptile Ice. Hopefully he's proud of this run. But up next, we're going to see Pokémon against its Axon, 2 international champions squaring off.
Yep, we have a Worlds runner-up versus a previous Worlds champion, international champions, regional champions. What can't they do? Actually, in the realm of Pokemon Go, there's kind of nothing they can't do.
They've got lots of trophies. Imagine the trophy collection. Yeah, pretty much all of them. Like, I can say some for the rest of us, right? But
you know, some people collect stones, some people collect trophies.
And this is going to be our last matchup of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to our top 4. It's Axon and Pokémon, 2 of the world's best. And I noticed one thing, Leo. After Pokémon was able to win that last game, he's a player that wears his emotions on his sleeve sometimes, but he looked extremely stoic and composed because I think he sensed in his mind, I got to stay here. I got to stay present. I've got another opponent I got to play right away. And he's locked in.
And that next opponent is none other than it's Axon. He has been there for the GOAT debate, and I think it's very sensible to call him the greatest of all time. But we have multiple trainers who are challenging them on this. For example, Patoman, Marto Galde, they are all trainers still in this tournament that want to be considered the best trainer in the world, the very best, like no one ever was.
I've said it a few times on the broadcast, but I think it's worth repeating because I think sometimes it goes overlooked just how impressive it is. But he is a Triple Crown winner, a regional champion, international champion, world champion. It's Axon. He's done it at every level, and he's been so consistent. At one point in time, they called him Mr. Top Cut because he had like 7 straight top 8s, and then he's just gone on this tear as of late. Last season, closing out the NA regular season with the Portland Regional Championship. Then he won NAIC back-to-back, and he even top cut at Worlds as well. So it's Axon so consistent and also has that ability to take down the best of the best.
Well, I mean, he has to have that ability, otherwise he couldn't win all of those big tournaments. But now, Patoman has the Dusk Noir. Every single time he brought it, it looked really, really strong when it wasn't on the Oranguru. I don't even think we have seen that. So perfect placement from Patoman. Are we going to see more Dusk Noir gaming? Medicham, amazing target. Rodriguez, really good target. Astonish is just so good. Metang, we've just seen that perfect target. Then there's the Dugong, a great target. Gyarados also plays well for Dusk Noir. I think we're going to see another ghost type here.
Another matchup where there's really only one answer for the Dust Noir, and if you're Pokémon, maybe you just play the percentages, right? You've got a 2 out of 3 chance of having it aligned with something where you either have a neutral matchup or a positive matchup.
And for its it's gonna be a new game of, surely he's not gonna lead it again, right? Surely it's not 3 straight games in a row.
And Axon has been leading the Dugong almost every single game because he has a strategy behind it. I think but he's been utilizing the Medicham save swap. That's been one of his major strategies, and he's gonna have to adapt here because you can't save swap your Medicham against the Dust Noir team.
Yeah, I don't think you can run Medicham Dugong. We have seen that in the last game of Sceptile Ice. Did not go well against the Dust Noir. So much pressure from this Ghost-type Pokemon. This is one of those Pokemon that if you give it the tools that it needs, and those tools mainly are energy and shields, it can win you games alone, and that's what it did.
Dust Noir just poses a great threat here for Axen, and we saw Patoman just so succinctly dismantle Sceptile in that final game because he had such great alignment. And here we go. We're having these players think things over. Axen looks like, what should I run here?
I think Oranguru.
Yeah, I think that's one. You got one, you got to pick the other two. And I mean, Gyarados, as per usual, looks pretty safe for Axen. So I could see that core with the Oranguru.
It's crazy how almost every single opponent we have seen play versus Patoman has been so core broken by Dust Noir that they always had to bring Oranguru plus Gyarados plus a third. That has then been a target for the Dust Noir. So let's see, how predictable is the line of its Axen? There's Oranguru, there's Gyarados.
Fighting for a spot on Championship Sunday. Here we go. It's Axen taking on Patoman, and Gyarados lead into the Dust Noir. This is not so bad for the Gyarados because you will outpace to 2 Aqua Tails, also have that threat of the super effective Crunch.
First shield being put up by its Axen. Wants to neutralize that Dust Noir before anything else happens here. Goes for the crunch just before Patoman lands that Shadow Punch. Is he going to call a bait here? Is he going to put the Protect Shield up for the Dust Noir? Does so. It's going to get shielded. Are we going to see a defense drop? Aqua Tail on the charge attack priority thrown with the Shadow Punch. And I think that's good for Axen.
Patoman knows it's just an Aqua Tail, so he's going to be willing to take it. Dust Noir survives, going to unleash the Shadow Punch, and Axen going to let it go, maybe supplying a farm down. But you have to imagine Patoman is considering swapping out here, doesn't want to give that farm down, and it looks like he's going to pivot immediately into the Medicham against the Oranguru. We have a very neutral backline here, Leo.
Yeah, Medicham has been so good swapped into an Oranguru because you can just still outpace to that Dynamic Punch and basically lose no free turns there if you're safe swapping. But now its Axen is fighting back in the Medicham mirror match. This is where its Axen shines, but the Dust Noir in the back, even if its Axen wins this mirror match, the Dust Noir can still be very, very useful by astonishing down a Medicham.
Medicham mirror match on the side of Patoman. You're up a little bit of energy, but you took 2 confusions of damage from that Oranguru, and Patoman still has that Dust Noir with a little bit of health in the back. It's going to do virtually nothing against an Oranguru, but it could be significant against this Medicham. So Patoman may be looking to pivot, and here we go, another Ice Punch queued up.
Patoman also reaching for the catch here on the Dust Noir. That could have been another use for that Dust Noir. Brings in the Oranguru here, and now its Axen is just going to happily throw a Dynamic Punch at it.
Dynamic Punch looking to connect. Patoman deliberating whether he wants to use his final Protect Shield. It's going to connect on the Oranguru. We see the swap into Axen's own Oranguru, and the Brutal Swing queued up.
Patoman is saying, I want to distribute my energy and my HP on multiple Pokemon. I'm not going to put everything on this Oranguru. Hits a super effective Brutal Swing. Its Axen is already at 2 charge attacks with the charge attack priority. Does this knock out? Patoman says it might, so I'm going to shield this.
And Axen has multiple Brutal Swings queued up already, so this is a charge attack priority. Axen will have the opportunity to fire another one straight away, and Patoman is now shieldless. Axen actually taking this Brutal Swing. He's preserving his final Protect Shield, and this Brutal Swing may be able to KO the Oranguru.
Oh, and now I'm quite curious to see how Patoman wants to handle the last remaining HP on this Oranguru, because it's not much, but it is really, really tough to out this here. Goes for the Dust Noir, catches here, gets the sneak. That won't matter. Medicham has so much energy for Patoman, but can he get a farm down because he needs multiple charge attacks?
He has so much energy. Axen swapping in his Medicham, and Patoman has multiple Ice Punches. I think he's going to be able to pick up the KO on the Medicham, but can he handle the remaining health of the Oranguru?
Oranguru is so good in these scenarios here. It takes resisted damage from Psycho Cut. Psycho Cut not dealing too much damage anyways. This is a fast attack race. Not even to the next charge attack, but which Pokemon can KO which? This looks like it's so much HP on the Oranguru. No, it isn't! Psycho Cut down on Medicham. Patoman detected a win con. Went for it.
The 4 Psycho Cut farm down proved to be just enough, and just enough health on his Medicham to survive those 2 confusions. Unbelievable.
I think he spotted that when the Oranguru of his Axen won charge attack priority versus his Oranguru, because then he knew this might not have enough HP or defense to withstand all of those fast attacks.
Unbelievably close in game number 1, and we're in for a treat because we got a whole nother game ahead of us, at least one. Patoman showing what he's made of against Axen, and once again leading that Dust Noir. He knows how strong it is. He knows if he leads it, right, there's only one thing he wants to see. So part of the thought process might be the odds are in my favor if I lead this thing.
It is so incredibly cool. This Dust Noir always will have a target. The other Pokemon kind of have to be Oranguru and Gyarados, because otherwise you really can't answer it. And then Patoman can just always bring this Medicham together with them because it's so good against Gyarados and Oranguru. The team comp advantage, it's not as great as we see sometimes in the Open Great League, but it forces his opponents to be predictable.
And the confidence there that he would end up getting the Psycho Cut down. Because he could have actually done another Psycho Cut, it seemed, against the Medicham before Axen got could have a little bit more energy. But instead, he just fired off the Dynamic Punch immediately. So he was confident that he could live 2 confusions and that he would get the Psycho Cut down there. Incredibly close game number 1.
Absolutely fantastic. It's surprising that it's actually lost the Medicham mirror match like that. Patoman just showing what a player he is, locking in again. Wants to get back to back championship Sundays.
That's a good point to put on the resume, right? I mean, he's already an international champion, regional champion, but he could also beat Axen in a Medicham mirror match.
Yeah, even cooler.
Yeah, that's just as impressive, right?
Also, we've been saying, good job on getting so many championship Sundays. The player who wins this match is still very well in contention to win the entire tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to remember, it's Axen came from the loser's side when he won the last international championship. And here we go, game number 2. The Togekiss has entered the field, and it finds a good lead against the Gyarados.
Patoman, knowing his opponents can be a little bit predictable in those situations, not bringing the Dust Noir here, knowing Togekiss is good against that.
Maybe he is concerned with the presence of a potential Dust Noir, but this Turtonator looks awfully devastating if it lines up against the Metang. So Axen maybe sensing that, wants to preserve his Gyarados for later. Oranguru comes in, and we're seeing the Turtonator lured out here by Axen.
Oh, that could have been really, really strong. Patoman saying, okay, Axen, you have brought Dugong so many times, I want to keep the Medicham for it. Brings in the Ember Turtonator that paces so quickly, takes another Brutal Swing here, does not want to throw his own Brutal Swing because it wouldn't quite knock out. You can capitalize on this fast attack here, the Ember, do 3 more Embers and then throw the Brutal Swing.
And that peck damage plus that peck damage plus the Aura Sphere put this Oranguru in a position where the Brutal Swing will knock out. And Axen actually deciding to Protect Shield. I wonder if he switches. Oh, actually switches into the Metang. A bold play from Axen. This is going to be a super effective Brutal Swing.
I think he was also trying to get a Fury Cutter down there. A little bit surprisingly did not happen. Swap out immediately. Aura Sphere is going to be deployed here. Metang is supposed to counter this Pokemon.
And there are 2 Aura Spheres loaded. So Patoman has the opportunity to throw before the Psyshock if he desires. And that's what he will do. Really putting the pressure on Axen. Do you let the Metang go? He does. And Axen is gonna try to farm this thing down with the Oranguru maybe, or maybe this is a really awkward looking situation.
You need to bring in the Oranguru, does not manage to farm it down. A Psyshock is being thrown here in case of a catch on the Gyarados. So heads up by Patoman. Another Protect Shield is being put up. The Togekiss is still putting in so much work with those cute little flowers. Patoman, are you going to go for a peekaboo play? Are you going to play this Medicham with 2 shields into so little HP?
Axen scratching his head. He's not used to being behind in the match. Like, he's behind 2 Protect Shields. He has lots of energy here for the Medicham and swaps into the Gyarados. This is so tough for Axen with 2 Protect Shields still remaining for Patoman.
Patoman still deciding to no-shield this, really trusting his Pokemon, and this is almost poetic. Will its Edson's favorite Pokemon, will it be the end of his tournament run?
Medicham firing off the Dynamic Punch. This will either knock out or come close to it against the Gyarados. Dynamic Punch connects. Gyarados hangs on, fires off the Aqua Tail, but it's only going to get 1 charge attack. Patoman still has 2 Protect Shields.
Patoman is starting to smile, can withstand another charge attack. Here gets a Psycho Cut down as the Dynamic Punch. The Oranguru is crazy low. Dynamic Punch is being thrown, and Patoman does it again! He reaches Championship Sunday!
1, 2, 3, make it 4 consecutive championship Sundays for Patoman, taking down his fellow international champion and a world champion, and it's Axon. And Patoman is going on. We will see you tomorrow.
The European GOAT beating the American GOAT, and tomorrow they are going to play versus the LATAM GOAT. This is such a stacked tournament, showing in this limited meta that the skill of these trainers, it's just the highest level ever.
A championship Sunday with 3 different regions here in Play Pokemon being represented. Nighttime Clasher from the United States. Marto Galde defending home turf, trying to become a repeat LAIC champion representing Argentina. And of course, Patoman across the pond coming from Spain. There is more on the line than just the international championship itself. There's pride, and we're gonna take a look at the brackets. You guys can visualize what we are going to see.
It feels like these trainers are so far ahead of everyone else. It's Axon and Patoman, both lost in the last round that they could have lost in the winner's side of the bracket. Then both 2-0'd their opponents that came from the loser's bracket. Until then, Patoman got to play versus It's Axon. But look at all the other trainers who made day 2 on the winner's side, on the loser side. All of them, they got points, they got prizes. They got something to be really, really proud of. What a phenomenal competition at this weekend.
A phenomenal competition is right, and we take a look at the winner's side of the bracket. You look at Nighttime Clasher's route to get here, took down Ashton Ash, then Stud Muffins. Then he was the one that actually sent Patoman to the loser side of the bracket. Marto Galde took down Stone Collection, JW Naldo on his way to face off Nighttime Clasher tomorrow, and we are in store for a treat, trainers.
Yep, if you want to know when to tune in tomorrow to not miss any of the action, look down the screen here. We're going to start with Unite, and then it's going to be go time.
Make sure to follow all the channels so you don't miss out on the action across all socials. We also want to hear from you and let us know how you're enjoying it. This is going to be epic.
Yes, and you're also going to be rewarded for watching the stream. Is that not nice? You're gonna get, if you're watching this for half an hour or longer on Twitch, you're going to get the Araquanid inspired by It's Axon, who we have just seen on stream. Top 4 performance, again phenomenal, and an elite charge TM.
In addition to Go, we have BG drops as well. You can get Federico Camporese's 2025 NAIC winning Whimsicott. Use the code on your screen as well.
And after that, of course, the TCG drops. Look at Mega Venusaur, my favorite first partner Pokemon of all times. I really want to have this jacket. It looks so sick.
Well, we have just witnessed some epic matches throughout the day. It's been a pleasure bringing them to you, and the stream may be ending soon for today, but the story is not over.
Now, we have 3 trainers from 3 different regions. Nighttime Clasher, Marto Galde, and of course, who else could it possibly be? Patoman. Those trainers are going to duke it out tomorrow to become the Latin America International Champion. That was it from us for today. It has been an absolute pleasure. We can't wait for the tournament to conclude tomorrow, so see you soon.